In northern Korea, within a largely unexplored region, a group of people in mismatched gear gathered together. A nervous young man hung back, watching. Suddenly, a middle-aged man walked up, holding 2 cups of warm water, and asked him, "Hey, kid, is this your first time on an expedition?" The young man took the cup, replying shyly, "I've been in dungeons and through gates before, but this is my first time in an unexplored region. I guess that's why I'm a little on edge. Thanks." The man let out a loud laugh, breaking the tension. "You'd better brace yourself." The man explained that the unexplored region is a monster's hell, a place they haven't been able to clear for hundreds of years. Ancient monsters are crawling all over this place. The young man turned to him, curious. "But the expedition leader this time? He's from the Sungmu clan, isn't he? I heard he's the younger brother of the current clan head, so he must be incredibly strong." The man glanced over and replied, "Oh, asterisk him asterisk? He's just one of the younger sons, pathetically weak. He was even exiled from the family." This man, with his dark blue hair and somber face, was Lee Cheon, the 9th son of the Sungmu clan. The older man intentionally spoke loud enough for Lee Cheon to hear. He has no talent, and not an ounce of perseverance either. At his age, he's only a level 7 martial artist. How can we possibly trust someone like that? Lee Cheon tightened his grip on his sword, knowing that getting angry wouldn't change anything. Suddenly, footsteps approached him. A man spoke with a scornful look on his face. "Let's get moving, asterisk expedition leader asterisk." He looked at the man indifferently, then lowered his gaze and replied, "Understood." With a sense of foreboding, they began to advance into the unexplored region. He thought about the Shadow Sword Squad, the personal guard of the Sungmu clan, but they didn't feel like a typical escort. Something was definitely wrong with this mission. Many years ago, there was a time when Lee Cheon had great expectations for his life. It was when he was chosen by a top-tier weapon during the sword selection ceremony, the first time he truly understood the weight of the Sungmu clan name. Back then, Lee Cheon had thought that if he just kept trying and proved himself step by step, then maybe, one day, he would finally be acknowledged. But that never happened. The doctor examining Lee Cheon pointed a stick at an X-ray image and said, "Look here. I've never seen a mana circuit like this before. It's unsuitable for learning magic, and you can't train steadily in martial arts either." The news left both him and his mother utterly stunned. The doctor continued, "With a body like this, I fear young master Lee Cheon won't even be able to reach level 9. His father, who had been listening through a crack in the door, quickly turned away with a sigh. And so, from the moment Lee Cheon's strange constitution was discovered, his being chosen at the sword selection ceremony was written off as nothing more than a random mistake. Even so, he pushed forward with all his stubbornness. They said he would never reach level 9, but Lee Cheon still managed to earn the title of a level 7 martial artist by the age of 25. For the other members of his clan, it was an achievement they'd reached in childhood, but he was still happy with what he had accomplished. But that joy didn't last long. By the time he was 30, Lee Cheon had been exiled from the clan. The only reason he left with his life intact was thanks to the help of his eldest brother. For the past 10 years, he had lived like a dead man, running from everything. That was until an era of chaos descended. The homeless gathered together, huddled in a blizzard, using newspapers or anything else that would burn just to stay warm. The reason was that the unexplored regions were expanding, and monsters were pouring out, their attacks growing more ferocious. Lee Cheon was one of the vagrants among them. He reached up and grabbed a piece of newspaper that had blown against his head, pulling it down. Lee Cheon stared at it, reading the text. It said that the prophet Jijin had become a star in the sky. It was his father, the man known as the pinnacle of Korea's martial strength, the head of the Sungmu clan, had died suddenly. Footsteps approached him. A voice called out, "Ninth young master, Lee Cheon." He looked up, surprised, to see the Sungmu clan's Shadow Sword Squad. How in the world had they found him? They handed him a piece of paper and said, "These are your orders, young master." Lee Cheon sighed in weary disgust. What a joke. This cursed bloodline won't let me go, not even in death. He silently read the words on the paper. "Leon Gunon has become the clan head. Asterisk. So, my third brother is in charge now? Then, what about my eldest brother? Asterisk." As he was trying to process this, they prepared to leave. "I will return in 1 hour," one of them said. Lee Cheon pressed. "Wait, what happened to my eldest brother?" Seeing they had no intention of answering, he fumed internally. Ignored again. He wasn't going to get an answer. Lee Cheon pressed on. "I haven't held a sword in 10 years. What's the point of summoning a level 7 martial artist like me for an expedition into the unexplored region?" The man turned his head and asked in return, "So, are you planning to refuse the order, young master?" Lee Cheon calculated silently. Refusing an order without a valid reason meant death. "No," he answered. "I accept." And just like that, they silently vanished in a flash. Lee Cheon could only grit his teeth, clutching the paper in his hand, and curse under his breath. Damn it. Back in the present, as the party moved deeper into the unexplored region, the young man suddenly stopped, staring at what lay before them. Ruins? He cried out. Why would there be ruins out here? The others were just as surprised, never expecting to find a structure so perfectly preserved in the middle of an unexplored region. The Sungmu clan members ordered everyone to enter. They crossed a rickety bridge that felt like it could collapse at any moment. The surrounding scenery was incredibly eerie. A dinosaur-like skull and thousands of corpses lay scattered across the damp ground. The young man trembled. Is that the corpse of an ancient monster? Suddenly, the eyes of a Shadow Sword member lit up, as if he'd found something special. He ordered his comrades to move forward and begin their true mission. In the blink of an eye, the young man's head flew from his shoulders, cut down by a Shadow Sword member. Without any hesitation, they descended upon the people they had led there and began to slaughter them. The middle-aged man screamed in terror. "What the hell are you people doing?" One of the attackers casually wiped a splash of blood from his face and replied, "Come on, you all knew, didn't you, that your fate, sooner or later, was to die. Consider it an honor to be sacrificed for the clan." He then lunged at the middle-aged man, his next target, but before he could strike, a sword pierced clean through his chest from behind. Li Qian, who had been expecting this, wasn't surprised. He demanded, "Who gave you this order?" Despite being impaled, the man answered calmly, "The order came from the master. Bring them to this place and kill them as cleanly as possible." He reached up with a blood-soaked hand, grabbed the sword, piercing his chest, and with a soft snap, shattered the blade into fragments. His face darkened like an addict's, the wound on his chest healing at an impossible rate. He said, "As long as you people don't resist." Li Chon watched, stunned as the wound mended itself. Someone else couldn't stand by any longer and charged forward, ready to fight the sword shadows to the death. Before the guy could even do anything, he was sent flying with a single kick. Li Qian was also knocked to the ground. The man let out a contemptuous smile. How pathetic. I expected something more from someone of the Lai family of Chungmu Joran, but it turns out you're just another useless bum. In an instant, he leaped forward, rushing toward Li Qian, then drove an elbow into his chest, causing blood to gush from his mouth. He wasn't done yet. He put all his strength into his leg to gleefully kick him even farther away. Li Qian's strength was fading, the loss of blood now critical. He thought to himself, I can't just die like this. Li Qian sat still, gathering his strength and looking around for a weapon. Spotting a dull sword nearby, he quickly crawled towards it. He analyzed the situation. A sword strong enough to fell a giant monster. Even after being abandoned for years, it must still be usable. But when he grasped the sword, Li Qian's jaw dropped at the bizarre sight. The blade he'd been aiming for dissolved into smoke the moment he touched it. Li Qian stared blankly, asking the heavens why a sword shadow would appear behind him only now. His enemy sneered, "So this is how pathetic the Lai bloodline has become. Still, you are a descendant of the Li. I'll give you a fitting end." His next move was a clean slash of his blade across Li Qian's back. Li Qian collapsed in agony, his face devoid of emotion. He said to himself, "God, you're not even going to give me one last chance? Am I really going to die here? My whole life, I've just been struggling, running away. A total failure." Suddenly, the worn-out sword appeared, and black dust swirled around the area before enveloping Li Qian. He only wished that if he could be reborn. And then, a sliver of light appeared. He heard a voice next to him. "Is this child Yu Dong's son?" As he slowly opened his eyes, he saw his late father. He and the butler were standing nearby, talking. His father asked, "Yu Dong, what happened?" The butler replied, "When we found him." The butler stammered and then stopped. His father looked over at him with a cold expression. Li Qian was confused, thinking, but isn't father dead? And he looked so young. Not just him, the butler too. Li Qian raised his hands, wanting to touch them, but reality slapped him in the face. Seeing his baby-like hands, he panicked. What is this? Are these a child's hands? He couldn't shake the confusion. It seemed he had been reborn into the past. Is this me? What's going on? I was sure I died. Could this be the afterlife? Or just a flashback before death? Li Taishan looked at him and then gave him a name. This child's infant name will be Li Qian. Like the other children, assign him a wet nurse and have some members of the Sword Shadow team act as his guards. Also, have him participate in the selection ceremony, along with the 8th son. Hearing this, the butler replied, "Did you say, 'Right now, sir?' But the young master isn't ready. Besides, there's a difference of several months between them." Li Taishan stared at Li Qian and decisively said, "It doesn't matter." Hearing this, Li Qian was stunned. Then, they quickly left, leaving the newborn baby alone in the room. He let out a sigh of relief. They're finally gone. That really is father. It's been a long time. The pressure felt intense. He flexed his tiny palm, trying to get a handle on the situation. But what's happening right now is far too vivid to be just a memory. And that conversation just now, did that really happen? I don't want to believe it. But if that's the case, holy crap, Does this mean I've actually gone back in time? A few months after Li Qian returned to the past, a special day for the House of Chengmu arrived. It was the selection ceremony, where the children of the clan reveal their innate talents through the weapon they choose. His father had been chosen by countless swords, becoming the greatest swordsman of his era. His eldest brother was chosen by a sword, a grimoire, and a staff, making him famous for his superhuman swordsmanship and magic. And this time, the participant was none other than Li Qian. He was dressed in a shimmering outfit, befitting a young master, which made Li Qian feel uncomfortable wearing it. The maid smiled brightly and showered him with praise. "Oh my, young master, you look so handsome in your formal clothes, and to be in such a strange environment without crying at all. You're so mature." This person was Li Qian's wet nurse, Manhwa. She held Li Qian in her arms and whispered, "I'm sure everything will be fine. Your path will always be open, young master." And at that, he couldn't help but smile. To him, she was no different from his birth mother. But in the past, due to the jealousy of his other siblings, she had been kicked out of the family. She was the only one who stayed by Li Qian's side until the very end, weeping for his future. But this time, things wouldn't be the same. He silently vowed to himself that he would protect her at all costs. Another servant approached and spoke. "Young Master Li Qian, everything is ready." She smiled at Li Qian. "Shall we go?" Elsewhere, a man's voice called out, "Master of the house, everything for the selection ceremony is prepared." Li Taixin replied sternly, "Very well, let's go." A moment later, he and his retinue of servants proceeded to the selection ceremony. Stepping through the gates of the selection grounds, he saw thousands of weapons arranged neatly around a platform, surrounded by a crowd of thousands who had come to watch. In the arms of each servant was a child from the Chengmu Joran family. The people on the platform were buzzing with gossip about Li Qian. Is that the child? The bastard son brought in from the outside. Presiding over the selection this time were the matriarch of the House of Chengmu, Bihun. Next to her was the general manager, Li Tiong, followed by the eldest son, Li Zhong, and finally, the third young master, Li Gun. The eldest son spoke up. He looked so tiny. "Has anyone ever participated in the selection ceremony this young before?" Li Gun, with his chin resting on his hand and a blank expression, replied, "No, that's right. I have no idea where this thing even came from." Inside, however, he was incredibly curious. Li Taixin, presiding over the event, signaled for the selection ceremony to begin. The first to be chosen was Hoa. A cute little girl with short hair was placed on a stone seat. Li Taixin pulled a small knife from his clothes. He took the little girl's hand, then made a small cut on her finger to draw blood. Hoa cried out in pain. The drop of blood from her finger fell onto the stone pedestal, then manifested as a streak of light, shooting towards one of the weapons on the platform. People started whispering about the sword. "Oh my god, could it be? The ancient holy grade blade? The azure swan sword?" That was the legendary sword that had remained silent for generations. Li Taixin used the energy radiating from his palm to draw the sword toward him. The blade flew through the air, finally landing in his hand. Li Taixin lifted Hoa into his arms and declared that from now on, the gray spear sword belonged to her. The people around them gathered joyfully, lifting Hoa up and congratulating her. "My lady, another brilliant genius has been born into our family. This is truly a joyous day for our house." She smiled happily, thanking everyone around her. But the corner of her mouth instantly fell the moment she heard the next name was Li Qian. A murmur went through the crowd. "Is it that time's child? The bastard son," brought in from the outside. Others teagued in disapproval, wondering why a kid like that was even allowed to participate in the selection ceremony. Li Taixin lifted the boy onto the stone pedestal and began the ritual. He stroked the boy's head, his eyes filled with trust. Li Qian was anxious. The moment had finally come. In his past life, the sword that had chosen him was the Heavenly Sky Sword, a celestial-grade weapon. So, what would happen in this life? His blood trickled down onto the stone pedestal, and a source of blue light began to radiate from it, illuminating the entire area. Meanwhile, in the grandstands, the color had drained from Hoan's face. Taehyung noted her every move, speculating. "Judging by my sister-in-law's expression, she doesn't seem to be in a very good mood. Well, he is the bloodline that my eldest brother kept hidden for so long. After all, it can't be helped. That child's fate is truly pitiful. It will be incredibly difficult for him to survive in House Young with the title of an outsider." Just then, the sound of footsteps approached Taehyung from behind. The old man stroked his beard and chuckled. "The general manager seems to have quite an interest in an outsider, doesn't he?" Taehyung felt a surge of irritation, cursing inwardly. It's all because of these conservative old fools, clinging to their outdated ideas of pure blood. This man was Elder Chon Dung. Reluctantly, Taehyung paid his respects to the elder. Taehyung thought to himself, a man whose true thoughts are impossible to guess. He's definitely an opponent I can't afford to underestimate. Cheon-dung leaned on his cane and asked Taehyung, "That's the child, isn't it? The one the family had brought back?" He replied, "Yes. I heard the child was discovered and protected by the Sword Shadow unit." The old man looked perplexed, deliberating. I really can't comprehend the family head's thinking. An outsider child, with no clear idea of who bore him or where he came from, is being allowed to participate in the proving? Haven't the outer clans proven long ago that they are not worthy of participating in this ritual? The general manager's own experience is the clearest proof of that. Hearing these insulting words, Taehyung struggled to contain his anger. What did you just say? The old man maintained his mocking tone, speaking evenly to Taehyung. Oh my apologies. It's just that the story of how the general manager, who came from the outside, was not chosen by any weapon during the proving all those years ago. Well, it's become quite famous. An outsider is still an outsider. He slammed his cane on the ground, taunting, "It's best you learn your place." Taehyung couldn't take it anymore and snapped back, shouting, "You've gone too far. If you continue with these insults." In the midst of the tense situation, the hero's brilliant aura made both men squint and turn their attention below. Down on the platform, the wave of blue energy was reacting even more violently than it had when choosing the sword for Hoa. Elder Cheon Dung stepped to the edge of the stands to get a better look, unable to believe his eyes as the words escaped his lips. What? What in the world is happening? Taehyung stood up, a joyful laugh erupting. How can this be? I'm seeing it with my own eyes, but it feels like I'm dreaming. A beam of pure blue light shot straight from the stone seat up into the sky, before the eyes of thousands in the stands. It lit up the entire region. The weapons meant for Lee Chan appeared one by one. First were the famed Blood Spirit Spear and the Iron Cage Blade. Next were the holy relics, the sacred sword Mara and the saintly Thunder Dragon. The crowd roared, gasping at the impossible event unfolding so absurdly before them. It wasn't just the weapons in the ritual, even weapons that already had owners were reacting. The sword in the eldest son's hand was no exception. It wanted to tear itself from his grasp and fly to Lee Chon-chun. This utterly shocked him. How could this be possible? He turned to his younger brother, Gun Seong, and said, "Can you believe this? It seems our youngest brother is far more talented than I ever thought." He looked down toward Lee Cheon, nodding in agreement. It's true. The surrounding audience was buzzing with discussion. There must be some mistake, right? An outsider could never achieve this result, but the proving could never make a mistake. Lee Tae-shin quickly called for calm. Everyone, be silent. Standing before the crowd, he affirmed with certainty. According to the family's regulations, the weapons chosen in this ritual will all belong to Lee Cheon. However, this matter is not so simple to handle. Therefore, I will listen to everyone's opinions. Immediately, someone raised their hand to speak. Lee Tae-shin addressed the man. Yes, General Manager, what is your opinion? Taehyung smiled as if he'd found something fascinating and spoke up. I believe this situation is inappropriate. The proving is a vital tradition of our family. Therefore, let the young master choose one for himself. Lee Tae-shin agreed with the general manager's opinion. With a snap of his fingers, each of the chosen swords began to levitate in the sky. Lee Tae-shin finally accepted the proposal, then used his power to lift Lee Chan from the stone seat and place him on the floor. He wanted Lee Chan to choose the weapon he desired for himself. The boy looked at the weapons in surprise, wondering to himself, I don't understand why things are so different from my past life, but this is a great opportunity for me. I'm going to make the most of it. With a determined look on his face, he crawled past the weapons, analyzing them. The sword carrying the bloodline of the true dragon Praha. The holy spear, white mirror, forged from a part of a saint's body and used to defeat a great monster. The 10,000-year staff, created from a branch of the world tree where spirits rest. The Moon Sun Star Sword, forged at the exact moment the moon, the sun, and the stars aligned. Countless great weapons were awaiting his choice. But Lee Chon-cheon didn't need long to decide. He saw and chose a sword that left Taehyung completely stunned. It was the sword that the founding ancestor, Shongman, had discovered in the Untamed Lands. For generations, not a single person had been able to unlock its hidden power. It was shrouded in mystery, merely gathering dust with each passing year. It was nightfall. Based on its known abilities, it didn't even reach the celestial grade, but because of its connection to the founding ancestor, it was always preserved as a celestial grade treasure. No predecessor had ever been chosen by Nightfall to be its master. Could this just be the unconscious choice of an infant? Lee Tae-shin used his power to pull both Lee Cheon and the sword Nightfall toward him. His face darkened as he mumbled. Or is this the design of fate? Lee Tae-shin raised Nightfall high, his voice booming as he declared, Lee Cheon has chosen Nightfall. The ritual is officially concluded. In the stands, Hoan was not pleased with the result. That outsider, Lee Cheon, he's a new nuisance. If he becomes an obstacle, he'll just have to be removed. In the blink of an eye, 9 years had passed. Lee Chon-cheon was now much older. He ran to the door and called out to his nanny, I'm heading out for my afternoon practice. Ga Hoa hurried out. Oh my, let me see you off. They left together, as his nanny was too worried to let him go alone. Gahoa asked curiously. Young Master Li Qian, there are plenty of other empty training grounds. Why must we go to Area 1? It's so old, he answered happily. Because someone is waiting for me there. Suddenly, a loud shout from behind made him and Gahoa turn around to see what was going on. That's not it. Gripping the hilt that tightly will hurt your hand. Now, try another vertical slash. It looked like the young girl, Hoa, the 8th daughter of the Sheng Mu clan, was training with her master. Li Qiang glanced over and asked, Nanny, that's the 8th young lady, right? She quickly corrected him in a panic. You must address her as older sister, young master. We'll be in terrible trouble if anyone overhears you. Li Qian pouted, thinking to himself, sister? She's only 5 months older than me. Give me a break. Hoa was practicing hard, but her teacher was incredibly strict. The sword must be swung as if it's a part of your own body. Try again. You have to control the blade with more finesse, or you'll just keep hurting yourself. Clang! That was the last straw. Boiling with rage, Hoa threw her sword to the ground and yelled back resentfully, Master, why are you nagging me so much? It doesn't matter how I hold the sword, as long as I can lift it. The master tried his best to placate her. Oh, my lady, I am only doing this because I want what's best for you. Please, just calm down and let's try one more time. I know you'll do much better this time. Hoa was still pouting, but her anger started to fade. Li Qian pointed at the teacher and asked his nanny, who is that man having such a hard time teaching her? She replied, Ah, that is B. Y. Hyan, the guild master of the Black Dan Guild. Li Qian stared intently at Hoa and Hyon, deep in thought, and then muttered aloud, for a 9-year-old kid to have a personal master of that caliber, that's just excessive. Unfortunately, Ga Hoa heard him. She looked at him with a sad expression, trying to offer some encouragement. Someday, a master worthy of you will recognize your true value. Li Qian turned to look at her, confused by her heartbroken expression as tears welled up in her eyes. It's because I'm so useless that I can't provide for you properly, young master. Lady Hoa. She's been eating special meals infused with spirit herbs ever since she was a baby. Li Qian put his hands on his hips in exasperation and tried to comfort her. There you go again. Nanny, you're the person I'm most grateful for in the world. Moved, she covered her mouth, trying to hold back her overwhelming emotions. He continued, besides, I don't need people like that. The only reason they get great masters is because they were born into the main branch of the Yegsung Mu clan. A few minutes later, at Area 1, the training ground reserved for the direct lineage of the Sheng Mu clan, Li Qiang pushed the door open and stepped inside. This place was a monument to the long history of the Sheng Mu clan. These days, it served more as a symbol than an actual training ground, but Li Qian had come here for one specific reason. He stood before a door inside the hall and gently slid it open. Behind it were weapons far older than anything stored in the main armory. Li Qian scanned the room and finally spotted the one he was looking for. He picked up the sword, gave it a quick inspection, and decided this was the blade he would train with today. 9 years ago, when he regressed into this second life, he underwent a massive change. The most incredible of these changes was his new ability. Standing in the center of the room, Li Qian took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and began circulating the ki within his body to become one with the sword. Once that initial step was complete, he proceeded to fully merge his consciousness with the blade. To be precise, Li Qian could read the memories contained within a weapon. This allowed him to build an incredibly solid foundation. Whether for advanced or elementary sword arts, the fundamentals are everything. He executed a downward slash. By drawing on the residual memories within the blade, Li Qian could practice. The sword itself became his teacher, guiding his development one step at a time. The movements and actions of the sword's previous masters became his blueprint, allowing him to learn without any need for a living instructor. The older and higher grade a weapon was, or the more it had been cherished by its owner, the more vivid its memories became. With the hidden masters in the memories of this worn sword as his guide, Li Qian trained, building a foundation for his own sword style as solid as a pillar that could never be shaken. After hours of practice, he finally mastered it. Stone Wind, the first form of the 7-star sword. He executed a powerful slash through the air, unleashing a force strong enough to disturb the ground beneath him. Though exhausted, Li Qian was thrilled to have finally learned the 7-star sword technique. Over the last 2 years, he had absorbed the memories of nearly every weapon belonging to the Sheng Mu clan. Suddenly, his training was interrupted by the sound of footsteps, followed by a round of hearty applause. The man exclaimed, "Magnificent! It's been a very long time since I've seen someone execute the 7-star sword so flawlessly." The speaker was none other than Taehyung, Li Qian's uncle. He was a 4th-level martial master and the general manager of the Sheng Mu clan. Despite being a younger son, his recognized talent had earned him his current position. In his previous life and now in this one, his uncle was one of the very few people who had ever genuinely cared about him. Li Qian bowed his head respectfully as his uncle patted it, offering a polite greeting. His uncle laughed, pleased. "Just call me uncle. You never skip a day of training, do you? That's truly praiseworthy." I see you out here on the training grounds every single day, on my way to and from my duties. It must be difficult for you, facing so much discrimination compared to your brothers. But I hope you can stay strong and persevere through it all." Hearing that, Lee Cheon replied, "I'm all right, uncle. I carry the blood of the Sung Mu clan, after all. To prove one's worth with the sword, that is the very meaning of our family name. So that's what I'll do. I'll prove my own strength." He placed a hand over his heart, his eyes shimmering with resolve. Taehyung could feel the boy's determination. He sighed sorrowfully, feeling a pang of pity. For a child with your spirit to be born as a lesser son, it's a true shame. Taehyung quickly cleared his throat, changing the subject. "Anyway, for you're getting close to the age for your naming ceremony, aren't you?" He then made an offer. "It's a little late, I know, but before your ceremony, I would like to become your master. What do you think? Are you happy?" Lee Chan looked uncomfortable, but he had to refuse. "I'm truly grateful, sir, but I cannot accept your offer." This made his uncle's eyes go wide. "What? Why not? Are you telling me you're not satisfied with having me as your master?" It seemed his uncle had misunderstood, so Lee Cheon quickly explained, "No, that's not it at all. The clan rules state that no one can take a master before their official naming ceremony. I don't want to cause any trouble for you, uncle." His uncle tried to press the issue. "But your brothers are breaking that rule left and right. Every last one of them is already taking spirit elixirs and has a renowned master teaching them." As Taehyung placed a hand on his shoulder, Lee Cheon gently shrugged it off and answered with a bright smile. "But just because everyone else is breaking the rules doesn't mean I should too. And besides," he added, "like I said before, I want to prove my own strength." Taehyung saw a maturity in the boy that was well beyond his years and thought to himself, "Is this kid really only 9 years old? Those eyes are the spitting image of my older brothers," he mused. Lee Cheon stared at Taehyung, his gaze unwavering, pleading for his uncle's understanding. Finally, Taehyung relented with a short laugh. "Looks like you're not going to change your mind, are you? That's stubbornness. Aki, get it from your father." Taehyung vigorously ruffled Lee Cheon's hair. There was nothing more he could do. "You're a real handful, you know that? It seems there's nothing I can do to help you directly, but I feel terrible just standing by and doing nothing. Tell you what, if you ever need anything, just ask." Lee Cheon's eyes immediately brightened. "Thank you, uncle. That's exactly what I was hoping for." He rubbed his head, feigning shyness. "Actually, I do have one request." Taehyung was pleased. "Oh? Tell me what it is." A grin stretched from ear to ear on Leon Cheon's face. "I want to tour the underground level of the vault." This surprised the man. And so, the next day, a black car appeared at the repository. A guard motioned for the car to stop. He bowed his head and asked the person inside, "Excuse me, please confirm your identity and purpose for visiting." The person presented a membership card and answered clearly, "Chief Steward Lee Hyung, for a routine inspection." The person accompanying him is the youngest son of the Sungmu clan, Lion Cheon, for the purpose of a tour. The gatekeeper stood at attention. "Understood, confirmed. Please enter." The gate opened and they began to drive inside. Lion Cheon looked around with fascination, thinking to himself, "Asterisk. All right, time to act like a kid. Asterisk." He spoke up. "Wow, is that really the vault?" Taehyung looked at him through the car's interior glass and asked, "You're that excited?" Leon Cheon replied, "Of course. The vault is where the clan's greatest treasures are kept. And the thing I'm looking for is in there too. Legendary weapons, ancient relics that people don't even know if they're real or not. For those who seek such myths, there's a common saying. Everything can be found in the Sungmu clan's vault." Entering the main hall, which was filled with all kinds of different weapons, Taehyung and Lion Cheon continued down to the basement. He explained that the vault's basement was where they kept weapons that had been sealed for various reasons. Lion put on an excited face. "Among those are monstrous weapons that can devour their own masters, right?" The man chuckled. "That's right, it seems you know quite a bit." Taehyung tried to scare him. "If you carelessly pick one up, I fear it will burn away both your body and mind." Then he laughed. "So? Are you scared?" It made Leon Cheon stammer. "Not at all. Not in the slightest." The man continued. "Don't worry. In any case, we can't get into the places where things times dangerous are kept. I have some work to do upstairs, so take your time and look around." Lion Cheon replied, "Yes, uncle." He cheerfully stepped into the elevator, then waved goodbye to his uncle. Once everything was settled, Leon Cheon finally let out a sigh and relaxed his face. Playing the part of an innocent child wasn't easy at all. Lion began his exploration of the vault's basement, also known as the Weapons Grave, a place where countless weapons and relics were sealed. The reason he'd come all this way was to find a special weapon, Infinity. Originally a short sword, but when infused with magical power, it could change its length, shape, weight, and properties at will. In his past life, Ryun Sung found Infinity in this very vault, and thanks to its overwhelming versatility, he earned the title The Myriad. It was because of that title that the most promising heir, my older brother, was surpassed by an outsider like him, who then became the head of the clan. After that, He even hunted down and dealt with me while I was in hiding. That was all I managed to find out. And to prevent the tragedy from repeating itself like in my past life, I have only one option. No matter how much time it takes, I have to check every single one. Leon Cheon moved the jet black energy from his palm to appraise all the weapons. He was determined. Asterisk. This time, I will get my hands on Infinity before Ryun Sung does. Asterisk. He then touched his finger to each weapon in turn to appraise them, but after several dozen minutes, none of them showed any potential. Lion sighed. Asterisk. I've checked everything that looks like a short sword for an entire hour, but I still can't find Infinity. Asterisk. He collected himself. Asterisk. It has to be here. I haven't checked everything yet. Asterisk. He walked over to the display case on the other side to investigate. Suddenly, as his hand touched the edge of the table, an old sword fell down. A short, rusty blade landed right in front of him. Seeing it, Leon Cheon bent down and reached out to pick up the sword. He couldn't believe how old this sword was, but before he could even pick it up, the dark energy in his palm reacted violently. The sword absorbed Lion's dark aura, causing him to snatch his hand back in shock. Lion Cheon glanced around. How could it be this bad? In an instant, the black smoke spiraled out of control, filled the basement, and then sucked him into the sword. When he could get his bearings, he was in another dimension. Lion Cheon's mouth moved, trying to say something. He couldn't believe his eyes. The space here was filled with corpses piled up into mountains. Lion got up and walked around, thinking, asterisk. Could this be the memory hidden within this short sword? But this is completely different from the weapon memories I've read about before. Asterisk. Asterisk. It feels so real, as if I actually exist here. Asterisk. But he didn't have long to collect himself before something monstrous arrived. A deafening roar filled the entire space, startling Lion Cheon. He quickly spun around. High above, there was a presence so overwhelming that even nature itself seemed to tremble. The primordial monster that crawled out of the blue hole in ancient times had devoured countless civilizations and annihilated all beasts. Leon Cheon's legs went weak. The pressure bearing down on him was intense. His face went pale. Asterisk. There's no way I can win this fight. I have to run. Asterisk. But his spirit wouldn't allow it. His trembling legs gave out and he collapsed, unable to move, only able to stare as it got closer. Suddenly, a person with a sharp sword appeared behind him, then leaped high into the air, landing between him and the beast. Lion was stunned. Asterisk. Since when was he standing behind me? Asterisk. Using the mountain of corpses as a foothold, the person launched himself with incredible speed. He soared into the air with the rusty sword, but even the rust couldn't hide the aura of a hero from a bygone era. With a single slash that tore the enemy apart, the golden light of the demon slash sword technique flashed in the gloomy, monochrome world. The hero's presence stirred the entire dark sky. The monster's corpse disintegrated into pieces in an instant, torn asunder with no chance of regenerating. Dust and smoke billowed everywhere as Leon watched. He was flabbergasted, unable to believe what he'd just seen. Asterisk. He took down that monster. With a single slash? Asterisk. He tried to process the situation. Asterisk. Right, who was that just now? Asterisk. A dark silhouette stood amidst the pile of flesh, monster blood still splattering everywhere. The hero's appearance gradually became clear. He turned his back and asked, "Who are you?" Lion Cheon jumped, stammering. Realizing he was a visible entity in this world, the man walked closer and demanded, "Why are you here? This is a mercy. I will send you on your way without any pain." He raised his sword, about to finish Leon Cheon. Terrified, he could only sit there, but unexpectedly, before death could find him, he was thankfully transported back to his own world. Lion Cheon's hand was still shaking from the ordeal. Asterisk. What was that? Asterisk, he wondered. That scene. The feeling of my whole body being crushed is still with me. It was as if it were all real. Seeing the sword vibrating violently, he quickly crawled over and picked it up. Lion affirmed his own reasoning, took a dagger to make a small cut on his finger, and then dripped his blood onto the rusty sword. One and the same, no doubt about it. This is it. I will be the master of all transformations. The blue wave from the sword illuminated the entire area. Thanks to that drop of your pure blood, the sword has returned to its original, pristine form. You picked it up to get it started, swinging it back and forth to test its weight, then slashed through the air with all your might. You made a horizontal slash at chest height. After the test, Li Qian felt better. This is it. He smiled as if he'd hit the jackpot. I finally found you. Infinity. Early the next morning, loud noises echoed throughout the house. A powerful sword strike came down, splitting a wooden log in two. Li Qian quickly wiped the sweat from his cheek, muttering, "Failed again?" He thought, "It's been a week since I got Infinity, the sword I recovered from that underground armory. I'm currently keeping it in the form of a ring to avoid detection." Li Qian clenched his fist, recalling that day. What was that, really? The stance that man used to slay the demon was like a reminder that I'm still not worthy. The dark energy only showed me that technique and its name. Forget the power for a moment. The man's movements alone exuded an elegant beauty. But no matter how hard I try to copy it, I can't pull it off. He smiled at the sword in his hand, then moved it with a powerful downward slash. Li Chan smiled confidently. Even so, I don't feel rushed at all. In my past life, I was just someone people looked down on, never even taught the basic martial arts of my own family. It's just one move, but this is the first time I've ever been exposed to such a high-level technique. He let out a sigh of relief mixed with determination. I can do this. I remember his movements more clearly than anyone. Li Chon suddenly froze. Wait a minute, that man. I'm not a grown adult like him. I'm just a 9-year-old kid. He looked at his own small hands, thinking that if he tried to perfectly mimic the movements of an adult, of course he wouldn't be able to use his full strength. I have to accept this body. Just take it slow. Naturally. He took a stance with the sword, his face filled with determination, and gently closed his eyes. Li Qian swung the sword in a way that suited his own body, whispering to himself, then decisively brought it down in one powerful strike. The forceful slash created a large crater, sinking a whole patch of ground. Li Qian slowly lifted the sword from the ground, looked at the result of his last move, and exclaimed happily, "Nice. I think I'm starting to get the feel for it." He clenched his fist with resolve. Now, it's just a matter of channeling my mana. No matter how many times he tried to channel it the way he remembered, it always felt like a crucial piece was missing, making it impossible to replicate. He sighed again. Guess the only way is to keep experimenting. He was so engrossed in his training that he didn't notice a figure standing at the edge of the wall right behind him. All right, let's start over, Li Qian told himself. Meanwhile, the face of the figure was smiling as they watched him. Li Qian swung his sword again. The mysterious figure suddenly dashed towards him. She grabbed hold of the sword as Li Qian was about to swing it down and called out, "Little one." It made him instinctively turn his head. The girl asked, "Where did you learn that technique?" Li Qian, a bit flustered now, asked back, "Who?" He thought, jet black hair and brown eyes. This person is from the main Sungmu bloodline. He asked again, "Who are you?" Which seemed to surprise the girl a little. She spoke up, "You don't know me?" Then she laughed loudly. "Ah, right. I guess it's possible you don't. I don't exactly show my face around much." She stepped closer to Li Qian and asked gently, "So, what's your name?" He answered, a bit flustered, "I'm Li Qian." She shook his hand and introduced herself. "Wow, what a unique name." "Right. I'm Li Jianhua. It's a pleasure to meet you." Li Qian's mind was full of question marks as he thought, "My youngest aunt, Li Jianhua." He remembered his uncle's words. "That child, your aunt is a little different from everyone else. Your grandfather could never accept that." His face suddenly paled as he recalled events from his past life. But more than that, he just found himself sprawled out on the ground, pouting angrily. Li Jianhua stood there teasing him. You're a bit weak, aren't you?" Li Qian thought. "Doesn't she think I'm strong at all?" Li Jianhua suddenly moved right up to him and said, "So, kiddo, where did you learn that technique?" She leaned down to probe. Li Qian wondered, "Why are you asking?" Li Jianhua's voice was tinged with excitement. "That's an ancient martial art, and your dear aunt happens to absolutely, completely, times adore ancient martial arts. That was back when ancient monsters roamed the earth, wasn't it?" She cheerfully pulled a small notebook from her collar and excitedly held it out. "Because of that, this is a gift for you." Li Qian took the notebook and flipped through it curiously. A gift? His young aunt was also buzzing with excitement. "Yeah, open it up and see." He looked at it closely. The handwriting is awful. It's a little hard to read. But is this magic? It wasn't just magic. There were also records of martial arts. The level was so high that I couldn't easily understand it all. He thought that maybe the rumors about her weren't accurate. Then he froze when he flipped to a certain page. Li Jianhua, standing beside him, pointed excitedly at it. "Oh, that? Those are ancient magics based on mana pathways." She explained that in the old days, magic only used the mana pathways in the body, without needing a mana core. Modern magic, on the other hand, relies on storing mana in the heart. But can we really consider ancient magic obsolete? Li Qian looked at his young aunt in amazement, thinking, this is a perspective I'd never even considered. Li Jianhua continued, "It's possible their mana control techniques were even more advanced than ours are now. That's why I've been researching amplification and transmutation arts, but there are so few records left." As Li Qian listened to the explanation while looking at the notebook in his hands, he was stunned. The magic of infinity. He suddenly handed the notebook back to Li Jianhua and ran off, shouting over his shoulder, "Aunt, please wait a moment." Li Jianhua, a bit confused, called back, "Huh? What is it?" Li Qian took his sword and began to follow his aunt's instructions. Mana spread from his core throughout his body, but instead of drawing it back into the core, he channeled it using only his mana pathways, the same method that man in his memory had used, which he could never understand. "All right, I can do this." It was as if Li Qian finally understood the principle behind it. He swung the sword in his hand down hard, creating a long gash in the ground and shattering the earth around it. Both Li Qian and Li Jianhua's jaws dropped in astonishment. He was so happy he blurted out his thoughts. It worked! Li Jianhua was so surprised she ran over to him, demanding, "What was that? Was that an amplification art?" Li Qian turned away, a very awkward expression on his face, and said, It was an amplification art." Li Jianhua, looking absolutely pathetic, grabbed him and yelled, "What? How did you do that?" He mumbled, "I just did it." She got a little frustrated. "What do you mean, how? How did you do it?" Li Qian tapped his own shoulder, looking a bit disgruntled. "Why do I have to tell you?" Li Jianhua shot back bluntly. "Because you only figured it out thanks to the notebook I gave you. I've lived my entire life for this. I've been searching for it for over 10 years, even after being cast out of my own family. I'm begging you, if I do something for you, can you show it to me?" Li Qian wasn't quite sure what to do with his youngest aunt's proposal. He sighed and began to lay out his own offer. "Then you'll have to promise me 3 things. Jianhua was puzzled. "Promises?" He then explained, "Yes. The first is that you are not to tell anyone anything about me without my permission. Of course, that includes my eldest brother and my father." Jianhua, completely confused, asked why. Leon Cheon let out a long sigh. "Because I don't like people talking about me without my consent." It was then that she finally understood. "Ah, I get it now. I'm the same way." The boy was a little taken aback when he saw Jianhua's expression. "Why does your face look so unhappy?" Li Chon continued with his conditions. "The second is that you must not lie to me. We have to trust each other. I will also tell you the truth to the best of my ability." Jianhua's head spun a little as she heard his condition. Then she clenched her fists, determined. "Fine. What's the last one?" He went on. "The final condition is..." A year later, Ga Hua ran in from outside, clutching a letter and shouting in a panic, "Young Master!" Young Master Lion Qian, who was in the middle of training, stopped and asked, "Nanny, what's so urgent that you'd run all the way to the training grounds?" She panted, reporting, "Here, look at this!" And she handed him a letter. Jianhua, standing behind him, couldn't help but wonder, what's this? Leon Qian looked at the letter, thinking to himself, "Asterisk, it's finally here, asterisk." Ga Hua spoke up, "It's the summons for the naming ceremony." A sheet of paper was unfolded. Lion Qian held it, his eyes fixed on the corner that read, "Representative of the family head, Li Myung-dong." He looked at the letter thinking, "Asterisk, father isn't home? I haven't heard anything about him going on a campaign." Quote, asterisk, Jianhua, standing behind him, exploded in anger, yelling, "The naming ceremony?" Lion Qian looked at his rather frantic aunt and wondered, "Why are you so worked up all of a sudden?" Jianhua stood there, running her hands through her hair and shouting, "Things were just starting to get on track. This is the most critical time. If you attend the naming ceremony, you'll be tied up there. Don't do it. Just ignore it." While Jianhua was making a scene, the boy was lost in thought. A year had passed since he made the deal with his aunt, and in that time, they had been researching magic together. Modern magic focuses on primordial magic, while ancient magic relies on channeled mana. The two systems, when combined, create an entirely new form of magic, the very dream she had wanted to realize her whole life. Primordial magic is used to store and change the attributes of mana, while channeled mana helps control and operate it. Thanks to this, his ability to apply magic far surpassed other children his age. Jianhua was still muttering beside him, "Can't he really? Asterisk really? Times not go?" Researching magic is so much more interesting. Her constant muttering was starting to get on Leon Qian's nerves. He spoke up, "You know that's not possible, don't you?" Jianhua sniffled, but Lion Qian comforted her, "Don't worry. Even if my time is cut a little short, I'll continue to practice magic and restore ancient magic." Those words made Jianhua look up at him in astonishment. "How can you do that? The training schedule for the naming ceremony is going to be incredibly intense." Jianhua's question made Leon Qian suddenly smile. He answered confidently, "I'll do them both at the same time." The next day, training began. Instructor Gang said, "First, you will endure a magical assault for 30 minutes. As he spoke, he looked at the children, thinking, "Asterisk, he's different again. Asterisk." Currents of electricity shot back and forth, striking their bodies. Normally, a kid like Li Qian, who'd never had any basic training, should have been electrocuted and collapsed immediately, but he deflected every single attack with magic. A glint of murderous intent from Lion Qian's eyes shot toward Instructor Gang, making him flinch. He thought, asterisk, that kid. He's testing and observing the 8th young miss to gauge his own level, while simultaneously forcing the instructors to teach at a higher level. Asterisk, a mere second son, only 10 years old, dares to do something like this? Sweat beaded on Instructor Gang's brow as he stood there staring at Lion Qian. Damn it. Calling him a second son. No, with that kind of ability, calling him that is an insult to a warrior. I need to get a hold of myself. This is no longer simple training to prepare for a naming ceremony. This is an opportunity to pass on knowledge to him with all our strength. After a long training session, Li Qian stretched and walked out the door. It's over. He thought back to being struck by lightning inside the glass case. Asterisk. This family is insane. To train magical resistance, they just throw you into a magic casting device? Asterisk. Li Qian rubbed his shoulder, thinking, asterisk, I didn't expect them to be the ones to apologize first, either. Asterisk. At some point, the way everyone looked at him had changed. Exhausted, he started to head out. Asterisk. Anyway, I should get some rest. Asterisk. A figure suddenly appeared beside him, lunging with a surprise attack, but he still managed to block the blow. Hua spoke, her eyes fierce. Hey, you commoner's son, come over here for a second. Li Qian angrily shoved her hand away. What the hell is your problem? Hua jabbed a finger straight into his chest and yelled, her voice dripping with arrogance. Watch your mouth. I'm the legitimate daughter, and you're just some bastard son. Besides, I'm a year older than you. Li Qian thought, asterisk, this is going to be a pain. Asterisk. Then he said aloud, I don't have time to argue with you. He turned to leave. Seeing this, she screamed in fury, gathering power in her hand. Get back here. Hey, don't you dare ignore me. Li Qian was quite surprised by this. Asterisk. She dares to use mana? Asterisk. He unconsciously stepped back, bracing himself, planning to just let it go. But instead, Lion Qian swiftly dodged Hua's punch, then defensively shot his hand out, grabbing her by the neck and lifting her up. He threatened her, if you want to whine, go cry to your mother. Don't bother me. I'm busy. She stumbled back after he let her go, shouting, her voice full of resentment. It's all your fault. Because you caused that huge scene at the selection ceremony, I'm constantly being compared to you. Just know your place as a commoner's son and shut up. It's so unfair. I lose sleep and train my ass off every single day, while you were just born with more talent. I didn't want this either, but my mother. She suddenly clamped a hand over her mouth. Lion Qian was quick to criticize. It feels good to blame someone else, doesn't it? Like you said, I'm a bastard, son. My status doesn't afford me that luxury. You're losing sleep? Then stop sleeping. Can't have snacks and still can't keep up? Then skip your main meals too. He provoked her. If I piss you off, then use every means you have to strike me down. Then force me to apologize to you. Because that is the way of this family. Hua's fists remained clenched stubbornly. You arrogant little brat, she screamed. Fine. At the naming ceremony, I'll achieve a score so much higher than yours that I'll force you to call me Big Sister and get on your knees and beg. You just wait. Lion Qian gave a slight smile, looking at her. Yeah, I'll be watching. That afternoon, inside the training grounds reserved for the direct bloodline of Sector 7, someone was walking in. A servant saw them and hurried over respectfully. My lady has arrived. Huiyan spoke with an ice-cold expression. Leave us. I need to speak with my daughter. The servant took the order, quickly replying, Yes, my lady, and left the room. Inside, Hoa was training intensely. Huiyan's voice cut through the air. What are you doing? It startled Hoa, who whipped her head around. She bowed in a fluster. I was training. Huiyan stood opposite her, her voice stern. I heard what happened. You let times overwhelm you? She lectured. I've told you before. If you can't suppress him, then you crush him. Such a disappointment. If you're only training this hard because you're afraid of being punished, then you should just stop. Every word felt like a knife twisting in her mind. Hoa tried to defend herself. I know what you think about my training, mother, but I'm doing this because I want to. She gripped the sword behind her back, her voice trembling slightly. Huiyan's voice was cold, devoid of emotion. What was that? Hoa pushed on, trying to explain, I will defeat that guy, but not because you ordered me to. I'm doing it because I want to. I will make my own decision. Huiyan's brow furrowed. Provoked by some nobody? Hoa trembled, bowing her head and clenching her fists. Huiyan continued her lesson. You are the legitimate daughter of the Seungmu Kurlan. You and he started from completely different places. Beating him should be a given. And yet you let yourself get provoked by him? She took a small glass vial from her clothes and held it out. This is Mi Meng, a potent poison. If you can't surpass him, then trample him underfoot. Huiyan handed the item to a stunned Hoa. That is the way of the Seungmu Kurlan. After handing it over, she turned and left. Meanwhile, at Li Qian's residence, Gahua stared at the computer screen, exclaiming in shock, This is impossible. Displayed on the screen was a rankings chart. Seeing it, Li Qian smiled happily. So, what do you think, Nanny? Feeling a little less worried now? Gahua was so overjoyed she hugged him tightly. I didn't do a single thing to help you, young master, and yet you did so wonderfully. Li Qian comforted her. You've helped me so much, Nanny. Don't say that. Suddenly, a loud noise from the doorway grew louder, forcing the two to break their hug. Gu Yonghua burst through the door, yelling, Kiddo, time to train! Li Qian's face went pale as he looked at his youngest aunt. But I just finished training. Gu Yonghua flexed her bicep, grinning. That's exactly why we have to go again. Practicing mana arts will help with the fatigue. He stared at her, retorting, I've never heard of it having that kind of effect. Gu Yonghua quickly avoided his gaze, pouting. It's true. Probably. Li Chun sighed, looking at her. Fine. Besides, there's something I wanted to show you. Her curiosity piqued. Gu Yonghua gasped. No way. Have you already reached the first star? His aunt's shocked question made him feel a surge of pride. You see, the art of mana control usually has 3 stages. Body fortification to reach the realm of a strengthened body, ki transformation to alter the properties of mana and reach the realm of ki cultivation, and ki manifestation to express superhuman power through mana, reaching the realm of ki channeling. But her mana art was different. Even at the first stage, it could do much more and unlock many other abilities. That's why her mana art system was divided into levels called stars. As Gu Yonghua channeled ki into Li Chun, she marveled, perfect. It really is the first star. Do you feel anything strange when you circulate it through your mana veins? I thought it would take you at least another year to get here. Li Chun trembled slightly, groaning, I only figured it out while I was studying the theory. Looking back on it, that training regimen was insane. If I had failed to control my mana, the balance between my mana core and mana veins could have collapsed completely. But in reality, all I had to do was let everything flow naturally. Mana is like water, it follows its own inherent laws. In the end, our bodies are nothing more than vessels for mana. Gu Yonghua looked at her own hand, which was controlling her mana, and contemplated. The body is a vessel. She got excited. Kiddo, I think I can do it too. It'll probably take some time, but I think I can do it. Standing beside her, Li Qian could only sigh, thinking, asterisk, what in the world did she just have an epiphany about, asterisk? Gu Yonghua suddenly hugged him tightly, praising him. Thank you, my little good luck charm. It made him so uncomfortable he could only yell in pain, you're going to break my ribs. Gu Yonghua let him go and struck a determined pose. Now then, on to the second star. He was sprawled on the ground, thinking, asterisk, I almost died. Asterisk. He let out a deep sigh. Gu Yonghua spoke again. You knew from the start that your first star was different from the normal first stage, right? Li Cheon sat up, his face expressionless. Of course I knew. She asked again. So, in your opinion, what are you best at using? Li Cheon thought for a moment before answering. The thing I'm best at using. I think it's the sword. Gu Yonghua quickly cut in. I don't think so. That statement left him completely baffled. Li Qian leaned forward, confused. But you've never even seen me practice swordsmanship, she insisted. Oh, I have, a few times, when I was bored. Gu Yonghua scratched her chin, explaining, what I mean is, you have a talent that surpasses even your swordsmanship. It's hard to explain with words, isn't it? Your greatest talent is for the mana arts. This declaration piqued Li Qian's curiosity. He was a bit surprised by that answer. She continued to explain, your aptitude for mana is so overwhelming that it completely overshadows everything else. I've tried to teach the mana art I created to so many people, but not a single one of them could do it. Li Qian looked at the specks of light on his body, thinking, asterisk, before I returned to the past, I was mocked for being unable to use mana, asterisk. Gu Yonghua pointed straight at his face, declaring, but for you, reaching the second star right now won't be difficult at all. And if you succeed with the second star, the naming ceremony will be nothing more than child's play. She stated it as a fact. After explaining, Gu Yonghua cheerfully prepared to drag Li Qian off to train again. Now then, I'm going to teach you the techniques you should really be focusing on. He sat there and smiled along with her. Yes, I understand. Li Qian got up from the ground and asked, by the way, Auntie, what's that thing next to you? Gu Yonghua glanced at the wooden box beside her, smiling cryptically as she pointed at it. Oh, this? A projectile shot out, grazing Li Qian's cheek, leaving a long scratch as it embedded itself in the wall. Gu Yonghua beamed. It's a steel ball. She controlled 3 of the balls as she explained. You have to learn how to release mana while you're moving. If you can only use it while standing still, your mana art is completely useless. Alright, let's begin. Gu Yonghua looked at Li Qian with a murderous glint in her eyes, giving him a very bad feeling. The next day, on the training field, Li Dongquan stood solemnly holding a weapon and introduced himself. I am the captain of the Blood Fox Squad, Li Dongquan. From now on, I will be instructing you in the secret arts of the Sheng Mu Ke Lan. He pointed to the pile of weapons behind him. Choose the weapon you will use and bring it here. You have 1 minute. Don't dawdle. Li Dongquan's harsh voice made the 2 of them scramble down to get their weapons. Hua stole a glance at Li Chun, who could only look at the pile of weapons and sigh. Unbelievable. Li Qian turned around to see her looking bewildered. What are you looking at? You got something to say? Hua quickly shot back. I'm not looking at anything. There's nothing to say, is there? Hey, you use a sword too, right? Li Qian sighed and answered. No. Hoa stared at him, bewildered. Are you just going to carry that whole pile of weapons? But I'm sure I saw you studying weapon arts before. Li Dongquan stood there, staring intently at him, and demanded, "What are you doing?" Li Qian answered immediately. "You told us to choose our weapons and bring them," he asked, puzzled. "I told you to choose what you use." Cradling the pile of assorted weapons, he replied, "These are what I use." Li Dongquan was a little surprised by Li Qian's answer. He turned away. "I thought you weren't a complete idiot, but it turns out you're just a blockhead." With that, Li Dongquan drew the weapon from his back and instructed, "Engrave the words I'm about to say into your very bones. I said I would teach you a secret art, but it's not about moves or stances." Li Dongquan continued to explain, "In Exung Mu Gilan, there are countless secret skills known as controlling intent. To master these skills, you must first awaken the instinct that lies dormant in your blood." He approached them both, weapon in hand. "From now on, I will help you awaken it. Don't worry too much about arousing your instincts," he explained as he took a stance. Hoa whispered nervously to him, "What is he planning to do?" Li Chun replied, "If you don't want to get knocked out on the first hit, get ready." In that instant, Li Dongquan closed in on him. Li Qian panicked and spun to his left. Li Dongquan swung his weapon, striking him and sending him flying. Li Qian's eyes went wide from the unexpected blow. Li Dongquan smirked provocatively. "So you managed to block it?" He took a few steps back, thinking to himself, "Damn it. To think I'd have to go through this madness again. In my past life, I couldn't even complete this training, but this time will be different." As he thought this, Li Qian charged forward with a sword, only to be brutally struck across the cheek by Li Dongquan's weapon. Behind him, Hoa also charged in, but Li Dongquan struck her down with a single blow to the back. And so, he thought, a month has passed since the training with Li Dongquan began. No matter how you looked at it, putting a 10-year-old child through training that resulted in broken bones and internal injuries, this was no training for a child. But I have no intention of complaining. I'm slowly getting the feel for it. Li Qian felt a sense of accomplishment. At that moment, Hoa regained consciousness after taking a heavy blow from Li Dongquan. She asked dazedly, "Did I pass out again?" Li Chun answered matter-of-factly, "Yep, that makes 22 times for you. I'm only at 16. Hoa grumbled in frustration. "If only I'd been more prepared on the first day." Li Dongquan stood there observing them both, thinking, "The 8th young mistress. That child has an extraordinary physique. Even when I use a bit too much force, she's never seriously injured. As for that illegitimate son, from the very first day, I had a feeling he was something valuable. At first, seeing him bring that pile of weapons, I thought he was some kind of fool, but his skill with each one is quite decent, and his practical application is beyond my expectations. Moreover, to see results after only 1 month." He let out a slight smile. "Interesting." Li Dongquan approached the two of them and announced, "Time to resume training. Everyone, back to your positions." By this point, both of them were exhausted from the long training session. Li Qian suddenly spoke up. "Hey, Hoa!" "Already exhausted," she snapped. "Huh? You talking to me?" He laid out his plan. "I'll give the signal. You try to block him just once." She was a bit skeptical. "Why should I do that?" Li Chun said casually. Don't if you don't want to. I just thought we might be able to land a single hit on the old man, that's all." His words left Hoa speechless. She asked again, determined, "Are you sure?" He nodded. "I'm sure." Hoa shouted, "You owe me for this." Then she charged at Li Dongquan. From behind, Li Chun also began to rush forward. With his current strength, he thought he had no chance of winning. The only way was to take advantage of their numbers. The two of them began their assault. Li Dongquan twirled his weapon and muttered, "Working together, are we? Not a bad choice, if the plan works." He paid close attention to their attack patterns. In that instant, he countered from the right. Li Dongquan used his weapon to block Li Qian's attack, sending him staggering backward. He gave a small smile, having blocked the blow, then slowly charged toward him. Unwilling to give up, Li Qian quickly used his weapon to block again and signaled to Hoa. This was the moment. She dove down from above, right where the two were fighting. As Li Dongquan's attention shifted, Li Qian quickly tossed his weapon aside, then grabbed the sword next to him and poured his strength into it. The only weapon that could deal real damage was the sword I won from Mujin Jukmi. As he thought this, he poured all his strength into the sword and rushed into the fray. Li Dongquan, in the middle of the fight, was surprised to see Li Qian charging at him. He turned to block the attack. Li Qian dashed past, then suddenly let go of the sword. This is it. He focused all his power into the back of his hand and punched straight toward Li Dongquan's stomach. A powerful force was unleashed. Li Qian grinned slyly and looked up. "Can you block this?" He froze when he saw a massive hand stopping his fist. An immense force struck him, causing him to cough up blood. Li Qian fell, slamming onto the floor. Li Dongquan walked over to him. "So, it took 37 days, did it?" He clapped in applause. "Congratulations. You've awakened your sixth sense. Then he turned and struck Hoa. As for you, young miss, you still have a long way to go. Seeing the two battered children, Lee Dong-kwan left cheerfully, not forgetting to add, "That's all for today." Hoa angrily cursed at Lee Dong-kwan's back. "You said we could land a hit, and I actually believed you, you bastard." Lee Cheon stood there looking at his bruised hand, thinking, in the end, even after activating my mana, I only managed to penetrate a little. Even if it was just a small amount, I broke the taboo of not using mana. Lee Dong-kwan clenched his fist. The determination to abandon a technique like that, combined with his excellent combat instincts, he'll become someone feared by the pillars of the family. Night slowly began to fall. On the 47th day, after Hoa awakened her sixth sense, the training with Lee Dong-kwan ended. The remaining time was spent resting and reviewing what they had learned. Just then, the person who had been looking for him appeared right before his eyes. A familiar voice called out, "You're Lee Cheon, right?" "My big brother," Lim Young-jong said. He opened his mouth to call out, "Big brother Lim Young-jong, eldest son of Lunyan." His title is Song Song, a prodigy like no other, having reached the second sub-level in magic and the second master level in martial arts. Everyone both admired and feared him, but to me, my big brother was my only brother. Lim Young-jong and he were now sitting and talking. He spoke up. "I'm sorry I haven't been able to look after you. It's just an excuse, but I've been a bit busy lately." Lee Cheon replied with understanding. "It's okay. I'm doing fine." His older brother smiled gently. "This must be the first time we've met, yet you knew who I was right away, huh?" Lee Cheon replied confidently. "Of course. I may be an incomplete son, but as your little brother, how could I not know your face?" Lim Myung-jin-soo looked at him with a sad expression and tried to comfort him. "Incomplete? Don't you ever say that again. Even if we were born from different mothers, you and I are still brothers." He thought to himself, a child who hasn't even had his naming ceremony is already calling himself incomplete. Lee Cheon was a little flustered. "I'm sorry." His brother could only sigh and look at him. "You don't need to apologize. Just understand, that's all." Lim Myung-jin-soo spoke again. "Next time, you don't need to greet me so formally. We're brothers. Why be so polite?" Lee Cheon's face lit up with joy as he replied, "Yes, I understand." He thought, so, this is what Big Brother was like when he was young. Lim Myung-jin-soo reached into his pocket. "This is a gift for our first meeting. I got this when I was enrolled at the Fan University of Magic in France, but I think it'll be more useful to you. A type of elixir called Entei." He held out a small glass vial. Lee Cheon held it in his hand, thinking to himself, "Isn't this the high-grade elixir that the French magic tower can only produce 500 milliliters of every 10 years? He then spoke up, "Big brother, you're giving me something so precious." Lee Cheon said sincerely, "Thank you so much, big brother." The words of gratitude made Lim Myung-jin-soo pause. He looked at the boy for a moment before speaking. "You're a little different, aren't you?" the boy asked, confused. "Huh? What do you mean by that?" Lim Myung-jin-soo explained with a warm smile. "The other younger siblings I've met all saw me as a rival, so this feeling is both strange and pleasant." Lee Cheon quickly cut in. "You've misunderstood something, big brother," which made Lim Myung-jin-soo freeze. He continued, "It's not that I don't see you as a rival. Having been born into this family, you are my rival too." Lee Cheon was confident, "So please, don't just see me as some cute little kid. Who knows, maybe one day I'll become your greatest opponent. I hope we have an interesting competition." That statement made Lim Myung-jin-soo burst out laughing. He laughed and gently ruffled the young boy's hair. "All right then, I'll wait for that day, the day you become my strongest rival." Lee Cheon looked at this brother of his, vowing silently, "My older brother, who has always genuinely loved and protected me. This time, I will be the one to protect you." He gave his precious older brother a gentle smile and replied, "Yeah." A few days later, out on the sea, the second test of the Uzung-mu clan, the naming ceremony, had arrived. Familiar figures stood on the boat, heading straight for their destination, Red Rock Island, an island where the color of the soil changes depending on the density of magic in the air. For a very long time, this had been the site of the Uzung-mu clan's naming ceremony. The boat slowly approached the island. The proctor spoke up, "I will now explain the rules for the naming ceremony test. The young masters and ladies will have to survive on Red Rock Island for 3 weeks and prove themselves. The devices being distributed to everyone now are for location tracking. Unless it's an emergency, you absolutely must keep them on you at all times. The final gate of the exam will open 2 days after the 3rd week ends." The two of them began to put on the devices after the rules were explained. "Good luck to you all." After the proctor finished speaking, he left the two of them on the island. Hoa looked over at Lee Cheon. "Hey, there's something I need to tell you," he sighed. "It seems you've made up your mind." Hoa, standing beside him, asked nonchalantly, "Huh? What?" Lee Cheon replied casually, "You've been meaning to say something ever since we started training." Hoa, having been called out, quickly retorted, "Wah, how did you know that?" He looked at her like she was an idiot. "How could I not know? Just say it. I'm listening." His words made Hoa hesitate. She took off her location tracker and gestured to him. "You take yours off too." and let's put them together. Li Qian removed his device and walked closer. They're all off. What's going on? Hoa quickly took out a glass jar and held it out in front of him. It's poison. Its name is Enchanting Dream. Her words made Li Qian's eyes widen in surprise. Hoa explained, it only works on children under 15 years old. If it's exposed to the air for more than 5 minutes, it evaporates on its own. Once it's absorbed into the body, it causes the mana veins to become blocked for a long time. Li Qian suddenly became serious. Who did you get this from? Hoa held up the glass vial and shook it. I'm not planning on telling you. Then, with one hand, she threw it hard against a nearby rock, shattering it into pieces. See? Now there's no evidence left. She threw it so fast it left him quite stunned. Hoa puffed out her chest confidently. I will defeat you fair and square. I don't need to use poison like this, so you'd better fight with everything you've got. Her words moved Li Qian. He smiled and replied, you didn't have to say it. I was already planning to. Hoa stood there, fired up. Good, she then advised. Did you put your tracker back on? Don't be reckless and head to the center of the island until you know the terrain. It's dangerous. Li Qian replied nonchalantly. Yeah, I know. Are you worried about me? Before he could finish, Hoa shouted in frustration. Worried? I'm just afraid you'll get yourself killed somewhere before I even get a chance to fight you. As she spoke, a loud noise erupted, cutting their conversation short. They both looked toward the forest. Hoa offered a parting shot. Well then, don't die. I'm heading out. She shouldered her pack and started to leave. Li Qian stood there, watching her figure disappear with a hint of regret. She's gone. Despite what he said, he thought to himself, my goal isn't the outskirts of the island. He steeled his resolve. All right, time for me to get moving too. Straight for the center of Red Rock Island. Meanwhile, the examiners were observing. One of them spoke up, as expected of the 8th child of the Chung Mu clan. She's already completed the first hunting mission. The number of monsters she's taken down is not small, either. Considering this is probably her first real combat experience, that kind of instinct isn't something you're born with. Trio Gang offered his thoughts. 47 days, was it? Just then, Li Dongquan, from the corner, also gave his opinion. That child wasn't originally like this. I thought it would take her at least a full 2 months. She has talent, but only to a certain extent. It's simply that someone has stimulated her. Li Dongquan was observing Li Qian's actions on the monitor. Treo Jiang noticed the boy's current behavior. But what on earth is that kid doing? Li Dongquan answered from behind. It seems he's looking for shelter. People in the room began to mutter, like a scared rat running away. What a coward, and he's from the Exung Mu clan. Just then, a voice cut through the chatter. That's enough. It was Lim Myung Jin Su. In a dangerous place like this, finding shelter first is a wise move. There's nothing to criticize about it. The man in the corner, unable to retort, just chimed in. Humph. Yes, that's right. The person next to him also laughed along. I suppose watching the 8th young lady so much has raised our standards. Treo Gyang looked at the screen and suddenly spoke. In the Shung Mu clan, being ordinary is a sin. The old man stroked his beard and smiled faintly. Isn't that so? Everyone there agreed. That's right. When you think about it, it's true. For someone with Exung Mu clan blood to act like a commoner is ridiculous. Lim Myung Jin Su sat there, clenching his fists, thinking, belittling and mocking a child just because of his background. When did our family become like this? Or maybe, we've always been this way. He looked up at his younger brother. But what on earth is Li Qian planning? Heading for the center of Red Azure Island. Lim Myung Jong then stole a glance at Taehyung, who was sitting next to him, gritting his teeth and complaining. Tsk! What the hell is this kid thinking? He felt a little helpless. I'm not the only one who doesn't get it. Lim Myung Jung sighed. What are you really trying to do? At that moment on the island, Li Qian had found a cave. This'll do. He concentrated, performing a few strange actions, then burned some herbs to block the entrance. Meanwhile, the judges were watching. His concealment skills aren't half bad, indeed. Taehyung, with a look of surprise, suddenly spoke up. Wait a second. Hold on. What is that kid doing? On the screen, Li Qian was removing the device from his own wrist. The surprised judges could only stammer out a few words. Hey, don't tell me he's... He then used leaves to cover the device. On the monitor, the video feed winked out. In his room, Li Yongguan could only chuckle before bursting out laughing. He's completely unpredictable. The other 2 men in front just held their foreheads, completely exasperated. Back with Li Qian, after hiding the device, he breathed a sigh of relief. No need for anyone else to see this. He channeled the mana from the ring on his finger. Now, I can use an endless amount. A sword materialized in midair. Since I'm on Red Azure Island, I have to harvest as much as I possibly can. With a confident look, Li Qian held the small sword. All right, time to go. His face was now a mess of wrinkles. Staring at the pot of poison-like liquid before him, he could only sigh. I guess it's done. This looks horrifying. Is this really mana tea? Anyone who saw it would never think it was a brew made from mana herbs. Li Qian winced as he stirred the potion in the pot. In my past life, I couldn't even afford the cheapest elixirs. so I had to trail after herb gatherers and pharmacists just to find mana herbs. He thought of his youngest aunt's advice. Red Azure Island is overflowing with mana in the air. I have to use it to strengthen my own. Li Qian felt helpless. My aunt did say that drinking a brew of mana herbs would definitely be more effective. Li Qian looked at the pot of herbs, his face twisted in a grimace as he braced himself. All right. As evening fell on the island, the pot of herbs was empty, tossed aside on the ground. He thought to himself, that was truly a taste from hell. The solitary 3-week battle had officially begun. Setting aside our protagonist's story for a moment, the scene shifts to the 18th day of the naming ceremony in Lim Myung's office. While Lim Myung-jong was engrossed in his paperwork, a familiar voice suddenly called from outside. Sir, may I come in? He was surprised, but immediately replied politely, Enter. The owner of the voice entered upon receiving permission, not forgetting his manners. He bowed his head and apologized. My apologies for disturbing you while you're working, sir. Lim Myung-jong maintained an understanding tone and quickly got straight to the point. Judging from your expression, I take it you have bad news? The person reporting was none other than Yu Kang-hoon, vice captain of the Azure Sword Squad, under the command of the Lion Clan. He solemnly placed a hand over his chest to report. A large group of wanderers seems to have entered the northern part of South Korea without a moment's hesitation. Lee Yong-guan got straight to the point. At first, we thought they were just causing trouble in the reclaimed areas of the danger zone, but now they're moving south. There's a clan-owned monostone mine 2 days' journey from them. Lim Myung-jong stroked his chin curiously, thinking to himself, wanderers? Criminals who roam the lands? After brief consideration, he immediately shared his opinion with Lee Yong-guan. Those hyenas wouldn't dare trespass on clan territory without a good reason. But Lee Yong-guan disagreed, bluntly stating his case to Lim Myung-jong. On the surface, they look like wanderers, but it could just be a disguise. There's definitely some other power behind them. Lim Myung-jong thought it over and realized he probably wasn't wrong. Based on what he knew, he pointed out, there have also been reports that the Kowloon walled city has moved its forces to the northern border. The power Lim Myung-jong referred to was no small-time gang, but the colossal force from the Central Plains, the Kowloon walled city. For some time now, they have been constantly provoking the Chungmu clan by encroaching on their untamed lands. Lim Myung-jong wasn't worried in the slightest. On the contrary, he remained calm, connecting the dots. It seems the information that father has left the clan has been leaked. This must be a golden opportunity for our enemies. Getting to the heart of the matter, he asked Li Yong-guan, does the clan's intelligence division know about this yet? Li Yong-guan quickly explained, thanks to the prior order you gave to monitor them, we got the information faster than the clan's main intelligence division. Lim Myung-jong had heard enough. Without delay, he stood up and laid out the next strategy. First, work with the intelligence division to find out more. When Li Yong-guan had left, Lim Myung-jong was alone in the room. He subconsciously gazed out the window, an unshakable feeling of unease washing over him. He thought grimly, I hope this is just a bad feeling. In a flash, the scene shifts to a dense, wild forest, right under the light of a full moon. A mystical circle of ancient script began to glow, emitting a rapid, frightening sound, a grim omen of what was to come. Moments later, the light from the circle erupted violently, and a tear in space suddenly appeared, shattering the forest's silence. From within the rift, a Kakara staff with its distinctive iron rings emerged, followed by a mysterious person with a strange smile who stepped out into the brilliant moonlight. The figure of a sorcerer slowly came into focus. He spoke to himself casually under the moon. 2 nights. Should be enough to kill an illegitimate child, shouldn't it? Time flashes forward to the next morning on Red Azure Island, the clan's territory, where Li Qian is enduring his brutal training. In the forest's eerie atmosphere, the sounds of a fight between a man and a monster echoed endlessly. Moving closer, a battle was indeed raging. Li Qian's opponent was a level 7 draconic beast known as a Draco. Facing it, Li Qian looked somewhat exhausted. It was clear the two had been locked in a long fight. Giving him no time to rest, the beast raised its head and gathered a fiery breath in its throat, preparing its next attack. When it had gathered enough power, it unleashed a massive stream of fire toward Li Qian. Facing the enormous pillar of flame rushing toward him, he didn't lose his cool for a second, but watched it carefully, deliberately. As the pillar of fire was upon him, Li Qian swiftly leaned to the side, cleanly dodging the attack. Seizing the opening while the dragon was still recovering, he charged forward, simultaneously channeling energy into his blade. When he was close enough, Li Qian leaped into the air, launching himself straight at the dragon. A moment later, he swung his sword with all his might, delivering a final blow. A thunderous explosion echoed with a crack of lightning. The sword in Li Qian's hand plunged directly into the dragon's head, causing its eyes to bulge and its jaw to drop as it crashed to the ground, accepting its fate as a stepping stone on his path to becoming stronger. Taking down this dragon was a lot harder than Li Qian expected. After finishing it off, he wiped the sweat from his brow, breathing a sigh of relief. Asterisk dragons really are something else. Asterisk, he thought. Asterisk. If I were still on the outskirts of Shichthan Island, that first hit would have taken me out. Asterisk. Staring up at the dragon's massive corpse, he thought about how it took him 18 days just to reach the center of Shichthan Island, the dragon's domain. But lingering here was just a waste of time. Li Qian looked toward the center of the island. Quote, asterisk, I came this deep for another reason. Asterisk. Before he could even rest, small tremors in the ground alerted him that something was happening nearby. He immediately went on high alert, but couldn't help groaning to himself. Asterisk. Again? Asterisk. He still hadn't fully recovered from the dragon fight, so hiding and observing the enemy was his best option. It didn't take long for him to figure out what was going on. From the bushes, Li Qian watched a group of 8 Yan lizardmen gathering. Asterisk. Come to think of it, asterisk, he realized. Asterisk. I've definitely run into these lizardmen before while exploring the island. Asterisk. Asterisk. Something felt off since yesterday. They're supposed to live on the periphery, so what are they doing in the center? And when I attacked them, they just ran. They didn't even fight back. Asterisk. After a moment, Li Qian was certain. Low-level lizardmen aren't very smart. They had to be under the influence of something. To test his theory, he didn't hesitate. He drew his sword and charged straight for them. The lizardmen were quickly drawn by the sound, but realizing they were outmatched, they turned tail and fled in the opposite direction. Watching the monster's behavior, Li Qian smirked. Asterisk. Just as I predicted. Asterisk. He quickly cut down 2 of them, but instead of finishing off the last one, Li Qian stood there, watching it scramble into the forest. Asterisk. Once could be a coincidence, but not twice. Asterisk, he thought. Asterisk. I have to follow it. Asterisk. As time passed, the sun gave way to a twilight glow in the forest. The faint sound of an ancient language echoed through the trees. It turned out to be someone familiar, the very shaman who had stepped through the spatial rift earlier. There he sat, emanating streams of dark energy. The blood of the Sungmu clan truly is something else, he marveled. It seemed he had been watching Li Qian's battles on the island, because he then remarked, for a kid to take down this many, well, it probably doesn't matter. From behind, the last surviving lizard man returned to him. It radiated the same mysterious aura as the shaman. Suddenly, the lizard man knelt before him. The shaman, full of himself, sneered. In the end, he's still just a child. And then, his identity was clear. Nishiyama Sogo, the monster tamer. In his hand, he held a monster egg of unknown power. He grinned from ear to ear. A rookie, so easily trapped by his own inexperience. In the middle of his gleeful monologue, he suddenly closed his eyes and said to himself, perhaps I won't even need to use the surprise. I've prepared. Li Qian had already positioned himself high in a nearby tree to observe. Asterisk. It was so obvious it made me suspicious. Asterisk, he thought. Asterisk. So it really was a trap. The ability to control monsters. A tamer? Asterisk. Still, he was confused. Asterisk. This is Sungmu territory. How did an outsider get onto Shichthan Island? Asterisk. Then, a theory struck him. Asterisk. What if there's a teleportation circle hidden on this island? Asterisk. If he was right, Li Qian let out a slight smirk. Asterisk. That would mean there's a traitor in the clan. Asterisk. He took out the medallion he'd been given when he first arrived. Asterisk. Report to the clan and wait for reinforcements. Asterisk. But he quickly dismissed the thought. Asterisk. No. By the time they get here, it'll be too late. The trail to whoever is behind this will be gone. Asterisk, he concluded. Asterisk, there's only one way. Asterisk. Instantly, he used his concealment technique, his body blending into the surroundings. Without a second thought, Li Qian dove down, thinking, asterisk, I'll erase every last trace. Asterisk. With absolute resolve, the moment his feet touched the ground, he charged straight for the shaman. If things had gotten this bad, Li Qian had only one option, to handle the threat himself. Just as he was about to bring his blade down, the membrane around the monster egg in Nishiyama Sogo's hand vanished, and its entire body began to glow. A second later, it let out a piercing shriek, warning the shaman of Li Qian's presence. Alerted, Nishiyama Sogo spun around, his face panicked. When did you get here? His cover blown, Li Qian cursed inwardly. Asterisk, damn it. Is he carrying some kind of danger-sensing artifact? Asterisk. Luckily for Nishiyama Sogo, he managed to block the surprise attack, forcing Li Qian to fall back and reassess his opponent. Growing cocky, Nishiyama Sogo sneered, the bastard son of the Sungmu clan. You're stronger than I thought. Not bad, Li Qian shot back. Or maybe you're just too weak. Enraged, Nishiyama Sogo ordered the lizardmen to attack. Shut up! Stop him! He screamed. Li Qian quickly chanted, 7-star sword, 3rd form. As he spoke, a blue aura enveloped his blade. With just a few basic slashes, The entire pack of lizardmen was no trouble at all. But as he pressed his advantage, Li Qian suddenly felt something was wrong and froze. Red chains were wrapping tightly around his body. Li Qian was baffled. Asterisk, my body. I can't move. Asterisk. From a distance, Nishiyama Sogo laughed triumphantly, forming a hand sign. You've fallen right into my trap. This is a high-level magic formation, he explained. It can seal a warrior's mana. Without it, you're just a useless brat. Now that you're immobilized, prepare to meet your tragic end. True to his word, a radiant red formation appeared beneath Li Qian's feet, the chains sprouting from it. Li Qian asked in disbelief, "Seal my mana?" But almost instantly, he figured out how to break free. His heart pounded, forcing streams of magic through his very veins. At that moment, Li Qian's power surged to a new level. He shouted, "All I need is my mana circuit." He shattered the chains, quickly dispatched the remaining minions, and closed in on Nishiyama Sogo. While the tamer was still gloating, having taken his eyes off Li Qian, the boy appeared before him once more. Witnessing this impossible power, Nishiyama Sogo's surprise began to curdle into fear. Li Qian now stood imposingly before him, his sword pointed forward. Thinking of running? "How did you break the high-level formation?" Nishiyama Sogo asked in a panic. Li Qian didn't waste his breath, backing him into a corner. "I have no reason to tell you. Your image has already been sent to my clan via a communication device. Surrender." Seeing no way out, Nishiyama Sogo just chuckled. "It doesn't matter." A second later, to Li Qian's astonishment, he screamed, "I will kill you and take back my freedom." Stunned, Li Qian could only think, asterisk, what? Asterisk. Still oblivious to the figure approaching him, you continued to ask, "What do you mean?" Before you could finish, a gigantic foot swung straight into Li Qian, sending you flying at a dizzying speed. In just a split second, you slammed into a massive tree, the force of the blow so powerful the tree was nearly destroyed. Looking back at the figure, Li Qian had a dawning realization. It couldn't be. When you looked closer, there was no doubt. A giant, ancient turtle had just attacked you. It was the mountain guardian demon, the ruler of this land. Calming down, Li Qian analyzed the chain of events. A nightmare class, tier 3 monster. How could a mediocre tamer like Times Him Times possibly control the mountain guardian demon? Nishiyama Sogo, as if reading your mind, quickly answered, "Sharp, aren't you? Even though the taming isn't complete, the order to kill you will be carried out perfectly." With that, he reached into his robe, offering a look of contemptuous pity. "Don't even bother struggling." A second later, he pulled out several talismans, scrawled with mysterious patterns, flinging them into the air. "Just accept your fate and die quietly." At the same time, Li Qian tried to stay calm, assessing the situation. Asterisk, easy now. Asterisk, you told yourself. If he can't completely control the mountain guardian demon, then all I have to do is take out the tamer. You took out a medicinal pill you'd kept hidden for a long time. Asterisk, to create an opening against this monster. This is the only way. Asterisk, you thought. Asterisk, I can't believe the day has come where I have to use this. Asterisk, it was a bursting pill, a forbidden drug due to the side effects far outweighing the magical power gained. Without hesitation, you put the pill in your mouth. As soon as it was absorbed, all the magic circuits in Li Qian's body blazed brighter than ever. To increase the effect, you thought, asterisk, there's one more thing. Asterisk, the ring on your hand began to glow, and a stream of magic enveloped your sword. It was the secret technique she told you to use, only when your life was in danger. Deciding this was the moment, you activated the heaven-defying art, a secret skill that caused your power to skyrocket. In the blink of an eye, Li Qian seemed to teleport from his position, lunging straight at the giant monster and delivering a devastating blow. After landing, you assessed the attack. Even though its skin wasn't even scratched, it had an effect. The thought crossed your mind. Asterisk, with this, I'll bring it down. Asterisk, not about to back down, the mountain guardian demon gathered a massive stream of energy in its mouth, preparing to annihilate you. Based on your knowledge, Li Qian recognized this as the guardian demon's roar. Under the effect of the roar, you thought, asterisk, I can't move. I'm trapped in the magic field, asterisk. In this critical situation, a stream of dark energy erupted from your heart, creating a black shield that covered your body. Realizing this was the key moment, Li Qian seized the opportunity and charged forward. It was now or never. You strained to use the flawless eclipse blade, swinging your sword in a powerful strike against the ancient turtle's neck. The force caused the energy it was gathering to misfire, shooting up into the sky. But the backlash hit Li Qian too, and you collapsed, spitting up fresh blood. You didn't let your guard down, thinking, asterisk, there's no time to hesitate. The side effects of the bursting pill and the heaven-defying art will leave me immobile for a long time. Asterisk. By your estimate, you had only 10 seconds before your body would be completely paralyzed. Every second was precious. You thought, asterisk, the mountain guardian demon has misfired. I have to find the tamer now, asterisk. The situation was dire. Time was not on Li Qian's side. You began searching for Nishiyama Sogo, counting every second. Suddenly, as if grasping a literal lifeline, a mysterious red thread appeared before you. Curious, Li Qian followed the thread, running straight to where Nishiyama Sogo was hiding. Upon spotting you, a panicked Nishiyama Sogo yelled, "What? How is this possible?" Li Qian didn't hesitate, thrusting the sword at him while thinking, asterisk, it's not enough, just a little more. If only my body were a bit bigger, asterisk. As soon as you finished the thought, the spiritual energy around the sword formed another blade, extending its length. Just in time, the sword managed to strike Nishiyama Sogo, gravely injuring him. Under the effects of the drug, everything was becoming a blur for Li Qian. While still somewhat lucid, you thought, asterisk. First, I have to keep my body up, asterisk. If I collapse now, I'm really done for. If I use the heaven-defying art, I absolutely have to drink this. You took out a vial of flower nectar. As soon as you drank it, your mind completely lost control. At the very last moment, you managed to utter, I have to. Completely suppress him. You don't know how much time had passed, but Li Qian was now slowly waking up. The dark energy surrounded you. Half awake and half delirious, you saw nothing but white all around. You wondered, where am I? What happened to the beast tamer and the mountain guardian demon? Suddenly, your body felt like it was being crushed by something, and you screamed in agony. Li Qian clenched his fists, suppressing the feeling that his body was about to shatter. A single blue eye floated in the air, crying out in disappointment. So it ended up like this after all? Those things are too dangerous for a human to absorb. How can they both exist within a single entity? I was hoping you wouldn't wake up. I should just feed it now. After speaking, the eye dropped a murky, purple clump. Li Qian struggled to look up and recognized it as a violet mist stone hive, a purple honeycomb. The eye said nonchalantly, it's not you who needs to eat this. It is. The era has shifted. Get stronger, human child. Don't let yourself be devoured by the times. In your haze, the image of the old turtle flashed before your eyes and then vanished. The scene changes. Hoa peeked her head over to look at Li Qian and asked, "Oh, you're awake?" You groggily called her name Hoa, which sent her into a fury. This little brat dares to call me by my name? I'll let it slide since you're in pain. How's your body feeling? Li Qian focused, trying to assess his physical condition. Although his musculoskeletal system was severely damaged, his magic reserves had increased by an insane amount. You thought to yourself, asterisk, did I really absorb the violet mist, Stonehive, asterisk? You told her your condition. A few magic circuits are severed, my internal organs are a bit jumbled, and my bones and muscles are torn in a few places. It's not that serious. Hoa was stunned. What? All that? And it's not serious? Li Qian felt a pang of guilt. The violet mist Stonehive was originally what Li Hoa had been after. It's an incredible spiritual medicine that strengthens the body, enhances magic, and grants immunity to poisons and curses. It was the very thing she was determined to get on Exithan Island, which made you feel a bit guilty. You shot up and asked, wait, why are you here? Suddenly, a voice called from a distance, little brother. It was Lim Myung, running over with a horrified look on his face. He asked, Qian, are you okay? Let me heal you with magic first. I brought a potion too. Li Qian shyly refused. Thank you, brother, but I don't need magic healing. I will, however, take the potion. He frowned, watching with concern as Li Qian took a sip before turning to Hoa. Hoa, could you step outside for a moment? She took the hint. Yes, I understand. Lim Myung's expression turned grim. If you had died, I would have wiped every organization related to that beast tamer from this world, no matter how powerful they were. Li Qian gave an awkward laugh. That's very reassuring to hear. His brother's face was serious. As someone from Sungerlan, what you displayed was truly the model of a martial artist. But as your older brother, I can't see it in a positive light. That was just reckless. Li Qian rubbed his head, embarrassed. I didn't anticipate the mountain guardian demon's appearance. I'm sorry, brother. If I had known it was there, I definitely would have waited. Lim Myung sighed, helpless. As long as you know the difference between being reckless and being confident, that's good enough. Lion Qian made his offer. Chief, since I was the one who handled the beast tamer, all the intel on him belongs to me now. He clutched his head in defeat. I knew you were going to say that. That beast tamer was once a quasi-5th level sorcerer from Japan's Onmyo Bureau. It seems he was exiled for trying to master a forbidden art. The person behind all this supplied him with high-level talismans and artifacts, then activated them while the mountain's guardian demon was asleep. They wanted to kill you and make it look like the monster was responsible. Lion Qian was curious. You still haven't figured out who the mastermind is? Lim Myung Jinsu replied, he's on death's door, so it's been difficult to get any information out of him right away. Hearing this, a slow realization dawned on him. So, I wasn't the main target. They were after you. The man looked intrigued. And what makes you say that? He explained, They wanted to damage your reputation, to make everyone believe you failed to detect an intruder and reacted too slowly. The man sighed in agreement. You're right. I guess I can't just keep pretending I don't know what's happening, Lion Qian asked. Are you all right? The man ruffled his hair reassuringly. No, I'm fine. My reputation took a little hit, but it's nothing significant. I couldn't be away for long, so I came back here. Lion Qian quickly grabbed his hand, proposing, Do you want to make a deal with me? Just say that you anticipated the beast tamer's intrusion and gave me my orders beforehand. I'll stick to that story, he thought to himself. Asterisk that way. It won't seem like you were prepared for something that even the clan's intelligence network failed to detect. Asterisk. Lim Mi Young Jin Su asked, Wouldn't it be best for you to just testify to what really happened? Leon Qian brushed the dust off himself and stood up. If everyone believes I accomplished this on my own, they'll undoubtedly become even more guarded and wary of me. That's why I'm calling this a deal. The man agreed. A deal is when two parties exchange something they both need. What is it you want? Leon Qian stated his terms. Just give me access to the archives for 3 days. That's all I need. Lim Mi Young Jin Su had to respect his arrogant little brother. All right then. Thank you. The two shook hands with a serious air. Leon Qian gave a slight smile. No need for thanks. This is just a transaction after all. The man clapped him on the shoulder. Even if I hadn't agreed, you would have found a way to handle this anyway. Am I right? Lion Qian was vague. Well, about that. Just then, the phone on him rang. Looks like it's the captain. I've got to take this. I really have to go now. Before leaving, Lim Mi Young Jin Su tossed him a short sword. Leon Qian caught it swiftly. As the man vowed, I'll keep this whole thing a secret. He chuckled to himself. As expected. You're not easy to deal with at all. A moment later, Hoa returned, asking, Looks like your conversation went smoothly, huh? Lion Qian put on his jacket and replied, Yeah. Hoa pressed on. So, which of the trial gates are you going to challenge? 3 weeks have passed, so they must be open by now. Lion Qian shot the question back at her. What about you? Where are you going to be tested? She started to get annoyed. I asked you first. He was completely unfazed. If you want to know, then you answer first. Hoa Tuman puffed out her chest. Where will times I times be tested? What else is there but the most difficult trial? The gate of obsession. Now, what about you? He answered. The gate of conflict. Hoa was stunned. Huh? Does a place like that even exist? Don't tell me it's one of the trial gates on the periphery. Lion Qian answered indifferently. Yeah, it's on the periphery. She got angry again. How disappointing. I guess I really misjudged you. Why would you choose a gate on the periphery? She didn't need to say more. She clearly thought of the two of them as rivals. She had once thought he was better than her, but everyone defaults to the idea that the location of a trial gate determines its difficulty. They assumed he chose a peripheral gate because it was easier. And just like that, Hoa left in a huff, and they went their separate ways. Not long after, the sky began to brighten. Leon Qian ventured deeper inside, searching for the gate. I don't remember the exact spot, but it must be around here. Before my regression, this was a cave I discovered by chance. It's also the place where I will complete the second test of the attainment ceremony, the Gate of Conflict. After searching for a while, he found the cave. Lion Qian quickly lit a torch and ventured deeper inside. At a glance, it just looked like a normal wall, but of course, it wasn't that simple. For his next move, he drew his sword and slashed hard at the corner of the rock, blocking the way. After a few moments, the gate deep inside was revealed. Leon Qian smiled, satisfied. Found it. Then, Leon Qian made a cut on his palm, clenched his fist, and regulated the power flowing out of him. He flung the blood and energy at the door with all his might, and in an instant, the gate opened on its own. Inside was a large, dark, and somewhat terrifying chamber. In the middle of the chamber, a sealed sword sat imposingly. Leon Qian stood tall, observing his surroundings before walking toward the sword. He dripped the last of his blood into the basin. I, a descendant of the Chengmu clan, humbly request to be tested by the trial of my ancestors. Please, grant me this opportunity. A surge of power flooded out, enveloping the magnificent chamber. The trial of the Gate of Conflict had only one objective: defeat yourself. The number of attempts was unlimited, but until you won, you could not leave, even if you gave up. Lion Qian drew his sword and accepted the challenge. He quickly lunged forward, but the sword of the puppet-like copy was even faster. In less than a second, Leon Qian's head was sliced clean off, leaving him stunned and bewildered. Round 1 was over. Just like that. It was absurd. Not long after, he was reborn, jolting up and clutching his neck in fear. Just now, my neck was definitely cut off. That's right. This is an illusion within the trial gate. I can't really die. The sensation was so real it was horrifying. At this rate, a normal person would definitely lose their mind. Lion Qian quickly stood up, wiped the dirt from his face, and stared intently at the copy, muttering to himself, Besides, am I really capable of moving like that? The illusion of the Gate of Conflict allows me to use my power perfectly. He picked the sword up from his own palm, thinking, As I am now, I still haven't brought out my inherent abilities. If I had fully unleashed them, I would have blocked that blow just now. He got into position to try again. But it wasn't long before, on his third attempt, he was stabbed through the stomach. The end result? Dead. On the fifth attempt, he managed to block the sword, but immediately after, his neck was snapped. Dead. By the 10th attempt, he descended to the heavens again, and then again on the 13th and the 18th. After meeting his maker numerous times, Lion Qian was now starting to confidently face his double one-on-one without being at too much of a disadvantage. Unable to reach the copy, he was forced to retreat, his stamina rapidly draining. By the 75th or maybe 80th time, Lion Qian finally began to understand a little about how to learn the formula from his own self. He laughed with excitement, no different from an addict. My greatest strength is my freedom, an overwhelming versatility, a fighting style that's impossible to predict. He changed his weapon to a spear, and the copy's weapon changed to match his. Lion Qian threw everything he had into the fray, with no regard for his fate. He attacked and defended, continuing to trade blows. Gradually, his posture began to perfectly match the copy's. The two fought fiercely, neither one fearing the other. The copy seemed to be at a slight disadvantage. This was the first time Lion Qian had seen it retreat. It switched to another weapon and charged at him once more. The copy stabbed straight at his hip, but Lion Qian cursed, "You idiot!" He raised his sword high, his face contorted into a villainous expression. "I left that opening on purpose, you fool." He used the skill Demon's Descent to slice a line across his opponent, causing the copy to dissolve into nothingness. But instead of showing frustration, it flashed a bizarre, demonic smile just before it vanished. Li Qian thought to himself, if I can just pass the Blood Pulse Gate trial, my hidden abilities will finally be unlocked. In my past life, my ability was just the most common enhancement type. But in this life, suddenly, a brilliant golden energy flickered before my eyes. Li Qian stared intently, as if trying to figure out where this energy was coming from. The situation outside is getting tense. Taehyung sighed with worry. Did you really think he would just behave this time? This damned nephew of mine. Everyone else has a peaceful naming ceremony, but he has to cause this much trouble. Suddenly, someone shouted, and the mana density is changing, making the old man's jaw drop. Li Qian emerged from the doorway, looking majestic, but he suddenly staggered and collapsed. Taehyung ran to him in a panic, calling out, Li Qian, are you all right? Wake up! His dry lips moved faintly. Some water. I'm so hungry. Then he fell into a deep sleep. Taehyung stared, speechless, his body trembling with anger. His scream echoed through the heavens. This little brat! The scene changes to Sung Muguan, where Jiahua is sobbing her heart out. Young master, do you have any idea how worried I was? First the Beast Tamer, then Demon Hand Mountain, and even the great challenge set by our ancestors. She hugged him tightly as Li Qian shifted awkwardly. Nanny, I'm filthy. I've been sleeping outdoors for nearly a month, Jiahua said. At first, I was planning to give you a huge scolding, but welcome home. Young master. She pinched Li Qian's cheek, and he happily accepted it. Thanks. She quickly wiped her tears and smiled brightly. I've already prepared your bath. After you're done, I'll bring you a meal. Li Qian walked over to the bathtub, picking up a towel and asking curiously, Nanny, what about my aunt? I thought she'd be the first one to rush over, Jiahua mumbled. About that. Which made Li Qian turn his head with a confused look. Scene change. Jiahua smiled brightly when she saw him. My dear nephew, you're here? Li Qian let out a helpless sigh. What on earth did you do? She laughed carefreely, chattering on, I'm sorry, but I'm just so glad you're safe and sound. But what in the world did you do to make your mana surge so much? You haven't even fully absorbed the ki in your body yet. Hurry up and sit down, and I'll help you. Before she could finish, Li Qian cut her off. Auntie? Jiahua gave a sheepish laugh. It's fine, it's fine. Li Qian couldn't believe this aunt of his would go this far just for him. The reason Jiahua was locked up here was because she'd caused a ruckus in the control room with the elders and his older brother. In a fit of rage, she had lunged forward, yelling, It was you, wasn't it? You did this, you bastards, just like always. Back in the present, Jiahua looked a little repentant, unconsciously rubbing her fingers and keeping her head down. I'm sorry, my dear. I thought they did something strange to you, so I couldn't control myself and lost my temper. I just felt so angry. Jiahua was flustered, her awkward actions speaking louder than words. The thought of never seeing you again made my throat close up. Li Qian thought to himself that, honestly, he'd never fully trusted her before. But somewhere along the line, he'd come to see her as family. He sighed, letting it go. All right, I'll accept it for now. As Li Qian prepared to leave, he didn't forget to add, I'll get you out of here soon. Please wait a little longer. His aunt waved her hand dismissively. How could you do that? It's okay, don't push yourself. Li Qian put on a confident face. I won't have to do a thing. You're going to be released soon anyway. Well, see you next time. Scene change at the airfield, where members of Sung Muguan stood in a line, welcoming a prominent figure. Li Taixin was finally revealed. The head of the family looked at everyone with a stern face. As Jia Hua bowed respectfully, Li Taixin replied in kind. I've kept you waiting. She spoke up. Not at all. The hot spring has been prepared, so please bathe at your leisure and then have a meal. Jia Hua and Li Qian stood next to each other. She was a little timid, while he couldn't take his curious eyes off the man. Li Qian thought to himself, after what happened at the naming ceremony, I thought I'd matured quite a bit, but the distance between me and my father, I still can't even begin to measure it. In that fleeting moment of thought, their eyes met. Li Taixin quickly turned his head and announced, I have always said that those who don't know how to fight are useless to the family. He turned to look at Li Qian again. But among them, there is only one child who carries within him the thirst to defeat me. Li Qian was startled, a hint of panic rising in him. The people around them began to whisper about the person he'd just mentioned. Li Qian sighed helplessly. I tried so hard to hide my feelings, but he could still read me? A few hours later, in the grand banquet hall of Sungmuguan, Li Qian stood in a corner, observing his surroundings. He thought, since this is a rare event, the scale of this party is much grander than any other naming ceremony. He glanced at the man to his left. That's the youngest Tower Master Mage ever known. Over on the other side, is that the director of the Yin-Yang Pavilion? No. He's the vice director now. That's right. Suddenly, someone approached Li Qian and greeted him. Pardon the intrusion, young master. Butler Choi bowed carefully. The patriarch has summoned you. Li Qian left his spot. My father? The man replied. Yes. This way, please. As he walked, he wondered, why would father summon me privately? I hope it's nothing serious. A few minutes later, he arrived. Li Qian greeted him politely. You called for me, father? Seeing his father's silence, he looked up and realized Li Taixin was with Lim Yongzhang. The two imposing men stared down at him, and the pressure was immense. Li Qian quickly lowered his eyes to the floor. Li Taixin spoke. I imagine you already know why I've summoned you. I want to hear about the events of the naming ceremony. According to Lim Yongzhang, you discovered the outsider and ordered his capture. This was your plan, wasn't it? Hearing this, Li Qian broke out in a cold sweat. Just as he thought, his father already knew everything. There was no way out. He answered clearly, yes, that's right. I was the one who proposed the deal to Big Brother. The conditions were that I would get access to the archives for 3 days and help him avoid the public backlash from this incident. Li Taixin looked slightly pleased. Considering your merits in this matter, I will overlook your false report. Then he warned, but there will not be a next time. Li Qian answered, frightened. Yes, I understand. He turned to Lim Yongzhang. You, on the other hand, will receive a fitting punishment. From now on, organizing this banquet is your responsibility. Get back to your duties. His brother thumped his chest in response. Yes, I will see to it. Then he left, not forgetting to flash a smile at Li Qian on his way out. He thought glumly, I wonder if Big Brother is going to be okay. Now that it was just the two of them, Li Taixin continued. Aside from the false report, the credit for this incident belongs to you. You will receive the reward Lim Yongzhang promised. Finally, since you have conquered the challenge of the combat gauntlet, I shall grant you a reward. Hearing this, Li Qian's eyes lit up, his lips parting in anticipation. In that case, the scene changes to a banquet hall, where Li Taixin stands on a podium, addressing the crowd. Thank you to all our guests for making the effort to be here. May our two children, the stars of today's celebration, be blessed on the path that lies ahead of them. We will now continue with the naming rite. Gi Yonhua, please step forward. You have confidently accepted this blessing. You were chosen by the Holy Sword, and you will always shine like the sun to those around you. You must continue on this brilliant path. I bestow upon you the name Yan, which means to shine eternally. She beamed with joy. Thank you. Li Taixin glanced over at Qian. You, step forward. Li Qian scanned his surroundings, thinking to himself that their reactions were no different than at the iron selection ceremony before this, but his father didn't seem to care. Li Taixin praised him. You are hard and sharp, yet you are also flexible enough to bend without breaking, like a blacksmith who gathers iron from all 4 corners of the world to forge it into a single ingot. You have forged yourself in the same way. I can find no word more fitting to describe you. Suddenly, he snapped his fingers, ordering the scroll to be unfurled. Li Taixin declared, and so, I will also give you the name Yon. Li Qian looked at the characters, thinking, I was once given a name that meant, live with the strength of steel. But now, that meaning has changed. Until I reach the pinnacle of Chengmu, I will not stop. He placed a hand on his chest and accepted. Thank you. In an isolation cell of the Chengmu family's judiciary, a soft light streamed in. Gi Yanhua flicked her hair and sighed, her hands shackled by 2 iron chains. She tore at her hair and screamed, gripping the bars of her cell, relentlessly banging her head against them and roaring for them to let her out. It's so suffocating, so frustrating. I didn't even get to see them name the damn kid. Her piercing screams echoed outside. He said he'd let me out, so what's taking so long? The 2 guards posted outside looked helpless, their thoughts screaming, somebody save me. Suddenly, a desk phone nearby rang. As Gi Yunhua continued to scream to be let out, a guard came and opened the cell door, informing her, "You can go now." She was in the middle of gnawing on her skirt and asked in surprise, "Huh?" The guard continued, "Your disciplinary action will be announced at a later date. For now, you are permitted to leave the isolation ward." Gi Yonhwa's face immediately lit up like a flower in bloom as she kicked the door open and ran out. From a distance, a guard shouted after her, "Don't go kicking things." Suddenly, a voice called out from behind her, "Hold on, wait a second." It made her stop in her tracks and turn around. She recognized Li Chon leaning against a nearby door and exclaimed excitedly, "Hey, kid!" Gi Yonhwa's mouth formed an O as she asked, "Wait, were you really the one who got me out?" Li Qian gave a slight smile. "Yes, that's right." She was still puzzled. "But how?" Li Qian held out a document in front of her. She took it, intrigued. What's this?" Li Qian replied, "You owe me one." Gi Yonhua carefully read every word on the paper, appointing Gi Yonhua to the position of elder and assigning her as master to the young master, Li Qian. She shrieked, "To young master Li Qian!" Li Qian smiled brightly and held out his hand. "From now on, I'll be in your care, master." The scene changes. Li Qian was adjusting his clothes as his wet nurse, Gahua, asked from beside him. "It starts today, doesn't it?" He replied calmly. "Yes, this is where it all begins." Gahua's eyes welled up with tears as she sniffled, holding his luggage for him. She was astonished, realizing, is the young master really 13 years old already? Li Qian walked to the door, luggage in hand, and smiled as he said his goodbyes. "Well then, I'm off." He walked up to the main gate of the center and marveled, "So my new life finally begins." In the bustling atmosphere of the training grounds, people stood in many rows, all dressed in blue uniforms, with whispers and gossip filtering through the crowd. "Hey, isn't that the bastard son?" "That's right, the 9th child. I heard he caused a huge scene at the iron selection ceremony and the naming rite, too," the whispers continued. "It was probably just dumb luck. He's a bastard, after all. It's a bit of a stretch to think he achieved what he did at the naming rite through pure luck, right? It does make me curious, though." Li Chon remained expressionless, thinking to himself, "How many times is this? Bastard son, bastard son. It's giving me a headache." Suddenly, an exclamation from beside him made him look over. It's the 8th young lady, a direct descendant of the main family. She has a completely different aura. With jet black hair and golden eyes, the 13-year-old Li Seol appeared. Li Qian whispered to himself, "A completely different reaction from the one I got, huh?" Suddenly he saw Li Seol Huin walking with a steady pace. She turned and recognized him. "Hey, kid." He glanced over and replied, "Yeah, it's been a while." Li Seol Huin awkwardly scratched the back of her neck and asked, "You're not still holding a grudge about the naming ceremony, are you?" He asked back, confused. "What about the naming ceremony?" She remembered the scene and answered shyly, "No, it's just what I said about being disappointed." Li Cheon vaguely recalled her words. "Once he's grown, he'll be no different from any other cold-blooded killer." He sighed. "It's fine. I don't care." Li Seol-hun's face lit up with a brilliant smile. "Really? Really?" She continued. "That's a relief. You can be a little petty, you know?" His face darkened, and he turned to her, wanting to set things straight. "What do you mean by petty?" Li Seol-hun quickly changed the subject. "I heard you're going to be studying with my aunt, and you even got into the archives." He was thinking of how to reply when a loud shout echoed. "All right, listen up." The instructors, all dressed in yellow, stood in a line on the stage. The one in the middle, with his hands clasped behind his back, announced, "We will now proceed with class assignments. When your name is called, assemble in an orderly line in front of your assigned instructor." A murmur went through the crowd below. "What do we do? I'm getting nervous. If I get put in a bad class, I'm screwed." Li Qian sighed, acknowledging to himself that their reaction was understandable. The training period at the academy was 3 years, so class assignment was incredibly important. Each grade had 5 classes, and the more talented students were placed in the higher level classes. The instructors began handing out papers to the students. "Young Lady Lai Seol-huin, Class 1. Congratulations." Li Seol-huin accepted it joyfully. "Thank you." Seeing this, Li Chun thought to himself. Li Seol-hun got into Class 1, just as expected. Suddenly, it was his turn. "Young Master Li Chun." The instructor handed him his assignment paper. "That's me." He indifferently took the paper and read it, quietly noting, he's not even trying to hide his disgust. After reading it, he just scoffed. "I knew it would be something like this, but I never thought they'd be this blatant about it." Class 5, also known as the trash heap, where all the repeaters and rejects are gathered. Class assignments for direct descendants are based on the evaluation from the naming ceremony, and the evaluation committee is in the hands of the Council of Elders and the Matron's Executive Board. They think they've put me at a disadvantage, but on the contrary, this is even better. It saves me the effort. As he was thinking, someone called to him, "Young Master Li Qian, Class 5 is this way." He turned sharply to follow. "I get it. I'm on my way." Suddenly, he noticed Li Xiaohuan staring daggers at him from behind, which made him wonder. Seeing her furious face, her thoughts were written all over it. How can you just accept that? Aren't you going to file a complaint right now? He could guess what she was thinking. One look at her face, and I know. If I don't do something, that kid is going to take matters into her own hands. Even though I'm perfectly fine with this. He waved her off and kept walking. As he lost himself in thought, he heard someone beside him sigh, "Damn it, Class 5? How am I supposed to graduate now? What am I going to tell my father? I can't be in Class 5. Everyone back home will laugh me to death." Hearing this, Li Qian felt a surge of irritation. How can students of Chengmu have such a pathetic attitude? Suddenly, someone approached him. "Hey, you're the youngest son of the main family, right?" Li Qian replied. "That's right." The stranger smiled brightly. "I knew it. I've been wanting to introduce myself. I'm Kim Han, son of a small forge that contracts with the House of Chengmu. It's an honor to be in the same class as you, young master." Li Qian heard the introduction and thought to himself, "Kim Han. I have no memory of him from my past life." Still, he answered, "Why me?" Kim Han gave a strained laugh and scratched his head. "You're the one everyone looks up to, sir. I've always seen you as my idol." Li Qian found that convincing. He's not lying, is he? Then he let out a sigh and asked, "Kim Han, right? What do you think about being placed in Class 5? Kim Han was slightly taken aback, but he smiled and replied, "I guess my skills are probably just at that level for now." But he clenched his fist and beat his chest with determination. But who knows what the future holds? Li Qian, unexpectedly, broke into a bright smile. "You're not bad." Before Kim Han could understand, he asked, "Huh?" Suddenly, Choi In-ha, a 15-year-old cadet, and his two friends beside him grinned. In unison, they said, "It's great to meet you. We're counting on you, rookie." They continued speaking in unison, to the astonishment of the other cadets. "Let's all do our best." "That's right. If there's anything you don't know, feel free to ask." After that, the instructor clapped his hands to gather them. "All right, now that introductions are over, listen up." Li Dong-ho placed a fist over his chest and introduced himself. "I am Li Dong-ho, the instructor in charge of Class 5. Since we have a new cadet joining us today, there won't be a lesson, just a brief introduction. I am also a level 5 warrior." Hearing the introduction, Li Qian remembered. He still looks as full of passion and determination as before. "In my past life, he tutored me privately because I couldn't keep up," Li Dong-ho announced with a smile. "All right, that's it for introductions. In-ha, you handle the rest of the orientation for the new student." Hearing his name, In-ha happily agreed. "Yes, instructor." He seemed a bit embarrassed, scratching his head and waving, "New student. It's a little awkward, but since I've been held back for 2 years straight, I'm still serving as the second-year class president. You've all been standing for a while. You must be tired, right? Anyone who wants to sit, go ahead. Now, we're going to choose a class president." The surrounding cadets continued to laugh and joke around. Li Qian and Kim Han listened intently to In-ha's ramblings. "Even though we're cadets, we sometimes get thrown into real combat, so the class president is almost like the captain of a warrior squad. Unlike the instructor, who is only responsible for training and teaching according to the plan, you can think of the class president as the one in charge of everything else for the class." A cadet with a bowl cut raised his hand with a question. "So how is the class president chosen?" In-ha explained. "I almost forgot. I don't know how other classes do it, but here, we'll have a light sparring tournament and then take a vote." He clapped his hands and announced, "All right, let's get started now. Since this is a sparring match, no magic is allowed, and there will be a break after each round." Li Qian's face darkened as he asked, "Are you being serious right now?" Hearing this, In-ha was a bit bewildered. "Young Master Li Qian, is there something you're not happy with?" He replied coldly, "Everything you people are doing, and everything you've said." Drawing a wooden sword, he continued, "Wake up. This is Sungmu Jiolan. If you want to play at being students, don't come to this academy. Go to a normal school in the safe zone." In-ha frowned. "You're going a little too far. We were just trying to handle this peacefully." Li Qian ignored him, stepped onto the dueling ground, and planted his sword down, stating bluntly, "You people won't understand just by talking, will you?" His face was grim, both hands resting on the sword's hilt as he issued a challenge. "Come up here, one by one. From now on, I will fight every single one of you." After the matches, Li Qian was breathing heavily, drenched in sweat. All around him, 3 or 4 cadets lay collapsed on the ground, whimpering, "Please, spare me." He remained standing, leaning on his sword. From below, In-ha looked up in a daze. "I can't believe he took down that many people by himself." Li Qian cut off In-ha's train of thought, calling out, "Choi In-ha." He glared, declaring flatly, "Hurry up and call the next person." In-ha swallowed hard, feeling the terrifying pressure, and quickly replied, "This is the last match." Li Qian slung the wooden sword over his shoulder and asked, "Is that so?" He gave a slight smile and added, "Get up here, Choi In-ha." The two began to fight. In-ha swung his sword in a wild slash, thinking desperately, why is he taking it this far? This match has no prize, no value at all. It's just a sparring session between cadets. I can't even bring myself to strike seriously. At that moment, Li Qian, though breathing hard, held his sword with a steady, trembling hand. In-ha grit his teeth, thinking with conviction, no, I actually know exactly why. He launched a counterattack, but Li Qian dodged it, making him realize, I used to be like that too. I wanted to win, no matter what. I thought compromise was just another way to live. I used to think that accepting reality and growing up was the right thing to do. Li Qian's face was filled with determination, the thought boiling in his mind. But I want to win. I'm going insane with my desire to win. Just then, Li Qian swung his sword with all his might, declaring, I win. In-ha's sword flew from his hand, and he cried out, his face a mask of disbelief. He clutched his wrist, letting out a sharp scream as he fell to his knees. Li Qian, panting from exhaustion, sighed and looked down, telling the others, take him to the infirmary. In-ha, refusing to accept defeat, screamed, it's not over! It's not over yet! He reached for his sword and launched a surprise attack on Li Qian, but it was blocked. Li Qian thought to himself in surprise, a left-handed sword technique because his right hand is injured? Looking at In-ha's face, he realized the look in his eyes was completely different from before. Not letting the fight drag on, Li Qian countered, knocking In-ha back to his surprise. Putting his strength into the wooden sword, he charged forward, striking him hard in the lower abdomen. In-ha cried out in pain, collapsing to the ground and clutching his stomach. Li Qian stood firm with his sword and called to two nearby friends, take him away. As he walked, he declared loud and clear, I have lived every second as if it were an hour, and every hour as if it were a year. Against the blinding sun, he firmly planted his sword, one foot slightly forward, and continued, who doesn't know it's easier to live a comfortable life? But if you don't fight with your life on the line every second of every minute, you will ultimately lose everything. That's why even when I breathe, I fight. I fight against myself and everything around me. He looked down at the miserably defeated cadets and asked, have any of you ever lived like that? Clenching his fist, his face resolute, he roared, that is what it means to struggle. A moment later, Instructor Lee Dong-ho walked up beside him as he was catching his breath and said, you went a little too far. There are 4 broken bones and 3 with internal injuries. Covered in sweat, Li Qian turned away. If you want to survive in Sungmujilan, you have to at least be able to smile through injuries like these. Lee Dong-ho frowned. The kid does have a point. Li Qian's voice was sharp. Instructor Lee Dong-ho, even the cadets have figured it out. Do I really need to explain it to you as well? His words made the man flinch. His face darkened, and he didn't dare reply. Li Qian walked past him, adding, people like you are rare in Sungmujilan. You're a good person. He paused to admonish him, but they are cadets of Sungmujilan. If they're heading down the wrong path, you should be dragging them back, even if you have to play the villain. Do your damn job. Li Dong-ho didn't answer, only clenching his fists tightly. The next day, Li Qian walked while gently rolling his shoulders, sighing to himself, my whole body is aching. I guess I really overdid it yesterday. Model. Lost in thought, he suddenly saw the trainees he'd defeated yesterday. Their faces were covered in bandages, and they were staring at him with burning intensity. Li Qian silently acknowledged it. Although some of them were hostile or uncomfortable, not a single one avoided his gaze or turned away. If they were still scared like yesterday, there'd truly be no hope. But this didn't seem so bad. Whispers followed him as he walked past. There he is, that piece of trash. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind. Young master, you're here. Li Qian turned to see Kim Han, also covered in injuries, and asked, you're here early, huh? Kim Han scratched his head and chuckled. Yes. Well, I was afraid I made a poor showing in front of you yesterday. Li Qian replied, we're still just trainees. It's only natural to be lacking. Kim Han rubbed the back of his neck, laughing sheepishly, but his curiosity got the better of him. Young master, if you don't mind, may I ask you a question? Li Qian raised an eyebrow and crossed his arms. Sure. Feel free to ask. With the sun at his back, Kim Han clenched his fists with resolve and asked the question, how do I do it? How do I become as strong as you? Li Qian pointed to his own head and explained, first off, I'm not skilled enough to teach anyone, but you have a good eye, or maybe it's just sharp intuition. His words left Kim Han looking dazed. Huh? He continued. Yesterday you dodged my attacks 3 times in a row, didn't you? Use that. I think you're better suited for technique than raw power. If you bet your life on honing what you already have, one day, you'll be different. Kim Han seemed to understand, bowing his head in thanks. Just then, a teasing voice came from behind. Hey, young master, you look pathetic. You can't possibly train looking like that, can you? Choi and Ha sighed in exasperation. If I decide to rest, will you just leave me alone? Are you just going to spout some nonsense about fighting and then call me a coward? Is that it? Li Qian grumbled, striding past him. I just came out here because I don't want to hear that crap anymore. He looked at Choi and Ha with a sense of pride, thinking, Asterisk, he's changed, hasn't he? Asterisk. A moment later, Lee Dong-ho gathered them, and the instructor's voice rang out. 4 are out sick. 5 are absent without reason. That leaves a total of 11. Lee Dong-ho looked at the kids. Every one of them looked exhausted, and the atmosphere was different. Just because of one predator, the trainees who were fine before are now this tense? The instructor continued. Originally, we were scheduled for a basic physical fitness test today, but considering the current situation, I'll be changing the plan. His hand clenched into a fist as he yelled with determination. The physical fitness test will begin right now. After a long training session, everyone was gasping for air, sitting on the ground. Lee Dong-ho announced that the physical fitness test was over. From now on, free training would be led by the squad leaders. Lee Chun sighed. After a grueling 10-hour physical test, he was feeling pretty exhausted himself, but he knew he couldn't stop now. He glanced over at the other cadets and began walking. The others started talking about Lee Dong-ho. The instructor seemed a little different today, don't you think? The other person replied, it's because of yesterday's match. A lot of people got hurt. If this were before, he definitely would have given us the day off. A voice cut through their chatter. Attention. Lee Cheon stood at attention, speaking clearly. There's no need for introductions. I am Lee Cheon, your class president. As Choi In-ha said yesterday, the class president has full authority over everything outside of the instructor's direct orders. My training will be incredibly harsh. Those who can keep up, keep up. As for those who can't, I have no intention of dragging you along. Boksong grit his teeth, muttering resentfully. That hateful bastard. Lee Cheon stepped forward, stating decisively, if you're not satisfied with me, feel free to challenge me. You only need to defeat me once, and I will hand over the position of class president. He then commanded, all right, enough talk. Start immediately. Fight the person next to you. After observing the trainees through a long fight, Lee Cheon made his calculations. In the end, there were 6 people still standing. The rest had all given up midway. Seeing the situation, he spoke up. Stop. That's enough for today. Dismissed. Good work. The trainees began to whisper insults. That damn bastard. I'm suffering like this because of him. I really can't stand that bastard, son. What's the point of this? I have no intention of following his methods. Kim Han, panting heavily, interjected. Stop it, he said. Honestly, I'm furious. Even when he's just as tired, we couldn't even land a single hit on him. The group started asking each other, hey, In, what do you think? Were we having fun last year? Choi In-ha said sadly, still catching his breath. So much fun that we had to repeat the year. What are you all complaining about? Choi In-ha stood up. If nothing changes this time, I'll really end up living as a failure. Even if my arms and legs get broken, I want to try just once. I really, truly want to. You guys know it too. That youngest bastard. I mean, you guys understand what he's trying to do, right? Everyone was silent, at a loss for words. Choi In-ha turned and walked away, his voice filled with resolve. I'm gonna try fighting this time. This might really be the last time, so snap out of it. Stop fighting it uselessly or pretending you don't know. Some time passed. In the lab, Gi Ong-hoa was training Lee Chun. Come on, kiddo, change its form. He sat there, trying to use his imagination to alter the flame in his hand. Gi Ong-hoa spoke. Stop. That's enough. The flame in his hand vanished. She looked at the result, holding her head in her hands and groaning. Another failure. Every time you try to shape the aura, its form just collapses. Gi Ong-hoa scribbled furiously on a piece of paper, frustrated. I can't believe this problem is showing up after reaching 3-star. Lee Cheon just sat there, looking at her with a helpless expression. Gi Ong-hwa continued to ramble. If only there were records on how the ancients used magic. That would be great. Lee Cheon looked at the ring on his hand, unable to stop his thoughts. Asterisk. If it's the memories of Votan, but I still haven't been able to read the next memory. Still, the trip to the archives yielded more than I expected. Asterisk. Asterisk. It spoke of a time when that thing was covered in a black aura that terrified the hordes of monsters. Even the mightiest generals of the kingdom were defeated. Asterisk. Asterisk. Countless heroes sealed it away at the northern mountain of 10,000 demons. The king granted them land to honor their great deed. In gratitude, the heroes forged a sword and named it Votan. Asterisk. He clenched his fist. Finding information about Votan was a huge gain. Gi Ong-hoa looked at him excitedly. Anyway, you've already touched aura, reaching 3-star all on your own. That's really impressive, she chirped. This current roadblock will be resolved soon enough. In fact, you've nearly perfected amplification and conversion arts. Lee Cheon, buttoning his shirt, replied, yes, thank you for always teaching me. He quickly changed the subject. By the way, miss, after reaching 3-star, what do I learn next? Gi Ong-hoa explained enthusiastically. You'll learn how to use hardened energy techniques and aura skills, but it will take a very long time to master them. Suddenly, she looked at Lee Cheon with curiosity. Say, how is the trainee course going? You always look so tired. He sighed, his face expressionless. It's just normal. Gyong-hoa beamed. Is that so? If it gets tough, let me give you a hand, okay? Lee Qian looked puzzled. Huh? How are you planning to help? Gyong-hoa's voice was full of confidence as she puffed out her chest. You'll find out soon enough. All you have to do is trust me. The very next day, Lee Qian looked up, feeling utterly helpless. He thought to himself, the moment someone tells me to trust them, I start to worry. A woman walked in, and the instructor announced that there would be a special lecture on magic. Everyone straightened their clothes and held their positions, waiting. This is Elder Gyong-hoa, a researcher from Sungmuan. A familiar face appeared. Lee Dong-ho quickly started clapping, and everyone joined in. Gyong-hoa stood there, grinning from ear to ear. Oh, you're embarrassing me. She playfully adjusted her glasses. I don't like to drag things out, so let's start the lecture right away, shall we? Sitting below, Lee Qian looked up and mused. It seems like she's really starting to enjoy this teaching thing more and more. A short while later, the tedious lecture ended, and applause filled the room. Gyong-hoa smiled cheerfully. And now, it's time for the practical exam. I will pass down the upgraded version of the iron wire technique developed by our research institute. Lee Dong-ho was confused. Huh? Didn't the lesson just end? She shot back immediately. What are you talking about? The main event starts now. Everyone, sit up straight. I'm only going to demonstrate this once, so you'd better pay attention. Suddenly, his aunt pulled Lee Qian to his feet. What's going on? Gyong-hoa said excitedly. When a direct descendant enters the academy, they usually get support like this. But you didn't have anything, so I decided to put in a little effort for you. Moved. He bowed low. Thank you, Auntie. Gyong-hoa was blunt. All right, that's enough. She laughed, giving his shoulder a playful push. If the theory is correct, your power should double. Isn't that amazing? Lee Qian sighed helplessly. Yes, you're truly amazing. Lee Dong-ho clapped his hands to get everyone's attention. Listen up, everyone. We will now begin sparring matches, directly applying the magic taught by the elder. Everyone, find a partner. A familiar voice sounded from behind Lee Qian. Young master, be my opponent. Choi In-ha stepped forward, her expression determined as she declared, I won't be holding back. He took his stance, his voice brimming with confidence. It's an honor. I'll even let you have the first move, Choi In-ha yelled in frustration. Then I'm coming at you. Watching from the side, Gyong-hoa whispered in admiration. Wow, my little one is so ruthless. He looks just like I did when I was young. Suddenly, the sound of murmuring arose. To be honest, I can't stand that kid. It turned out to be a few resentful students, whispering in a corner. Even if a second son gets discriminated against, he's still completely different from us. He's physically different, and he's already awakened a special ability. We were on different starting lines from the very beginning. Another student chimed in. That's right. We've tried our best too, but what would he know about that? Hearing this, Gyong-hoa approached them. Hey, you kids. The whispering students turned in surprise. Huh? Great Elder, you haven't left yet? She leaned in close, her face a threatening mask. A moment ago. Were you by any chance talking about my disciple? The two students were terrified, thinking, that look on her face. They lowered their heads and stammered, We're sorry, we spoke out of line. Gyong-hoa was furious, practically radiating heat as she asked again, What do you think you know that gives you the right to say things like that to that boy? The two students were frantic with fear. Please, forgive us. Suddenly, a voice cut in. But isn't it true that the young master doesn't know anything either? Bak Seong said contemptuously, We've also worked incredibly hard, but every time, we're treated like we're nothing. People who live in different circumstances are bound to act differently, right? Gyong-hoa turned away coldly. You really don't know anything, do you? A look of confusion crossed Bak Seong's face. Huh? Gyong-hoa continued, her eyes filled with disgust. Yes, perhaps it's better that you don't know. If you knew just how different that boy's day is from yours, you'd realize your entire lives are nothing but child's play. Bak Seong clenched his fists and snarled, What in the world is so different about that damn second son? He gritted his teeth, his expression filled with hatred. All right, fine, I'll show you. A moment later, an announcement was made. This concludes today's training. Bak Seong secretly glanced at Lee Qian, thinking, See? What's so different? He just goes on and on about his struggle, but in the end, it's just because he was born gifted, unlike the rest of us. The other students ran over and asked, You said you wanted to follow that second son today, right? But is it really okay to just wander around the clan grounds like this? Bak Seong said with certainty. We're students, so it's fine. Besides, we're not going anywhere dangerous. That second son doesn't even live in the main family's area. I can't let him keep looking down on us like this. Today, I'm going to see for myself, Bak Seong whispered, looking up at the sky with determination. It was late at night. Bak Seong and a few other students were nodding off as they stood watch. How long has he been in the research wing? It's already 9 p.m. A sleepy student rubbed his eyes. Hey, Bak Seong, let's just go home. Training during the day made me so sleepy. Another one chimed in. Yeah, I'm exhausted too. One gave up. Fine, We don't even know what that second son is doing in there anyway. Bok Seong let them go but muttered, "Bunch of weaklings." Just then, Lee Cheon stepped out, startling him. "He's out." Lee Cheon let out a breath, encouraging himself. Phew, just gotta keep going. Seeing Lee Cheon walk away, Bok Seong was relieved, thinking he was finally going home. But contrary to his thoughts, he was shocked to see Lee Cheon walk onto the private training ground for the main family. He's not allowed in there. Suddenly, loud shouts echoed out, startling him and the students with him. They asked each other, "What's that sound? Is that training?" A frightened student said, "Bok Seong, it seems the young master really is on another level. Let's just stop. The young master wasn't wrong about anything. We'll just try to work as hard as Inha." Bok Seong cut him off. "I never skip my personal training either. There's no difference." The two students looked at each other, flustered and stammering. "Well, sorry then. We're heading back first." Bok Seong was furious. "What's the difference between me and that second son? I'll prove that I'm not wrong." His thoughts were interrupted as an exhausted Lee Cheon emerged from his training and began to walk home. Bok Seong continued to follow him from the shadows. When he saw Lee Cheon walk through his front door, he rejoiced silently. Finally, he's home. Suddenly, a bright light flashed from behind, and a loud voice shouted, "You there! Halt!" A patrol guard appeared, adjusted his cap, and exclaimed, "What's this? A student?" Young Master Lee Chan walks around at this hour every night, but I never expected him to bring a student with him. Hearing this, Bok Seong couldn't believe it. He forced a laugh. About that, I had some business to attend to," the patrol guard warned him. "This isn't allowed according to the rules. Head back immediately." Bok Seong nodded. "Yes, sir." He glanced at Lee Cheon's house and was horrified. The lights are still on. It's already 2 in the morning. His face darkened as he turned to leave, but not without saying, "Well then, I wish you good luck." Bok Seong dragged his heavy feet away, telling himself, "Let's just go." The next morning, at 5 a.m., on the training grounds for the 5th-year class, Bok Seong held his tired head in his hands, cursing himself. "Just as I thought. I got back way too late yesterday." He glanced up in surprise. Lee Cheon was leaning wearily against the stone platform, which made him realize the kid was truly exhausted. Even with the God-given physique and abundant mana of the main lineage, how could a 13-year-old kid survive on just 3 to 4 hours of sleep a day? And what about me? When I get home, I usually watch TV or play games to unwind. I do my own training, sure, but I still get enough sleep, rest, and have a decent amount of downtime. After thinking it over, he walked closer. Lee Chan looked up, confused. "What's up?" Bok Seong hesitated. "Aren't you tired?" Lee Chan's face twisted into an angry scowl. "So you were one of the people following me yesterday?" Bok Seong stammered. "Yes. Well, young master, you're from the main lineage, so you get support, and your starting point is different. And on top of that," Lee Cheon cut him off calmly, "I've been living like this since I was a child. Before I joined the cadet squad, I actually got a little more sleep. Of course I'm tired if I don't get enough sleep." Ashamed, Bok Seong pressed on. "Then why? Why do you push yourself that hard?" Lee Cheon stepped closer, placed a hand gently on his shoulder, and whispered, "You already know the answer." Bok Seong gritted his teeth in shame, thinking to himself, asterisk, damn it, asterisk. The scene shifts to the main hall of the Taein clan, where members are training furiously, drenched in sweat. Butler Choi Jin walked in and bowed respectfully. "Clan head, the official documents for the mission you assigned have been processed." He held them out. Taein read them intently, then sighed. "This isn't nearly enough," Choi Jin explained. "These are level 7 and 8 dungeons. It would be extremely dangerous for the cadet squad at their current level." Taein frowned. "You can stockpile food and weapons, but you can't stockpile people. What I need right now is to forge people who can survive." Choi Jin bowed his head in agreement. "I understand. I will handle it according to your instructions." "There is one more thing to report," Taein asked. "Has the youngest done something?" "That kid. He's had a different look in his eyes since he was little. The eyes of someone who's had everything taken away, who's been beaten down to the very bottom." He clenched his fist with resolve. "But leading people and changing them, that's another story entirely." He then handed Choi Jin a stack of test papers, instructing, "Adjust the content of this test a little. Coincidentally, the 8th child is also in the same class. Let's raise the standard for the entire cadet squad." Choi Jin took the papers. "Yes, I understand." Taein let out a small, amused smile. "Does that boy truly have what it takes to lead people? This time, I'll be watching him very closely." In the training hall for the 5th class, instructor Lee Dong-ho came by to check on the situation, as he always did. The kids in the hall were all training hard together. He was completely astonished. "My cadets are this dedicated? They've been out here since early this morning on a weekend. I guess there's no need to call a special assembly after all." One of the cadets saw the instructor and greeted him. "Instructor, you're here," Lee Dong-ho replied. "Yeah, working hard even on the weekend, huh? If there's anyone not here, go get them. I have an announcement to make." The boy replied instantly, "Yes, sir." The instructor delivered his message. I know this is a bit sudden, but the first quarterly evaluation has been moved up. Because of that, we've decided to grant a 1-week leave of absence beforehand. Consider this your last day off and get some real rest. Lee Dong-ho looked at the kids and thought, asterisk, I probably don't even need to tell them to keep up with their basic training while they're off, do I? Asterisk. He then announced, I'm sure you all know how to manage your time. You've worked hard. The cadets roared in unison. Lee Cheon rubbed his chin, puzzled. A sudden vacation, just like that. They're moving the quarterly evaluation up. Is that really a good idea? He turned to look at the other cadets, confused. Why isn't everyone leaving yet? Kim Han smiled brightly. They're looking at you, young master. Choi In-ha had something he wanted to ask. During this break, young master, what are you planning to do? Lee Chan believed that a vacation was each person's private time. Why are you asking me? When it's time to rest, just rest. I have no intention of forcing anything on you during the break. His words left the cadets stunned. They stared at each other, whispering loudly, I can't believe the young master just said that. To be honest, we thought you were going to drag us into some kind of hellish training. You know, something like, does anyone actually plan on resting? And then force us all into a special training camp. Lee Cheon crossed his arms, exasperated. Why don't you just say it louder? What do you all take me for? Maybe I should try what I did on our first day again during this break? The entire group went pale with fear. He sighed and gave a small smile. When it's time to rest, rest. Resting is important too. I know that even if I tell you to rest, none of you will just sit around doing nothing. Just take care of yourselves. Rest up, and I'll see you after the break. Hearing that, the group erupted in cheers, shouting, Long live the young master! The scene shifts to Lee Gonghwa's research lab. She looked annoyed. I heard you got a vacation, so why are you here bothering your old auntie? I have a mountain of my own research to do, Lee Cheon complained. You were obviously still just messing with your phone, looking at random junk. Gonghwa shot up. Random junk? I was reading the news that Han Min was officially recognized by the clan head. His leukemia is cured too. Lee Cheon gave her a look of pure disgust. Wait, what in the world are you reading? He then changed the subject. About that, the quarterly evaluation being moved up. Was that really an order from my father? His aunt replied, That's right. The order came down directly from him. Lee Cheon was lost in thought. In that case, this exam is going to be even more brutal than I imagined. I'm currently stuck at a mana wall. To break through it, I probably need to find the next memory of endlessness. He ran a hand through his hair. If I can't read the memory yet, it means I'm still missing something. I've tried making some modifications to unlock the next memory, but that didn't work either. All I can do is keep searching for a way. Suddenly, his hand brushed against a stack of documents next to him, sending them flying all over the floor. Gonghwa snapped, What was that? Be careful, would you? I've been meaning to clean this place up. A single sheet from the pile caught his eye, and he picked it up. What's this? The information on the paper read, The decisive difference between ancient and modern martial arts lies in their intended target. It can be assumed that during that era, humanity's techniques were focused on combat against monsters. The intended target? The bamboo demon technique must be the same. The original bamboo demon was an excessive technique. Lee Cheon suddenly shot to his feet, startling his aunt. What is it, kid? His face was dead serious as he bolted for the door. Auntie, I get it now. I'll explain later. I have to get to the training ground right now. The documents went flying again as Gonghwa yelled, That damn kid. Arriving at the training ground, Lee Cheon summoned the Blade of Endlessness and thought to himself, asterisk, okay, let's try to imagine the opponent, something bigger than me, a monster, a species completely different from humans. Asterisk, a colossal beast, a technique that couldn't care less about efficiency, combinations, conserving energy, dodging, or defense. Asterisk, flashy moves that lack destructive power or are only meant to trick an opponent. They're all useless. Asterisk, the clear objective of the bamboo demon. Asterisk. He regulated the mana in his body and leaped, the ground he was standing on collapsing inward. Lee Cheon now understood that the sole purpose of the bamboo demon was to slaughter monsters. Model. He imagined the monster splitting it in one clean strike. After he used the skill, dust and smoke billowed up. He stood still, waiting for the result. A pitch-black aura clung to the sword. Infinity, he cried out happily. All right, now what's going to show up? Then, he was transported into the spatial stream within infinity. Lee Cheon wondered, where am I? The training grounds? Just like when I first got infinity? Why does the perspective only change when I'm reading infinity's memories? He stood outside the training room door, peeking in. Is that the person from infinity's last memory? His speed is insane. Suddenly, he noticed something different. The weapon changed, and the aura changed with it. It wasn't that person's aura that changed, but infinity itself that was transforming the aura. A voice from inside sighed. Did it just change its method again? You shouldn't spy on others while they're training. He was definitely referring to Lee Cheon, but the person across from him didn't question it. That person changed the subject. Ever since you got that thing, have you named any of its techniques? He replied, not yet. They're not really at a level to be called techniques. The person opposite him suggested, then let me name them for you. How about the name Myriad Transformations? He replied, not bad. Suddenly, he paused and said to the other person, hey, you didn't bring someone else here, did you? The other person was confused. Me? No way. Outside, Li Qian was sweating bullets as the swords clashed once again. The other person initiated the fight first, wanting to test him in a match. What reason would I have to bring anyone here? Li Qian peeked his head in. Seeing the two fighting, he curiously observed the opponent. Those eyes and that hair color. They were the traits of the main Sung family line. Time flew by, and the 1-week vacation came to an end. Today, Li Qian's group was shoved onto a bus to be taken to the location of the quarterly evaluation test. Inside, he gazed outside, lost in thought. This scenery. It's no different from the future or the past. A wall separated the safe zone from the danger zone. Long ago, a massive fissure appeared near the Pacific Ocean, called the Blue Hole, a mysterious space that humanity had never officially explored. From it, monsters never seen before poured out. Humanity fought them for a long time to reclaim their territory, but there were still unexplored lands. Places like this are called danger zones, he thought to himself. Meanwhile, perhaps excited about the upcoming test, Kim Han said with a laugh, they say the walls now mark the boundary between the safe zones and the danger zones, right? The closer they got to the danger zone, the more desolate it became. Li Qian began to enlighten him with knowledge from his past life. Well, we're still inside the walls, so the devastation only goes this far. The pioneer villages near the danger zones have a very primitive level of civilization. As he said this, painful memories from his past life surfaced in Li Qian's mind. He had once lived there for a while to hide, and it was not a pleasant time at all. Soon, the small vehicle passed through the wall and entered the unexplored region. Just as Li Qian had mentioned, the scenery on this side was gloomy and starkly different from inside the wall. The air was filled with a faint, light blue smoke hanging all around. Instructor Li Deng got out of the vehicle first, then warned, everyone, stay on your guard. From this moment on, we are entering a dungeon that has not been fully explored. Gather up. We will establish a base here, check necessary supplies, and then begin the test. The escort guards will only protect the base, so from now on, you all must fend for yourselves. But I'm not worried. I will provide my full support as your instructor here. Show me everything you've prepared. The group of trainees shouted with spirit, yes, sir. Li Qian turned to the others and said, I'll be taking command from now on, but before that, this test will certainly be more difficult. This is your last chance. Anyone who wants to leave should do so now. His voice was filled with seriousness. He scanned the distance, where countless intersecting webs in the forest made him uneasy. That's right, anyone could see that this quarterly test wasn't meant for ordinary trainees. The forest of human-faced spiders was a dungeon filled with webs. Any intruder would be immediately detected by the monsters. And yet, our mission is to film a mature spider in this very forest. This is clearly a test my father set up, he thought silently. However, no one from Class 5 cowardly left. Choi Yun-ha sighed with a small smile. At this point, you can test me however you want. None of the members of Class 5 are just going to run or give up. Kim Han nodded. That's right, young master. We all trust you. The whole group looked at Li Qian with eyes full of trust, which surprised him a little. He had never experienced this feeling in his past life. Li Qian gave a teasing smile. You guys are surprisingly good at saying cheesy things like that, huh? His words made their faces suddenly turn pink. That's because the young master creates that kind of atmosphere. Li Qian continued. All right, I get it. So no one's quitting. Final comms check, double check your supplies, and let's head into the forest. The group replied in unison. Yes, sir. About the forest of human-faced spiders. They operate with a hive mentality like ants or bees, which makes them very difficult to deal with. Li Qian led the group as he explained. I'm sure everyone is already aware. The mission is to record the behavior of spiders that have lived in this forest for at least 10 years using this recording device. From now on, the commander will be Choi Yun-ha. Choi Yun-ha was startled. Wait a minute, what do you mean by that? Li Qian was blunt. I'm going to act on my own. I'll become bait for the spiders. Hearing this, the whole group was stunned, as if giant question marks appeared over their heads, and they all yelled, wait a minute, what? Some time passed, and Li Qian separated from the Class 5 formation, acting alone. After casually stabbing a giant spider to death, he scanned his surroundings, panting from exhaustion. Where he looked, countless giant spiders were staring back at him with crimson eyes. But this was exactly what he'd been hoping for. They're finally all gathered. It seems it was worth the effort of killing a few to lure them with pheromones. Human-faced spiders carry prey with high nutritional value back to the nest to feed their larvae. The simplest way to make them see me as nutritious prey is to demonstrate overwhelming power. As he thought this, he transformed his blade into a longsword, executed a phantom skill, and sliced the spider lunging at him in two. This act enraged the remaining spiders. They shrieked and swarmed him from all sides. Li Qian gave a faint smile, lowered his weapon, and gave up all resistance. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself lying on a pile of soft silk. Is this the inside of a human-faced spider's cocoon? If so, then the plan was a success. My stomach feels a bit upset from the venom, but it's not too bad. He used a concealment technique, covering his body in a blue energy screen, transformed his weapon into a short sword, cut the silk threads wrapped around him, and calculated his next move. If this is their nest, the larvae must be concentrated here. He used the short sword to cut a large tear in the cocoon and peered outside, stunned. Wait, why are there so many food cocoons? This can't just be the number they caught today. They should have eaten everything a long time ago, right? So why? Li Qian frowned, scanning his surroundings. His face went pale when he saw, not too far away, a giant cocoon suspended in midair by countless silk threads, guarded by enormous spiders. The cocoon trembled nonstop, as if something inside was trying to break free. Li Qian felt a vibration in his own body. Was the dark energy resonating with it? Before he could think any further, the cocoon was torn apart from the inside, and a massive leg jutted out. Then, a human-like hand. And finally, its full form was revealed. A giant monster, with the lower body of a spider and the upper body of a seductive woman. 6 eyes stared out from the face of the rank 5 monster, the human-faced spider queen. "My children, you're hungry, aren't you?" She spoke. Li Qian held his breath, analyzing silently. A rank 5 monster in a dungeon that can use human language? No, its mouth didn't move. That means the dark energy is reading its thoughts. The Spider Queen suddenly attacked, lunging forward, striking Li Qian's cocoon with a sharp leg, knocking him to the ground and breaking his invisibility spell. He could feel the Spider Queen's eyes on him, filled with killing intent. "What are you? The thing that awakened me is inside of you. Why does the human possess such a thing? That thing. Miela, give it to me." She unleashed a wave of purple sound, a fierce skill, just like the giant turtle he had faced before. Li Qian recognized it, but he felt no fear. It was in terrifying pressure, the kind only an apex predator could generate. "Too bad it has no effect on me," he thought to himself, as the dark energy neutralized the pressure. The Spider Queen was startled. "You dare resist my mana, you insolent little brat." The moment she finished speaking, a plume of black smoke rose from the forest not far away, followed by a horrific explosion that blew everything away. Looking at the scene, the Spider Queen's face went completely blank. "My forest, my bed, what in the world did you do?" she screamed, unable to control her rage. Meanwhile, Li Qian smirked, seeing his plan unfold exactly as he'd predicted. He explained, "It's a weapon called an explosive mana round. Luckily, this godforsaken forest is full of flammable things. All I had to do was set them to detonate on my signal." Not far away, the team led by Kim Han contacted Li Qian through their earpieces. "Team 1 is on the move. We'll reach their nest in 30 minutes max." At the same time, instructor Li Dong-ho, observing through a monitor, urgently reported, "This is the young master's base camp. I've detected a source of rank 5 mana inside the nest." But before he could finish, Li Qian cut him off. "I'm fine. Just make sure you support the cadets first." Back in the spider cave, the Spider Queen was going berserk. She ground her teeth and commanded her soldiers. "My children, go! Protect my forest!" Then she turned to stare daggers at Li Qian, snarling, "I will crush you myself, you arrogant little whelp. You think you can defeat me alone? You believe your comrades rushing to my nest will ever make it here? You can't do anything to me." In response, Li Qian just scoffed, "You're the one who's underestimating me." He enveloped his body in a golden aura as the scene shifted to the moving cadets. Choi and Ha commanded, "Everyone, keep firing the demolition rounds to draw the human-faced spider's attention. Team 1, head straight for the nest, support the young master, and open an escape route." Bok Song, running beside him, asked, "Wait, there's an unknown variable in the nest and we're just charging in like this?" Choi In-ha replied, "These are the young master's orders. We stick to the plan." Despite his words, he couldn't hide his worried expression, silently praying, "Young master, please, just hold on a little longer." Back in the cave, which was shaking violently, rubble rained down from the Spider Queen's attacks, but she looked anything but pleased. "Why? Why aren't you dead yet? How are you still standing?" she shrieked, seeing that her attacks were doing nothing to Li Qian. It was all thanks to his magic eye skill. He kept his hidden abilities to himself, an invisible flow of power that the eyes can perceive. That's the magic eye. Thanks to it, I can read the flow of mana and avoid fatal blows. But the power difference is just too great. I can't dodge everything completely. Luckily, this Spider Queen just hatched, so she can't control her body perfectly. I have only one chance. As he thought, Li Qian used a healing potion on his wounds and shifted his sword into its longsword form. He activated his Thunder Key Art, and his blade was instantly covered in black lightning. Without a moment's hesitation, he charged forward, swinging his sword to unleash a crescent-shaped blade of energy straight at the Spider Queen. A deafening explosion echoed through the cave. The Spider Queen couldn't dodge in time and took a massive hit, severing one of her front legs. But Lee Cheon still wasn't satisfied. Damn it, the wound is still too shallow. Just as I thought. Cutting through that thick hide with a single blow is too difficult. He watched the spider roar in agony. It hurts. It hurts so much. I will turn you into my servant, pull that thing out from inside you to restore myself, and then you will suffer eternal agony. She raised her hands, shooting out beams of light. Although he didn't know what this skill was, Lee Cheon tried to dodge, but there were too many threads. One caught him, and a voice echoed in his mind. Submit. A horrific headache washed over him, making him cry out in pain. The Spider Queen laughed triumphantly. Ha ha, look at that arrogant face now. But before she could finish, she coughed up blood and stammered, What the hell is this? She lunged to attack. Instead of running, Lee Cheon stood still, muttering, You should have been more careful. Aren't insects supposed to be weak against fire? The moment he finished speaking, a massive explosion went off right next to the Spider Queen, officially sending her to the underworld. The cadets arrived just in time, sighing in relief when they saw Lee Cheon was safe. Kim Han said, Sorry, we were delayed clearing a path. Lee Cheon sighed and complained. When we get back, I'm putting you all through special training. Kim Han's face turned purple as he whined. Good heavens, you're saying that even now? Lee Cheon announced, Let's get out of this nest. The scene shifts to the instructor's scoring room, filled with chatter. Nam Il's Team 5 is behind schedule. They returned 30 minutes ago. They didn't have to abandon the mission like Team 4, did they? It's understandable, though. It was a special Rank 6 dungeon, and there was an anomaly. Lee Dong-ho opened the door and walked in. Sorry for the delay. Many were injured, so I had to get them to the hospital first. I will now report on the situation. He clicked a remote, displaying an image of the human-faced spider. Team 5's mission was to record the movements of an adult spider. However, we discovered an anomaly and proceeded to gather more information. Team 5 split into 4 groups and planted 132 explosive mana rounds. A man interrupted. Wait, did I hear that right? You people used firepower? Lee Dong-ho nodded. That's correct. We used 52 rounds during combat, for a total of 184 rounds. A dark-haired man slammed his hand on the table in anger. Were you trying to level the entire dungeon? The mission was just to film it. Don't tell me you blew up the dungeon and called that a success, Lee Dong-ho stammered. The mission was completed. Where's the footage? Show it now, someone shouted. Before he could answer, the door opened. Lee Cheon walked in. Sorry I'm late. The equipment was damaged and needed recovery. Here is the video. He hands the insignia on his chest to Lee Dong-ho. Behind him, Lee Se-hyun whispers, This lunatic, setting off a bomb in a dungeon, is that supposed to be normal? Don't you think getting captured alive would be a hassle? Lee Cheon replies, If you want to get it on camera, this is the most reliable way. Not long after, the footage is shown. The entire room is stunned. A black-haired man covers his face, bewildered, in complete disbelief. The report perfectly matched the footage. Using a bomb inside a dungeon, that's like bringing gasoline into a house fire. He looks at Lee Cheon. You think this was a reasonable plan? Lee Cheon replies confidently. I chose the option with the highest rate of success. With a standard plan, would the trainees have even succeeded? I used every measure necessary to get it done, rather than fail or give up. The Lai clan cares only about the result. His words cause the black-haired instructor's eyes to narrow. He thinks to himself, it wasn't an accident. It looked like a variable, but in reality, it was all part of the plan. That 9th son, he has absolute faith in his own strategy. The other proctors look at each other, discussing it. The young master's plan was too radical. We can't use it as an example, and it's hard to even grade. But since he completed the mission with 0 casualties, you could say it's a perfect score. Team 5 was the only team to achieve a perfect score on this evaluation. Time passes quickly. The scene shifts to the office of the Lee clan's patriarch. Steward Choi Jae-in reports the results of the test. 32 dead, 78 severely injured, numerous minor injuries. The contracts included a clause covering the transfer of their status, so there are no individual issues. Lee Tae-shin nods, not particularly surprised, then asks, What are the support measures for this incident's casualties? Choi Jae-in replies, We will cover the full treatment costs for the severely injured. As for those with permanent disabilities, we will handle them according to protocol. Lee Tae-shin signals him. All right, continue with the progress report. You've worked hard. Lee Tae-shin flips through the report, observing it. Choi Jae-in presses a button on a remote, and the video feed continues. Yes, sir. These are the documents related to each dungeon reported this time. From Lee Tae-shin's perspective, as he watched the footage, he noted that the boys certainly had an impact. The forest of human-faced spiders is located in a dangerous area. Choi Jae-in chimed in. Yes, on the northern edge of Gang Province. The screen shows the Spider Queen ordering her brood to attack Lee Cheon. But the video quality is awful, Lee Tae-shin complains, and it's incredibly short. Choi Jae-in shrugs. According to the report, this is all of the video they were able to restore. It seems to have been heavily edited. Those words make Lee Tae-shin pause for a moment. He takes a sip of his tea, amused. He's a fascinating child, isn't he? Wouldn't you agree? Choi Jae-in speaks sincerely. To overcome such a difficult mission with sheer, indomitable will, it's truly admirable. I'm just concerned he might be disregarding basic tactics and strategy. Lee Tae-shin agrees. So even you think so. His willingness to break convention shows his boldness. It's precisely because he understands the rules so thoroughly that he knows how to employ such special tactics. The fact that both the trainees and the instructor followed his plan without protest is proof of the youngest's leadership abilities. No information about the operation was leaked, and the plan was a perfect success. Don't limit this to just this one time. Increase the frequency and difficulty of all future evaluations. Choi Jae-in bows his head. Yes, sir. I will handle it. Lee Tae-shin whispers, his eyes filled with anticipation. It seems the others will start paying more attention to our youngest from now on. A few months later, at the specialized training ground for Class 5, Kim Han is in tears. Young master, you do know we just finished our final evaluation yesterday, right? Lee Cheon looks at him blankly. Huh? Yeah, that's why I gave everyone a break. Kim Han sighs. What I mean is, never mind. Instructor Lee Dong-ho gathers everyone for an announcement. Although this was the end-of-year evaluation, and I'm sure you all want to rest, don't forget the promotion exam is still coming. I don't want a single person in this class to be held back. Is that clear? The group shouts in unison. Yes, sir, understood. Ah, Lee Cheon says, as if remembering something. He teases Kim Han. During that last evaluation, you hit mana exhaustion, didn't you? Let's have you memorize some incantations today. We'll start with physical training first. The whole group throws themselves into training. Seeing their spirit, Lee Cheon thinks happily to himself, they've gotten tougher, not just physically, but mentally too. They no longer crumble because of their weaknesses. They've learned how to compensate for them. It's been nearly a year since our life as trainees began, and aside from those who were forced to drop out, no one has been expelled or killed. Suddenly, Lee Dong-ho approaches him. Ah, there you are. Lee Cheon is surprised. What is it? Lee Dong-ho informs him. The instructors have an announcement regarding the promotion exam. Lee Cheon nods. All right, I'm on my way. At the assembly hall, Lee Se-hyun waves him over. Over here. Sit down. There's something I need to tell you. She pats the seat beside her. As Lee Cheon sits down, she glances at him. You did pretty well on this evaluation, but I heard Class 1 was outstanding too. Isn't that right? Ah, no. That's not important. She shakes her head, dismissing the thought, and then whispers, Hey, you're going to be in trouble during this promotion exam. Sixth sister and seventh brother were summoned to mother's room. There have been rumors lately that they've been meeting with trainees all over the place. Lee Cheon could guess Lady Bong's intentions, but he wasn't worried, just giving a faint smile. What? Are they planning to pull something during the promotion exam? Lee Se-hyun says, frustrated. Getting eliminated is one thing, but the scary part is not knowing what kind of dirty tricks they'll play. You're probably not scared because you're such a freak, but sixth sister and seventh brother are genuinely terrifying. Lee Cheon crosses his arms and scoffs. If this is your attempt at a warning, you're a little late. That kind of trouble started way back with the midterm evaluation, didn't it? He strokes his chin, thinking, every single evaluation has had issues. Shoddy equipment, cutting out parts of the training curriculum as a form of discrimination. And I recently heard someone's been approaching my people. Lee Se-hyun clenches her fists. I've already warned my class. This time I'm going to compete fairly and win. I want first place, so I can make you call me Big Sis, she says, her fighting spirit blazing. Lee Cheon mutters, Why are you so obsessed with that title? An instructor walks in and speaks up. Is everyone gathered? This year's quarterly evaluation is now officially over. I will now announce the content and schedule for the promotion exam. Your promotion will be based on your total performance score for the year and this final exam. The exam will be held at Gate I-7, 3 kilometers north of Keon City. Hearing the location, Lee Cheon's eyes flash with surprise. A gate? I figured the exam would be unusual, but I never expected it to be inside a dimensional gate. The instructor continues, holding up a nameplate. Inside the gate, there will be nameplates inscribed with the word Sungmugwan. Each trainee has one nameplate. If it's stolen from you, you are disqualified and must leave. There are no other rules. Collect as many nameplates as you can. This isn't a test of combat ability. It's a free-for-all. Lee Cheon quickly grasped the essence of it, so that's how they're playing it. Collect nameplates, steal them, survive. Lose your plate, and you're out. The number of nameplates determines your score. The rules are simple, but the handling of fatalities clause, that's a trap. No one knew what was going to happen. All you had to do was steal or hide a name tag, and there'd be no problem. This was supposed to be an individual match, but with second-year students involved. It was clear someone was pulling the strings. The alternate world gate isolates you from the outside world. For a despised, illegitimate child, whatever happens in there leaves no evidence. This was an opportunity that couldn't be missed. But that was also true for our side. He flashed a dangerous smile that made Li Chun uneasy. Scene change. In an office, a girl was whistling cheerfully when a voice cut in. "What are you doing?" It was Lee Ji-hak, the seventh son of the Lee family. The girl, the family's sixth daughter, Lee Seo-ah, replied, "Just admiring my cute little brother, working himself to the bone." Lee Ji-hak cursed. "You're insane," Lee Seo-ah complained. "Is that any way to talk to your big sister? Honestly, our eighth sister is so much cuter. She has the personality of a rabbit. Just makes you want to wring its little neck." She pulled out a dagger, licking her lips menacingly before asking, "So, what do you think?" Lee Ji-hak, his eyes never leaving the computer, asked, "About what?" "Mother's orders, of course," Lee Seo-ah reminded him. Lee Ji-hak sighed, bored. "I just think it's about time we got a clear grasp of the situation." Lee Seo-ah tossed the dagger in her hand and said, "Well, I times find it incredibly annoying. Some bastard dares to wear the main family's name tag and struts around everywhere. As his superior, I'm going to teach him a lesson. And on top of that, he's dragging around that weakling older brother of his, who's as soft as dough. He needs to be taught his place." She gripped the dagger and plunged it deep into the desk. Time flew by, and the final promotion exam began. This was the students' chance to advance to the next year, a battle for insignias inside a stabilized alternate world gate. Kim Han looked at the two men with stone-cold faces in front of them and whispered to Lee Chun, "The dungeon is stable, so why is security so tight?" Lee Chun said calmly, "Probably to reassure the public. Or as a precaution. This is a research and experimentation facility." His eyes narrowed slightly. "But there are fewer staff here than I expected. Are they acting so openly because they think I won't notice? Or is this really the best these students can do? Either way, it doesn't matter." Lee Cheon turned to the students behind him. "Is everyone ready?" the group shouted in unison. "Of course we are," he nodded. "All right then, let's go." Lee Cheon took the lead, quickly stepping into the gate. Meanwhile, with the siblings Lee Seo-ah and Lee Ji-hak, Lee Seo-ah was happily enjoying some snacks. "Ji-hak, this office has so many good snacks." Lee Ji-hak, who was focused on his work, sighed. "Those are for our guests. Go easy on them." Lee Seo-ah shrugged. "Not my problem. Anyway, has there been any word yet? I'm a busy woman, you know. I had to come all the way down here myself." Lee Ji-hak looked up. The instructor reported that all the second-year students have entered. Hearing this, a look of delight spread across Lee Seo-ah's face, just imagining the sight of those bastards and the rest of that trash crawling on the ground. "Oh, I'm getting excited already. Mother said there's a reward if we do a good job. I should probably write down what I want beforehand." Unlike his confident sister, Lee Ji-hak felt a sense of unease. Is everything really going to go smoothly? Even though he trusted the plan, he remembered the words of his eldest brother, Lee Min-woo. "Be careful. Our youngest brother is not an easy opponent." That's what he'd said when he saw him recently. At the time, Ji-hak had just laughed it off, but the words still lingered in his mind. Suddenly, his phone rang. Lee Ji-hak shot up from his seat. "What is it? Is it over?" He fell silent, his eyes narrowed as he stared at the screen. Annoyed, Lee Seo-ah snatched the phone to check it herself. A few seconds later, her voice was laced with disbelief. 21 killed, 15 retreated. Namil's entire 5th class survived. Impossible. You all said that even working together, you couldn't take down a single bastard? She clenched her fist in a rage, crushing the phone. Lee Ji-hak finally understood his older brother's warning. We lost. A complete and utter loss to Lee Chun. The scene shifts inside the gate, where 2 cadets are running for their lives. The brown-haired one cursed, "Damn it, he's just some 5th-class bastard." The black-haired one snapped, "Shut your mouth. Just run. If we hide in that cave, he won't find us." They both picked up the pace and hid in a rocky cave, taking a moment to catch their breath and watch the entrance. The black-haired guy asked, "Did we lose him?" In response, a sword came flying, whistling through the air and plunging deep into the ground, creating a large crack. While the two were still in shock, Lee Chun appeared, grabbing the black-haired guy's hand and twisting it backwards, making him scream in agony. He smiled cheerfully at the brown-haired one, taunting, "Lee Cheon at your service. You guys are pretty good at hiding. It took me a while to find you." The brown-haired guy fell back in terror, trembling as he scrambled away. "Just because you're from the main lineage, you think you're everything? Why are you tormenting us?" Lee Cheon advanced, grabbing him by the collar. "Anyone hearing that might think I attacked you first. Shouldn't you pay a price for laying your sword on someone from the main branch?" He raised his sword, and a blood-curdling scream echoed through the cave. Time passed, and Choi In-ha ran up to report, "Young master, everything is finished on this side." Lee Chun nodded. "Good. If you're done, let's go. We haven't dealt with all of the pursuers yet." Choi In-ha replied, "Yes, sir. I'll rendezvous with Kim Han immediately." Lee Cheon said he would move alone, instructing Choi In-ha to handle the entire target list and collect more tags. Watching his back disappear into the distance, Lee Cheon stretched, thinking that the most important thing was the number of tags collected. Stealing tags from other cadets is inefficient. So I wondered, can the magic eye find the badges? Activating the magic eye, countless golden energy ribbons appeared, one of which stretched to a nearby cliff wall. Li Qian smirked, found it. He dashed up the cliff face and found the badge, overjoyed. This is way more effective. This is also a good opportunity to train my control over the magic eye. Time passed, and Li Qian stared blankly at a pouch overflowing with badges, surprised he had managed to collect so many. Looking at the bag made him giddy, but he couldn't train the magic eye any further. A loud explosion echoed from the distance. He was disappointed. The exam is about to end, and there's been non-stop fighting since morning. If I keep avoiding her, it'll just get more annoying, he sighed. At that moment, Li Sehyun descended from the sky in front of him. I finally found you, Li Chan. Her voice was cheerful, but seeing his face, she grew curious. What's wrong? Aren't you surprised? Li Qian shrugged. I knew you'd come after me. Li Se-hyun asked, then why didn't you stop? He smiled. I've stopped now, haven't I? Li Se-hyun didn't waste any time and got straight to the point. You think you're so tough? Let's have a match. We'll see who comes out on top. She tied up her hair provocatively. You in? If I win, you have to call me your big sister. Got it? Li Qian was intrigued. And if I win? Li Se-hyun replied sweetly. If you win, I'll call you my big brother. Her voice sent a shiver down his spine. He hugged himself, unnerved. If you were going for a psychological attack, it's working, Li Se-hyun yelled in embarrassment. Shut up! Enough talk. Bring it on. Both of them gripped their swords and rushed towards each other. The battle had officially begun. The promotion exam concluded with an increasingly rigorous evaluation system, which included not one but two members of the direct main lineage participating simultaneously, becoming a hot topic. In a corner of the training grounds, a few unknown cadets were gossiping. The 8th young miss got first place, right? There were even second-year cadets participating. Can a first-year cadet even survive? One of them worried. In another corner, a few people whispered behind their hands, You mean, them? Yeah. The youngest illegitimate son, the 5th class cadet, a first year. The scene changes to the 5th class training ground, where instructor Lee Dong-ho is congratulating Li Qian. Congratulations, young master. You achieved the highest score. He handed over a certificate. Li Qian took it, shaking his head in thanks. Honestly, I didn't think I'd get first place. He smiled, secretly thinking about his match with Li Se-hyun. They couldn't be too obvious with their favoritism. Se-hyun probably performed better, but I took all of her name tags. Unaware of this thought, Lee Dong-ho continued his praise. So calm. You are the highest scoring cadet in the entire cadet corps. It's an achievement to be proud of. Li Chan nodded. My nanny will surely be pleased. Thank you for the congratulations. As he stepped down, other cadets rushed to congratulate him. Congratulations, young master. Lee Dong-ho called out the next name, Cadet Choi In-ha. Step forward. Choi In-ha, who had been held back for 2 years, came forward. Congratulations on your promotion. Lee Dong-ho smiled, handing him the certificate. Choi In-ha ranked 13th. Looking at the certificate, he trembled. Thank you, he said, his voice thick with emotion. From behind, Lee Chon teased, Don't let that make you complacent, Choi In-ha. It's fine to be proud, but resting on your laurels won't change anything. Choi In-ha sighed. Yes, young master. Lee Dong-ho continued. Cadet Bok Sung. Bok Sung ranked 24th. Kim Han promoted in his first year. A good effort. Congratulations. Lee Dong-ho smiled. But Kim Han looked at his rank and thought to himself, this rank isn't impressive. I'm honestly disappointed. This is just the beginning. I'll become as strong as the young master. I'll try harder so I'm not a burden or living half-heartedly. From now on, I will not lose again. The whole group looked at Li Chan's back, their eyes filled with determination. Li Qian smiled with satisfaction. No one in the class was held back, which is good enough for me. It's over. Nothing more to worry about. He turned to the group. Everyone worked hard and passed. I was planning to retrain anyone who failed, which is a pity. The second year will be much harsher. There are plenty of people who will want to tear you to pieces, but I trust you all can handle it, right? The group shouted in unison. Yes! Li Qian clenched his fist. Yeah, you guys can do it. Time passed. Li Qian and Li Se-hyun, formally dressed, were on their way to see their father after being summoned. Li Se-hyun's face was sour as she thought about her defeat to Li Qian. Hey, I don't accept this. Li Qian sighed. What is it you don't accept this time? Li Se-hyun bristled. It's not about the promotion exam. I should have been number 1. You fought dirty. Beating me wasn't enough. You had to take all my name tags too. Do you have any idea how hard I worked to collect those? If only I had brought the Thuong Ga sword. She pouted with regret. Li Qian silently admitted to himself that he thought it would be an easy win, but it took him over an hour. Huan was stronger than I expected. She hasn't even released her sword key or mastered her skills yet. If she had, I don't even want to imagine it. Unaware of his assessment, Li Se-hyun finished her rant. She grumbled a bit more but said, A promise is a promise. Lee Cheon was curious. What are you suddenly talking about? Lee Se-hyun shrugged. The way we address each other. We made a bet, remember? You're not going to say it now, are you? Lee Cheon clamped a hand over her mouth, glaring. Say one more word, and this becomes a duel to the death. Lee Se-hyun looked bewildered. Fine, I get it. Is it that annoying? Stop being ridiculous and let's go. We're gonna be late. Lee Cheon urged her on, and she was startled. Oh, right, let's hurry. They both sped up towards the family head's office. As soon as they entered, they bowed. Greetings, father. Lee Tae-shin turned and nodded. Come in. He poured tea for his two children and then asked, I heard you've both completed your first-year training in the cadet corps. What did you see and feel? Lee Se-hyun hesitated, looking at Lee Cheon, who thought to himself, what now? Why are you looking at me? Seeing that Lee Cheon wasn't going to answer, Lee Se-hyun shouted, I saw the true face of our family. The statement made Lee Cheon choke and spit out his tea. Lee Tae-shin looked amused. And what is this true face? Lee Se-hyun replied, I understand the rivalry that comes from competition, but there are some things I just can't accept. I value fairness and honesty. Whatever I achieve, I want it to be with my own sword and my own strength. Lee Tae-shin nodded, silently assessing them with satisfaction. That's why the Azure Blade chose you. You were once timid, but the youngest has changed you. He looked at Lee Cheon. And you, Cheon, what did you feel? Lee Cheon thought for a moment, his expression serious, before speaking. I felt ashamed. The Cadet Corps is supposed to be the foundation of our clan's warriors, but right now, it's rotting from the inside. Lee Tae-shin's gaze sharpened. And why is that? Lee Cheon was resolute. They don't fight. They can be weak. They can lose, but to give up on fighting entirely. That makes them unworthy of being called the elite of the Lai clan. I saw too many cadets just like that. The problem lies with either the instructor's abilities or the training methods themselves. Do you remember what you went through in the 5th class? Lee Tae-shin said softly. An arrogant but faint smile played on his lips, leaving both of them stunned, wondering if they'd seen it wrong. Lee Tae-shin advised them, it's admirable that you're developing your own ideologies, but you must be cautious. Once you fall into the mire of prejudice, it's very difficult to escape. Those words made Lee Se-hyun's face light up, while Lee Cheon was taken aback, not expecting their father to offer such direct advice. He replied, thank you, father. I'll remember that. Lee Tae-shin got straight to the point. I've heard about what you two have been doing this past year. The exams may seem different from a warrior's typical duties, but their essence is the same. You both realized they were tests I had arranged, and you completed them with dedication. I've summoned you today to reward you for a job well done. This unexpected reward made Lee Cheon suspicious. His father had always been strict about rewards and punishments. There must be a reason he's giving a reward for this. Lee Se-hyun, not overthinking it, raised his hand. I want a masterpiece-grade breastplate dragon-scale armor. Lee Tae-shin agreed. Very well. I'll inform the armory. You can pick it up tomorrow. Lee Se-hyun beamed. Yes, thank you, father. Lee Tae-shin then looked at Lee Cheon. And you? What do you want, son? Lee Cheon had already made up his mind. I want permission to enter Mount Tianwei. Both Lee Tae-shin and Lee Se-hyun's eyes widened as they stared at him in surprise. I am asking for permission to enter Mount Tianwei for training. His words left Lee Tae-shin and Lee Se-hyun speechless, their jaws hanging open as they stared at him in astonishment. Back in his room, Lee Cheon was packing his bag. Medicinal herbs, illustrated books, a cast-iron pot, tools for preparing medicine. Everything was ready. Good, everything I need to bring is packed, he told himself. Mount Tianwei is a spirit mountain, a place where not only spiritual herbs, but also true elixirs grow. On Shichthan Island, I could only craft flawed potions, but this time, I can concoct a perfect one. Lee Cheon recalled Lee Tae-shin's words. He hadn't expected his father to actually grant him permission to enter the mountain, allowing him to advance the date of his warrior's pilgrimage. The warrior's pilgrimage, just as the name implies, is the final trial for the descendants of Shung Mulan to be recognized as warriors. And before setting out, Mount Tianwei is a mandatory stop. He gazed into the distance, pondering, sooner or later, every one of us must set foot on Mount Tianwei at least once in our lives. A knock at the door broke his train of thought. Yes, come in, Lee Cheon said. A woman entered. Young master, a message has arrived. He wondered, what is it? She replied, the 7th young master has sent an invitation. In the study, Lee Jacques held a cup of tea, greeting him cheerfully. It's been a while. This is the first time we've seen each other since the Mid-Autumn Festival, isn't it? Lee Cheon smiled. Yes, it's kind of you to remember. Lee Jacques sat down. My memory isn't so bad that I'd forget that much time. Lee Cheon observed him, thinking, he's not going to be easy to deal with, just as I thought. From the way he spoke with such brotherly affection, to personally brewing the tea, to his casual choice of seating, it was all perfectly calculated. Compared to this unreadable kindness, open hostility was sometimes more comforting. Lee Jacques put on a fake smile. Have some tea. My only hobby is drinking tea, so I can promise you it's not bad. Li Qian replied with equal politeness. Thank you. Do you often prepare tea for your guests yourself? Li Jiaq answered. It depends on the guest. This particular tea is from an overseas farm I purchased 2 years ago. Li Qian thought to himself, we've had several cups of tea already, and he still hasn't gotten to the point. His leisurely manner doesn't fit the situation, yet he knows how to hold the reins of the conversation. He's no fool, just someone with a bit of martial talent. That's enough probing for now. Li Jiaq set his teacup down and said, the reason I called you here is about the promotion match. Did you know that I and our 6th sister were the ones who arranged it? Li Qian replied, yes, I was aware. Li Jiaq let out a breath. Good, then this will be quicker, he explained. This wasn't what I wanted. Li Qian smiled faintly, thinking he chose that particular approach. Li Jiaq was renowned in politics, administration, and business. He was skilled at maneuvering and diplomacy without creating enemies, earning him the nickname, the Golden Sword. What he's trying to say is that he doesn't want to be my enemy. Li Jiaq continued in an apologetic tone. Even so, the fault is still mine. If you want, I will accept the blame. Li Qian said, there's no need. This is just one of countless struggles to come. A wary, murderous glint flickered in his eyes. Are you trying to say that this was all Lady Bach's idea, and you were forced into it? Li Jiaq asked probingly. So you see me as an enemy. Li Qian's voice was soft, like a warning. Someone who comes after my people and pulls tricks right in front of my face. What else would you be but an enemy? Li Jiaq weighed his options in silence. How should I handle this? Should I strike first to avoid future trouble? He sighed. What do you want me to do? Li Qian made an unexpected proposal. Show me a little sincerity. You weren't the only one who suffered a loss this time. I did too. Li Jiaq chuckled softly. Heh, the arrogant little brat won't accept an apology. He wants compensation. But I like that. He extended a hand. Fine. I will send a suitable amount of spirit medicine to the 5th-year cadets, and you will also receive a worthy reward. Li Qian smiled and shook his hand. Since you're being so accommodating, brother, I won't bring this up again. The two shook hands, trading barbs. Li Jiaq said, of all our brothers, you and I see eye to eye the most. Li Qian replied, is that so? I'm not so sure. He stood up and excused himself. Li Jiaq advised him, be careful of our 6th sister. She's different from me. She doesn't have a good impression of you. Li Qian was unconcerned. It doesn't matter. I won't be in the clan for the next year. He flashed a confident smile. In another room, Li Soe knelt before Lady Bach, her voice pleading. Mother, please, let me explain. I didn't use the mission as an excuse to run away. Lady Bach screamed, have you no shame? Shut your mouth! Those 2 words terrified Li Soe, making her recoil. Her mother sneered. You ran away, something absolutely forbidden for those with the blood of Sung Mulan. If you were truly my flesh and blood, such behavior would be unforgivable. Li Soe trembled. She whispered, but if I take responsibility right now, isn't there still time? What's so hard about crushing that bastard child? Lady Bach was scornful. You truly understand nothing. If it were that simple, I wouldn't have pushed you into this corner. That half-breed son is going to Mount Tianwei for a year. If you had at least salvaged your failure, it would be one thing. But you let an opportunity to disgrace the entire main family slip through your fingers. If I ever see that pathetic look on your face again, it won't end with just a slap. Lady Bach turned and left. Li Soe screamed, damn it all! Li Jiaq looked at her with pity in his eyes. Close the door. Li Soe was still screaming. You bastard! I'll kill you! Standing outside, Li Jiaq thought, Mother is truly ruthless. This will only make Coa more obsessed with redeeming her failure. Between Coa and Li Qian, who is more valuable? The future should be interesting to watch. On the carriage, Li Qian was flustered, clenching his fists and looking up. Butler Choi Jane called out, what a coincidence that we're headed the same way. This is quite fortunate. Li Qian was surprised to see a familiar face. Butler Choi? What are you doing here? The old man smiled, his face wrinkled. It will only be for a few short days, but I will take good care of you, young master. Butler Choi Jane added reassuringly, please don't feel burdened by this, young master. Li Qian looked a bit lost. Yes, the older man continued. First, we must see to the ancestral tombs. I also have a message for the master of Mount Tianwei. I am only here on the family head's orders. Li Qian relaxed, a smile on his face. Oh, so I'm not alone. That actually makes me happy. He thought to himself, what a coincidence. But he suspected it wasn't as the man claimed. Though his aura and presence were no different from a mortal's, Butler Choi was by no means ordinary. He held a critical position in the family, one even more important than the elders. The gap between himself and Choi Jane, he guessed it was impossible to measure. Choi Jane suddenly asked, I heard that before entering Mount Tianwei, you'll be stopping at Mount Sungmu. May I ask the reason for this? Li Qian scratched his head. I plan to visit the family head's tomb. Since it's my first time leaving the family estate, paying my respects to the ancestors is the proper thing to do. He calculated inwardly that while this was a justifiable reason, it would also show the world that a disfavored son was willing to go far out of his way to perform the rites. So it does have a purpose, Choi Jane said, pleased and warm, as expected of the young master, truly wise. Many of the elders will look favorably on such a sincere display. Li Qian smiled genuinely. Thank you for thinking so, sir. But inside, he was panicking. That's like he saw right through me. Choi Jane then said, Young master, may I say a word? Li Qian's voice softened. Yes, I'm listening. The man asked, Do you often climb mountains, young master? Li Qian replied, No, I don't think I've ever properly climbed one. Choi Jane smiled with satisfaction. Haha, is that so? It's a hobby I quite enjoy. I once climbed a treacherous mountain that had no path. I had to forge my own way. If it were you, young master, how would you conquer a mountain like that? Li Qian answered, I would raise my head and look only at the summit as I advance. That is the fastest and most direct way to reach the peak. Choi Jane nodded, satisfied. Indeed, you would reach the summit very quickly. He continued, but in reality, it's not so simple. Sometimes, you have to look behind you, or glance to the side of the path, to make sure you're still heading in the right direction. If you only look down and push forward, I'm afraid you'll get lost and take countless detours. The higher the peak, the more cautious you must be. Realization dawned on Li Qian. He thought, is he talking about the path of martial arts? After my return, I rushed to accept this new power, but I haven't fully digested it yet. I never considered it a problem. And so, as time went on, I was only focused on finding the next new thing. He sincerely thanked the man for his guidance. Choi Jane waved a hand and chuckled lightly. Haha, just think of it as the ramblings of an old man. It seems we've arrived. They both looked outside. The car stopped at Mount Sungmu. Li Chon stepped out, his eyes fixed on the gate as he called Butler Choi. He was puzzled. I heard that only those who inherit the bloodline or have permission from the Sungmu family can pass through the mountain gate. Are you able to enter as well? Choi Jane stood solemnly. To my great honor, the previous family head granted me that right. I will go and tidy the previous head's tomb. Where do you intend to go first, young master? As they walked, Li Qian said, I want to go to the place where the founding ancestor's spirit tablet is enshrined first. As he walked, Li Qian felt something bizarre, as if he had passed through a barrier within the tomb and stepped into another world. He clenched his fist, a strange sensation washing over him. Choi Jane bowed respectfully. I shall take my leave. May the young master achieve his heart's desire. Li Qian's excited voice echoed back, Thank you. He walked along the rugged stone path to the tomb of the clan's founding patriarch. Opening the wooden door, he spoke with reverence. A descendant of Sungmu Golan has come to pay his respects to the founding ancestor, and drew his sword. He swore, From this moment on, though I commit a great disrespect by drawing my sword within this tomb, I do so according to the founding ancestor's own design. I ask for your generous forgiveness. Placing the sword on the table, he poured a cup of wine. Black Knight may be a sword, but its nature is something more. Before my return, thanks to my elder brother, some of the family's secrets were revealed to me. Black Knight has 9 seals. I only know of 4 requirements. Proving I am worthy of being the sword's master, possessing the blood of the Sungmu Golan clan, passing the naming ceremony, and overcoming the first trial set by the founding ancestor. To this day, I have released 3 seals. What will the next one reveal? The power of Black Knight radiated outwards, and a blinding light erupted from a mirror on the table. A hint about Tianwei? Li Qian murmured. Mount Tianwei. It really is the mountain from my memories. I have to go to Mount Tianwei. Mount Tianwei, the place where the founding ancestor realized his spiritual energy and chose it as a training ground for future generations. Observing his surroundings, he marveled. The magical energy is so dense. Even though I've read the materials, this is the first time I've ever set foot here. A voice rang out. It truly is a magnificent mountain, isn't it? Li Qian turned to smile warmly at Choi Jane. Yes, it feels completely different from Mount Sungmu or Red Green Island, the man continued. May the young master achieve all that he desires. Another voice cut in. This noisy bunch is making my head spin, showing up like a pack of hungry wolves. A figure approached, and Li Qian grew wary he couldn't sense the person's aura. A guard shouted, Young master, butler, get back! That's a powerful expert! The long-bearded old man pointed a finger, enraged. You bastards looking for a death wish? If you want to be nice about it, put those swords away right now. The guards panicked. Everyone, into formation! A hand suddenly slammed down on the head guard's head. Blockheads who grab a piece of iron refused to listen to anyone. Li Qian was frozen to the spot, his mouth hanging open. The old man took a swig of wine, wiped his mouth, and sneered after felling the guards. You're not even good enough to put up a fight, yet you dared to rush in. Turning to Li Qian and Choi Jane, he scowled. You've got no manners. You're supposed to give at least a month's notice. I told you, and yet you show up empty-handed. Did you bring that single flask of wine because you're hoping to die? Choi Jane smiled brightly. I must apologize for that, but you are being a bit too harsh, sir, the old man grumbled. Such a gutsy little brat, daring to talk back to me. Lee Chun spoke up. Butler Choi Jane feigned a cough. I almost forgot. Allow me to introduce you. This is the master of Mount Tianwei. The old man took off his glasses and looked at Lee Chun impatiently. Him? The little brat the family had brought in from the outside. Butler Choi Jane replied, Yes, this is the 9th young master, Lee Chun, the one who will be ascending the mountain this time. The mountain master stroked his chin, chuckled to himself, then leaped close to the boy. You saw a part of my technique, didn't you? Lee Chun was startled that the man had noticed. He quickly said, Yes, I saw it. The mountain master clicked his tongue. You have a similar air to Taeyin, but the smell on you is a little strange. Suddenly, Lee Chun's left eye throbbed violently, and he covered it in pain. The mountain master grew suspicious. This kid, does he have a strange eye? He couldn't believe the man had sensed his abnormality. A stream of energy flowed from the mountain master, soothing the pain in his eye. The scene shifted. The mountain master was in his room, savoring a bottle of liquor, his face flushed from the alcohol. Western liquor is really something else. It has a strange, woody smell, but it's delicious in a way that's hard to describe. Choi Jane smiled warmly. I'm glad it's to your liking, sir. Lee Qian watched, thinking he wouldn't fight for the liquor, but it was obvious this wasn't some cheap bottle. The mountain master slammed it down on the table. All right, tell me your story. Sending a scrawny kid like you for training. They must really hate you, huh? Lee Qian stated clearly, I came here of my own free will. The mountain master gave a sly, knowing laugh. Oh, is that so? Based on the energy he was radiating, the man correctly guessed he was the type of child caught between a dead end and destiny. Lee Chun sat up straight, thinking about the mountain master's identity, the illusions from his demon eye, and the rumors he'd heard about the mountain's keeper before his return. It has to be Doc. Doc, who could foretell the future with his star-filled eyes, seeing predestined events that could not be changed. The mountain master asked casually, So, you have a whole year. What do you plan to do? Choi Jane interjected forcefully. Let me be clear. Young master the family head, Taeyin, wants to hear everything you have to say. Lee Cheon stammered. The conversation ended. The mountain master scowled. Damn it. I've met a few eccentrics, but this kid, the second he heard me mention the training grounds, he just bolted straight for them. You too. Wait until I'm done healing those weaklings, then you can go with them. Choi Jane's face lit up. Thank you, sir, for allowing us to use the spirit water. The mountain master's tone turned serious. So, what are you really here for? You didn't just come for a social visit, did you? Choi Jane nodded. I don't like to beat around the bush, so I'll get straight to the point. Have you read the celestial signs yet, master? The family head instructed me to ask. Model. The mountain lord's wine cup froze in his hand. He nodded slowly, setting it down. I've read it, but I can't say much. He hinted. A docky who's been treated to wine. Surely he wouldn't refuse to help, would he? The mountain lord slammed his hand on the table, annoyed. Hey, kid, is times your apology? Cho Jane just smiled. I brought over 10 bottles of wine. The mountain lord grumbled and chugged the entire bottle. Damn it, I knew this would happen. He sighed, setting down the empty bottle. Seriously, though, there's still a long way to go. The Heaven's Gate has been open for a while now. Human power is reaching its peak, and chaos is sure to follow. Tell him not to be impatient. Just let things take their natural course. Cho Jane's expression brightened. Yes, I'll pass the message along to my master. The mountain lord pointed an angry finger. If I had won that damn wrestling match, I wouldn't be stuck in this mess. He changed the subject to Lee Chun. You seem to like that bastard kid. Aren't you worried? Cho Jane stared thoughtfully into his cup. As a servant, I only serve the bloodline of the family. The mountain lord pressed on. You heard he wants to go times their asterisk, right? He's just a rookie. Cho Jane replied. If you just watch him once, I think you'll find him interesting. The scene shifts to an underground training ground. Lee Cheon stepped out of a teleportation gate, marveling at the mountain lord's power, which never failed to amaze him. A knot in a tree led to the training ground, right where the lord was yesterday. There was also an entrance to a cave. A secret of the Daki clan? He honestly admitted to himself, asterisk, I'm still lacking in so many ways. From now on, I have 1 year. Asterisk. Drawing his dagger, he muttered. The secret magic from Muji and Mujin, the intuitive evil eye, the dark energy. I have to make them all my own. The goal is 1,000 repetitions. If that's not enough, I'll keep going until it is. Meanwhile, in his room, the mountain lord was sprawled out, watching Lee Cheon through a mirror, looking bored. That kid is too intense, he thought. I've never seen anyone train to the point of exhaustion, recover with spirit water, and then repeat the cycle like some kind of self-torture. He snapped his fingers, and the screen went blank. Staring at the ceiling, he sighed. No wonder his fate is so grim, destined to die young or meet some great misfortune. And yet, he's overturning an unchangeable destiny, even suppressing his own innate energy. A creature without a destiny. When was the last time I saw someone like that? The Mountain Lord burst out laughing as he thought of that guy, Jin. Bloodlines don't lie. 3 months later, the Mountain Lord was lying on the floor, grumbling. Cho Jane said this would be interesting. I'm bored to death. I'm not watching anymore. The kid is just practicing basics. What's so fun about that? He turned to watch Jin gathering herbs. He's not saying anything. Guess he's not dead yet. Suddenly, a familiar cry echoed through the air. The Mountain Lord shot up, instantly on guard. The sound of the spirit beast. Baki, did something infiltrate the mountain? He snapped his fingers, bringing the screen back to life. I've already set up a barrier. That's impossible, he wondered. Could it be that the big shots from the family broke it when they brought food and wine? Looking at the screen, he yelled, "What? What the hell is that kid doing? Don't tell me he's planning to eat times the spirit beast." Li Qian was running like a hyena, chasing Baki with a hoe in his hand. The horrified Mountain Lord burst through the door, shouting, "Stop right there!" Li Qian pretended not to hear and kept running. Before he could catch it, the Mountain Lord cleverly blocked his path. Furious. "Hey, you brat! Are you insane? What the hell do you think you're doing?" Li Qian was panting heavily. "Hello, Mountain Lord. It's been a while. Could you please step aside for a moment?" By now, the boy was 14 years old. The infuriated Mountain Lord pointed a finger at Li Qian and let him have it. "How dare you go after my sacred beast right in front of me? In all my life, I've never seen a brat like you." Li Qian looked bewildered. "Huh? What are you talking about?" The Mountain Lord explained, completely exasperated. "The thing you were chasing with all that killing intent is the sacred beast, Baki." Li Qian looked puzzled. "Why would I kill a sacred beast?" Hearing this, the Mountain Lord was stunned, wondering what was wrong with the kid. He looked at the basket and hoe Li Qian was carrying, which only made him more confused. Spotting Baki, Li Qian raised his hoe and yelled, "That little brat!" The Mountain Lord quickly intervened. "Wait a minute," he snapped. "Why in the world are you chasing Baki?" Li Qian replied. "It stole my secret elixir." He apologized. "I'll explain later," and took off after it again. The Mountain Lord couldn't stop him in time and called out, "Hey, the spirit beast has already hidden itself. How are you going to find it?" Suddenly, he was astonished. Li Qian was heading in the exact direction Baki had fled. No matter how sharp one's senses were, it should have been impossible to pinpoint its location so accurately. The Mountain Lord muttered to himself as he watched the boy's feet. Energy was radiating from the balls of his feet, yet the ground remained undamaged. He wondered, was that kid always this fast? Li Qian was frantically chasing Baki to get his elixir back. The Mountain Lord was lost in thought. "I only took my eyes off him for 3 months. Did something happen?" After hearing the explanation, he calmed down. "So, you're saying that while you were looking for the final ingredient for your elixir, Baki stole it and ran off. Is that right?" The Mountain Lord looked sheepish. "My apologies." Li Qian's voice was heavy with sorrow. It had, at the very least, a 40 to 50-year-old mountain ginseng in it. He bowed his head, his shoulders slumped, and began listing the precious herbs: Foti root, white scale herb, dragon scale flower, matsutake mushrooms, and even cordyceps harvested from the corpse of a demon insect. He sounded resigned. "I worked so hard to gather them. It's so disappointing." His voice was faint. "That was a medicine I spent 100 sleepless days preparing, and now it's all gone to waste." The Mountain Lord was at a loss for words. "Ah, well, that's not going to happen." Li Qian sighed, his eyes weary. "So, one of the reasons I came to Mount Qianhui has ended in failure. That medicine was a critical goal of mine." The Mountain Lord suddenly yelled, "Hey, I'm the one who gave you permission to gather them. So what if it got stolen?" Li Qian retorted. "You have a point." His sarcastic tone was like a piercing arrow. "You gave me permission, yes, but I gathered them on times your time's territory. I guess it's my fault for not managing them properly." The Mountain Lord puffed out his chest. "Fine, I'll compensate you for it," he declared boldly. "Anything you want, I'll make it happen." A sly grin spread across Li Qian's face as he asked, "You just said, asterisk, anything asterisk, right?" The Mountain Lord snapped back to reality and gave a forced, friendly laugh. Li Qian seized the opportunity. "As it happens, Mountain Lord, there are 2 things I need your help with." The scene changes to a dark cave filled with a malevolent aura. A strange cry echoes as sharp, spiny legs appear. A demon spider stands imposingly, its massive body towering over Li Qian, its eyes looking down at him like a tiny piece of prey. He gripped his sword tightly, channeling his energy and reminding himself, "Remember this feeling." Li Qian focused his power into his sword, muttering, "The strength of the aura skill when used continuously. Activating the Yama's fortified key technique feels the same as the first time." Red tendrils shot out, binding the spider demon's limbs as it shrieked and thrashed. I anchored my feet, gripped my sword, and unleashed a powerful stone wind uppercut. Blood splattered everywhere. "Damn it," I muttered. Staring at the gash, I mumbled to myself, "Wasn't that enough to kill it?" The spider demon began to counterattack, but suddenly it transformed into a paper talisman right before my eyes. The mountain lord bent down and picked up the talisman. Damn it, why am I stuck babysitting this kid? He held the talisman and sighed, wondering how he'd gotten roped into promising such things. Seeing Li Qian panting, he asked, "Hey kid, want to take a break?" Li Qian breathed a sigh of relief. "Please." He immediately closed his eyes. The mountain lord prompted him, "It's up to you. Focus on visualizing the target from your memory." He tossed the talisman, summoning a swordsman for the next training session. As he watched, the mountain lord muttered, "His demonic energy is leaking out. I can't believe he knows how to train using illusion magic." He grew indignant, clenching his fists. How did he even know to ask for illusion training? And for 4 hours straight, he then calmed himself down. He thought, what's done is done, just let it go. The second task, gathering the mana herbs, won't be that hard either. As he watched, he realized that over the past 3 months, the boy's body had grown stronger, taller, more refined, and more stable. His expression turned serious. He muttered, "Let's just forget about that for now." Looking at the sword Li Qian was holding, he thought, "I'll have to ask him about that weapon at some point." Li Qian soaked in the spring, blissful. It felt like he was being brought back to life. Without this healing spring, he never would have been able to endure the training. He thought, if only there was a spring like this outside Mount Chunhui, like at the main family house. A hairy foot stepped down. I jolted, leaping to my feet. Asterisk, who's there? Asterisk, I thought. Asterisk, I didn't sense their presence at all, even this close. Asterisk. The mountain master spoke up. "Seeing you so worn out, I guess you're the real deal." I was confused. "Mountain master, what brings you here?" He was soaking in the hot spring. "I've had a long day. Can a man get some rest?" he asked. "You've been coming here for a while. Have you been resting properly?" I scratched my head, embarrassed. I always rest well, sir." The mountain master snapped. "I'm talking about times besides times, coming here after every training session, kid." He popped a boiled egg into his mouth and grumbled, "I've lived a long time, but I've never seen anyone train as foolishly as you." Seeing that, I mumbled to myself, "Another egg." I just forced a smile. "Is that so?" I stood up and grabbed a towel, trying to act normal. "I'm fully recovered now. If you'll excuse me, I'll head up first." But in my head, I was complaining that my body still felt a bit off. The mountain master slammed an egg down on a rock and yelled, "Wait!" The action made me freeze. In a lower voice, he said, "There's something else I need to talk to you about. Sit down." The mountain master asked, "What was that thing you were wielding earlier?" I held up my hand, looking at the ring. "You mean this?" The mountain master nodded. "Yes. Where did you get it?" He was serious now. "Promise me, you won't speak to anyone about anything related to it. I'm not certain, but it's connected to who you are." I grew worried. "It's called Min Nin. I got it from my family's secret vault." The mountain master created a small vortex from the hot spring steam. His voice was grave. "I don't know how much you understand, but I saw something very similar to it a long time ago." He began his story. "Once, there was a shaman who could communicate with spirits and read the stars in the sky." The master continued the tale of the sorcerer. He always carried something with him, a stone that could freely change its shape. With that stone alone, the sorcerer could perform all kinds of magic, even using forbidden arts without paying a heavy price. Thanks to that stone, he became the most powerful sorcerer of his era. But in the end, the very stone he trusted consumed him. He lost all reason and began to rampage like a monster. That change, it happened in less than a year. He couldn't be killed easily, so they eventually had to seal him away. Hearing this, I had to ask, "What about the stone?" The mountain master replied, "They gathered the power of countless sorcerers of that time and destroyed it." After hearing that, I stroked my chin and spoke up. "That sounds similar to a story I read in the Young Archives." Then I turned to him and asked, "Could it be that the sorcerer was sealed in a place called Mengen?" The mountain master answered immediately, "No, he was sealed on an island to the east." Hearing that, I thought to myself, asterisk. So it's not the story recorded in the Young Archives. The stone and Min Nin are two separate objects, but they must be connected somehow, asterisk. Then he continued, returning to his point. "Back then, I smelled a foul stench coming from that stone, and that stench is very similar to the aura coming off of you right now. A strange aura. Not human, not beast, not even a spirit." After saying this, the mountain master laughed loudly. "Ha ha. Min Nin is a foreign object of unknown nature. There are better weapons out there. Why don't you just give this one up?" Hearing this, I fell into a thoughtful silence. Asterisk. His tone sounds like a gentle suggestion. Asterisk, I thought. Asterisk. But it carries a suffocating pressure, like a hand squeezing my heart. Asterisk. After a moment, I said firmly, "When I acquired the demon eye, I was advised that I wouldn't need this, and I told them this, word for word. If this is a power that has been granted to me, then I will be the one to master it and wield it." Hearing these words, the mountain master broke into a grin. "Arrogant brat. You said that to Li Taishin, did you?" Then he shouted, "Hey kid, Do you really think that thing is the same as the demon eye? I answered calmly. To me, there isn't much difference. Suddenly, the mountain master stood up. Well then, he said, there's no other way. Instantly, his arm tensed, forming a small vortex of energy in his palm. He continued, I'll just have to take it by force. From his hand, a matte black mace materialized. He immediately swung it fiercely toward me, but I remained calm and didn't even try to dodge. Seeing this, the mountain master spoke. Hand it over while I'm still talking nicely. It's been a long time since I've swung a weapon. I'm not sure I can hold back. Hearing these words, I considered for a moment, then answered calmly, You won't do it, master, because doing so would break your pact. At this, the mountain master's ears twitched. He covered his face with one hand and let out a long sigh, but a smile immediately spread across his lips. He said, So you knew all along? I nodded. Of course. To protect this mountain and the people who train here. That's the oath you swore to the founder. You were just testing my will, weren't you? Hearing that, the mountain master burst out laughing. Ha ha! If you already knew, you should have just said so. Wouldn't that have been better? You really are a sly kid. I turned and asked, You really weren't going to take it, were you? The mountain master paused thoughtfully, then said, From what I can see, you'd be better off living by your wits and your tongue. Hearing that, I burst out laughing. Ha ha! Thank you for the compliment. Seeing this, the mountain master yelled angrily, That was an insult, you little punk. Then I turned to him and asked, Why don't you just try taking it by force? You could take it under the pretext of helping me. At that thought, the mountain master pointed at me and said, It doesn't emit the same bizarre aura as the sorcerer's artifact. Perhaps it's not the kind of monster that consumes its user. Seeing his point, I looked at the ring on my hand and then spoke up. I understand. Thank you for telling me. Then I immediately changed the subject. Let's put that aside for now, master. The mountain master looked puzzled. What is it? I gave him a bright smile and said, You just threatened a student with a weapon, didn't you? You're quite meticulous when it comes to keeping accounts, you know? Seeing that this kid was about to start digging for leverage again, the mountain master roared in anger. You rotten little punk! What are you trying to pull now with that blackmail material? Back in my temporary quarters, I took out a sword enveloped in a dark aura. Looking at it, I said to myself, In the end, I can't believe it took a full 3 months just to read Judo's memories. Before leaving Wisan, I had received 2 renowned swords from the 7 Blades. One was the masterpiece blade, Judo, and the other was the exquisite high-grade sword, Fenbo. Fenbo possesses an innate yin ability, allowing it to emit a chilling aura. Its memories weren't extensive, so I absorbed them back at the main house. Looking at the Judo sword before me, I thought, let's test out Judo's ability. The second memory of Min Nin, the upcoming quarterly evaluation for the Academy's division, and this new power from Min Nin, A sense of urgency spurred me to act. I immediately used the power of the copied weapon. The ring on my hand emitted a beam of blue light, shooting toward the sword propped up in the corner of the room. A stream of light coiled around the hilt of the sword, pulling it toward Li Qian's hand. He caught it gently and said, Judo's ability is to transfer the properties of one item to another. Holding the sword, he muttered, Just copying the shape isn't enough to replicate its abilities. Maybe I can use the power from the weapons that's been absorbed through these energies. Since I broke the seal on Mount Sung Mu, I guess I should check Hukia's memories, huh? Right after that, he closed his eyes and delved into Hukia's memories. Before breaking the seal on Mount Sung Mu, this was as far as he could see. The important part starts here. Suddenly, a voice rang out. I intend to seal this sword. I will not let my children be swayed by its power. Hearing this, a hooded figure in white behind him spoke up. Sealing it isn't difficult, but are you sure? If you do, it will no longer choose its wielder so easily. The man in black replied, If they are not worthy, it is better that they not wield it. The man in white nodded slightly. Understood. Then he reached out his hand to seal Hukia. After carving a few lines of script onto the sword, the man in white said, The sealing is complete. As for the contents of the seal, suddenly, at this point, Li Chun couldn't hear anything because the seal hadn't been undone. The man in white continued, When the third seal is broken, its power will be released. Do you accept that? The man in black replied, That won't make a huge difference, so it's fine. Then he held the sword in his hand and said, Still, I must test it. Looking at the flow of energy surrounding Hukia, Li Chun thought to himself, could that be the mana circuit running inside Hukia? In terms of complexity, it's no different from a human's mana system. Holding the sword, the man in black swung a slash through the air. Seeing the lingering specks of mana, Li Chun mumbled, The mana isn't just being blocked, it's being scattered? Then the man in black continued, I'll have to reinforce the seal a bit more. At this point, Li Qian was suddenly thrown out of Hukia's memory. He rubbed his head from the throbbing pain. Gripping the sword, he spoke, A power that can erase mana. Who would have thought a weapon like this could even exist? Li Qian was still diving headfirst into his training. In the training room, he charged straight towards the spider goblin, muttering to himself, Iron Key Strike. The sword he held emitted an immense amount of energy. He shouted, "Thunderclap!" With just a single slash, he finished off the spider goblin. A voice called out from outside, "Haha, not bad, kid. You actually did it?" Startled, Li Qian turned his head. It was the Mountain Lord, hands in his pockets, walking closer with a loud laugh. "Ha, you know this is your first win after that long losing streak, right? It took you a whole 7 months." Hearing that, Li Qian just smiled and replied, "I know. So now I can beat you anytime I want, right?" The Mountain Lord turned away angrily, muttering, "This little brat. He's messing with me." Then he asked, "So, what are you planning to do this time?" Li Qian looked at the ring on his hand, which was emitting a blue energy, and mumbled, "I think I should stop training." Hearing this, the Mountain Lord laughed loudly and came over to slap Li Qian hard on the back. "Haha, great idea. In that case, I'll take a break too." But Li Qian's calm demeanor made the Mountain Lord wonder. He replied, "No, I think it's time for the trial." His gaze turned serious. He placed a hand on his chest and declared, "The trial created by the founder, the Bloodless Dream." The Bloodless Dream is a trial for the Lai martial arts family, enhanced by the magic of elves and the domain power of Mount Qianhui. It selects those worthy to face it. That is one of the oaths that binds the Mountain Lord. The Mountain Lord observed him quietly, then asked, "You really want to take that trial?" Li Qian replied firmly, "Yes, it's the whole reason I've been working so hard." He asked again, "You, as you are now, aren't strong enough to pass the trial." Hearing that, Li Qian paused for a few seconds, then suddenly raised his hand and said, "If that's the case, then I'm ready for the challenge." Li Qian, the 9th son of the Li martial arts family, declared, "Please, allow me to challenge the Bloodless Dream." Hearing these words, the delighted Mountain Lord extended his hand. Li Qian took his hand and thanked him. Immediately after, the two of them headed deep into Mount Qianhui. In front of a cave entrance, the Mountain Lord spoke, "This is the entrance to the Bloodless Dream." Li Qian looked at the deep, dark cave before him, then turned to ask, "But this is the cave that leads to your home." The Mountain Lord walked on and replied, "That's right." Then he held out his hand. A stream of mana flowed from it, touching the stone slab in front of them and infusing mana into it. Instantly, a massive, towering stone gate appeared before the two of them. He turned happily to Li Qian and said, "You probably know that once you enter the Bloodless Dream, you can't leave until the trial is over. Now, open the gate and step inside." Li Qian quickly pushed the massive stone door and went in. From within, a blinding flash of golden light shot straight into his eyes, forcing him to shield them with his hand. He mumbled. To some, he was a god of war. To others, a dragon slayer, or even a legendary icon from the stories. Looking at the man before him, Li Qian spoke respectfully. "This humble descendant greets the founding ancestor of the Li martial arts family." Before him stood a young man who looked to be about 20 years old. Li Hun-Hian, the founder of the Li clan. Seeing his appearance, Li Qian tightened his grip on his sword and muttered, "His presence is so overwhelming, it's as if he's still alive." Throughout history, across generations, only a few have challenged the Bloodless Dream. There is only one condition for victory, to defeat the founder as he was at age 15. Li Qian closed his eyes and mumbled, "First, I need to gauge my opponent's strength." Suddenly, his eyes flew open as a mouthful of fresh blood sprayed from his mouth. Li Hun-Hian had closed the distance, delivering a stab straight through his chest that took Li Qian completely by surprise. He cried out in pain and fell to the ground, muttering, "What just happened? Was my heart just pierced? I wasn't being careless. I've had my throat slit in simulations before, but at least I knew how it happened. This time, besides my heart being pierced, I have no idea what just occurred." He pushed himself up with one hand and looked towards Hun-Hian, mumbling. He didn't use any secret techniques or ultimate moves. He didn't even use a normal aura technique. A thought flashed through Li Qian's mind. He mumbled, "Even with my sixth sense, I couldn't detect it. Could it have been an attack that struck my blind spot?" He replayed the moment Hun-Hian rushed in to attack. But how is that possible? He would have had to read my every single move to do something like that. Does that mean he's really that strong? After a moment of thought, he tightened his grip on his sword and stepped forward. Just then, Hun-Hian raised his sword, which exploded with a colossal aura aimed at Li Qian. Seeing this, he gave a bitter smile. "Ha, I honestly don't know if I can beat this guy." But he still got into a defensive stance, preparing to block the coming attack. At the home of the Lai clan, someone spoke up, "Clan head, we've received word from Mount Qianhui." Tashin calmly took a small cloth to wipe his sword before finally speaking. "So? He's entered the cave?" The other person replied, "Yes. The young master has been inside for 10 months now." Li Taishin continued, "But it shouldn't be possible for him to have that level of skill. That kid, he's never truly failed before. In terms of his win-loss record, he hasn't won every fight, but he's never experienced a true failure. His voice was firm. In other words, he's never hit a real wall." Do you know why the survival rate in the bloodless dream is less than 50%? Without waiting for Butler Choi to answer, he went on, it's because their spirits break the moment they hit the wall known as Hun Hyen. So, what happens to someone who has never even faced a wall like that before? The question hung in his mind as the scene shifted. Inside the bloodless dream, Lee Chan, after countless failures, was sprawled on the ground. He let out a long sigh, ran a hand through his hair, and muttered to himself, Was I taken down in just one hit again? He completely deceived my senses. A feint to the front, then a real strike from the side. An attack that perfectly pierced my blind spot. Could it be that he understood my every move in just a single instant? He shot back up to his feet, staring at his trembling hands and muttering, It's been a long, long time since I've felt this. The feeling of despair, helplessness, and fear. The kind that comes from facing an enemy you know you absolutely cannot defeat. He immediately clenched his fists, steeling himself. But I can't let myself break. He then picked up his sword and began channeling mana into it, continuing to mutter, Because no one on this earth understands this feeling better than I do. For someone who's already hit rock bottom, the only way left is up. With that thought, he launched himself toward Hun Hyen, attacking. Every move I make has meaning, he told himself. Hun Hyen, however, remained as calm as if nothing was happening. With just a gentle swing of his sword, he easily took Lee Chun's head. Even in that moment, Lee Chun was lost in his thoughts. I'm starting to understand. The progenitor isn't someone who possesses some unfathomable, mystical power. The source of his strength is a natural gift for finding the correct answer. In every single moment, he instinctively knows the most optimal move. That is the very essence of martial arts. The smallest fundamentals, the most basic principles, are the unshakable foundation, solid as a mountain. I have to see the progenitor's sword path clearly. Suddenly, a thought flashed in Lee Chan's mind. He muttered, a horizontal slash, from left to right. A faint smile then appeared on his lips. He continued to mutter, I'm getting closer. With that thought, he was instantly sent back to the revival altar by Hun Hyen once again. Time flew by. On the vast plains, the wind whistled through the grass, and the clash of weapons echoed day and night. Gradually, Lee Chun became able to parry Hun Hyen's attacks with incredible ease. After 7,749 attempts, he was fighting on equal footing with Hun Hyen. Seeing this, Hun Hyen took a slight step back, tightened his grip on his sword, and channeled an immense amount of mana into it. He unleashed a powerful slash, but this time Lee Chun calmly met the blow. He smiled. I can finally use energy arts. This style of fighting is my own, a blend of change and freedom. He took a few steps back, bracing himself with his hand. He thought, what I've been lacking all this time was the ability to command countless weapons, to make every technique flow effortlessly from a single, unmoving foundation. I finally understand the true purpose of the bloodless dream, to dissolve the wall known as myself. In the next instant, he transformed the sword in his hand into a long spear and launched himself straight at Hun Hyen. He channeled mana into the spear, and a swirling blue aura coiled around its tip. He muttered, what the progenitor doesn't have is the power that lies within me. Something that even I never realized I had. He remembered his aunt's words, your magical talent far surpasses that of ordinary people. I would stake my honor on it. He smiled joyfully. Aunt, I did it. Instantly, a massive vortex of mana swirled around the spear's tip at an incredible speed. This was Tempest Lance. He gripped the long spear tightly and shouted, unleashing a powerful strike towards Hun Hyen. Hun Hyen was forced to one knee to block the blow. Cracks appeared on his sword before it shattered into pieces. Lee Chun lunged past Hun Hyen, leaving a deep gash across his torso. He muttered, the wall is crumbling. Back at the manor, the mountain lord sipped his wine and murmured, it's been a month since that kid entered the bloodless dream, hasn't it? For 100 years before Li Tae-shin, no one passed the test. And now, not even 15 years later, another one appears. Suddenly, the cup in his hand began to shake violently, and the whole room trembled. He jumped up, shouting, what? Is something happening on the mountain? He immediately stood up and exclaimed, could it be? He instantly raced toward Cheonwi Mountain. In just a few minutes, he stood before the door to the bloodless dream. The door was as still as ever. He muttered, did you finally pass the trial? Just then, the giant stone door creaked open. A cloud of dust billowed out, and through it, Li Qian's face appeared with a radiant smile. He stepped out and announced, I have returned, Mountain Lord. The first thing he did was soak in a hot spring to relax after his arduous training. The Mountain Lord stood on the edge and asked, so, how do you feel now? Li Qian smiled and replied, I have absolutely no desire to go through that ever again. The Mountain Lord let out a hearty laugh, and yet, you don't look any different. Usually, anyone who comes out of there has the dead eyes of a rotten fish, because their very essence has been changed. Hearing that, Li Qian grew thoughtful. I guess everyone finds their own answer. Then he turned and asked, by the way, do you know what my father was like back then? The Mountain Lord raised an eyebrow. You mean Li Tae-shin? He casually popped open a can of beer and laughed loudly. So, he's your father after all. I guess it's only natural you'd be curious, huh? Do you know what that kid said the moment he walked out of the bloodless dream? Going back to that memory, the Mountain Lord perfectly mimicked Li Taishin's stiff tone. The training is complete. I shall take my leave. Thank you for your time. Thinking back on it, the Mountain Lord's brow furrowed in annoyance. Li Qian, startled, asked, "Wait, were you just imitating my father?" The Mountain Lord burst out laughing. Haha, was it not a good impression? Then he asked, "Hey, kid, you just did something incredible, you know? You're the youngest person ever to conquer the bloodless dream." Li Qian smiled and sighed. Even though the trial was never meant to be a race, the Mountain Lord continued. "So, you've still got more than a month before you leave the mountain. What are you planning to do? More training?" Suddenly, Li Qian shot to his feet and replied, "No, I plan to rest. I need to recover and sort through what I've learned." The Mountain Lord stepped in close, a look of surprise on his face. "Well, what do you know? I thought you'd never change, but here you are, actually saying you want to rest." He pointed at him and asked, "Are you in pain anywhere? Are you under some kind of spell?" Li Qian turned and said, "By the way, Mountain Lord, you're curious, aren't you?" Li Qian said bluntly, "Now's the time for my reward, right? You surely haven't forgotten that you used that to threaten me, have you?" The Mountain Lord's expression suddenly darkened. "Hey kid, that's..." He immediately interjected, "I'm not going to ask for anything too difficult." Hearing that, the Mountain Lord muttered, "That sounds even more terrifying." Li Qian said firmly, "I just want to borrow your goblin mace." At that thought, the Mountain Lord startled and yelled, "What?" Then he angrily pointed straight at Li Qian and shouted, "You brat! That's not something a normal person can handle. You probably can't even wield it." Li Qian ignored his words and replied, "It's fine. I just want to touch it for a second. That shouldn't be a problem, right?" Hearing this, the Mountain Lord thought for a moment, then grunted, "Well, not exactly." He rubbed his forehead, looking completely fed up. "Damn it. Fine. I'll let you borrow it. You can't do anything with it anyway, you little brat." Immediately after, a huge amount of mana surged from the palm of his hand. The goblin mace appeared, glittering a silvery gray. Looking at it, the Mountain Lord murmured, "This weapon was carved from a star fragment and fused with the soul of a goblin. That's why they call it the Goblin Mace." He held it out towards Li Qian and said, "I'm only lending it to you for 1 hour. Don't bite off more than you can chew, kid. Be careful." Li Qian gently took it with both hands and thanked him. But immediately, an immense weight pressed down on his body. The mace slammed into the ground, creating a large crack. Seeing this, Li Qian was stunned. "Huh?" Seeing this, the Mountain Lord wasn't surprised at all. He just laughed loudly. "Haha, I told you so. Even I can barely handle that thing." At that moment, Li Qian's gaze darkened as he struggled to lift the mace off the ground. The Mountain Lord waved his hand, turned his back to leave, and didn't forget to add, "Go on, have fun with it for your hour." Li Qian painstakingly dragged the mace towards the training room. After training for a while, he let out a loud laugh that echoed through the room. "Haha, I can finally move it. I have to use my mana to inch it forward, bit by bit." He rotated his exhausted arm and stared at the mace in front of him, murmuring, "And this isn't even its complete form. A weapon that can summon thunderstorms, move mountains, and part the seas. If it were fully unleashed, wouldn't it be just like a natural disaster?" He continued to think to himself, "Asterisk, the only reason I borrowed this goblin mace is asterisk." Instantly, a stream of dark energy erupted from his palm, rushing forward to envelop the mace. He wondered, asterisk, if my dark energy recognizes this as a weapon, can I absorb it? Asterisk. Asterisk, or does it only work if certain conditions are met? I'll have to try to find out. Asterisk. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind. "Humph. Li Qian, why do you always insist on trying things like this?" A sharp pain suddenly shot through Li Qian's heart, causing him to clutch his chest and fall to his knees, clenching his fists. He thought, asterisk, I read it. Just by hearing its voice, I was pushed out, but if I can read its memories, then I'll be able to absorb it. Asterisk. Asterisk. And if I can absorb it, that means I can wield a weapon that not even a human can use. Asterisk. At this thought, Li Qian's expression brightened. He clenched his hands, his resolve hardening. An hour had passed. He now had a backpack slung over his shoulder, wondering, asterisk, do I have everything? Asterisk. From inside the house, the Mountain Lord's voice called out, "No wonder I felt so uneasy down at the foot of the mountain." He stepped out, a bottle of liquor in his hand, and sighed softly. "So, you're leaving today, kid?" Li Qian smiled and replied, "Yes. It's been exactly 1 year today." The Mountain Lord was surprised. "Oh, has it really?" Instantly, a small pouch appeared in his hand, making Li Qian wonder, "What's that?" The Mountain Lord grinned. "Haha, it's salt. I use it to purify the place whenever I have to talk about you." Hearing that, Li Qian's eyebrows twitched in surprise at the gesture. Then he smiled and said, "Thank you for everything. I'll come visit again next time." A flicker of sadness crossed the Mountain Lord's eyes. He sighed. "You'd better not show up empty-handed, you hear? Bring me lots of fine liquor." Li Chun sighed softly and muttered, "And who was it just now who said he wanted to use purifying salt to get rid of me?" Suddenly, Li Qian stepped closer and asked, "Mountain Lord, are you happy living on this mountain?" Taken by the unexpected question, the Mountain Lord paused to think for a moment before answering softly, "Happy or not? What does that matter? This place is mine. I'm here because it belongs to me, that's all. It might look like I'm stuck here, but I still go out from time to time. You think all these snacks and liquor just fall out of the sky?" He sighed, turning his back and waving a hand. "All right, stop bothering me. Get lost and let me have some peace." Li Chan called out from behind him, "Not right now, but one day, I will get your name back for you." The Mountain Lord turned his head slightly, surprised. "How do you know about that?" Li Qian just smiled without answering. Just then, his ride arrived, and he got in, leaving Mount Chionwi. Only then did he speak. "From now on, I'm going to need your help." Watching the car drive off into the distance, the Mountain Lord stood on high, lost in thought, then smiled. Haha, how could that kid possibly know? What a strange brat. Long ago, there was a goblin who wreaked havoc across the land. A man captured it, but instead of destroying it, he let it go. Unwilling to accept defeat, the goblin challenged him again. After losing, it made 2 vows. The first was to watch over the mountain and aid the newcomers. The second was to create the bloodless dream, to select those worthy of overcoming the trial. That man was the family patriarch. The Mountain Lord muttered, recalling the past, the moment he was defeated and thrown to the ground. The patriarch approached him and said, "Since I won, you are no longer to cause trouble in the human world. As proof, I will take your name. The name is what binds your soul to mine, but it is not a wicked thing. Because one day, a child of my blood will return your name to you. And when that happens, our pact will be complete." Thinking back on it, the Mountain Lord sighed. Asterisk, I guess it wasn't so bad in the end. That bastard Li Hihan Hyon. Is that kid really the one who's going to fulfill the pact? Asterisk. He rubbed his head and muttered, "Whatever, forget it. He says he's going to get my name back, but then he just up and leaves, leaving me to hope like this."
He yelled in frustration, his voice echoing through the mountains, then turned and stomped back to his small house, grumbling all the way. "Damn it! I need to sprinkle more salt." The sky turned to evening. After a long journey, Li Qian returned home. Standing before the door, he mumbled to himself, "I have to stop by Mount Sungmu to perform the sealing. That'll probably take a while." As he was about to step inside, a voice called out, "It's been a long time, young master. I trust you are well?" It was Butler Choi. He opened the door to welcome him. Seeing him, Li Qian muttered, "Father must be waiting for me." He asked, "My father sent for me, didn't he?" Butler Choi nodded. "He did. I will have someone bring your things inside. Please head to the main hall to meet the patriarch." Li Qian followed, but then suddenly turned towards his father's study. Butler Choi quickly said, "Not that way, young master. This way, please." Li Qian muttered, "This must be the head of the house's personal training grounds." The door to the room slid open, revealing Li Tae-shin standing inside, his hand gripping a sword, slowly drawing it from its sheath. Seeing him like this, Li Qian thought to himself, "I'm not even surprised anymore. I still can't sense my father's true level." Noticing Li Qian's arrival, Li Tae-shin spoke, "So, you've come." At this, Li Qian immediately bowed and said, "Are you well, father?" Li Tae-shin asked calmly. "It seems you achieved a few things while you were away, didn't you?" Li Cheon replied, "Yes, but seeing you, father, I realize I still have a long way to go." Li Tae-shin smiled slightly. "Did you learn how to flatter people while you were out there? If so, I would be very disappointed." Li Cheon was taken aback, thinking to himself, "Wait, it was just a joke. Huh, is he smiling?" Just then, Butler Choi, who was standing nearby, announced, "The tea is ready, master." Li Tae-shin turned and replied, "Thank you, Butler." Then, looking at Li Cheon, he commanded, "Follow me." At a small tea table, the butler was pouring tea for the two of them. Li Tae-shin spoke first. "How have you been? I don't want to hear about it through a performance report. I called you here because I want to hear your own thoughts." Li Cheon paused for a moment, clenching his fists slightly. He muttered, "If you truly want to hear what's on my mind." Then, he began to speak calmly. Suddenly, Li Tae-shin seemed to sense something. He thought, "What is this strange feeling?" He hadn't called his son here to listen to a report, but to hear his thoughts on the training. After hearing Li Cheon open up for the first time, he finally spoke. "Is that so? You didn't waste your time then?" Li Qian replied warmly. I didn't want to waste the time you granted me, father. Li Taixin's voice turned cold. Is that why you were late today? Hearing this, Li Qian stiffened slightly and answered, It's because I stopped at the foot of Dongmu Mountain to pay respects to our ancestors. Li Taixin asked impassively, Is that all? Sensing his father's displeasure, Li Qian thought to himself, Well, if I have to say it sooner or later, then it's better to just say it, he declared clearly. I wanted the elders to witness that moment. Hearing this, Li Taixin roared in anger. You gain a sliver of achievement and you're already this arrogant? You dare say that to my face? Did you go to the mountain to greet our ancestors just to bolster your own reputation? An immense, invisible pressure began to pour out from Li Taixin, radiating outwards. The pressure bore down on Li Qian, making it hard to breathe. He muttered, What is this terrifying pressure? But he thought, Because of the seal, I need to go to Sungmu Mountain often. I can't always have an excuse. He quickly said, It wasn't just for show. I wanted to show them our tradition, an act to demonstrate my respect. They may look down on me as a bastard, but the blood of the great Lai martial family flows through my veins, too. I dared to set an example for the others. Hearing this answer, Li Taixin nodded slightly. Well said. He picked up his teacup, took a sip, and continued, I will let it go this time, but don't let this make you complacent. Seeing his father's anger subside, Li Qian bowed his head. Yes, I apologize, father, Li Taixin continued. There's one more thing, something you haven't told me. Li Qian was startled. What else is there? Li Taixin answered, I gave you permission to go to Tianvi Mountain, but I never gave you permission to challenge the bloodless dream. You only requested to train there. He then shot to his feet, turned his back with his sword in hand, and walked away, saying, Deceiving your own father. This warrants punishment. Now, follow me. Hearing this, Li Qian also shot to his feet, slightly shaken. Li Taixin drew his sword from its scabbard, looked at Li Qian, and declared, Now, take up your weapon. I will see for myself what you've accomplished there. Butler Choi brought a sword to Li Qian. Seeing this, he thought to himself, So that's why he brought me to the training grounds. He intended this from the very beginning. Li Taixin continued, Show me what you've achieved. Li Qian reached for his black knight blade. Just as he was about to grab it, he suddenly pulled his hand back, muttering, You knew everything, didn't you, father? Then he took the sword and channeled his mana into it. With a determined gaze, he looked straight at his father, taking Li Taixin by surprise. Li Taixin said softly, Come. Li Qian immediately used his demon eye skill to gauge his father's power. But a moment later, his eyes widened in shock as he thought, Impossible. I can't sense anything at all. Not his mana, not the flow of his aura. Does this mean my demon eye still isn't strong enough? He shook the thought away. I don't need the demon eye. It'll just be a distraction. When facing my father, there's no need to hesitate. With renewed determination, he stomped down hard, shattering the ground beneath his feet. He muttered, I'll just use everything I learned this past week. He then executed the first form of Mujin. Instantly, streams of mana containing the elements of wind, water, and lightning enveloped his sword. Gripping his sword tightly, his gaze unwavering, a glint appeared in his eye. Then, with terrifying speed, he launched a powerful attack at Li Taixin. He muttered, I even channeled fire, ice, and my aura into that attack, and I still couldn't touch him. It should have at least created a tremor. Looking at the attack, Li Taixin remained perfectly calm, as if nothing was happening. He swung his own blade. When his slash collided with Li Qian's attack, it instantly split it in two. Li Taixin's slash caused no damage whatsoever. Meanwhile, the shockwave from the attack sent the ground and rocks around Li Qian, shattering and flying in all directions. Li Taixin looked at him and said, That's enough. Is that the answer you found after meeting him? After the dust settled, Li Qian, panting, replied, Yes. He continued, An ability that no one else possesses but me. To constantly break down and refine that ability to create an unshakable foundation, that is the answer I found. Li Qian declared firmly to his father. Li Qian's resolute answer took Li Taixin completely by surprise. His eyes narrowed slightly, as if trying to peer deeper into the soul of the son standing before him. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind, chaotic as a storm. He thought to himself, "It seems you've chosen a very difficult path." Lee Cheon stared back at his father, his gaze as steady as an unquenchable flame. Inside, a silent vow echoed as he gritted his teeth. "But I will not fall, and I will never bow down." Lee Tae-shin suddenly turned, raised his hand, and his voice boomed with authority. "Very well. So, what about the trial in the bloodless dream?" His father's sudden change in attitude stunned Lee Cheon for a moment, making his heart skip a beat. He gently sheathed his sword, his hands trembling slightly with emotion, and stammered, I can't quite describe it in words." Lee Tae-shin stepped closer, his voice low, as if to etch every word into his son's mind. "If you can't put it into words, it means it hasn't truly become yours yet." He turned and handed his sword to Butler Choi with a decisive movement, then looked back at Lee Cheon and continued, "In fact, that attack just now, that wasn't your strongest move, was it? It felt like every secret in my heart was being laid bare." Lee Cheon clenched his fists, his nails digging into his palms. He bowed his head, his voice low and full of regret. "Yes, I know." Lee Tae-shin, his eyes sharp but holding a flicker of expectation, turned his back to walk away. His voice was calm, yet each word carried the weight of a mountain. "You entered the dream of the void on your own accord. If you ever show such a mediocre side of yourself again, I will punish you." Hearing his father's voice, Lee Cheon felt a severity like a blade held to his neck. He immediately bowed lower, his voice trembling. "I apologize, father." Suddenly, Lee Tae-shin turned back, his gaze searching. "What do you plan to do from now on?" Lee Cheon looked up, his eyes blazing with fierce determination. He took a deep breath and answered, "About that, there is something I wish to discuss with you, father." He nodded calmly. "Speak." Lee Cheon took a step forward, his voice becoming solemn, each word as if carved from stone. "I will participate in the Academy's 3-year program, but, as you know, I have long surpassed the level of a mere student." Lee Tae-shin's brow furrowed, cutting him off, his voice impatient. "Get to the point." Lee Cheon tightened his fists, his palms slick with nervous sweat. He spoke decisively, his voice ringing out like an oath. "I want to experience the world. Please, father, allow me to begin the warrior's journey." Hearing this, Lee Tae-shin turned, a strange glint in his eyes. "So, this was your goal from the moment you arrived at Sky Mountain?" Lee Cheon gave a slight nod, his voice firm. "Yes, that's right," he continued, his voice low but filled with passion. "However, the greater reason is my desire to improve my own strength," Lee Tae-shin replied calmly, but his words held a warning. "Trying to achieve multiple goals at once, that habit. One day it could become the rope that strangles you." Lee Cheon bowed his head, his voice low. "I will remember that." Inside, a wave of thoughts crashed over him. Was that advice or a warning for me? As he was walking away, Lee Tae-shin suddenly stopped, his voice echoing, deep and resonant, like he was recounting a legend. "That's right. The warrior's journey is the final trial that a direct descendant of the ancient Lai clan must overcome. Receiving no help from the family, training in the martial arts until you come of age, and then returning with an achievement that no one can deny." He sighed softly, his gaze distant. "However, 15 is still too young. The common age to begin is 17 or 18. But this child..." He looked at Lee Cheon, a flash of pride in his eyes. "He's not the type to be constrained by ordinary standards. He proved with his own hands that he has the power of a level 5 warrior. Seeing him, the other children will likely be more on their guard." After a moment of contemplation, Lee Tae-shin looked directly at Lee Cheon, his voice resonating with authority. "Very well. I will permit you to begin the warrior's journey." Hearing his father's approval, Lee Cheon's heart felt like it would burst with joy. He clasped his hands tightly behind his back, thinking to himself, "Success." But just then, Lee Tae-shin continued, his voice deepening. "But there are 2 conditions you must meet." The scene changes to the administrative office of the ancient Lai clan. Seeing his nephew enter, Lai Tae-hyung broke into a radiant smile, his eyes sparkling with joy. He walked closer, not hesitating to reach out and gently pinch Lee Cheon's cheek, his voice full of affection. "Nephew, has it been tough?" Lee Cheon, taken aback by the intimate gesture, struggled to speak, his cheeks flushing red. Greetings, uncle. Have you been well?" Lee Tae-hyung laughed heartily, his voice booming. "When am I ever not well?" Looking at Lee Cheon's mature appearance, he couldn't hide his pride, patting him on the shoulder. "Ha ha, look at you. You're the one who's grown so tall. Don't just stand there. Come, sit down." Lee Cheon nodded slightly, his voice soft. "Yes, thank you." As soon as they were seated, Lee Tae-hyung turned to him, his voice friendly. "Would you like something to drink?" Lee Cheon shook his head and let out a soft sigh, a hint of exhaustion on his face. "No, thank you. I'm fine. Actually, I just finished eating with my nanny." He winced inwardly, recalling how his nanny had forced him to eat a spread meant for 5 or 6 people. "My God, I'm so full I could explode." His nanny had stood beside him, constantly urging him on. "Eat a little more, young master. Oh dear, it looks like there isn't enough food." Lee Cheon could only raise his hands and force a smile, his voice pleading. "No, it's fine. Really, please, stop. I'm already full." Hearing the story, Lee Tae-hyung burst into hearty laughter, his eyes twinkling. "Haha, that's your nanny, all right." But as his eyes accidentally met Lee Cheon's, he realized the boy was observing him closely. Lee Cheon's brow furrowed slightly, his voice concerned. "But uncle, you look terribly tired." Lee Tae-hyung flinched, rubbing the back of his neck and forcing a laugh to hide his fatigue. "Haha, it's nothing. Just been swamped with work lately." But he thought to himself, how did the kid notice, even though I hit it so well? Lee Cheon suddenly changed the subject, his tone turning serious. "Actually, I have a gift for you." Hearing this, Lee Tae-hyung's eyes widened, sparkling with curiosity. "A gift? For me?" Lee Cheon smiled, placing a hexagonal wooden box on the table. A rich, fragrant aroma wafted out, seeming to soothe the very air. He said, his voice gentle but proud, "It's nothing special, but this is an elixir I refined myself. It should significantly boost your vitality and your control over your mana for a few weeks." Lee Tae-hyung joyfully reached for it, his eyes shining. "You're the only one who thinks of your uncle. Let's see here." He opened the box. Inside was a silver pill that radiated a fragrance like a pine forest after the rain. He murmured, his voice contemplative, "This scent is incredible." Lee Cheon smiled, his voice confident. The mountain's guardian also acknowledged that it was a fine medicine. Lee Tae-hyung was curious. "The mountain's guardian?" Lee Cheon nodded, encouraging him. "Go on, try it." Without hesitation, Lee Tae-hyung picked up the pill and examined it for a moment, thinking, if even a spirit praised it, it must be effective. He put the pill in his mouth, his eyes full of anticipation. Immediately, the medicinal power spread through him. A refreshing sensation, like a cool stream, flooded his body. The color returned to his face, and he exclaimed in astonishment, This is the real deal." He opened his eyes and looked at Lee Cheon with admiration. "Besides how fast it works, it's no different from a divine elixir. How did you do it?" Lee Cheon just nodded slightly and smiled. "Yes, that's right. I still remember how to brew medicines, and even rare ingredients can be substituted." Lee Tae-hyung closed the wooden box, his tone serious. "If that's the case, don't tell anyone about this. Keep this secret. Later, when you're older, it will be useful in many ways." Lee Cheon smiled, warmed by his uncle's concern. "You always think of me first, just like always," he replied, his voice full of respect. "Yes, when that time comes, I hope I can count on your help." Lee Tae-hyung laughed, ruffling his hair, his voice booming. "Ha! Is this little rascal trying to use his old uncle? All right, when the time comes, I'll be ready." Suddenly, his expression turned serious as he looked at Lee Cheon. "Ah, that's right. I heard you're planning to go on the warrior's journey. Is that true?" Lee Cheon was surprised, his eyes wide. "Yes. How did you know?" He nodded, his voice low. This journey will be highly competitive. You won't be able to avoid the whispers that you're receiving special treatment. Since they can't touch the clan leader, all their resentment will be directed at you. He placed the wooden box on the table, his voice full of worry. To participate, you not only need the patriarch's permission, but also the approval of the elders. And they don't like you. Maybe you could just give up this time? Recognizing his uncle's good intentions, Li Qian smiled, his eyes firm. I've already anticipated everything you're worried about, uncle. That's why I've already set a condition. Li Taehyung was surprised. What kind of condition? Li Cheon nodded, his voice certain. Yes, and for that, I'm going to need your help. After finishing the conversation with his uncle, Li Qian immediately returned to the clan estate, his heart a mixture of unease and determination. He pushed open the door to the training hall, a long sigh escaping his chest as his eyes swept over the familiar space. It's been a while since I've been back here, he murmured, his deep voice filled with nostalgia. This place hasn't changed at all. He stretched slightly as he stepped inside, a thought crossing his mind. Should I warm up a little? Suddenly, a fond voice called out from outside. You're here? The familiar voice made Li Cheon's brow furrow slightly, his heart skipping a beat. The training hall door burst wide open and Li Jung-hoa entered, a radiant smile on her face. My dearest nephew, she called out, her voice overflowing with affection. But a moment later, a fire ignited in her eyes, and her expression erupted with rage. She pointed a finger at Li Chon and yelled, You little brat! You were supposed to come see me first! Before he could even react, she grabbed him by the collar, her voice angry but with a hint of a pout. You ungrateful thing! Faced with his aunt's over-the-top reaction, Li Qian stammered out an explanation in a panic. I was busy with something. How could I have come right away? But Li Jung-hoa, seeming to already know everything, cut him off, her voice sharp. I know everything. You went to see your second uncle first, didn't you? After a struggle to escape his aunt's loving embrace, a panting Li Cheon rubbed his neck, muttering with a miserable look on his face. Geez, I thought I was going to die. He tried to calm himself, explaining gently, It was just for business, auntie. Li Jung-hoa glanced away and snorted, her voice full of pride. Why do you always have to talk back to your aunt? Then, her voice softened as she moved closer, placing a hand on his head and stroking his hair affectionately. Still, my nephew has really grown up. And hey, your mana has nearly doubled, and your ki channels are much stronger. Li Qian smiled, his eyes sparkling with pride. Yes, I've mastered all the aura skills I learned before. Hearing this, Li Jung-hoa exclaimed, her eyes shining brightly. Really? That means you've reached the 3-star level of magic. She clenched her fists, her voice filled with excitement. You still need a little more polishing, but don't worry, I have a gift for you. Sweetheart, she continued enthusiastically, I've completed the incantations for the other aura skills. Let's try them out right now. But Li Chon quickly held up his hand, his voice hesitant. Auntie, I'm sorry, but I don't think I can right now. Li Jung-hoa frowned, giving him a sharp, questioning look. Li Qian quickly explained, his voice apologetic. Well, I'm pretty busy today. Just then, the training hall door creaked open and a familiar voice called out from outside. Still as close with your aunt as ever, huh? A tall figure stepped inside. Li Qian immediately lit up, his eyes shining. Big brother! The appearance of Lim Myung-dung made Li Jung-hoa explode. She pointed at him and shouted, You said you were busy. So what are you doing here, training our little brother? You're such a liar. Knowing the power of his aunt's tongue, Lim Myung-dung just smiled sheepishly, raising his hands to placate her. Auntie, I really am busy, but I still managed to help you organize some of those incantations, didn't I? He turned to Li Qian with a mischievous glint in his eye. By the way, your notes were really good. They helped me a lot with my own training. Li Qian beamed, his voice enthusiastic. Really? That's great. Ha ha. He turned back, his tone concerned. But, are you doing okay, brother? Lim Myung-dung nodded, his voice deep and steady. Yeah, I'm fine. But right after, he suddenly threw an arm around his younger brother's shoulder, ruffling his hair with a slightly scolding tone. and then you go off to Cheon Mountain without saying a single word to me." The two brothers chuckled, the atmosphere turning warm. Lee Cheon quickly tried to explain. "I'm sorry. You were on a mission at the time." Lim Myung-dong continued, his voice teasing. "And then you got summoned by father as soon as you got back, right?" Flashing back to a few days ago. The early morning sun crept through the window, illuminating a corner of Lee Tae-shin's office. He sat there, an imposing aura around him, having summoned Lim Myung-dong. His deep voice echoed. "I need you to teach your younger brother the fundamentals of our martial arts. Can you do it?" The unexpected request startled Lim Myung-dong, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. "What do you mean?" Looking at his father's pensive expression, he thought to himself, "I'm sure I can teach him better than any of those elders." But father isn't the type to care about things like that. Pushing the thought aside, he bowed, his voice resolute. "Yes, I will teach him." After paying his respects, he turned and left the room. But just as he was about to step through the door, Lee Tae-shin suddenly spoke. "You should start preparing." The short sentence made Lim Myung-dong freeze, his heart pounding. He stood frozen for 5 seconds before opening the door and stepping out, turning his head back to say in a low voice, "Thank you, Father." Walking through the clan's estate, a storm of thoughts swirled in his mind. The Vo Huen Mong. Even I have never been allowed to attempt that trial. With my little brother's rate of progress, I now understand why Father gave this order. Does he want me to be inspired by watching him? Or does he want to create a rivalry? A look of determination flashed in his eyes as he muttered, "All right, I need to see for myself just how far he has come." Looking at Lee Cheon standing before him, Lim Myung-dong thought to himself, his heart swelling with pride. 20 years. No, maybe just 10 years. Or even less. And he'll catch up to me. Seeing his older brother lost in thought, Lee Cheon spoke up guiltily. "I'm sorry for bothering you when you're so busy." Lim Myung-dong laughed and waved it off. "It's fine. I'm the one with the most free time right now," he continued seriously. "I'm holding the Mengon. It contains all the fundamental techniques, secret arts, and ultimate skills of our clan. It is proof of the one who will inherit our ancestral legacy, and it's also one of the conditions Father has set for your journey as a warrior, to receive all the fundamental martial arts of the clan." Lee Cheon scratched his head, his voice surprised. "But are you really going to teach me the basics, brother? Don't we have the elders at the academy for that?" Lim Myung-dong smirked and shot back a question. "Do you really think you can get a proper education from them?" Remembering the elder's dirty tricks, from the ambush at his naming ceremony and the sabotage of his promotion exam to shoving him into the worst training class, both brothers frowned, their hearts filled with indignation. Lee Cheon sighed, his voice sincere. "Thank you, brother. Thank you for everything, really." Lee Myung-dong clapped his younger brother on the shoulder, his voice warm. All right, it's okay." But he couldn't help but be amazed inside. He's grown up this much. I used to be able to see his mana flow, but now I can't read it at all. Even so, if he does catch up to me, I wouldn't mind one bit. He smiled, thinking to himself, "Asterisk, I'm so proud of you, and I still want to be the big brother you've always looked up to." Asterisk. Suddenly, Lee Jung-hwa, who was standing beside them, scowled, her angry voice cutting in. "Are you two just going to stand there gossiping while the adults are talking?" She stomped her foot petulantly, making them both jump. Lee Myung-dong quickly tried to soothe her. "Auntie, please, calm down." But she refused to listen, turning away in a huff. "Fine, I'm leaving. I don't suppose you're going to stop me?" Lee Cheon quickly spoke up. "But we'll see you at dinner tonight, right?" Lee Jung-hwa puffed out her cheeks and turned back. "Didn't you say you'd be training late into the night?" Lee Cheon smiled, his voice sweet as honey. "Training is one thing, but researching with times is something else entirely. How could I possibly pass up the chance to learn from someone world-renowned in the field of mana?" he continued, his voice sincere. "I'm sorry, Auntie, but please, just wait a little longer." Lee Cheon's sweet talk was already starting to soften Lee Jung-hwa's resolve. She puffed out her chest and laughed loudly. "Well, what can I do? It's the price of being world famous, I suppose. All right, I'll let you off the hook this time." She turned to leave, waving as she walked away. I'm leaving because I'm magnanimous, you hear? Not because my show is about to start. Li Qian waved back, a teasing tone in his voice. Of course, Auntie. You have a good walk. Once his aunt was out of sight, he let out a sigh of relief, wiping the sweat from his brow. She's finally gone. Li Myung-dong, holding his sword, turned to him with a serious expression. All right. Now the real training begins. He drew his sword from its sheath, his eyes burning with intensity. In order to fully meet the conditions Father has set, I'm going to train you rigorously. A week later, in the family training grounds, the practice room was illuminated by constant, unending bursts of mana. Training in the basic arts with his older brother, Li Myung-dong, seemed simple enough, but every movement, every theory taught, flew by in a blur of intensity. The brief rest periods felt like a single breath, before the two brothers entered what felt like a real combat scenario. After a fierce exchange of blows, Li Qian braced himself on the ground, panting heavily, sweat pouring down his forehead. He could feel every muscle fiber screaming in exhaustion, but his eyes still flashed with resilience. Li Myung-dong approached him with an encouraging smile, his voice low but stern. I believe that rather than passing things down with words, engraving the lesson directly onto your body is far more meaningful. You're observing with your magic eye, aren't you? Channel your lineage. Realizing his brother was provoking him, Li Qian gritted his teeth, a fire of determination igniting in his eyes. He slammed his hand on the ground, forcing himself to his feet, his legs as firm as stone pillars. Refusing to give up, he charged straight at Li Myung-dong, unleashing a sharp slash. His older brother dodged it with ease, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. Li Qian's mind was in turmoil. Asterisk. I can clearly read the flow of mana with my magic eye, so why can't this body keep up with my will? Asterisk. His sword went wide. The strike was weak, and his muscles and joints, unable to bear the pressure, felt like they were screaming in protest. Looking at Li Qian's determined gaze, Li Myung-dong spoke in a low voice. You just attempted a move that was beyond your limits, didn't you? Before his younger brother could answer, he shot toward Li Qian like an arrow, the tip of his sword glinting like a flash of lightning. The body of the Sungmu bloodline is tougher than you think, he yelled, his voice filled with power. The terrifying speed left Li Qian stunned. His brother's sword tip was inches from his face. In that life-or-death moment, he roared, throwing himself backward, dodging the attack by a hair's breadth. Seeing his younger brother's clear improvement, Li Myung-dong thought to himself, completely astonished. Asterisk, he's already caught on? Asterisk, asterisk. Such a solid foundation, and he learned so quickly. Asterisk. He remembered the Li Qian of the past, a boy who could never have performed such complex movements. Asterisk, the bloodless dream. A place even I've never been allowed to enter. Asterisk. Asterisk. Is this the understanding he gained from that place? Asterisk. Tossing aside his cloak for ease of movement, Li Myung-dong rolled up his sleeves, his eyes gleaming with excitement. All right, if you can keep up, I'll raise the difficulty a notch. Let's see just how far you can go. Seeing his older brother before him, Li Qian's expression tensed, his body trembling slightly from the pressure. Asterisk. He's getting serious, isn't he? Asterisk, he thought, his heart pounding in his chest. A violent exchange of blows continued, the clash of swords ringing out like thunder. After a long while, Li Myung-dong stopped and announced, "Today's training session ends here." He reached out and ruffled his younger brother's hair, his voice apologetic. "Ah, I'm sorry. It seems I might have gone a little too hard on you during practice." Looking at the ground before him, which was now covered in deep cracks from their attacks, Li Qian scratched his head in embarrassment. Though exhausted, he still managed to smile, his voice hoarse. "It's okay. This is what you call real training." Li Myung-dong came over and pulled his brother to his feet, his eyes filled with pride. "Seems like you're starting to get the hang of it, huh?" Li Qian nodded, his voice firm. "Yes. Didn't you say the body of the Sungmu bloodline is incredibly resilient?" He looked down at his own hands, feeling the latent power within. The body of a Sungmu was as tough as steel wire, yet as flexible and resilient as rubber. With every training session, It grew stronger. He clenched his fist, his voice filled with determination. Even when I use techniques that put it under immense pressure, this body can take it. From that, you understand that this is where the fundamentals truly begin. Realizing his brother's rapid comprehension, Lee Mi-young-dung closed his eyes and nodded slowly, his voice low. You really are a fast learner. You've even managed to apply it to your footwork. Lee Chi-on scratched his head, laughing sheepishly. Well, after a week, that's the only thing I've been able to grasp. I'm still a long way off. His younger brother's humility surprised Lee Mi-young-dung. He thought to himself, asterisk. He says he's a long way off. Mastering the fundamentals usually takes several months to take shape, yet he did it in a single week. Asterisk. He bent down to pick up his cloak, turning to leave. His voice was warm. You're truly worthy of praise. But remember to treat your wounds properly. He turned back and clapped Lee Chon on the shoulder with a smile. I'll see you again tomorrow. Lee Cheon nodded, his voice enthusiastic. Yes, I'll review everything I learned today. Lee Mi-young-dung walked away, calling back a final piece of advice. All right, but don't overdo it. Once his brother's figure disappeared, Lee Cheon let out a long breath. He looked down at his hands, his mind deep in thought. The foundation of the bloodless dream is a kind of systematized theory of movement, based on manipulating the ever-changing nature of mana. The family's fundamental arts, on the other hand, rely on the very nature of the body, pushing its physical limits to the extreme. The two are strangely similar. He clenched his fist, muttering. The key difference is that our family's fundamentals aren't primarily body-driven. The bloodless dream, on the other hand, centers on the weapon. Thanks to that, grasping the fundamentals became much easier. It's possible they both originated from the same root. In his memories of the bloodless dream, he caught a glimpse of a figure with the traits of the Sungmu bloodline. So it's true. The bloodless dream is deeply connected to our family. His eyes blazed with determination, feeling as though he had just uncovered an unbelievable secret. Time flashes forward to the council chambers of the Sungmu clan's elders. The elders were all gathered, a heavy silence blanketing the room. Suddenly, the doors burst open, and an old man with a long white beard and hair strode in. His voice was deep and resonant. Forgive me for my tardiness. He glanced at Lai Tae-hyung, who was frowning slightly, a flash of anger in his eyes. The old man spoke, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Well, well, to what do we owe the pleasure? I'm surprised a busy grand steward such as yourself would deign to attend. Lee Tae-hyung gave a thin smile, his voice calm but with an icy edge. I so often use my duties as an excuse to be absent. I thought it was time I made an appearance. Head Elder K walked to his chair, picked up a teacup, and took a sip before speaking. Is that so? I'm sure you've heard about the matter of the warrior's right for that youngest son from the side branch? Instantly, another elder slammed his hand on the table, his voice furious. Of course we have, Head Elder. Letting a wet-behind-the-ears brat like him undergo the warrior's right. What's become of our honor? And on top of that, he's nothing but a filthy child of a lesser line. Another elder banged the table, his voice shrill. I heard that arrogant little bastard personally requested it from the clan head, claiming that since he returned from Tien Shan, he should be allowed to undertake the rite. Head Elder He set down his teacup and replied calmly. It seems there has been a misunderstanding. The clan head has not made a final decision. He said to let the council of elders discuss and decide the matter. Hearing this, the elders breathed a sigh of relief, their eyes lighting up. A long-haired man spoke up. Then the decision is in our hands. Another elder clenched his fist, his voice full of glee. Since it's come to this, we just have to reject it outright. Head Elder Hay stroked his beard and chuckled. Ha ha, it's not quite that simple. The clan head said the boy already possesses the power of a 5th-level warrior and that he even overcame the Vo Huyet Mong. We have no legitimate reason to refuse. He paused, his sharp gaze sweeping across the room. Faced with a child from a side branch who is disrupting our traditions, we are forced to come up with a justifiable pretext. Have any of you devised a plan? As soon as he finished speaking, a hand went up. Lee Tae-hyung stood, his voice steady and low. If I may, Lee Tae-hyung had never taken a side in political matters. To the elders, he was a neutral party, always maintaining a detached, noble facade, as if to protect himself from their dirty dealings. So, when they saw Lee Tae-hyung appear at this meeting, all the elders silently exchanged glances, with the same thought flashing through their minds. So, he's here to support that boy, because in their eyes, both of them were equally worthless. Lee Tae-hyung's cold eyes swept over every face in the room. He gave a faint smile, thinking to himself, "The thoughts of these old snakes are as plain as day." He knew exactly what they were scheming, but he betrayed no emotion. Inside, a storm was raging, but his expression remained as placid as a ripple-free lake. The three tests for those of the Sungmu clan's direct bloodline were harsh trials: the selection, the naming right, and the warrior's journey. Only those who passed all three were recognized as high-ranking members of the clan. They would receive countless privileges, the right to attend and speak at the great councils, and even be treated with the respect due to a junior elder. But for elders obsessed with bloodline purity, accepting someone like the youngest son was unthinkable. They saw him as a stain, an outsider daring to claim a position that wasn't his. Lee Tae-hyung sat lost in thought, his hands clasped tightly. Suddenly, he moved, pulling a small, glittering object from his sleeve. His eyes narrowed as a thought crossed his mind. "Don't tell me that kid brought this miraculous elixir just to ask for this favor." He sighed softly, muttering to himself, "Lee Cheon. I honestly don't know if this is the right thing to do." But then, as if spurred by a sudden resolve, he decisively raised his hand, his voice echoing in the deathly silent room. "May I express my opinion?" Lee Tae-hyung's abrupt action stunned the entire council. Head elder Lai Cho-gyang, who was sitting in the presiding seat, raised a slight eyebrow, his expression one of surprise. He leaned forward, his voice gentle but unable to hide his curiosity. "Does the Grand Steward wish to say something?" Then, with a mocking smile, he added, "I hear our Grand Steward has a rather close relationship with that brat." Lee Cho-jang's words were like a sharp knife, stabbing directly at Lee Tae-hyung's pride. He cursed inwardly, "This vicious old man." But he maintained a calm smile and replied evenly, "With the effort he has shown, how could I possibly dislike the boy?" However, he paused, his sharp gaze sweeping over everyone in the hall. "I believe things have gone too far this time." Lee Cho-jang's eyebrows shot up, a spark of interest in his eyes. "Too far, you say?" "That's right," Lee Tae-hyung replied, his voice low and firm. "The boy has sufficient justification, but we cannot simply ignore tradition and procedure. The youngest son needs to understand that some things cannot be done just as he pleases." Hearing this, Lee Cho-jang let out a smirk, as if he'd just found an opening for an attack. "Ha ha! And here I thought the Grand Steward didn't care for things like tradition or protocol." Lee Tae-hyung felt a surge of anger rise in his chest, but he suppressed it with nothing more than a faint smile. "It's not that I don't understand their importance. I simply wish to avoid unnecessary complications. As a pragmatist, I believe that handling matters too rigidly only leads to worse outcomes." Lee Cho-jang closed his eyes in thought for a moment. When he opened them, his sharp gaze was fixed on Lee Tae-hyung. "So, what do you propose?" Lee Tae-hyung answered immediately, his voice full of confidence. "If the council has no reason to refuse, then we simply need to create one. To be honest, this issue isn't that complicated. The youngest son has yet to prove himself." Lee Cho-jang frowned slightly, his voice skeptical. "Didn't the clan head already recognize that he has the power of a high-level warrior?" Lee Tae-hyung smiled, a cunning glint in his eyes. "But can the clan head announce that publicly?" His question made Lee Cho-jang freeze. His hands clenched, and his gaze hardened as he stared directly at Lee Tae-hyung. A heavy silence fell over the room. Then he spoke, his voice low, as if suppressing his rage. In that case, inside Lee Cho-jang's mind, 1,000 thoughts were swirling. "You vicious brat, have it your way." After a moment of consideration, he announced authoritatively, "I believe we simply need to create an opportunity for the boy to prove himself." Lee Cho-jang was momentarily startled by this idea. He turned, his voice full of doubt. "When you say, create an opportunity, you don't mean a match, do you?" Lee Tae-hyung nodded, his eyes never leaving Lee Cheon. "That's right. With what he's done, he won't refuse. This statement sent a ripple of discussion through the other elders. Lai Cho-jiang looked at him and asked, "Then who should he fight?" Lee Tae-hyung responded immediately, his voice calm but full of hidden meaning. "Wouldn't the person who most recently completed the warrior's trial be the most suitable? But the seventh young master, Lim Mi-yong-dung, will never agree. He's not suited for this." He paused, a cunning glint in his eye. "Then what about the sixth young lady, Seo-la?" Lee Cho-jiang stroked his beard, deep in thought. "Seo-la, If there's a problem, we can simply place a restriction on her." Lee Tae-hyung nodded and added, "Exactly. Asterisk. She times once said the sixth young lady holds a grudge against the kid. A match would settle everything." After a moment of thought, Lai Cho-jiang let out a laugh, his eyes lighting up. "I don't find this approach to be bad at all. What do the rest of you elders think?" The crowd around him nodded in agreement, and one of them spoke up. "I think this is a pretty good plan." Another added, "It's acceptable to me." Hearing this, Lee Cho-jiang announced clearly, "If the head elders have agreed, then I have no objection. This meeting is now adjourned." As Lee Tae-hyung turned to leave, a deep voice rang out from behind him. "You did well today, steward." He turned back to meet the eyes of the great elder, Lee Cho-jiang. The man approached, a cryptic half-smile on his face. "It seems I've misjudged you. What brought on such a rapid change of heart?" Lee Tae-hyung smiled, his voice soft. "As I said, I just want to avoid any trouble." Lee Cho-jiang nodded, but his gaze remained sharp and cold. He slammed his staff on the floor, producing a resounding thud. "Listen here, steward. In acting, the smallest details are of the utmost importance." He stepped closer, his voice dropping low, articulating every single word. "You called him the young master, while everyone else calls him that bastard." The words made Lai Tae-hyung's brow furrow slightly, but he quickly regained his composure, managing a faint smile. "Acting? I don't know what you're talking about." Lee Cho-jiang simply glanced past him, leaving behind one final, loaded remark. "Oh, you know exactly what I mean, steward." 3 weeks later, at the Sung-mu clan's training grounds, the earth underfoot was shattered, and dust billowed through the air after a grueling training session. Drenched in sweat, Lee Cheon drew his sword from its sheath, the steel glinting in the dim light. He exhaled, his voice filled with determination. "Today might just be the day I finish this training." Lim Mi-yong-dung stood opposite him and smirked. "Really? You were getting beaten to a pulp just yesterday." Lee Cheon tightened his grip on the hilt, his eyes burning. "You can feel it too, can't you, big brother?" Lim Mi-yong-dung took his stance, his own sword gleaming in his hand. "Well then, let's see what you've got." The moment he finished speaking, he shot toward Lee Cheon, his sword swinging like a bolt of lightning. Asterisk, clang, asterisk. A powerful slash came crashing down, but Lee Cheon was impossibly fast, raising his own sword to parry the blow. The two blades collided, sending sparks flying. The brothers began an intense duel, unleashing a relentless flurry of techniques. Unforgiving, the more experienced Lim Mi-yong-dung continuously pressed his attack, but Lee Cheon didn't yield an inch. Each of his strikes grew sharper, his movements more fluid than ever before. Lim Mi-yong-dung suddenly spoke, his voice filled with admiration. "Nice. Asterisk. That's times the stance you should have." Lee Cheon smiled, but inside, a torrent of thoughts was swirling. Sixth sense and mystic eyes. Through constant training, these skills now allowed him to predict the path of a sword, to block every single attack. Suddenly, he leaped high into the air, bringing his sword down in a powerful slash aimed directly at Lim Mi-yong-dung. Asterisk, boom. Asterisk. The ground shook as dust and smoke filled the air. Lim Mi-yong-dung retreated a few meters but managed to maintain his solid footing. But Lee Cheon, after unleashing such a fierce attack, was thrown backward, tumbling several times across the ground before stopping. He was panting, but his eyes were still bright and unwavering. Lim Mi-yong-dung smiled faintly and scratched his head, abashed. "You've already mastered the basic skills. It took me 3 months to master them. Yet you grasped them in just 1 week, internalized them in 2, and perfected them with mana in 33 days. It's unbelievable. He extended a hand to Li Qian, his voice filled with pride. You have never once disappointed me. I officially acknowledge that you have mastered the basic skills. And it seems you've realized something that goes even beyond that. Li Qian stood up, took his brother's hand, and broke into a radiant smile, thinking to himself, Asterisk. It's true. I can't hide anything from my big brother. Asterisk. Yes, he replied, his voice firm. I'm improving my footwork. Lim Mi Yongdong clapped his younger brother on the shoulder and laughed loudly. Want some help with that? Li Qian nodded, his eyes sparkling with hope. I'd be very grateful if you would. The scene shifts to a gloomy forest, where a heavy atmosphere hung in the air. Thick layers of fog clung to every tree trunk, creating an ethereal white veil that blotted out the sun. A cold wind swept through, carrying a rustling sound like the whispers of lost souls. Li Seola walked with a sharp, cold gaze. The blade in her hand flashed a silver arc as she swung it hard, slicing a roaring monster in two before her. She smirked, her bored voice echoing in the silence. Pathetic, useless creatures, always putting on an aggressive act. It's so tedious. At her feet, the corpse of a giant dragon lay motionless, its black blood pooling and seeping into the forest floor. She continued walking, her boots crunching over the crisp, dry leaves as she muttered, her voice filled with resentment. This is all that bastard's fault. Stuck with these annoying missions. Mother is still angry. It's all because of him. Everywhere she passed, the bodies of monsters piled up, every last one of them felled by her sharp blade, a testament to her uncontainable rage. Suddenly, an icy chill ran down her spine. Something was watching her from behind, like a silent ghost. Li Seola stopped in her tracks, her eyes narrowing as she strained her ears to listen. All at once, a terrifying roar ripped through the air. A colossal dragon, its teeth as sharp as daggers, charged straight for her, its crimson eyes burning through the fog. But Seola didn't flinch. She simply tilted her head slightly, her voice as calm as if she were speaking to a child. Is that so? The instant the words left her mouth, she spun around, and the blade in her hand shot out with horrifying speed, sinking deep into the center of the dragon's forehead. A roar of agony echoed out, and then the monster collapsed, its red eyes slowly going dark. Li Seola glared at the dragon's corpse, her eyes flashing with a mixture of rage and disgust. I told you this was tedious, she growled, her voice like a suppressed storm. She raised her hand and recited an incantation. The dagger in the monster's head began to glow with a brilliant golden light, and an intense vibration spread out, causing the very air around it to freeze. The blade extracted itself and flew back to her hand, gleaming like a challenge. Gripping the dagger, Li Seola clenched her fist so tightly her knuckles turned white. She thought, asterisk. This is the 21st mission, and all of them are annoying chores like exterminating rampaging monsters. Asterisk. Asterisk. Normally, I only do 4 or 5 jobs a year. The final 5-year decision has passed, and by the time I return to the clan, that arrogant bastard will be back too. Asterisk. Suddenly, a dark shadow shot out from the fog and appeared before her. A man in a black cloak dropped to one knee, bowing his head in reverence. Greetings, 6th young lady. His voice was low and respectful. Li Seola, who was lost in her rage, whipped around, her eyes as sharp as daggers. State your identity. He answered without a hint of hesitation. I am Gaguk, of the M team from the Black Sword Troop. The Black Sword Troop? Li Seola frowned, her voice skeptical. What is the clan leader's personal unit doing here? Gaguk lifted his head, his gaze steady. I've come bearing a message from the clan leader. He relayed the message, each word so clear it seemed to be carved into the air. After hearing it, Li Seola suddenly burst out laughing, a loud, cold laugh that seemed to have lost a bit of its humanity. Her smile slowly twisted, and a crazed light flashed in her eyes. She tightened her grip on the knife, then violently plunged it into a nearby tree trunk. The blade vibrated intensely, and her whole body trembled with rage, her voice hissing through clenched teeth. Ha ha, that arrogant bastard, perfect timing. He's digging his own grave, and my hands will be the ones to bury him. The clan leader is quite something himself. She glanced at Gaguk, her eyes seeming to pierce right through him. Tell him I've received the message. Gaguk bowed his head, replying respectfully, Yes, my lady. Instantly, he vanished into the mist as if he'd never been there at all. Li Seola stood there, her hand still gripping the knife. A ferocious energy erupted from the blade, making the very air around her tremble. She muttered, her voice low and full of killing intent. I'm really looking forward to this, Li Chon. I'm going to grind you into the dirt. The scene changes to the next day, in Li Taehyung's room. The heavy wooden door creaked as Li Chon pushed it open and stepped inside, sweat still glistening on his forehead after an intense training session. He bowed his head, his voice apologetic. I'm sorry I'm late, uncle. The training ran longer than expected. Li Taehyung, who was sitting in an armchair, looked up with a gentle smile. You're here. I heard you've already mastered all the basic skills. Is there anything left to practice? Li Cheon wiped the sweat from his brow with a cloth, smiling faintly. Yes, there are still a few things I want to test out. He walked over to the chair opposite and sat down. His posture relaxed, but his eyes filled with determination. Li Taehyung nodded, his voice serious. The specific schedule has been announced, so I came to discuss it. Li Cheon smiled, his eyes twinkling with confidence. If there was an official announcement, I would have come to see you myself. Hearing this, Li Taehyung sighed and turned to him, his voice lowering. Aren't you nervous? Li Cheon shrugged, his tone calm. What is there to be nervous about? Everything is going exactly as I predicted. He paused, his eyes lighting up as he mentioned his plan. Father approved the warrior's pilgrimage, but he set two conditions. First, I had to master all the basic martial skills. Luckily, thanks to my elder brother and what I've learned, I managed to do it in a short amount of time. As for the second condition, he paused, his gaze turning sharp. I have to convince the Council of Elders. I can use any means necessary, but if I can't persuade them, the warrior's pilgrimage won't be approved. In my current position, interfering with the elders' affairs is difficult. Li Cheon nodded, a spark of cunning in his eyes. Therefore, I decided to create the most advantageous opportunity for myself. I arranged a duel with the sixth sister. I asked you, uncle, to guide everything in that direction. The Council of Elders will have no reason to refuse. He paused, his expression thoughtful. Creating a situation that allows me to go on the pilgrimage. The ability to turn a situation to one's advantage is essential on the political path. This itself is part of the test. Li Taehyung grew pensive, and a heavy silence filled the room. Suddenly, he burst out laughing, shattering the quiet. Ha ha, I don't understand how you can be so calm. Li Cheon smiled, his voice confident. Because I trust that you've already arranged everything, uncle. Li Taehyung shook his head, a flicker of worry in his eyes. That's not what I mean. That girl, I heard you don't get along with her. With La's personality, even if this is just an exam, it won't end peacefully. Why choose her in this situation? Li Cheon clenched his fists, his voice low but firm. I owe the sixth sister a debt, and it must be paid. Those words made Li Taehyung slam his hand on the table and shoot to his feet, his voice charged with emotion. So that's it. Can't that wait? Why force yourself into this situation? He stopped, took a deep breath, and sat back down, burying his face in his hands. His voice was weary. I don't think you can't do it. I'm just worried you'll get hurt in some way. Li Cheon looked at him, his gaze softening at his uncle's concern. A wave of warmth mixed with determination rose within him. He's genuinely worried about me, he thought. He smiled, his voice firm. Thank you for your concern, uncle. The sixth sister will probably beat me to a pulp, and the elders will have an excuse to keep me on a leash. But, he clenched his fist, his eyes blazing. This duel is about more than just the warrior's pilgrimage. Losing would be a pain, but don't worry. In this fight, I will absolutely win. The Council of Elders quickly issued a formal announcement, pushing the examination forward without any delay. Soon, the location was decided. The central training ground, the largest arena in the Sungmu clan, the very place that once hosted the prestigious selection ceremony. The stands surrounding the arena were packed with spectators, their whispers like the crashing of waves, all eager to witness this historic duel. The air was thick with tension, as if the entire clan was holding its breath in anticipation. In the waiting room, Lee Cheon adjusted his attire, each movement slow but deliberate. His eyes swept across the small room, his brows furrowing slightly. They won't let this just pass quietly, he thought to himself, a bitter smile crossing his lips. He sighed and muttered, "There's no doubt about it. This is the Grand Elder's scheme. The stands surrounding the arena. It's all arranged to publicly humiliate me, to crush my spirit." But then he clenched his fists, his eyes flashing with determination. That's not the issue. What's more important is, suddenly, the sound of light footsteps came from the doorway. Lee Jung-hoa entered in her delicate shoes, her eyes filled with worry and her face etched with sorrow, as if she were hiding some deep pain. Lee Cheon looked at her, his heart aching slightly. Aunt has had that look on her face all day, he thought. He approached her, his voice gentle but unable to hide his frustration. "Why are you looking at me like that? It's really unsettling." Lee Jung-hoa wrung her hands slightly and sighed, her eyes downcast. It's nothing," she replied, her voice barely a whisper. Lee Cheon frowned and took another step closer. "What? You've been like this all day. How can you say it's nothing?" She fell silent, her hands trembling slightly. After a moment, she looked up, her eyes full of anguish. "Everything this clan decides on its own. I'm sick of all the backroom whispers. She is a 4th-level warrior, and you just reached the 5th level. The gap between the 4th and 5th levels is like heaven and earth." Lee Cheon nodded, his voice calm. "That's right. Which is why the 6th sister's magic is restricted. She's not allowed to use secret techniques or her finishing moves, correct?" Lee Jung-hoa nodded, but her hands were still trembling. She stammered, her voice cracking. "But what if he really loses?" She clutched her head, fear etched on her face. "If only I had trained him harder. If only I had told the clan about Min sooner." Her voice broke into a desperate cry. She bowed her head as tears welled up, a sense of complete helplessness washing over her. Suddenly, a gentle voice spoke. "Please, that's enough, Elder Lee Jung-hwa." Startled, she turned to see Lee Cheon's maid approaching, placing a hand on her shoulder with a warm smile. "The young master will win, just as he always does. As his teacher, shouldn't you be offering words of encouragement?" But Lee Jung-hwa just sighed, her face still clouded with sorrow. Lee Cheon watched her, a pang of pity in his heart. She was like a young animal, trembling with fear. He thought she must have lost something of herself in this family of schemes. "I don't know her past. And while I could easily investigate it, I won't. Because I believe that one day, she'll tell me her story herself." He stepped closer and put a hand on her shoulder, his voice firm. "This isn't the time for grieving. Shouldn't you be excited?" Jung-hwa looked up, surprised. "Excited?" Lee Cheon broke into a confident smile. "That's right, Aunt. And besides, there's a surprising twist waiting." From outside, a servant's voice called out, "Young master, it is time to enter the arena." Startled, Lee Cheon turned to Lee Jung-hwa, his eyes blazing. "Aunt, watch closely. I won't lose." He gripped his sword, his voice filled with determination. "Cheer for me loudly from the stands. If I can't hear you, I'll be disappointed." With that, he turned and walked out the gate. As he walked, he thought to himself, "It's been a long time since I've walked this hall. From the moment I was born, I've had to constantly prove myself. It's time to end that journey." With a steady gaze, he marched forward. As Lee Cheon stepped into the arena, the brilliant sunlight cast down, highlighting his silhouette. Across from him, Lee Sola was already waiting, her gaze ice-cold, the tip of a dagger glinting in her hand. He glanced up at the stands, where his father, Lady Bitch, and the elders sat watching intently. Suddenly, a piercing scream tore through the air. "You arrogant prick! You miserable bastard!" Lee Sola sneered at him with contempt. "I've never been able to stand that stiff, arrogant neck of yours." She twirled the dagger in her hand, the movement graceful yet deadly. "You're just a bastard who always acts so high and mighty. It's sickening." She pointed the dagger straight at him, her voice like ice. "Today, I'm going to snap that neck. Get ready. Li Qian simply nodded, his eyes calm. I'm looking forward to it, sixth sister. The referee raised his hand, his voice echoing. The match between the sixth lady and the ninth young master officially begins. Ready. As the command was given, they both tightened their grip on their weapons, the air seeming to freeze. Li Qian closed his eyes and took a deep breath. When the referee shouted, "Begin!" his eyes snapped open, glowing with a brilliant gold light. It was the sign of his magic eye skill activating, but in a flash, Lai Seola had vanished. Somehow, she reappeared directly behind him, as fast as a phantom. 3 throwing daggers flashed, hurtling at him from behind, while 2 more shot towards him from the front. Li Qian wondered, when did she get behind me? It was the art of the flying dagger, a unique technique Li Seola created herself, named Fire Dance. The blades, infused with mana, blazed like a roaring flame. Their terrifying speed gave Li Qian no time to dodge. But he didn't falter, merely tightening his grip on his sword. He poured a massive amount of mana into the blade, activating his lightning polarity skill. He swung his sword, and a burst of energy exploded outwards, forming a powerful whirlwind that swept forward. Boom! As the energy wave collided with the daggers, they were sent flying. Li Seola was also pushed back several steps, her eyes flashing with anger. She cursed under her breath. Damn it! The arena was shrouded in dust, but Li Qian stood firm, a slight smile on his face as he looked at her. I've heard a lot about your miraculous art of the flying dagger, sixth sister, he said, his tone calm but challenging, but it's not quite as impressive as I imagined. At his words, Lai Seola gritted her teeth in fury. She drew 2 more daggers, her eyes fixing on him with a chilling glare as she screamed, You are so dead." With that, she shot forward, unleashing a flurry of consecutive attacks aimed at Li Qian. As she attacked, she thought, this little brat who still smells of his mother's milk dares to talk down to me? I'll crush you head on. She continued to use the art of the flying dagger, daggers materializing all around, flying towards Li Qian at dizzying speeds. Facing this onslaught, Li Qian remained calm. He thought to himself, Sixth Sister's movements are like an acrobat's, using multiple blades at once to strike from impossible angles. It's a skill that's impossible without superior reflexes and situational awareness, but that's exactly what I wanted to lure her into doing. With that thought, he leaped up, charging straight at Li Seola to counterattack. He swung his sword, batting away the incoming daggers before unleashing a sweeping slash at her face. Li Seola's expression darkened as she struggled to dodge the attack. He tightened his grip on the hilt, executing the first form of Mujin style, Demonic Pierce. A colossal wave of energy erupted from the sword, crackling with arcs of lightning. He leaped high into the air, bringing his sword down in a chop aimed directly at the crown of her head. At this attack, her eyes widened as she thought, "This is bad. This is really bad." Hurriedly, she raised her 2 daggers, intending to block the attack head-on. As the daggers and sword clashed, a terrifying energy exploded, shaking the very space around them. Dust filled the air. When the dust settled, Lai Seola was revealed, clearly struggling. She gritted her teeth, thinking. He reduced the force at the last second, pulling back the instant the blades made contact. Looking at her chipped daggers, she cursed inwardly. That bastard is using swordsmanship like one of the clan's secret techniques. Determined not to lose, she tossed aside the damaged daggers, drew 2 new ones, and got to her feet, looking Li Qian straight in the eye. So, you do have a few tricks up your sleeve. But too bad for you. You should have saved that one for when it really mattered. Finished speaking, she shot towards him, preparing to launch a new attack. At this, Li Qian remained calm, thinking, she's faster than before, but she's charging straight in again. She aimed both daggers at him and lunged. He immediately swung his sword in a slash to parry the blow. But with nimble speed, she stamped her foot on the ground, twisting in midair to evade his attack. She appeared right behind Li Qian, making him flinch. Looking at him, she smirked and spoke. "What's wrong? Cat got your tongue? Come on, talk back." Reacting instantly, Li Qian swung his sword behind him to block her fatal strike. After that, The two exchanged a furious series of blows. He thought to himself, her combinations are fast and unpredictable. I can block them, but her speed makes it hard to counter. His eyes widened as he murmured, "Sixth sister, I can see everything. My senses can feel the blades, and my magic eye pinpoints every direction they come from." He smiled. "The reason I insisted on fighting you, sixth sister, is because my abilities are the perfect counter to yours." Staring at Li Cheon's glowing eyes, Li Seola's own eyes widened as she gritted her teeth, cursing inwardly. That monstrous eye. The advantage of short daggers lies in their unpredictability and flexibility, but if your moves are read, your entire fighting style is crippled. She thought angrily, and yet he dares to pin me down with close-quarters combat, and then counterattack just like before. Damn it, if this mana limit was just 10% higher, I could have used an aura-level skill. For the past year, all she thought about was getting revenge, crushing him, destroying his pride. She was going to torture him until he begged for mercy, but she never imagined it would turn out like this. Just then, Li Cheon's voice cut through her thoughts. "Looks like you've still got plenty of energy to be lost in thought, huh?" He lunged toward her, facing her down, and said calmly, "You'd better focus, you hear me?" As soon as he finished speaking, he swung his sword straight at her face, and she barely managed to block it. Her whole body trembled slightly, her teeth clenched, and she cursed inwardly. Suddenly, a blazing red energy erupted from Lycella's entire body. She muttered, "I wasn't planning on using this." An oppressive pressure radiated from her, and a strange surge of power shot straight toward Li Cheon's heart. That stream of power coiled around his heart, completely sealing off his mana circuits. He immediately leaped backward. Seeing his instant reaction, she smirked and said, "So, you do know how to think, huh? Without mana, you're just a useless bug." Staring straight ahead, Li Cheon thought to himself, "Asterisk. Is she using a psychic ability? Asterisk. The psychic ability of the sixth sister, Li Seola, is to bend an opponent's mana circuits, paralyzing their control. If your mana is stronger, you can resist it. But if it's not, you're trapped, even if you know what's happening." She looked at him and screamed, "This time, you're finished." But inside his body, a stream of blue mana suddenly surged through him. He thought to himself, "Asterisk. But there's one thing the sixth sister doesn't know. Asterisk." At the presence of this mana flow, Lycella's eyes widened. She screamed, "Impossible. How can he still use mana?" At that moment, his entire body radiated a blue mana that enveloped him completely. He thought, "Asterisk. My mana technique is unlike anyone else's." Asterisk. Li Junghua sat in the stands, her hands shaking uncontrollably as she murmured, "It's going to be okay. It's going to be okay. Because my nephew, he's brilliant." Her gaze grew distant as she thought, "Asterisk. This time won't be like the others. But if he ends up in that same situation again, what will I do?" Asterisk. Suddenly, a voice cut through her thoughts. "Look, he's still fine." Two men nearby were discussing it. "I can't believe he's developed this much. His fundamentals are terrifyingly solid." Another one spoke up. "What skill is that? Isn't it one of the Sung Muon's secret techniques?" The other replied, "I heard that kid's an illegitimate son. He's only 15 this year." Hearing this, Li Junghua immediately turned her gaze back to the arena floor. Just then, Li Cheon's expression turned serious. He charged forward, unleashing the technique Thunder Resistance, and slashed straight at Lycella. But with her nimble speed, she easily retreated, dodging the attack. Without giving her time to react, he immediately used the skill Yama, launching countless blades of light energy at the retreating Lycella. The blades of light immediately wrapped tightly around her body, leaving her stunned. Without stopping, he followed up with the skill Gale, rushing forward and slicing through the very strands of light that had bound Lycella. Seeing this, Li Junghua's eyes flew open. She thought, asterisk, he used Gale to cut through Yama? Asterisk, Thunder, Yama, Gale. Those are all aura skills that he and I created together. All the tangled emotions inside her felt as if they were being washed clean. She clenched her fists, looked ahead, and said aloud, "That's right, you have to win. Because you're a genius. Li Qian's chain of attacks shattered the ground around them, kicking up a thick cloud of dust and debris. Lysella was dumbfounded, thinking, impossible. My skill definitely sealed his mana source. How can he still be using it? Li Qian looked directly at her and murmured, "There's something the sixth sister doesn't know. My mana discipline is different from ordinary people. It can operate using only the mana circuits." Finishing his thought, he unleashed a colossal amount of mana and declared, "Now, your life ends here." He rushed toward Lysella, closing the distance instantly, causing her eyes to widen as she screamed in her mind. So fast, He swung his sword in a direct blow to her face. With her swift reflexes, she sensed the point of impact and raised her dagger to block the attack. But the force of the blow sent her skidding back dozens of meters. After steadying herself, Lysella's entire body was trembling. She cursed under her breath. Damn it. But before she had a moment to think, Li Qian lunged from above, bringing his sword down on her head like a bolt from the heavens. Once again, she managed to block the strike. Staring ahead, she gritted her teeth, thinking, no way. I can't let myself be pushed back like this. Suddenly, her eyes widened in shock, and a cold sweat broke out all over her body. Her eyes darted up to the stands, where her mother, Lady B, was watching the match with an expression of extreme tension. Although she maintained a calm demeanor, that very appearance made Lysella tremble with fear. Regaining her composure, her body erupted in a blazing red aura. Staring directly at Li Qian, she shrieked, "This is all because of that damn illegitimate brat!" Looking at the power before him, Li Qian muttered, "A terrifying amount of mana. Is she forcing it out, ignoring her own injuries?" Lysella used her tactical daggers once more. The daggers, as if alive, coiled around her, moving with a fluid grace as if they had a mind of their own. She raised her hand and shouted, "Secret technique, meteor shower," pointing her palm toward Li Qian. She screamed, "I'll kill you!" In the stands, Lai Tae-hyung saw this and shot to his feet, clenching his fists and yelling, "That's against the rules of the match! Stop, now!" But it was too late. The blades shot toward Li Qian with terrifying speed. He remained calm in the face of the attack, his eyes gleaming. He tightened his grip on the Black Knight, and a massive surge of mana swirled around the blade. He let out a soft sigh, taking a stance to receive the blow. As the daggers flew at him, he swung his sword, blocking each attack. Seeing this, Lysella screamed, "What are you even swinging at?" But a moment later, her expression froze, changing completely. As for Li Qian, her daggers one by one plunged into the ground around him after he parried them. He thought to himself, there is an immutable truth. When mana disperses into the air, it returns to nature. Mana is infinite and never truly disappears. But my ancestor's sword, the Black Knight, is a blade that can cut and erase mana itself. After a few slashes, all of Lysella's daggers were embedded in the ground around him. He looked straight ahead, a confident smile spreading across his face. Glancing at his arm, which was trembling violently after blocking that last attack, Li Qian thought, I can't believe she actually used Meteor Shower. But even so, I succeeded. With my current strength, I couldn't block Meteor Shower completely, so I used the Black Knight to sever the mana threads connected to the daggers. Thanks to my demon eye, I could see the flow of connected mana, but doing both at once required absolute concentration. Finishing his thought, he stepped toward Lysella and said, "Now, it's your turn." At that moment, Lysella stood there, stunned, thinking, is he planning to use that move again? She immediately leaped backward to create distance, thinking that if she could get far enough away, he wouldn't be able to use his technique. But Li Qian paid no mind to the distance. He took his stance, preparing to launch his ultimate attack. Seeing this, Lysella cursed under her breath. Huh? He still plans to attack from this range? He smiled and said, the snail shell was a sword art born to fight monsters. Distance was never the issue. After completing his preparation, he charged forward, swung his sword down, and shouted, "Snail Shell Eclipse." The slash carried immense power, shattering the ground beneath it as it shot straight toward Lee So-la. Facing the attack, her eyes flew wide open as she swore, "Damn it." In the next instant, a massive explosion rocked the arena, sending debris flying and kicking up a blinding cloud of dust. As the dust gradually settled, a massive crack was revealed in the arena floor, looking as if it might split the entire stage in two. After the attack, Lee Cheon covered one eye and muttered, "Is my eye hurting this bad because I pushed the demon eye to its limit?" But he thought to himself, "Asterisk. It's still not over. The snail shell was a direct hit, but I need to end this fight." Asterisk. From within the explosion, a dagger suddenly shot out, heading straight for Lee Cheon. Luckily, it only grazed his thigh, startling him for a moment. He was completely disoriented and nearly collapsed, but he managed to regain his composure, stomping his foot on the ground to steady himself. Suddenly, Lee Se-la burst out from the smoke, the tip of her dagger aimed right at Lee Cheon. He thought to himself, "Asterisk. Sixth sister is too fast. This move is dangerous." Asterisk. He managed to react, stomping his foot and leaping backward to dodge. But Lee So-la kept coming, and then they both suddenly stopped. The tip of her dagger was buried in Lee Cheon's chest, fresh blood seeping out. In return, his sword was aimed directly at her chest, but he hadn't thrust it forward. Lee So-la pulled the dagger from Lee Cheon's chest and immediately collapsed to the ground. He clutched his bleeding chest, thinking, "Asterisk, if I had been even a second slower using Nightfall to block that, my heart would have been pierced." Asterisk. Looking at Lee So-la collapsed on the ground, he murmured, "Sixth sister must have passed out the moment the snail shell landed. My body just reacted instinctively to the killing intent before it reached me." He turned his face away and sighed. The bloodline sixth sister possesses is truly terrifying. Then, he looked towards the two assistants running onto the stage and yelled, "What are you two just standing there for? Aren't you going to take sixth sister away? If you leave her there, she'll die from internal injuries." Hearing this, the two nodded and replied, "Yes, sir," but seeing them still hesitating, he pointed behind him. Only then did they startle and run over to give Lee Se-la first aid. After the battle ended, Lee Cheon stared straight ahead, thinking to himself, "Asterisk the clan warriors, the stubborn elders, and all my half-siblings. This is for every single person who ever thought I would lose just because I'm an illegitimate child." Asterisk. He clenched his fist and raised it high, showing his determination. Asterisk, "I have proven myself." Asterisk, a single clap echoed, startling Lee Cheon. He looked up at the stands and saw his father, clapping in praise of his performance. He was followed by an eruption of cheers from the entire stadium, congratulating him on his victory. Lee Jung-hoa's eyes were wide with shock. She screamed, "My nephew is the best! That's Lee Cheon! Damn it! I knew it! I knew that boy could do it! Ha ha!" Seeing her over-the-top reaction, Gawa, who was beside her, tried to pull her back, saying, "Elder, please, calm yourself." But she didn't care, and kept shouting, "Is my nephew the best? Is my nephew Lee Cheon?" Her words made Lee Cheon blush with embarrassment, and he subtly covered his face with his hand. The heads of the family approached, with Lee Tae-shin in the lead, who praised him, "Well done." But Lee Tae-shin, from behind, had a sad look in his eyes, which were slightly downcast. Lee Cheon looked at everyone and mumbled to himself, "Asterisk. It seems father isn't very happy. Asterisk. Asterisk father has never praised one of his children in front of others." Asterisk Lee Tae-shin looked directly at him, thinking, asterisk. This child chose Lee Se-la and orchestrated this entire stage. Asterisk, asterisk. He chose his sixth sister and guided the fight according to his own strategy. She was the opponent he had the greatest advantage against. Asterisk, asterisk. It sounds easy, but among the people here, how many could actually do that? Asterisk. He spoke in a clear voice. You have proven yourself, and therefore, I recognize your qualification to embark on the warrior's training path. Hearing these words, Lee Cheon immediately bowed and said, "Thank you, father." But then he paused slightly, lost in thought. Noticing this, Lee Tae-shin asked, You look like you have something to say, don't you? Realizing his father had seen through him, Lee Cheon smiled and thought, asterisk. The time has come. Asterisk. He lifted his head and said confidently, just as you said, father, I can't hide anything from you. Lee Tae-shin looked at him, his voice low but meaningful, as if he sensed the boy was hiding something in his heart. Speak, my son, he said softly, his gaze sharp. Lee Cheon glanced up at Lady Betch, his eyes suddenly turning cold. Thoughts swirled in his mind. Asterisk. Officially, the reward for this test is permission to join the warrior's path. Asterisk. Asterisk. I shouldn't expect anything more from father. For him, that's enough. Asterisk. He clenched his fists, trying to suppress the rising tide of emotion. After a moment of contemplation, he took a deep breath, his voice ringing out, steady but fierce. Then, permit me to say one thing. All eyes in the room turned to him. It felt as if time had stopped. Awaiting the words the young man was about to utter, Lee Cheon placed a hand on his chest, his voice low yet powerful. I have reached a level sufficient for early graduation from military training. You yourself, father, are the one who witnessed it with your own eyes. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the crowd before continuing, his voice growing more resolute. I went to Heavenly Throne Mountain and passed the blood dream test. If you are the one who makes the decision before the Council of Elders, then I should also announce my reward before them. He clenched his fist, his voice seeming to echo throughout the room. I have proven everything. I have met every condition. Or does the Council of Elders not believe me? Must you insist on testing me for no reason? His words were as sharp as a blade, aimed directly at the head elder, whose eyes widened, momentarily startled by the young man's audacity. Without stopping, Lee Cheon continued, his voice dropping low but full of pressure. In this match, Sixth Sister was gravely injured. The fact that she was even still standing was an extraordinary effort. He looked directly at the head elder, his expression serious, thinking to himself, asterisk, I can't help but feel that I'm being suppressed by the elders. At 15, I'm allowed to be a little feisty, even a bit rude. If I don't say this now, when will I ever get another chance? Asterisk. Lee Tae-shin, sensing the rising tension, immediately turned to Lee Cheon-dung, his voice deep and authoritative. Head elder, can you answer this youngest child's question? Lee Cheon-dung gently clasped his hands together, pondering for a moment before a warm smile spread across his face. His voice was soft, but no less sharp. It seems there has been a misunderstanding here. The matter of joining the warrior's path has always been decided by the Council of Elders. The family law is clear. It does not distinguish between a legitimate child and an illegitimate one. Would the Council of Elders truly deny the very laws of our own clan? Hearing that, Lee Cheon muttered to himself, his voice laced with disappointment. So, you're really going to throw that wild beast insult at me right now? I have never once mentioned my own status. He took a deep breath, his voice ringing with indignation. Is the Council of Elders really making a mockery of our clan's laws? Lee Cheon-dung stroked his beard and replied with a smile. That's right. Setting out on the warrior's path at such a young age can lead to unforeseen dangers. Before he could finish, Lee Cheon cut him off instantly, his voice sharp. Then why did it have to be Sixth Sister? Everyone can see she's much stronger than me and older, too. Without waiting for an answer, he pressed on, his tone even more resolute. I read the official announcement. It clearly stated that my examiner had to be someone who had just returned from the warrior's path. So, shouldn't Seventh Brother have been the one to appear? And if not him, there were plenty of other warriors to choose from. Watching from the sidelines, Lee Hyung let out a soft sigh, a subtle smile playing on his lips. He thought to himself, this insolent brat? He set a whole stage just to back the elder into a corner. I can't help but laugh. Well played, kid. Truly clever. He glanced over at Lee Cheon-dung, wondering, could it be you chose Sixth Sister from the very beginning just to lead to this exact moment? Facing the pressure, Lee Cheon-dung calmly replied, we simply thought Sixth Sister was a better fit for this test. Lee Cheon clenched his fist, his voice resolute. If that were the case, there was no need to make this so public. A private, more discreet match would have been appropriate. He paused, his gaze turning ice cold. So I want to hear the real reason why the Council of Elders conducted a test like this. His words were like a checkmate. The Grand Elder's expression tensed, and the air in the room grew still. Realizing things were about to go too far, Teshin stepped forward, his voice stern. That's enough. He glanced at Lai Che-on-dung before continuing. Elder Dung is a senior member of this clan. I understand you're still agitated after the fight, but this is insolence. Li Che-on immediately placed a hand on his chest and bowed. Yes, my apologies, he said in a low voice. But he quickly continued, his tone unyielding. But to just let it end like this wouldn't be right. Taishin looked over at Li Che-on-dung, his voice low but filled with meaning. Grand Elder, what do you think? Li Che-on-dung's face darkened. He thought to himself, a bastard child of the wilds has completely defeated me. After a moment of thought, he approached Lai Che-on, his voice resonating. I must admit, some aspects of this test are hard to justify. The council should reward him for it. Li Che-on bowed his head, his voice sincere but firm. I apologize for my insolence, but I only did what had to be done. I don't expect an excessive reward. I only want what I deserve. His words silenced the entire room, leaving everyone stunned, especially the Grand Elder. A few days later, Li Che-on was lying in his room, an arm draped over his forehead as he stared up at the ceiling with a sorrowful gaze. He thought to himself, I never imagined I would miss Mount Qianmu this much. He'd been forbidden from going outside. And just where do you think you're going, kid? Li Tae-hyung yelled angrily. Li Myeongdong smiled gently and said, You think you're all healed up, yelling like that? With tears welling in their eyes, they added, You're not going anywhere until you've completely recovered. He looked up at the ceiling, thinking, Thanks to that recovery potion, I'm definitely healing faster than normal. Suddenly, a knock echoed at the door. He sat up immediately, his voice ringing out. Come in. A familiar voice from outside made him startle. It's been a while, young master. Have you been well? It was his disciples. The long-haired young man continued. We were going to visit as soon as you returned to the clan, but we heard you were busy with many things, so we're late. The short-haired young man asked with a worried tone. Is your back okay? Lai Che-on nodded with a smile. I'm fine. Did you really think I wouldn't make time to see you guys? He pointed to some chairs nearby, his voice friendly. Go on, grab a seat and get comfortable. He turned to them and asked, What about all of you? You've been well? They answered in unison. Of course. The long-haired one continued. We've had a few meaningless scuffles, but we just take it as a sign that people are watching us. So it's not too bad. The short-haired young man's face lit up. More importantly, what kind of training did you do to get so strong in just 1 year? He said excitedly. I saw that match. It was unbelievable, he asked again. We're about to become 3rd years, so you must have a lot of free time now, young master. Li Che-on replied coolly. Not a chance. I mean, who would want to miss an important moment with their young master, right? He turned to the others, his tone teasing. I bet the rest of you watched the whole match too, didn't you? His 2 companions just smiled without answering, but the blue-haired young man spoke up. Apologies, young master. I was planning to come by after practice, but I ended up being late. The long-haired one added, It's because Bao So-ong was also taking the exam, so he was busy. Li Che-on smiled gently. It's fine. No need to apologize. Then he asked, seriously, Kim Han, you haven't been slacking off just because I wasn't here, have you? Kim Han immediately waved his hands. No way. Seeing how much his disciples had matured, Li Che-on let out a quiet sigh of relief. He thought, they've really grown up. Bao So-ong and Ina had been recruited as interns for the Blood Guard and the Skybao team, the 2 strongest units at Sungmu Academy. The 4 elite units like them were collectively known as the Death Squads. Kim Han had decided to join Jiakmen, the Swordsmanship Academy, training in both the Sword Division and the Hidden Weapons Division of the Reflex Sector. Learning both at once was no easy feat. He'd heard that half of the 5th-year students had also been recruited, which was impressive. Thinking about this, a proud smile touched Li Che-on's lips. He turned to them, his voice full of encouragement. All of you, keep working hard. In the future, I'm going to need your help a great deal. They placed their hands on their chests and replied in unison, "Leave it to us. We will become so strong that we won't bring any shame to you, young master." Then they returned their chairs to their original spots and said, "Well, we'll be taking our leave now." Lee Chae-on stood up to see them off, his voice warm. "Yeah, it was great seeing you all. Oh, that's right." Kim Han turned back and asked, "I almost forgot, aren't you going to receive your reward today, sir?" Lee Chae-on took a deep breath and replied, "I'm the one getting the reward. Why are you all so happy about it?" Kim Han beamed. "Because it's a good thing that's happening to you, sir." He asked again, "So have you decided what you're going to get?" Hearing this, a slight smile played on Lee Chae-on's lips. He answered, his voice full of confidence, "Of course." The next day, at the Sungmu secret vault, a car sped in from the distance and screeched to a halt in front of the gate. Lee Chae-on pushed the door open and stepped out, his eyes scanning the familiar yet distant scenery. He felt a wave of emotion, thinking, "It's been 6 years since I was last here." Seeing him, a guard cried out in surprise. "Huh, isn't that the young master?" Lee Chae-on approached and presented the confirmation document. The soldier glanced at it, then spoke in a respectful tone, and added, "Young master, could you please state the purpose of your visit?" He replied, his voice low but clear, "I've received permission to withdraw equipment from the vault." The soldier checked the official dispatch and nodded. "Yes, the document is confirmed. You may pass." They opened the gate, gesturing for him to enter. Just as Lee Chae-on stepped through the gate, a voice called out, startling him. "Young master," the soldier continued, his voice filled with emotion, "I was truly moved by your performance in the trial." His companion chimed in enthusiastically, "I'm going to work hard just like you, young master." The two of them clasped their hands and bowed to him, which took him by surprise. Momentarily stunned, the corners of his mouth lifted into a slight, satisfied smile as he thought to himself, "Asterisk, this is the first time in my life I've ever received a salute like that." Asterisk. Until now, all he'd ever gotten were looks of contempt, people looking down on him because of his birth status. He turned back to the two guards, his voice sincere. "Thank you for thinking so. To live up to your words, I'll strive to work even harder." He walked on, a surge of pride and determination rising within him. The vault was jointly managed by the Administrative Chamber and the Council of Elders. The Administrative Chamber handled its preservation and maintenance, while the authority to approve withdrawals and deposits belonged to the Council of Elders. That's why he had demanded compensation from the head of the council. Recalling the arena a few days prior, Lee Chae-on had declared loud and clear, "I only did what I had to do, so I dare not ask for an unreasonable reward. I only wish to receive the items that were chosen during the selection ceremony that day." Hearing this, Lee Chae-on immediately spoke up, his voice dripping with challenge. "Didn't you already select a weapon at that time and wear it at your hip? You received a single weapon then, and now you want ownership of them all?" Lee Chae-on didn't flinch, his voice cutting back sharply. "According to the rules, it's my understanding that all weapons selected during the ceremony can be claimed later on. Am I mistaken in my understanding?" Director General, his eyes immediately shot towards Lee Tae-hung, who was standing behind them as if seeking his support. Lee Tae-hung smiled faintly, thinking to himself, "Asterisk. What a clever child." "Asterisk," he answered, his voice calm and steady. "That's right, it is so. According to ancient custom, the remaining weapons were eventually claimed. The family head has already said we will follow precedent." Hearing this, Lee Chae-on cleared his throat, his tone reluctant. Now that I think about it, I suppose that is true. Asterisk. They were probably thinking they could just give me 2 or 3 items fitting for my status, and that would be the end of it. Asterisk, Lee Chae-on thought. Asterisk. Giving away a few pieces wouldn't hurt the Council of Elders in the slightest. That's what they were counting on, wasn't it? Asterisk. He smiled discreetly. Asterisk. If the head of the Council of Elders agrees to my proposal in front of all these distinguished guests, then the weapons in the vault will finally become mine, legitimately. Asterisk. He looked towards Tae-shin, his voice respectful but firm. Am I permitted to do so? Tae-shin was silent for a moment, then stepped closer, his voice resonant. I'll allow it. Those things were destined to be yours anyway. Hearing this, Li Che-on joyfully clasped his hands and bowed. Thank you, father, Tashin continued, his words laden with meaning. Of course, as long as you prove yourself a worthy master, the elders will grant you the weapons. Asterisk. That's my father for you. Asterisk, Li Che. On thought. Asterisk. The head of the Council of Elders didn't even notice my scheme. Asterisk. Asterisk. And yet, he saw right through it all. Not only that, he skillfully sided with the council to put the matter to rest. Asterisk, Taishin continued. Decide which weapons are to be released from the vault and give them to the young master. Back in the present, riding the elevator down into the vault, the thoughts were still swirling in Li Che-on's mind. Asterisk. I've been permitted to take 4 masterpiece-grade weapons. Asterisk. Asterisk. Normally, a reward this generous would be impossible, but with father backing me, they won't dare try any more tricks. Asterisk. He knew he was only permitted access from the 1st to the 3rd floor. The 1st floor held common-grade weapons, not worth his attention. Asterisk. I need to choose things that will actually be useful for the journey ahead. Asterisk. He stepped into a room filled with armaments. His eyes scanned over each item as he muttered, All right, let's take my time and have a look around. A strange black smoke materialized over his hand, as if guiding his decision. The scene changes to Li Mi-ong-dung's office. After selecting his weapons, Li Che-on went to see his older brother. Li Mi-ong-dung looked at him and asked with a smile, Are you all set to depart? He nodded, his voice firm. Yes, everything is ready. Li Mi-ong-dung chuckled lightly. Spring is certainly a fine time to start a long journey. You couldn't ask for a better season. Then he asked, Have you said your goodbyes? Li Che-on replied, Yes. As for our uncle, he's away on business, so I couldn't see him. And it took quite a bit of effort to console our aunt. At this, Li Mi-ong-dung laughed out loud. Haha, I can just imagine. So, have you gone to see father yet? Li Che-on smiled, a hint of mischief in his voice. Yes. He gave me his usual threats. Li Mi-ong-dung was curious. Threats? He replied, his voice growing serious. He said that after causing such a huge stir, I'll be punished if I fail to achieve results that satisfy him. Hearing this, Li Mi-ong-dung burst into laughter. Ha ha! That does sound a bit frightening. Then he sighed softly and asked, Have you heard about Sixth Sister? Li Che-on's expression fell, his voice turning somber. Yes, I heard she entered closed-door training. Sixth Sister. Even while she was recovering, she caused a commotion the moment she woke up. After she recovered, the madam had her taken away for martial seclusion. Li Mi-ong-dung nodded, his voice calm. Normally, no one can interfere with your warrior's journey, but, at least for now, Sixth Sister can't come out for immediate revenge. Li Che-on grew pensive, his hands clenching slightly, a conflicted look on his face. He looked up, his voice sincere. Brother, can I ask you for a favor? While I'm on my journey, please look after the people close to me. They might not dare to target me directly, but going after those close to me is easy. That's how I lost my nurse in my past life. Li Mi-ong-dung nodded at once. All right, I understand. Your nurse will stay here. No one will dare touch her in the place where I live. Hearing that, Li Che-on stood up, his voice resolute. This is a debt I will definitely repay. Li Mi-ong-dung smiled back. As your older brother, how could I not do this for you? I'll be waiting for the day you return from your journey. Li Che-on clenched his fist and smiled. Yes, I will do as you say. 15 years since his return. The places he needed to go, the things he needed to acquire, the people he needed to meet, it all weighed heavily on his mind. For the first time, he was leaving the family, free to act on his own, with time that was entirely his. Slinging the pack over his shoulder, Li Che-on looked up at the clear blue spring sky, a faint smile playing on his lips. A thought echoed in his mind. Everything starts from here. Meanwhile, at the Sungmoon clan estate, Madame Baek was relaxing. Sipping tea in the gentle weekend sun, she placed her cup down softly. Her eyes suddenly turned cold, and her voice became sharp as a blade. Report. From the shadows of the nearby forest, a figure in a black cloak emerged, bowing with his hands clasped. His voice was full of reverence. My apologies, madam. I've lost track of him. Madam Bake's face darkened, her eyes flashing with fire. Give me the details, she commanded coldly. The cloaked man bowed his head, his voice trembling. I lost him when he entered a crowded district. It seems he knew he was being followed from the very beginning. Hearing this, Madam Bake slammed her hand on the table, her voice thick with anger. What a ridiculous thought. Even if his appearance changed, he should still have a distinct mana signature. The cloaked man quickly replied, his voice filled with anxiety. Among the equipment he received from the tournament, there seems to be an item that can change both his appearance times and times his mana signature. At this point, tracking him is nearly impossible. Madam Back flinched slightly, her eyes narrowing as her voice dropped. Just an illegitimate brat, only 15 years old, and he managed to shake a shadow sword that I trained myself. She glanced at the teacup on the table and scoffed, her voice dripping with contempt. If you people can't even handle this, then it's clear he's known for a long time. She paused, her sharp gaze sweeping over the cloaked man. I wanted to anticipate his plans, and yet you lost him in less than a day. She leaned forward, her eyes like ice. Monitor all news. If anything suspicious comes up, follow it immediately. The cloaked man clasped his hands at once, his voice firm. Understood. Then he quickly departed, his figure melting into the night. The scene shifts to a tavern. Inside the rowdy establishment, the shouts of drunken men overwhelmed the space. "You bastard, you dare cheat!" one man roared, pointing at his opponent. "I saw you hide that card up your sleeve!" The other guy just sneered, his voice full of challenge. "What? You want to fight? I'll bet 100,000 won on this guy." Amidst the chaos, the tavern door was suddenly pushed open. A heavily cloaked figure strode in, heading straight for the bar. His deep voice rumbled, "Give me a beer." The bartender eyed the stranger, scoffing coldly, his voice suspicious. "Don't recognize your face. I've never seen you before." The cloaked man pulled his hood down slightly, revealing part of his face. His tone was casual. "I just came down from the north. Things are a mess in Kunlun City. Over in the Central Plains these days." The bartender slammed a mug of beer onto the counter, his eyes still sizing him up. "But you sound like you're from Seoul. If you're Korean, why would you be coming from the north?" The cloaked man gave a faint smile. "I ran away back then. I don't know anything about it." The bartender narrowed his eyes and pressed on. "What's your name?" The cloaked man shrugged, his voice mocking. "You guys use names in a dump like this?" Hearing that, the bartender nodded, his gaze softening with less suspicion. "You really do look like a true wanderer." Holding the beer, Lai Che-on thought to himself, a small smirk touching his lips. "The more I look at myself, the more perfect it seems." He silently observed the mask in his mind. The masterpiece-grade myriad face iron mask. By infusing it with magic, the mask creates an illusion. It consumes mana, but it's incredibly versatile. It can change one's appearance, voice, and even intonation to completely hide one's identity. He took a sip of beer and continued his thought. "It's been a while since I've been here. I was afraid I wouldn't remember the way. This place is in Gangwon Province, one of the most dangerous regions in the north. The monsters have been cleared out, but no one has developed the land. Places like this always attract the shadows. A village formed by criminals who use martial arts and magic, known as the Den of Wanderers. Someone once tried to destroy this den, but that triggered the Red Mist incident, a massive riot started by the Wanderers. Because of that, governments and other major powers intentionally leave this place alone. This is the largest Wanderers' den in Korea, a place where criminals gather. And where there are criminals, there are secrets." Lee Chae-on thought to himself, "In my previous life, I often hid here to escape the clan's eyes, though they eventually found me in the end. It's why I chose this place as the first stop on my path as a martial artist." He turned to the bartender, his voice calm. "Let me ask you something. I used to be in Kunlun City. What organization controls this place now?" The bartender narrowed his eyes. "Why do you want to know?" Lee Chae-on answered, his tone firm. "I don't want to die just because I'm ignorant. I need to get the lay of the land so I know how to act." The bartender sneered. "Easy enough to find out. But it'll cost you more than a single beer." Lee Chae-on immediately pulled out a wad of cash and slapped it on the counter, his voice decisive. "Here's 100,000 won. Bring more beer and some food to go with it." The bartender laughed heartily, pleased. "Ha ha, now you're talking." He brought out the food, setting it down as he spoke. "The boss, Baek Cheon-soo, has been running this place for the last 10 years. Even if you came from the Central Plains, you've probably heard his name, right?" Lee Chae-on nodded, his voice even. "Of course. Who hasn't?" Inwardly, he thought, just as I expected. The butcher, Baek Cheon-soo, the wanderer who killed his own master. Before my regression, he was the kingpin who ruled Korea's underworld. In his early 30s, he seized leadership of the Baekjeon gang and started operating a black market. And that was when the most valuable goods started to appear. He took another quiet sip of beer, his eyes turning sharp. "The one I want to meet isn't Baek Cheon-soo. It's an item that the Lee Marshall clan recovered in my past life. This time, I'll be the one to get it first." The scene shifts to Baek Cheon-soo's mansion. In his office, Baek Cheon-soo was examining his ledgers, his sharp eyes scanning the figures. He nodded slightly, his voice pleased. As expected, the black market brings in more profit than selling medicine. He looked up at the person across from him, his tone laced with insinuation. "Jin-soo, you've worked hard. I knew dragging you back here was the right decision." A calculating smile spread across his lips. "Jin-soo, or should I call you Jin-soo Jin-woo?" He stood up, his voice dropping low with an undertone of menace. "Watch that look on your face. I told you before, I'm not forcing you to stay. If you think you can handle it, you're free to leave anytime you want." Hearing that, a shiver of fear ran through Jin-soo Jin-woo as he forced a strained smile. "I'll be careful, sir." Baek Cheon-soo let out a laugh and turned back, his voice dripping with false concern. "Good. You look so much better when you smile. Jin-soo, you went to a good school, made a mountain of money. That's all thanks to me, isn't it?" Jin-soo Jin-woo bowed his head, his voice trembling. "Yes, sir." Baek Cheon-soo nodded and got back to the main point, his voice lowering. "Anyway, I'm a little worried. We released so few tickets for the black market event this time, and the elites actually like it that way. Why don't we try increasing the number of tickets just a little?" Jin-soo replied, his voice cautious. "Maintaining a limited ticket release each quarter will help us retain our loyal customers more effectively." Cheon-soo shrugged, a faint smirk on his face. "Yes, I trust you'll handle it just fine, won't you?" "Jin-soo?" He paused, his voice turning sharp as ice. "But remember one thing. Our goal isn't this cramped, filthy hole underground. It's up there." He pointed a finger at the ceiling, his eyes burning with ambition. "You said it yourself. You want to get out of the shady business. What we get from the black market is money and connections. Using that as a stepping stone, we will step into the light." The next day, in Cheon-soo's office, Jin-soo walked in and began his report. The black market is now open only to a select few and has become a discreet community, operating most effectively for entertainment and money laundering. Thanks to its anonymity, we can easily obtain things that are hard to find in the legitimate world. This is quite appealing. Cheon-soo leaned back in his chair, holding a report, and after skimming through it for a moment, he spoke. "From drugs, elixirs, port access, high-value art pieces, even people. If someone wants it, we can provide it. The tastes of the elite have never changed." With that, he slammed the file down on the table and continued. "The money-making is going very smoothly. It's only a matter of time before our black gold syndicate steps out from the shadows into the light. So, at a sensitive time like this, if we get exposed." Just as he said that, one of his underlings suddenly shoved the door open and shouted, "We have a huge problem, sir!" This action made Cheon-soo glare at him, clenching his fists and roaring. "What do you think you're doing? You have a death wish?" The underling immediately bowed his head and said loudly, "My apologies. The guest arrived so suddenly, I couldn't stop them." Cheon-soo spoke coldly. "Spit it out. What happened?" The underling replied, A guest has just arrived at the facility in Bin An Nam province. I think you should go there yourself. Chonsu wondered. A guest? The man bowed lower, stammering. Ah, well. It seems the person is from the renowned Lai clan. Those words made Cheon-su's and Jin-su's expressions suddenly freeze. The scene changes to outside, at the safe zone in Bin Anam province. Lee Cheon stood before Cheon-su's office building. He spoke aloud, looking at it from the outside. This place looks like a normal office, but in reality, this is one of the main bases of the Black Gold Syndicate. As he walked in, the female receptionist stood up with a welcoming smile. "How may I help you, sir?" He replied coldly. "Get Cheon-su out here." The receptionist answered. "I'm sorry, but there's no one by that name here." His voice remained just as cold. "You'd better watch your mouth, unless you want this place wiped off the map by tomorrow." At this moment, he appeared as a man in his 30s or 40s. Noticing something, the receptionist's eyes widened. She muttered to herself, deep black hair and golden brown eyes. Could he be from the famous Lai clan? Realizing his identity, she quickly spoke up. "The boss is not here at the moment," he commanded. Then, "Call him for me. Now," he continued. "I can leave right now with nothing to lose. But I wonder, can Cheon-su bear the consequences?" Faced with the threat, the receptionist broke into a cold sweat and replied, "I'll contact the boss immediately." She then led him to an elevator door and said, "Please, this way to the VIP lounge first." He nodded in agreement. As the elevator doors closed, she produced a card key to operate it. Looking at his own reflection in the elevator's mirror, he thought to himself, "Good thing I didn't change my hair or eye color. I look like I'm in my 30s or 40s now." Cheon-su is a level 5 warrior, so he can't use mana to alter his voice. I just need to change my voice a little, and that'll be enough. After leading him to the VIP room, the receptionist bowed. "I'll bring some tea right away." Waiting in the room, he continued to think. If this were the base of some common rogues, it wouldn't matter what happened. But for someone from the renowned Lai clan to want to meet a rogue and to personally step into their den, that's extremely unusual. I'll have to force Cheon-su to show himself here. Just as he finished his thought, the door to the room opened. Cheon-su entered with 2 assistants. He didn't look at them, just calmly sipped his tea and spoke reproachfully. "You're late." Cheon-su awkwardly scratched his head. "My apologies. The traffic wasn't too bad, but as soon as I heard your call, I came as fast as I could." Then he spoke up. "More importantly, what brings you here?" As soon as he said that, Lee Cheon suddenly shot up and drove a knee straight into Cheon-su's stomach, causing him to cry out in pain and slam into a corner of the wall. He threatened, "You made me wait for 13 minutes. The moment you entered this room, you should have bowed your head in respect. Yet you had the nerve to walk in with your head held high?" At these chilling words, Cheon-su and his men immediately bowed their heads repeatedly, saying, "I'm sorry, I'm so sorry," he thought to himself. "At first, I thought he was just some madman pretending to be from the Lai clan, but I never expected he'd be the real deal. I was too careless and got taken down in a single blow. That unique, arrogant, killing intent, characteristic of that clan. He must be from the main family or a close branch." Realizing this, he immediately changed his attitude, speaking respectfully. "It is an honor for this humble one to meet a member of the Lai clan's bloodline." He then extended a hand to introduce himself. "I am Cheon-su, the manager of both the rogue organization and this enterprise." Lee Cheon didn't shake his hand, continuing, "It seems you're running a very interesting business." This statement puzzled Cheon-su. "What do you mean by that?" He continued, "I hear you're running a rather audacious black market. A rogue from one of the 10 great martial sects. I thought you'd be rotting in the shadows, but it turns out you plan to use it to climb into the light. You intend to use the black market to build wealth and connections, don't you?" Thinking his plan was perfect, Cheon-su never expected Lee Cheon could see right through it. He lowered his voice. "If my business has offended the clan, I apologize." He shook his head. "That's not why I'm here. My master has taken an interest in you. He wants to start something. Through you." Cheon-su was curious. "Who is your master?" He replied, He carries the purest bloodline of the Li clan and is the most worthy of the throne among them. He is the seventh son of the Lai clan, Li Ji-han, the seventh son of the renowned Lai martial clan, Li Ji-han, a direct descendant known as a business prodigy. He might fail, but he never gives up. He is a proactive merchant who always ensures he achieves the final victory. Li Chon continued, "The young master wants to initiate a plan through you." At this proposal, Cheon-su was stunned. A man like that wants to partner with times. Me, asterisk. As alluring as the black market is, it's not enough to make a direct heir show up in person. Besides, who's to say this guy even has a real connection to the main family line? Seeing his contemplative silence, Li Cheon spoke up. "I can see the arrogance in your eyes. You've been found out." Cheon-su immediately bowed his head and said, "My apologies." Li Cheon turned away and continued, "The young master is far too tolerant of a commoner like you. Leave this whole matter to me." Then he walked over, picked up his sword, and added, "Relax. If I wanted to kill you, I would have done it the moment you walked in the room." He removed the outer sheath of the sword. Seeing the blade before him, Cheon-su shouted, "Is that the demon spear, Baekjul?" The spear's blade was longer than its shaft, curved like a flowing wave. A few years ago, when Lee Du-hak went on a mission to the North Sea, could this be the weapon that was pulled from the sea realm of the Dragon King? Facing Cheon-su's astonished gaze, Li Cheon approached him and said, "You know what this is, don't you?" He nodded in response. "Yes, I know it's the demon spear." But then he scratched his head and said sheepishly, "But why can't I sense any aura from it?" Li Cheon replied, "Of course you can't, because it's been sealed. Perhaps you still won't believe it, even after seeing this. But remember, you are not our only option." Cheon-su spoke up hesitantly. "Forgive me, but I must ask. What exactly does the young master want from us?" Li Cheon answered, "My master wants you to expand the black market, the one you created to control the entire underground economy." Cheon-su wondered aloud. "The black market relies on times that asterisk? That's just a little something we set up to make some spare change." Li Cheon cut him off. "That is not for you to judge. My master has already decided." These words made Cheon-su think to himself. A direct heir of a renowned martial clan, personally getting his hands dirty in the underworld, but money made in the shadows is still money. With Lee Du-hak's business acumen, this move isn't entirely illogical. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, he spoke up. "Do I have a choice in this matter?" Li Cheon replied firmly, "No, you don't." This answer made Cheon-su bow his head slightly, clenching his fists in anger, thinking to himself, "Damn it. If I refuse this man, his personal squad of warriors will storm this place by dawn." The moment that name was mentioned, my answer was already set in stone. I'm pretty much in the palm of Du-hak's hand. Li Cheon slammed his hand down on the ground and continued. "However, if you're willing to be my master's loyal dog, then that's a different story. You'll become the chairman of a prestigious corporation, an untouchable kingdom under the shadow of the Knight Organization. Percented, and of course, my master will have your back through it all." Hearing the tempting offer Li Cheon laid out, Cheon-su swallowed hard and then asked, "So, what do I have to do?" Seeing his eagerness, Li Cheon said, "Not so fast. We need to inspect the materials." After he left, an indescribable silence filled the room. At that moment, Cheon-su was thinking, a subordinate of Lee Du-hak, the seventh son of the renowned Lee martial clan. The demon spear is a weapon that Lee Du-hak once acquired in the North Sea, but I still can't fully trust him. Then he turned to Jin-su and said, "Hey Jin-su, I need you to verify this." Jin-su looked puzzled. "Haven't we always intentionally avoided any conflict with the renowned Lai martial clan if we're hiding some kind of scheme?" Before he could finish, Cheon-su interrupted. "If he's really one of the Lai family, then there's no problem. If he's an imposter, then we've done them a favor. If it all comes to nothing, we just need to figure out what to do with the demon spear at the upcoming black market event." In contrast to Cheon-su's confidence, Jin-su seemed to hesitate, as if wanting to say something, but then he just nodded his head firmly. The scene changes to another luxurious room. Li Chan's eyes widened slightly as he looked at the room before him. A luxury suite, huh? They know their place. He had been assigned a luxury suite within the organization. Sitting down on the sofa, he let out a long sigh and said aloud, "They must be having a massive headache right now. I've laid out 3 conditions. The first condition is to sell the demon spear, to see if they have what it takes to handle such a difficult item. It's my way of testing their capabilities. In any case, the demon spear I gave them is just a fake forged from Mujin. The real demon spear, a spear that devours. It was sealed by my 7th brother a long time ago. No matter how closely Chon-Su examines it, he won't find anything. Not even the clan's own techniques can decipher it. What's more, I'm the only one who can use that weapon, because I've bound it with my own blood. Even if I lose the Mujin, I can still call it back with my Blade Master ability. Even if it's far away, I can summon it back to my hand, because I've imbued it so deeply with my mana that I can recall it at any time," he continued. The second condition is to inspect the books. Cheon-Su hesitated, but he'll have to bring them out eventually. The final condition is the client list. I need all 3 of those things to wrap this up cleanly. He must be busy racking his brain over the conditions I gave him, and for a man as cunning as Cheon-Su, this makes things even more awkward. Suddenly, he remembered something. He stroked his chin and mumbled, "The man standing next to Cheon-Su. I remember seeing his face somewhere before, but that's impossible." The next day, after a long day of preparations, Chon-Su and Jin-Su came to Li Chon's room. As soon as he entered, Chon-Su asked, "I trust the accommodations are to your liking, sir." Then he stepped forward and added, "I hope you had a good rest." Looking at him, Li Qian said, "Is everything I requested ready?" Qian-Su nodded and replied, "Yes, I've brought all the documents you requested. Would you like to see them now?" Li Qian nodded. "Let's see them." Qian-Su gestured to Jin-Su beside him and introduced him. "This man is in charge of most of the operations in my business. It would be easier if he presented the materials." As soon as he finished, Jin-Su stood up abruptly and said, "My apologies for the late introduction. I'm Jin-Su." As he spoke, he presented a file and continued, "This is a summary of last year's revenue, and this is." Looking at the man in front of him, Li Qian thought to himself, "Jin-Su? Could he be? Zhang Jin-Su?" Li Qian remembered him clearly from his memories before the regression. He was known as the man who wielded his intellect and sharp tongue like a sword. He was the brains behind the 3rd brother, Li Un-song. When their father passed away and the struggle for the clan leader position became fierce, he was the one who stood up to support the 3rd brother. Even the boss had his hands full with Zhang Jin-Su. Now, seeing that his left arm was still completely unburned, there was no doubt. It had to be him. The B-Gold Gang's growth was also thanks to the efforts of Zhang Jin-Su. Baek Chon-Su was the one who could manage the organization and the underworld's finances. But Zhang Jin-Su was the one who broke through to the surface world and expanded the black market. Still, it doesn't look like he has any ties to the triumvirate yet. What's my next move? Shaking off the thought, Li Qian looked at Bonsu and asked, "What are your plans for B?" Bonsu smiled and replied, "I plan to open it on the day of the black market, limited only to verified customers. So you don't need to worry about security, sir." Li Qian asked, "When does the black market open?" He replied, "In 3 days." Li Qian then made a proposal. "Then I will attend myself. But first, I want to see a catalog of the goods being sold." This made Bonsu extremely curious. He asked again, "You wish to participate in person, sir?" Then he explained, "The goods are stored in a warehouse a short distance from here, and, well, it's not a very pleasant place. It's not suitable for someone of your stature." Li Qian cut him off. "I'm well aware the goods are kept in the Wanderers Guild warehouse." His words sent a jolt through both Bonsu and Zhang Jin-Su. Seeing their reaction, Li Qian continued, "Did you really think I wouldn't know that?" It felt as if Li Qian had them completely cornered, anticipating their every move. Bonsu angrily clenched his fists. "Fine, then let me escort you myself." He stood up and suggested, "Shall we go now?" Li Qian nodded in agreement. He glided past Jin Suju, who was busy gathering up some documents. After a short journey, they arrived at the warehouse. Bonsu began the introduction. Every item brought to the black market is stored right here. He gestured forward. Please, step inside. As he stepped inside, Lee Cheon was inwardly impressed. A warehouse so secure that even the most skilled thieves wouldn't dare touch it, fully equipped with magical wards and security arrays. Not bad at all. Just as they were about to enter a room, Bonsu turned to him and asked, "What would you like to see first, sir?" Lee Cheon answered flatly, "Not you." Then he pointed to Jong Jin-soo, who was standing behind them. It seems Times is the one who really knows what's going on here. This caused Bonsu's expression to harden. Bonsu shot back. What's that supposed to mean? Faced with his blatant hostility, Lee Cheon was momentarily taken aback, but still replied coolly, "Do I need to repeat myself? I don't care for complications. One guide will be sufficient." Though furious, Bonsu still nodded in agreement. Understood. Jong Jin-soo stepped forward. Then I will give you a tour of the items we have in storage. This way, please, sir. They proceeded into a meticulously organized storeroom. As they walked, Jong Jin-soo explained, "The first floor is mostly for herbs, works of art, and magical artifacts, and those shelves over there." Lee Cheon's gaze locked onto something. No way, he thought. They even have something like this here. Illegal narcotics and contraband herbs. There are even monster byproducts and experimental elixirs. After Jong Jin-soo finished his explanation, Lee Cheon shook his head and spoke up. "That's not what I'm looking for. Is there a place where you keep old documents or secret cultivation manuals?" Jong Jin-soo replied, "Yes, of course. Items like stone steles or tablets are on the second floor. Allow me to lead the way." Lee Cheon nodded. As soon as they reached the second floor, his eyes swept across the room for a moment. Suddenly, he spotted something that made him startle, and he muttered to himself, "There it is." He approached a box, looked inside, and thought with satisfaction, "The end of it is corroded, but to find this, right here, right now, this is an absolute steal. The value of everything else in this warehouse combined couldn't even begin to compare to this." On the box were inscriptions related to astronomy, a stone tablet carved with the movements of the stars, along with symbols of the sun and the moon. Lee Cheon wanted to take it right then and there, but he knew this wasn't the time. He gently placed the stone tablet back on the shelf when his eyes caught sight of something else. He walked over to a cage nearby. Inside, a small creature was trembling in fear. Looking at it, I had to ask, "Don't tell me that's a spirit beast?" Jong Jin-soo explained from behind me. "It's a snow-white fox cub that the boss personally captured up north." Hearing this, Lee Cheon was momentarily stunned and spoke up. "Are they insane? Spirit beasts are creatures that possess spiritual power. It's right there in the name. An area where a spirit beast resides is kept in spiritual balance by its power. If the beast disappears, that area will be plagued by disasters and calamities. It's like destroying the entire ecosystem of the region." Faced with his anger, Jong Jin-soo bowed his head and said, "I apologize." Lee Cheon waved his hand dismissively. "Forget it." He continued to scan the other items in the room. Poisons, military-grade magic bombs, even artifacts from dark mages. He thought to himself, "Unbelievable. To think they were hoarding all of this. I used to worry that interfering would alter the course of history. But maybe it's better to just take them all down right now." Pushing the thought aside, he turned to Jong Jin-soo and asked, "Surely, these kinds of weapons aren't sold at every black market event, are they?" Jong Jin-soo shook his head. "No, not at all. They're only sold when there's a special order." Lee Cheon mused to himself. "That makes sense. If these weapons were put on the open market, neither the clans nor the government would just stand by and do nothing." After seeing nothing else of interest in the room, he said, "All right, let's head back." Just as he was about to leave, he spun around, looked straight at Jong Jin-soo and said, "I have a few final questions for you." Startled by the sudden question, Jong Jin-soo was speechless for a few seconds. Lee Cheon wore a completely serious expression as he faced Jong Jin-soo. "I have some questions for you." For a moment, a flicker of anxiety crossed the other man's face, unsure of what he was about to be asked, but Jong Jin-soo still nodded. "Yes, go ahead and ask." Lee Cheon hesitated briefly, carefully observing the features on Zhang Jinsu's face as he spoke. "Are you left-handed?" The question left Zhang Jinsu stunned. He blinked in surprise before answering. The surprise didn't last long. He quickly nodded, a bit sheepishly. "Yes, I am." The next question hit harder. "While working with those underworld types, it seems you never learned any basic self-defense skills." At those words, Zhang Jinsu's hands, hanging at his sides, clenched tighter than ever. Satisfied that he was on the right track, he continued, "Is there a reason for that?" Realizing he could no longer hide it, Zhang Jinsu answered, "It's a congenital condition of mine." He looked down at his own hands and continued, "Because of it, I can't cultivate any magical power." Looking at the face before him, the same person, despite the years and minor changes, he silently confirmed his suspicions. The expression matched. It really was the Zhang Jinsu he remembered. After hearing everything, he observed the man, who was now timidly bowing his head, and asked, "It's strange. So why are you working under Baek Cho? You don't seem to fit in here. Is there some special reason you're following that man?" The question made Zhang Jinsu even more uncomfortable. He remained silent. Li Qian spoke again. "You don't have to tell me if you don't want to, but this might be your first and last chance." And just then, the veins on the sides of the man's temples were visibly throbbing. Zhang Jinsu lowered his head, stammering as if the words were impossible to get out. I have a daughter." Those words landed like a punch, an answer far beyond anything he could have expected. Zhang Jinsu continued, his face filled with grief. "But my condition was passed down to her in a more severe form. It's a rare condition, so treatment is extremely difficult. The only medicine that helps even a little is banned in this country." I couldn't get it. Every word he heard from the man made him stand even stiller. He just stood there and listened. "That's how I came to know him," the man continued, "through the chairman of the company I used to work for. He poured out the secrets he had kept locked away in his heart. I made a deal with Chairman B to work for him, working myself to the bone in exchange for the medicine and money. He had traded everything for his child. A little girl with a short-lived fate, he thought. What started with money laundering and speculation had become a chain around Zhang Jinsu's neck, bound by the lie that it was all for his daughter and his career. And though he felt pity for them, his suspicion only deepened. How could Zhang Jinsu have been so careless? He asked one more question. "So you're planning to betray him? Is that it?" The question repeated. Realizing he'd heard correctly, Zhang Jinsu flinched, his expression growing even more tense. Zhang Jinsu's voice rose slightly. "What do you mean by that?" Zhang Jinsu blurted it out. Faced with the other man's intense calm, he answered, "The ledgers and the lists. They're far more detailed than they need to be." The man's words carried weight. No matter how cunning Baek Cho is, he would never order something like this. Zhang Jinsu bowed his head as if begging for forgiveness, stammering his reason. "I just wanted to be thorough in what you asked me to do. Don't make excuses." 3 short, decisive words. Zhang Jinsu's face could no longer hide his anxiety and fear. Reading the man's expression, he continued, "You couldn't have records like that unless you'd been preparing them in advance." He remembered the moment Zhang Jinsu had placed the file in front of him. "So, why? After everything was processed, you still insisted on writing it all down and keeping the documents with you." He remembered his father teaching him to be careful. That was why he'd become so sharp with numbers. Before the reset, he handled administrative work and could read a normal ledger in the blink of an eye. The documents Zhang Jinsu brought weren't normal. They were far beyond that. Bold, blatant, and painfully detailed. Before the reset, a conflict had erupted between the WB and Sungmu factions. Overnight, the WB group collapsed. Perhaps that was when Zhang Jinsu betrayed them. 2 hands clasped together symbolized their cooperation. And yet, Sungmu didn't completely wipe out the WB group. They still needed an organization to control the territory. And of course, Zhang Jinsu must have been punished. It wasn't hard to imagine how he'd been tortured. A worm will turn when stepped on, perhaps driven by hatred or a secret deal. He had taken the hand of the third triad. Realizing he could no longer hide it, Zhang Jinsu collapsed to his knees. "I'm sorry," he begged, bowing his head and smashing his forehead against the floor. Please, Please don't tell Chairman B. My daughter. Watching the man prostrate himself, he thought. This was once the man they called the brain of the third triad. If history were to continue unchanged, this was the man who had to be dealt with now. The punishment he imagined for Jong Jin-soo wasn't just to let him continue kneeling there with both hands intact. He envisioned chopping off one of his hands. He thought for a moment, then said softly, "All right. In that case, I'll make you an offer." Hearing those words, Jong Jin-soo immediately looked up, confusion flickering across his face. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the same building, a single small lamp burned, plumes of smoke drifting lazily through the air, curling in the dim light. The old man sat motionless in his chair, chain-smoking one cigarette after another as he waited for the two to return. He glanced at the door they'd entered earlier, still no sign of movement. His expression hardened, suspicion creeping in. So, he just went with Director Jong? The old man tightened his grip on the cigarette between his fingers and gritted his teeth. For him to dare step foot into my department, even if he's some ghost-hunting warrior, that's just a bit too much. The longer he sat there, the more his imagination ran wild. Could it be that he only came for Jong Jin-woo and plans to leave me behind? But he immediately dismissed the thought. No, the black market wouldn't have grown this powerful if Jong Jin-woo didn't follow my every command to the letter. The silence was broken when a young man with a crew cut entered the room, rubbing his hands together and smiling. He asked cheerfully, "Boss, you don't look so good. Should I get you something to drink?" At the sound of the voice, the old man slowly rose from his chair. The man with the crew cut just grinned wider, completely unaware he'd just walked into a storm. Suddenly, the young man was thrown across the room, slamming hard against the door behind him. He lay motionless on the floor, trembling in pain. The old man calmly took out a handkerchief to wipe his hands, muttering, "How many times have I told you to change the way you address me?" He glanced at the young man with utter contempt, as if the very sight of him was irritating. "Get that body out of my sight," he ordered. "Yes, sir." He tossed the blood-stained handkerchief aside and added coldly, "When Director Jong and our guest come out, inform me immediately." Then he turned away, his thoughts churning in the shadows. "I don't like this one bit." Standing before the glass window, he stared into the distance. First, the sudden conflict, and then this lifeline named Lee. His brow furrowed as he calculated silently. Why should I even bother with someone like Jong Jin-woo? The night slowly descended. In a grand and towering castle, a heavy door creaked open. A man entered and said softly, "You summoned me, Chairman?" From behind a high-backed chair, a deep voice resonated. "The matter I told you to investigate. Are you finished?" Jong Jin-woo answered without hesitation. Because the demonic spear is sealed, the appraisal process hasn't been smooth. However, according to the appraiser, if the seal is this strong, it's almost certainly the real thing. The man behind the chair was silent and still. After a moment, he asked in a calm voice, "So it belongs to one of Lee's subordinates, doesn't it?" Jong Jin-woo hesitated, unable to find the right words. Then, after a pause, he finally said, "From the few clients I've inquired with, I've only heard that the young Master Lee is expanding his business operations. He's always been ambitious about growing his enterprise." The man tightened his grip on the chair's armrest and slowly stood up. His movements seemed to lack their former sharpness. Turning around, he smoothed back his slicked-back hair with a calm air of authority. "What do you really think?" he said coldly. "Director Jong, you seem a lot less sharp than you used to be." He snarled an accusation. "So in the end, you found nothing at all, did you?" Jong Jin-woo's face paled at that. With his hands in his pockets, Baek Cheon-soo approached with slow, powerful strides. "I don't like to keep useless people around me," he said. He stopped right in front of Jin-woo and smirked. "Now tell me, do you really think the things you dug up are something only you could have found?" Suddenly, Baek's tone changed. It grew softer, but it was as sharp as a knife. "How's your daughter?" he asked. Jong Jin-woo's fingers clenched behind his back. Baek let out a mocking laugh. "The medicine is about to run out, isn't it?" His voice was calm as he added, "I have a proposition for you." The moment those words were spoken, Jin-woo's face tightened, tension etched into every feature. A few hours earlier, The man across from him had laid out a plan. I'm going to take down the black market, and of course, wipe out Baek Cheon-soo as well. That man had slowly removed his mask to reveal his true face. To carry out the plan, he said he intended to use his own patron. No, in the end, it was Lee Chon-chon's face that had appeared. The man's voice was steady. I intend to use my brother. Back in the present, Jong Jin-woo sat half in shadow, swallowing hard as if wrestling with himself. A heavy silence stretched on. Finally, Jin-woo raised his head, his voice trembling but resolute in the cold room. I have something to report. Early the next morning, the city awoke under a pale dawn. From a high-rise building, through a clear window, a man silently watched two figures approaching below. Lee Chon was now in disguise. From behind him, a voice explained, "For security and secrecy, the black market's location changes every time." Baek Cheon-soo and Jong Jin-woo continued on, with Baek explaining, "The venue is sent only to ticket holders at midnight the day before. If it's lost, it won't be reissued." Baek rubbed his hands together obsequiously as he said, "We've set up barriers and guards. Everything has been carefully prepared." Lee Cheon glanced at the man behind him, observing him. Indeed, even though they're just a roving gang, they're tightly organized. This is all undoubtedly Jong Jin-woo's work. His gaze returned to the window. Lee Cheng-chen's brow tightened for a moment, but then he found the whole scene rather ironic. Even I can spot the security holes from up here. Because of Baek Cheon-soo's incompetence, he thought, Jong Jin-woo has never been able to show his true potential. If that man had trusted Jin-woo more, the black market would be much bigger by now. As Lee Cheon remained silent, Baek Cheon-soo continued, "That's entirely possible. After all, the entire northern slum district is under my control." He even declared it with bombastic pride. "I can guarantee my utmost loyalty to your cause." Lee Cheon spoke up abruptly, his words freezing the other man mid-sentence. "You're loyal?" Baek Cheon-soo shot a sideways glance at Jong Jin-woo behind him. "Unlike others, I don't differentiate between clean and dirty work," he said coldly. "Whatever needs to be done, I'll do it." Watching from the side, Lee Cheon silently assessed the exchange. He's wary of Jong Jin-woo, he thought. So, he's still bitter about being excluded from the warehouse operation. The corner of his mouth curved up slightly. "All the better. I actually prefer it this way." Just then, Baek Cheon-soo gestured in a certain direction. "The auction is about to begin. Allow me to lead the way," he offered. Lee Cheon nodded. "All right." As he passed the man, he added in a low voice, "I don't intend to draw any attention. Once we're inside, don't stick too close." Baek Cheon-soo gave a slight bow. "Understood." A moment later, they arrived at the auction hall. The vast space was neatly divided into sections. VIP guests sat in private rooms overlooking the floor below. Lee Cheon removed his disguise, but donned another mask that covered half his face, then leaned back to observe the crowd. Down below, the auctioneer was preparing to present the first item. Scanning the audience, Lee Cheon's gaze settled on a balcony where two men sat arrogantly, legs crossed, and he scoffed inwardly. "An illegal auction, and yet they still act like aristocrats." Glancing over at another section, he analyzed the guards. All of them were level 5 or 6 martial artists. The W faction's internal power is stronger than I thought. He concluded that their purpose was likely surveillance, not protection. Just then, steady footsteps echoed through the hall. Before the speaker even appeared, a voice boomed, "Esteemed guests." The stage lights flared, focusing on the auctioneer below. "Tonight, we have gathered only the rarest of treasures," he announced with practiced enthusiasm. "I'm sure many of you have been eagerly awaiting this day. Once you see what we have prepared, I guarantee you will be more than satisfied. So, without further ado, let the auction begin." In his private room, Lee Cheon sat comfortably in his chair, an indifferent expression on his face as he listened. Below, the auctioneer gestured to the side. "Our first item, an ancient book of sorcery." A spotlight hit a pedestal, where a turtle shell-like stone tablet covered in dense, ancient script rested on a silk cushion. This tablet reproduces an ancient magical text. The auctioneer explained. The starting bid is 10 million, he declared with excitement. A gentle start. Wouldn't you agree, ladies and gentlemen? Li Qian watched calmly, his eyes narrowed slightly. In case there's something strange, he thought. I'll use my mystic eyes to get a closer look. Below, the auctioneer's voice droned on. The so-called ancient sorcery tablet was nothing more than an old relic dressed up to look mysterious. He thought lazily. It's not like I was planning on bidding on anything anyway. And so, one item after another was presented on stage. After a long period of bidding, the final item was finally announced. With a knowing smile and a deliberately mysterious tone, the auctioneer declared, "The item many of you have been waiting for. The final treasure of tonight's event." He dragged out his words for effect as stagehands carefully brought out a large, cloth-covered wooden chest. Step by step, they carried it to the center of the stage. Raising his voice, the auctioneer proclaimed, "Though we've seen many rare items tonight, nothing compares to the value of this one. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a relic recovered by none other than Lai Jihan, the seventh son of the Sunmu family from the distant northern sea." With a sharp motion, he grabbed the edge of the cloth and whipped it off in one smooth pull, revealing the item within. The Baekwon demonic spear. The crowd below erupted instantly. No way! Is that really the Baekwon? It looks exactly like the one in the papers. Shock and disbelief rippled through the audience as murmurs filled the room. From his private room, Li Qian's attention shifted to the sudden uproar. The corner of his mouth curled up as a faint blue aura flickered around his fingertips. It's begun, he thought. Well then, I should get ready too. The scene shifted to a control room, where every moment of the live auction was being broadcast on large surveillance monitors. Baek Cho-soo leaned back in his chair, arms crossed, remarking with a faint smile, "I've been here many times before, but this is the first time I've seen it on such a grand scale." Jang Jin-soo stepped forward to report, "I've sent private messages to the guests, informing them that tonight's auction would be a little more special." Baek Cho-soo gave a cold smile. "Well done, Jin-soo." Then, leaning forward, he added with a meaningful tone, "Once this is over, joining the Sunmu organization will be the natural next step for you, wouldn't it?" He lifted his head, his voice full of mockery. "It seems Jin-soo has regained his composure and enthusiasm. Once you get a hold of Sunmu's leash, you'll finally get to do all those noble things you've always dreamed of." Hearing this, Jang Jin-soo remained silent, clenching his fists in quiet restraint. Seeing the man's reaction, Baek Cho-soo grew even more smug. "Jang Jin-soo, no matter how much you struggle, you'll always be under my thumb. The very things you despised, you're now doing them with such enthusiasm. I guess you're hoping to latch on to Sunmu to get out." He leaned back, his voice dripping with contempt. "But do you really think it'll be that easy? Once your hands are dirty, the stain only spreads, no matter how hard you try to wash it away." Baek Cho-soo considered this carefully. LH's approach wasn't about appreciating the special potential of this black market. He wanted to control the underground economy itself. After all, Jin-soo had personally confirmed that the other man was one of LH's subordinates. If tonight's plan succeeded, Baek would have a strong leash to pull. Thinking this, he chuckled to himself with quiet confidence. Everything was calculated. Suddenly, a monitoring agent blurted out a cry of confusion and urgency. Baek immediately frowned and demanded, "What is it?" Unable to sit still, he shot to his feet. "What's going on?" The agent's voice came out in a sharp burst. "There's an intrusion at the north entrance." A few unidentified figures just appeared, and just seconds later, the entire room began to shake violently, as if something was slamming into the building. When things settled slightly, Baek grabbed the supervisor by the collar and yelled, "What the hell is going on?" The man stammered, "I don't know. They're not police or any government special forces I recognize." Baek angrily shoved the supervisor away and ordered, "Police or not, don't argue, just take them down. Now." Then he spun around and yelled, "Jin-soo, get the list and the ledgers, bring them with you." But when he turned back, the space in front of him was empty. The people he was looking for were gone. Baek froze, muttering, Sunmu, Jongjin-soo, that bastard. The realization hit him like a punch he'd been had. He exploded. That son of a bitch. Bring Jongjin-soo and the others here, now. Outside, chaos reigned, with dust and smoke billowing in every direction. Amid the rubble, a figure approached at a slow, deliberate pace. It was a man with a scholarly look, wearing glasses, his hands calmly tucked in his pockets, observing the entire scene with quiet composure. As he took a slow step forward, two assistants bowed respectfully and reported the situation. The external entrances and exits have been completely secured. Sir, the surveillance equipment has been cut off. Do-haek turned and ordered, Team 1 and Team 2, breach from the outside and sweep them. He scanned the area and decided, everything at the scene will be preserved as evidence. Leave it as is. Arrest everyone. They all nodded and responded in unison. Yes, sir. Do-haek tensed, trying to read the situation. I thought the Duryong syndicate was involved, but it turns out to be just a bunch of rabble. A man behind him chimed in with a critical tone. They're just vagrants pretending to act under the Sunmu name. It's because the young master's movements are restricted that this kind of scheme has emerged. Do-haek felt a flicker of doubt. Still, something doesn't add up. The man continued to press. What do you mean, sir? Do-haek felt a sense of unease. This business with Baek's blade, with reports coming from two independent channels. I'll have to dig deeper. The director of the trading company and the Steel Sword Society have both been gathering their own intel. Do-haek nodded. The trading company is certainly tied to the W faction, so it makes sense that information would get to them. I see the deception here. Someone deliberately used the Steel Sword Society's name to feed me this information, a subordinate asked. So, someone intentionally lured you here, young master? Do-haek confirmed it. Exactly. The subordinate pieced it together, guessing aloud. So, you think it was a trap set by the Dulong camp? That they'd break Baek's seal and steal it to draw you in? The subordinate reported more details. The item is still sealed, and our intel shows no unusual activity from the Dulong camp. Do-haek's face darkened as he thought through who stood to gain from all this. Then his eyes lit up as if in realization. Oh. His subordinate looked over, confused. What is it, sir? Do-haek waved it off. Oh, it's nothing. He breathed a sigh of relief. It's that kid. Do-haek crossed his arms, his expression turning dangerous. If this plot hadn't been exposed, who knows what might have happened. But now that it's out in the open, those responsible are going to pay dearly. On the stage, the host was still speaking into the microphone. Please wait just a moment. We are currently verifying the situation. Ladies and gentlemen, please wait. From a quiet corner, Lee Cheon slowly rose to his feet. Just as expected, he was handling this swiftly. He looked down at the scene below through the clear glass window, then raised a hand, channeling a stream of blue energy. The sealed sword inside the glass chamber began to vibrate violently. The host's face went pale. A small explosion, caused by Lee Cheon, erupted from thin air. The sword shattered its glass case and flew straight toward where he was standing. The audience erupted into chaos. Get him! Cheon-soo has been stolen. Security guards flooded in from all directions. He's armed. That man has a weapon. Take him down. Lee Cheon immediately cast a spell. A blinding blue light bound the guards, lifting them into the air. Damn it. Then he tilted his head slightly and mumbled, I'm going to be pretty busy. Moving like a flash of lightning, Lee Cheon bolted toward the heavily guarded auction, but slipping past them wasn't too difficult. The real problem would be if Cheon-soo himself showed up. While running, Lee Cheon came to a sudden halt, a smirk curling on his lips. You got here fast, didn't you? The man in front of him was panting for breath. Lee Cheon tilted his head. So, are you ready, Jin-soo Jinwoo? He began to sketch out his plan. I intend to use my older brother to take down the entire black market. Jinwoo froze, his mind racing. Could it be the heir? But Lee Cheon has a younger brother. The truth hit him hard. Someone who only recently began the path of martial arts, yet progressed at an unprecedented rate. He now understood exactly who was standing before him. The ninth heir of the Seonyu clan. the youngest son, Li Qiong. Li Qiong's voice grew sharp. Whether you accept this or not changes nothing. The information has probably already reached the Golden S Society. If my brother arrives, my side will suffer a loss, and you won't fare any better. Instead of chasing after Cheon-su, wouldn't it be wiser to deal with the person who actually runs the black market? Jin-woo looked completely bewildered. Why? Why are you telling me all of this? Lee Cheon smirked. Didn't you just say it yourself? It's a proposal. He paused, a flicker of amusement in his eyes. I'm still deciding whether or not to save you. Then, in a low, decisive voice, he made his offer. Forget Cheon-su and come with me. Jin-woo had a condition of his own, just one. Promise me one thing, he pleaded, bowing his head. Protect my daughter. Please, cure my daughter. Jin-woo had decided to sacrifice himself for his child. He swore he would do anything, even die for it. Lee Cheon responded sternly. You think you're in any position to make demands? Jin-woo shot back threateningly. If you refuse, I'll tell Cheon-su everything. He scrambled to his feet, insisting that Cheon-su would flee, and even if the Seonu clan tried to catch him, it would buy time for Cheon-su to slow things down. He predicted the chain of events. Cheon-su would persist and eventually be caught, but not before causing trouble for Lee Cheon. Lee Cheon considered it all for a moment. If it were Cheon-su, he reasoned, the man would undoubtedly interfere with his martial artists out of revenge. He breathed a sigh of relief that this was the Jin-woo he knew. Fine, curing your daughter won't be difficult. Lee Cheon didn't forget to set his own terms. He had calculated it carefully. Catching Cheon-su wouldn't take the Seon-yu clan long at all. It was just a matter of a few hours, whether he was caught now or a little later. As if brushing it aside, Lee Cheon said, either way is fine. He turned back to Jin-woo. Now, are you ready to follow me? Jin-woo quickly cupped his hands. I am ready. His face was grim. What must I do? Lee Cheon immediately issued an order. Leak information to my seventh brother and tell Cheon-su that Jin-woo is, without a doubt, one of his subordinates. When they met again, Jin-woo was to act impressed and say he would follow Lee Cheon's instructions. Sweat beaded on Jin-woo's forehead as he considered the consequences. Someone like Lee Cheon surely had many contingencies. He dared to ask worriedly, if I were to betray you, you have a way to deal with me, don't you? Lee Cheon turned back, his expression unreadable. What do you think? Then he started walking briskly. All right, let's go. He spoke as he walked, adding a few final words as he left, with smoke and dust rising across the city. Jin-woo chased after Lee Cheon, calling out, Young master. He finally stopped, then lowered his voice and said, The items you requested are all here. Seeing Lee Cheon's stern expression, Jin-woo quickly came clean. The gold bars have been converted to physical form and are stored in a private warehouse. The cryptocurrency account is saved on this USB. He handed over a portfolio bag and the USB drive. Lee Cheon opened the briefcase and inspected the contents. After seeing that some documents were still missing, he turned to Jin-woo and asked, What about the stone slate I requested? Jin-woo pointed in a direction and replied, It's over there. He led Lee Cheon to a warehouse. From the outside, the warehouse looked dilapidated, but everything inside was neatly organized. When they arrived, Jin-woo announced, I left it in that box. Lee Cheon carefully opened the box to check inside. A few seconds later, he praised, Good. This is definitely authentic. Then he turned back to the papers. Are the records and ledgers ready? Jin-woo answered truthfully. Yes, of course. Lee Cheon took the briefcase and warned him, Keep this safe. It will be your lifeline. He also emphasized the earlier letter. And that letter I gave you absolutely must be sent. If it's not handled correctly, they'll think it's a confession to save your own skin. Jin-woo promised to take care of it. Don't worry, I'll get it done. With everything settled, Lee Cheon said his goodbyes. I'm leaving now. As he spoke, a thought struck him. What if members of the Golden S Legion come to search this place? He hadn't even finished his sentence when a loud explosion erupted from outside. In the next instant, something flew towards them at high speed. The warehouse door was blown open by a massive blast, and through the thick smoke and dust, a voice rang out. "You bunch of traitors." It was Cheon-su. He strode in and sneered arrogantly, shouting, "You dare to take down Cheon-su, the legend of this world?" The smoke still hung heavy in the warehouse. Lee Cheon, not wanting a fight, said calmly, "Just go, it's over for you anyway." Bish Cho-shu clearly had no intention of backing down. He drew his knife and smiled with savage glee. "Yeah, let's see about that." The next second, Bish Cho-shu unsheathed his blade, hesitated for a beat, and then let out a scream, but he corrected his fighting stance and growled, his voice thick with bitterness. "Besides, I'm not going down alone with this grudge." He didn't stop, just charged forward, screaming, "I'll rip you both to shreds." Lee Cheon shoved Jong Jin-woo out of the way. The blade missed, and he roared in fury, "You bastard!" As Lee Cheon summoned his sword, Bish Cho-shu screamed at Jong Jin-woo, his voice full of outrage. "You ungrateful piece of crap! Did you forget I saved your daughter's life? And now you betray me?" Then his eyes narrowed in sudden realization. "So that's what it is. I was wondering what trick you were pulling. Turns out you changed your face. No wonder your voice sounds like a kid's." Hearing this, Lee Cheon couldn't help but silently praise his opponent. To figure out so much from just a few clues, this guy really couldn't be underestimated. Driven by pride and fury, Bish Cho-shu charged again, screaming, "Die!" His knife strikes were fast and precise, yet Lee Cheon dodged them all. Bish Cho-shu clicked his tongue, reluctantly impressed. So you're not completely useless after all. Who are you? And what do you think you're doing?" Without a hint of fear, Lee Cheon raised his voice and declared, "I am Lee Cheon of Sungmu." Hearing that name, Bish Cho-shu understood immediately. He burst out laughing, his tone dripping with mockery. "Haha, don't tell me I'm being messed with by some bastard child." He sneered maliciously. "A little greenhouse brat like you thinks he's the terror of the world just because he inherited a drop of noble blood?" Being scorned like that made Lee Cheon grind his teeth in anger. A greenhouse plant from Sungmu? If Sungmu was a greenhouse, the world would have burned to ashes long ago. He finally decided to teach this man a lesson, beckoning with a provocative smile. He called out, "You planning to fight with your mouth? Come on then." Bish Cho-shu snarled and lunged forward. "Insolent brat!" The two of them clashed violently. As their blades met, Bish Cho-shu let out a bloodthirsty grin. "Looks like I get to play the butcher again today." After exchanging a few blows, Lee Cheon quickly realized his opponent was no amateur. "I thought I could handle this easily, but this pressure is insane. Bish Cho-shu is going all out, forcing me to analyze him carefully if I want to win. The gap between me and Bish Cho-shu is 5 levels. Even at the same level, there's a difference in skill. Besides, Lee Cheon knew that Bish Cho-shu had trained in both magic and martial arts under an orthodox sect, honed through countless real battles. Physically, the man outclassed him by a long shot. And yet, deep down, Lee Cheon admitted something to himself. "I've never fought an opponent weaker than me." The moment he switched up his technique, Bish Cho-shu's expression twisted with shock and anger. This damn sword. A weapon that can freely change its shape. It's the real deal. Unable to gain the upper hand, Bish Cho-shu cursed silently. "Jong Jin-woo, you son of a bitch." Sensing his opponent's distraction, Lee Cheon roared, "You're still thinking about something else while fighting me?" Immediately after, Lee Cheon's blade struck Bish Cho-shu's abdomen. Blood sprayed out as Bish Cho-shu screamed, "Arrogant little punk!" Lee Cheon paused for a few seconds, panting, thinking to himself that this fight was tough. But he pressed on. He decided to activate his supernatural magic eye to read his opponent's movements, an intuitive flow that let him predict the next step. On top of that, Lee Cheon relied on his iron-hard body from Sungmu to withstand the blows. Once he found the optimal fighting method, he dove back into the fray with a flash of thought. "I've fought and defeated countless enemies, some of them even faster than Bish Cho-shu." They clashed in an earth-shattering battle that made the warehouse tremble. A few minutes later, Lee Cheon was thrown back several meters, but he got up unscathed. Seeing this, Bish Cho-shu furrowed his brow in confusion. How is this kid like this? He watched Li Cheon raise his sword again and muttered, "His mana level being on par with mine is one thing. He comes from a decent family, but the depth of his martial skill is too much for a kid." He silently compared Li Cheon's strength to his own and felt like he was facing an immovable rock. Facing someone this strong for the first time, Bitch Cho Shu felt a sense of unease, grinding his teeth as he thought, "I can't believe I'm feeling this way over some kid." In the end, he still wanted to win, so Bitch Cho Shu hardened his resolve. "I have to end this, quick and clean." Bitch Cho Shu was still doubting himself. He's just a kid. What the hell am I even up against? He gritted his teeth as the figure before him stood like an unmoving boulder. Finally, Bitch Cho Shu stomped his foot hard on the ground and charged, rushing straight at Li Cheon. Each time he swung his blade, Li Cheon dodged with practiced ease, his fundamentals as solid as a fortress. After dodging, Li Cheon stepped back, and the long spear in his hand morphed into a long staff. Bitch Cho Shu froze for a beat. A shape-shifting weapon is a hell of a surprise. He hastily retreated and prepared to block the next thrust, stunned by the feeling that he was trading blows with 3 or 4 opponents at once. "I was just planning to mess with this kid and Zhang Jinwu for a bit, and then bail," he thought. "If I run now, I can still get out of this alive." He knew he had connections at the Kowloon stronghold, but the pain of betrayal and the thirst for revenge wouldn't let him back down. Even if he died, he swore he'd slit both their throats first. Bitch Cho Shu took a deep breath, channeled his energy into his legs, and slammed his foot into the ground. The earth cracked with a thunderous roar. Shards of rock shot out like a hailstorm, hurtling toward Li Cheon. Li Cheon ducked low and swept his long staff in a wide arc, knocking away the barrage of stone fragments through the dust and debris. Bitch Cho Shu reappeared, pressing the attack. From his side, he drew a short dagger, seizing the chance to strike with the same kind of blade that once slit my master's throat. Gripping both daggers tightly, he unleashed a devastating technique, the first form of the Hidden Island assassination sword style. Even Li Cheon's eyes widened at the speed. In a flash, Bitch Cho Shu slashed forward, but Li Cheon blocked it with his long staff. Then Bitch Cho Shu spun and thrust the other dagger in a swift arc, precisely finding a gap in Li Cheon's defense and plunging it into his left shoulder. The blow sent Li Cheon stumbling back, suppressing a cough. Bitch Cho Shu's lips curled into a vicious smile as he lunged, screaming, "Die!" The tip of the knife tore through the air, heading for Li Cheon. A glint appeared in Li Cheon's eyes as a pale light spread around him. In an instant, the long staff in his hand morphed again, this time into a black sword. Bitch Cho Shu, mid-lunge, froze when he saw the new blade. He tightened his grip on his dagger and let out a curse. "God damn it!" Suddenly, a chain whipped through the air. Bitch Cho Shu felt it wrapped tightly around his wrist, catching him by surprise. He was trapped. Li Cheon tightened his grip on the handle and pulled him closer. As the distance closed, Li Cheon raised his sword, ready for the final blow. Victory was his. His movements were fluid, inescapable. First form, endless, the unseen strike. The blade carved a streak of white-hot light straight into Bitch Cho Shu's chest. Hot blood sprayed from the wound. He couldn't stop himself from coughing up fresh blood as his body staggered and then collapsed onto the hard floor. Bitch Cho Shu trembled all over. Through clenched teeth he hissed, "You, son of a bitch!" Li Cheon replied coldly, "The last words of a third-rate thug are unnecessary." With that, he swung his sword again without mercy. In a blink, head and body were separated. Bitch Cho Shu's body slumped over, blood pouring out and staining the ground red. Li Cheon put away his weapon, breathing heavily. Suddenly, he staggered, feeling the damage he'd taken. His leg was injured, and just then, Jinsu Jinu rushed to support him. "Are you all right, sir?" he asked. Li Cheon steadied himself and gave a slight nod. "It's worse than I thought, but it's under control." Looking down at Bitch Cho Shu's corpse, he thought to himself, "Asterisk. This is the first time I've killed someone in this life." Asterisk. Jinsu Jinu stood silently beside him, his eyes fixed on the fallen man before looking up at Li Cheon with a thoughtful expression. "Just 15 years old," he said. "He was only a little older than my daughter." Recalling the fight, Jinsu Jinu couldn't hide his admiration. The power Li Qian had displayed was terrifying, especially knowing Baek Cheon-su was no ordinary thug. He bowed slightly and said, "Thank you, truly." A corner of Li Qian's mouth curled up. "No need for thanks. I did it because there was something I needed to take." Jin Soo-jinu hesitated. "So, what should I do next?" Li Qian replied with a hint of approval. "It's good to keep that enthusiasm. But first, let's finish this." Then he added something that took Jin Soo-jinu by surprise. "Take care of your daughter first. Our agreement starts there." Jin Soo-jinu was moved. Li Cheon hadn't forgotten his promise. He was certain now. This kid was different from Baek Cheon-su in a crucial way. A rare, relieved smile spread across his face. If Li Cheon contacted him again, Jin Soo-jinu swore he would gladly become his right-hand man. Suddenly, a deafening explosion echoed through the building, shaking the entire room. Li Qian glanced toward the source of the sound and muttered his assessment. "Looks like Faction W is putting up its last fight." Jin Soo-jinu clutched a briefcase, asking worriedly, "In this situation, can you get out safely? You shouldn't reveal your identity. I've put the documents in the case." Li Cheon took the bag with a nod. "Right. Don't worry," he reassured him calmly. "I'll slip out when I see an opening." His mind began to calculate. Asterisk, the Golden Sword Legion lives up to its name. Their skills are excellent. But with my silver illusion technique and the 100,000-volt thunderstep... Asterisk. Just as his mind was racing through escape routes, Jin Soo-jinu cut in. "There's an underground passage." He explained quickly that there was a water channel running beneath the facility, narrow, but wide enough for one person to get through. Then, in a sincere, determined voice, he added, "I will lead the way." Li Cheon's lips curved into a faint smile. That settled it. He recalled their earlier deal. Jin Soo-jinu knew full well there was no backing out once he'd made an agreement with him. This man was clearly determined to keep his promise to the end. Comparing his eyes from before to now, Li Qian saw the difference. What was once fear and helplessness had transformed into sincere determination. A sense of satisfaction washed over him. Asterisk. Before my regression, they called me a once-in-a-millennium genius. And now, I have Jin Soo-jinu. Asterisk. Finally, Li Qian spoke. "Then I'll leave it to you." Jin Soo-jinu nodded firmly. "Yes, sir." The two of them broke into a run, heading down the corridor toward the passage at the end. At that moment, a man reported in a steady voice, "We have subdued all remaining members of Faction W inside the building." Hearing this, Sung-Moo's voice turned cold. "Most of Faction W are just strays," he said bluntly. "Don't worry about how to handle them. If they resist, break a few limbs. If they struggle too much, kill them." The subordinate bowed his head and replied obediently, "Understood." Then, with a faint, almost mocking smile, he asked, "And what about the ones who were participating in the black market? They're screaming for their lawyers and making a scene." Still smirking, he continued, "To hear the name Lee Ju-hak and still act like that? They clearly don't know what kind of situation they're in." "Sir," his voice was dripping with ridicule, "we've been authorized by the government to deal with them as we see fit, though technically that only applies to armed groups." Lee Ju-hak's eyes darkened as he spoke in a low, grim voice. "It seems they don't realize that leaving this building will only put their necks in more danger." The subordinate chuckled softly. Sung-Moo's personal defense squad. He stopped mid-sentence as Lee Ju-hak whipped his head around to face him. Three bound men on the floor trembled, listening to every word with growing dread. The subordinate smiled again. "With your personal defense squad, sir, the outcome of their trial is already decided." Just then, another man ran in to report. "All fleeing members of Faction W have been captured." Lee Ju-hak's gaze shifted to him. "What about evidence?" The man held out a file. "This is everything we found at the black market." Lee Ju-hak took the documents and flipped through them in deep thought. After a moment, he handed them back and muttered, "No ledgers, no access records. So they're hiding them somewhere else." He was silent for a moment, his expression pensive. "It would be simpler to sweep their other locations," he mused. "But if we do that, the strays will just scatter everywhere." Suddenly, a subordinate spoke up hesitantly. About that, the Spirit Sword Division found someone while searching the facility. Lee Ju-hak looked up. Someone? The man pointed down the hall. They said he was directly in charge of operations here, and he handed this over. Another soldier came forward, carrying a worn leather pouch. "Sir, you need to see this," he insisted. Lee Ju-hak opened the pouch and pulled out several thick sheaves of paper. As he read, his eyes widened in astonishment. Before him were detailed financial records, transaction histories, shell accounts, client identities, smuggling routes, and even the origins of the illegal goods. Finally, he looked up and ordered, "Bring him here." "Yes, sir," the subordinate replied instantly. A moment later, amidst the rubble of the ruined courtyard, a man approached and knelt respectfully before Lee Ju-hak. "I am honored," he said, his voice trembling, "to be in the presence of one who carries the blood of the great clan." The man raised his head and introduced himself calmly. "My name is Jinsu Jinu." Immediately, one of Lee Ju-hak's men snapped angrily, "You fool! How dare you act so arrogant before the young master?" But Lee Ju-hak raised a hand, signaling for silence. "That's enough," he said coldly. He observed the man before him, thinking, what a waste of a face like that, working for something as pathetic as Faction W, His eyes narrowed as he studied Jinsu Jinu's clear gaze and upright posture. There was no trace of magical power, but an air of calm and discipline surrounded him. Finally, Lee Ju-hak spoke. "I am Lee Ju-hak, son of Sung Mu. I have a few questions for you." Jinsu Jinu gave a solemn nod. "Yes, sir. I will answer them truthfully." Lee Ju-hak held up the papers in his hand. "Why didn't you destroy these documents? Keeping them seems like nothing more than a cheap ploy to buy time." In response, Jinsu Jinu said quietly, "There is a letter inside the briefcase. I was instructed to make sure you read it." At this, Lee Ju-hak turned to the pouch and reached inside. He pulled out a small, folded letter. The moment his fingers touched the paper, he noted its texture and mused, The paper was deliberately chosen to make it impossible to trace the handwriting. He unfolded it, and the message inside became clear. "If these documents are what I think they are more than enough to compensate for this entire incident. I only ask that you look after the man standing before you. He has a daughter. Please see to her recovery." Lee Ju-hak let out a soft chuckle. The bastard. He's bold enough to manipulate his own brother. Still, he didn't refuse the request. The documents were indeed of great value. If used correctly, they could expose the financial network connected to Baek Chon-su and reveal the weaknesses of the wealthy elite. He tapped the letter with his finger, muttering, "And this could earn me the credit for cleaning up the black market operation." They set the stage. I'm the one who handles the aftermath. And now he wants to use this as leverage. Looking at Jong Jinu standing there, completely unflinching, Lee Ja's expression hardened. Accepting outside help for a mission, he thought, was a clear violation of the family's code. Suddenly, Jong Jinu broke the silence. On the back of the letter were the initials Lee C.K. He blinked and turned it over. The other side was filled with messy handwriting. Just a little postscript. "Don't tell me I'm getting distracted before the meal is even served. You've already pocketed the real profits. So you probably don't care who I am. That's fine. Unless you're incredibly petty, I figured you'd just close this case quietly. That's how I see it." Reading that last line, Lee Ja froze, the corner of his mouth twitching. Then, he let out a small, helpless laugh. The postscript was longer than the main message. He muttered, "Does that kid even know what a postscript is?" Lee Ja sighed, amused. "Who begins their martial arts journey in such a ridiculous fashion?" he muttered to himself as he neatly folded the letter and tucked it away. "So, he has no intention of contacting me directly, huh?" A smirk played on his lips. "Arrogant kid. But fine. If this is how he wants to play it, I'll play along." As he thought of Cheon, his eyes lit up with satisfaction. Even after taking down Sister Six, he still got that same air about him. Choosing the youngest son over her was definitely the right decision. That kid and we probably understand each other better than most people do. Lee Ja smiled faintly and called out, "Captain, we're closing the case." His subordinate looked confused for a moment. "Sir," Lee Ja continued, his voice steady. When the officials from the relevant department arrive, hand everything over to them. File the final report on the hazardous materials and ensure they are disposed of carefully. Outside, the city was still simmering under a persistent cloud of dust and smoke. But with these documents in hand, the cleanup would be simple. He then turned back to face Jong Jinu. You're Jong Jinu, correct? I will personally be responsible for your safety for the time being. He gave a slight smirk before turning away. You ought to be grateful to the person who sent you that letter. The scene shifts. In a tea room, a young man sits cross-legged on a chair, lost in silent meditation. Waves of energy radiate from his body, filling the air with a low hum. Suddenly, a strange sensation pulsed from the wound on his shoulder, breaking his concentration. His eyes snapped open, the memory of his fight with Baiko crystal clear. It had been a valuable experience. His hands remained clasped before him. Asterisk. It's been a long time since I acquired the infinite technique. Asterisk, he thought. Asterisk. But this was the first time I've ever used it on another person. Asterisk. He started analyzing everything with his usual precision. Asterisk, I used it once while training under the instructor in Jungsun, and another time during a sparring session with father. But never against a fighter who was my equal or my superior. Asterisk. Unchecked, a faint aura began to rise from his body, glowing softly in the morning light that filtered through the window. Asterisk. The outcome of that fight. Asterisk, he mused. Asterisk was mostly due to Baiko's own arrogance and his mistakes. Asterisk. Asterisk. But even without those factors, I'm confident I still would have won. Asterisk. He finally stretched and got to his feet, the floorboards creaking under him. On this journey, a real fight like that is what truly matters. Every match up to this point has been restrained, bound by rules. Cheon smirked as he slipped his shirt back on. And given how quiet things are, it looks like the elder has agreed to the deal. His gaze sharpened. All right then, he muttered, his voice hard with resolve. It's time to call that person back to Seoul, South Korea. Traffic bustled through the streets under a pleasantly clear sky. Down a quiet alley surrounded by small eateries, Cheon stopped in front of a modest house and looked up. He studied the building for a moment, thinking to himself, asterisk, there's no sign. It looks more like a private home than a restaurant. Asterisk. After a short pause, Cheon slowly opened the door and went inside, walking up to the reception desk. He spoke in a calm voice. I have a reservation under the name Cheon Woo. The receptionist replied instantly, yes, of course. Please, allow me to escort you to your room. Without another word, Cheon followed the young woman down a hallway to a private room. A moment later, the door to one of the private rooms slid open. Inside, a middle-aged man who was waiting for him stood and bowed respectfully. You've arrived. Cheon entered the room and commented, I never would have expected a place like this. The man chuckled lightly and explained, this is a space for those who prefer a private conversation. Nothing from inside can be heard, beyond these walls. As Cheon watched the man cover his mouth to suppress a chuckle, he raised a curious eyebrow. What's so funny? He asked. The man quickly regained his composure and replied politely, please forgive me. It's just... I'm only now fully realizing just how young you are, young master. He observed Cheon intently, lost in thought. Asterisk. Perhaps it's his upbringing in the Cheonma clan that makes him appear so mature, but looking at him up close, he still has a boy's face. Asterisk. A flicker of astonishment crossed the man's features as he thought to himself. Asterisk. A boy? Yes, he really is just a boy. Asterisk. After watching him for another moment, the man spoke again, his voice full of admiration. But your eyes, your presence. It doesn't feel like I'm talking to a child in the slightest. Memories of what he had once witnessed came flooding back to him. He couldn't stop himself from muttering in awe. A 15-year-old boy managed to recruit Lee, the golden swordsman of the Cheonma clan, capture Baiko, and dismantle the entire black market. After a moment of reflection, the middle-aged man gave a slight bow and said earnestly, before anything else, I want to express my gratitude. Both my daughter and I are deeply in your debt, young Master Lee Cheon. Cheon calmly took a sip of his tea and answered with reserved politeness. There's no need for that. It was just a business transaction. But the man insisted, his voice thick with emotion. Even making that transaction possible was an act of grace. Without your intervention, I'd still be shackled to Baeko. Cheon noted the man's insistence and sighed. So, how is your daughter doing? The man gave him an update. She hasn't made a full recovery, but she's doing much better. Cheon nodded curtly as the man began to praise the Cheonma clan's medical facility profusely. Cheon, seeming only half interested, just shrugged. Good to hear. The man hesitated for a moment before his face grew serious. Young master, you kept your word to me. Now, it's my turn to uphold my side of the promise. His next words gave Cheon a moment's pause. I will do anything you ask. Just tell me what you need done. Seeing how serious the man was, Cheon couldn't resist a little jab. You say that as if I'm about to order you to do my dirty work. The man got flustered and quickly objected. No, that's not what I meant. Cheon's smirk let him know the teasing was over. I know, he said, reaching into the bag he always carried with him. In a more measured tone, he continued. To start, I have a few favors to ask. He set a folder and a USB drive on the table, and the man's surprise was obvious. This is? He stammered. Isn't this the file folder and USB drive you took from me that day? Why are you giving them back? Cheon explained calmly. I just borrowed them for a review. He pushed the items across the table toward the man. I'm leaving them in your care. Manage them well, Cheon added. I'll have need of those funds in many different ventures. The man stared back, his face a mask of disbelief and worry. His hands clenched on his lap as he asked, How can you trust me with something like this? This money, it's ownerless now. Did you ever consider that I might just take it and run? Cheon replied with the same cold gravity. Why? Are you planning to? The man hurriedly shook his head, and Cheon's tone grew even harder. Of course. It's not blind trust. You haven't given me any reason to trust you, only your circumstances. He'd already considered it, continuing the thought in his head. Asterisk Jongjinu is caught up in two major scandals. Asterisk Cheon was already mapping out the practical leverage he had. First, your daughter's mana treatment is underway. Second, your relationship with the Y-Bon faction. Because of the deal with Mr. Seven, you are free. But if you go back on your word, I can drag up your past and tie you down at any moment. My assessment is as final as a verdict. That should be enough to answer your question. The man bowed his head slightly and replied, Yes. Cheon suddenly added something that startled the man, but he still said quietly, But I can't truly trust you yet. Cheon extended his hand with a calm, sincere smile and continued, I hope that one day I'll be able to trust you completely. Those words struck a chord, echoing in the man's mind and heart. How great would it be, he thought, if we could actually trust each other without any deals or complicated circumstances. He looked down at the open hand before him, wondering what Cheon truly saw in him to speak with such candor. Mulling over the sharp contrast between Cheon and his old superior, B. Chosu, the man thought further. I thought he was just like B. Chosu, someone who holds on to another person's weakness just to exploit it. And yet, even though young Master Cheon keeps using the word transaction, our relationship feels like a debt that binds me without any need for chains. After a long pause, the man finally answered his own thoughts. No, the way he's treating me now, it feels like he actually sees me as an equal. With that realization, he reached out and firmly grasped Cheon's hand. He said with determination, I'll prove it to you, bit by bit. It won't take long. Cheon smiled, satisfied. I'll be looking forward to it. As he observed the man across from him, Cheon thought to himself, I no longer see you as a man who lost his light in Bichosu's shadow, but as someone with a spirit like Sonar's. Seeing Cheon pick up his bag, the man asked, Where are you headed now? Cheon's reply was brief but meaningful. After leaving the restaurant, Cheon walked down the street when suddenly a child's voice rang out. Mom, look at that man. I bet he's a fighter. So cool? The mother quickly pulled her son away, scolding, Don't say things like that. Come on, hurry. Hearing this, Cheon froze for a moment. a flicker of unease in his eyes. I thought I'd hidden it well, but it seems something still shows. He quickly pushed the thought aside and continued walking through the bustling crowd. Moving along the main avenue, Qian stopped, quietly observing the world around him. Meanwhile, elsewhere, in a dimly lit cafe, cigarette smoke hung lazily in the air. A woman with chestnut-brown hair was smoking a cigarette. As the waiter brought her coffee, she let out a small, surprised sound, her gaze shifting to the clear window. "Oh? What's this?" she murmured, her voice full of amusement. "Looks like I've found something. Interesting." The cigarette continued to burn between her fingers as she gave a captivating smile. Metrics like these. I've never seen numbers like this before. Finishing her thought, she stood up gracefully and walked toward the door. As her face came into view, her eyes gleamed with a mysterious, almost supernatural charm, sharp, curious, and dangerous. Her voice carried a note of excitement as she whispered, "Let's see who this person really is." Lee Cheon sat with his legs crossed in a first-class train car, holding a bank book. He rested his chin on his hand and muttered, "The deposit is about 100 million. Huh? This should be enough for initial operating costs." Lee Cheon looked up, thinking to himself, "It's thanks to Jin Soo Jin that I get to travel so comfortably." Closing the bank book, a calculation had already formed in his mind. His talent has been proven. For now, I'll just let him operate freely and see what he can do. A plan began to take shape. If Jin Soo Jin displays the same kind of ability that Seo Jam once did, he'll be more than capable of helping me build a solid foundation. A glint appeared in Lee Cheon's eyes. It's essential to let people know there's a strong foundation backing me. So far, both luck and pretext have been on my side. Because I know the future, there's a lot I can do. But from now on, I have to be more careful about using information from my past life. His thick eyebrows furrowed slightly. Everything I do from here on out has to look like it's based on logical reasoning and prediction. An announcement came over the loudspeaker. Lee Cheon sighed and slowly stood up. First, I need to worry about my own affairs more than Jin Soo Jin's. The afternoon sun washed over the train station as the black-haired young man took long strides, standing amidst the crowd. Lee Cheon glanced at the stream of people around him. He'd finally arrived in Gyeongju, Gyeongsangbuk-do province. A sudden, sharp headache hit Lee Cheon, catching him off guard. He wearily brought a hand to his head. Ever since the training at Heavenly Demon Mountain, I haven't lost control once. Gyeongju was a place of countless artifacts and relics where the ancient and modern coexisted. Objects that carry a long history all contain a certain power, and within that power lies a mystique that modern times cannot explain. An artificially created sacred ground that had achieved a miraculous state of balance. Gyeongju, he thought of the item he'd brought with him. This very place held the traces of that person, the ancestor of the Sungmul clan, Lee Huan Hyeon. Stories about him were passed down mainly by word of mouth, so much so that academic circles once rumored he was merely a fictional character. At Dongmu Mountain, only a memorial tablet was enshrined at the altar. There were no remains of Lee Huan Hyeon. It wasn't until his previous life that a relic related to him was finally discovered. Unsure how long he'd been walking, Lee Cheon was lost in thought. They also discovered materials related to Huya there. Just as his train of thought reached a crucial point, and there's another purpose too. "Hey, kid!" Someone suddenly cut in. A beautiful blonde woman, smoke wafting from her crimson lips, held a still smoldering cigarette holder as she spoke. "And who might you be?" Lee Cheon thought to himself. "Achieving my goal means meeting this person." She smiled. How interesting. The smoke from her cigarette followed her as she stepped closer, enveloping him. My magic detector suddenly picked up a strange signal, so I came to check it out. Her eyes flashed with a strange light. Who would have thought you'd have the same thing I have in your eyes? A wielder of a magic eye rarely reveals themselves to the world. What a coincidence. Besides me, there's another one in Korea, the Archmage of the Epang Magic Tower in France, Valérie Zebel, a descendant of French nobility. In my past life, she was one of the few Archmages to reach level 2 of the Magic Eye. Her ability is the Eye of Interpretation, allowing her to read and understand all the hidden information within objects. Lee Cheon was a bit taken aback by the situation. I had planned on finding this woman, but I never expected to meet her like this. Valerie suddenly leaned in close. Hey, are you scared of me? Seeing his silence, she asked again. Or are you not Korean? Lee Cheong could only sigh. I'm Korean, she immediately giggled. Good. To be honest, Korean is the only language I know. Another silent sigh. I already knew that, but this woman is just as unpredictable as they say. The rumors flashed through his mind the nickname she would be known by in the future. The eccentric of the Magic Tower, or more accurately, the madwoman of the Magic Tower. The thing that baffled him most was her reason for coming to Korea. She'd suddenly wanted to learn sorcery, so she came here to study talismans. And what's more, she didn't even bother to ask the master of the Magic Tower for permission before she left. And as for becoming a naturalized Korean citizen, it was just because the fried chicken here was so good. Back to reality, Valerie asked. Anyway, enough about that. Hey, who are you? Lee Cheon was at a loss. You're the one who started this conversation. Why ask me? She clicked her tongue, extending a hand. So difficult. Fine. Let's greet each other properly. The sorceress introduced herself slowly. I am Valerie, and as you can see, I'm not Korean. I'm a mage from the tower. Lee Cheon also reached out in goodwill and took her hand. I'm Lee Cheon. Hearing his last name, she seemed a little surprised. Lee? Ah, you couldn't be from the Lai clan of Korea, could you? The one they call Sungmu, right? Lee Cheon nodded. Yes, that's correct. Valerie immediately exclaimed, if you're from Sungmu, then in this country, you're basically royalty. Lee Cheon wasn't quite that arrogant. It's true the clan holds great power, but we're a far cry from actual royalty. Her tobacco pipe swung through the air. Is that so? The pipe suddenly pointed straight at him, bluntly exposing him. Then why are you hiding that cute face behind a mask? Are you on the run? Not bothering to deny it, he slowly took off the mask. The nature of his magic eye is the same as mine, and he awakened it much earlier than I did. Not that it's surprising. She smiled. Not surprising at all, is it? After all, I've already done a fair bit of research. Lee Cheon, now unmasked, continued the conversation. Because I've seen eyes similar to yours before. Valerie's interest was piqued. I've never heard of anyone in Sungmu possessing a magic eye. What can your eyes do? Lee Cheon thought to himself. Asterisk. I don't see why I have to reveal my own abilities. Asterisk. She squinted her eyes into a smile. My eyes are analysis eyes. They can read and represent any object or phenomenon as numerical data. And you? Seeing that look on her face, Lee Cheon was at a loss for words. The sorceress's seemingly harmless smile remained, but something about it seemed to be shifting. Asterisk. Well then, I have no other choice. Asterisk. In a flash, her eyes changed color and her voice deepened. I'll just have to find out for myself. An intense power radiated from her, and Lee Cheon's eyes, as if stimulated, changed color in response. He slumped down, covering his eyes, and asked angrily, What do you think you're doing? Seeing his pained expression, Valerie softened her tone. Sorry, my apologies. I was just too curious. But this is strange. I can't read anything at all. Seeing the lingering anger in the dark-haired young man's eyes, the sorceress tried to coax him. Don't be so angry. As an apology, I'll tell you something interesting. She put on that fake smile again. In exchange, just talk with me for a little while longer, all right? The sky was now turning to dusk, with the late afternoon light filtering faintly into the large apartment on the street corner. Valerie and Lee Cheon stopped in front of the old mansion gate, hesitating as they took it in. You said we were going for coffee, but we're having it here? Lee Cheon looked around, thinking to himself, asterisk. From the outside, it just looks like a normal abandoned house, asterisk. But Valerie paid it no mind, smiling as she said, All right, let's give it a try. Just as she finished speaking, a faint red light washed over Lee Cheon, momentarily stunning him. Asterisk. That felt like demonic magic. Asterisk, he guessed. Valerie, as if sensing his thoughts, asked, You sense it now, do you? You can feel it even without using your magic eye? Have you been studying sorcery? He replied softly. I haven't studied sorcery. Asterisk. It's such a strange feeling. Why wouldn't I be surprised? Asterisk. She then explained, that sensation. Unless you're a master like me, there's no way you could have noticed it. He frowned, considering her words. Asterisk. A master? Does she mean the tower master of the Effant Mikhail magic tower? You can't sense it unless you're at that level? Asterisk. Asterisk. Has she already reached that level? Asterisk. Li Qian took a calming breath. I've experienced something similar before. Valerie rubbed her chin, her voice low. You're different. Even if you've experienced something similar, a normal person still wouldn't be able to sense it. A dangerous glint flashed in her eyes. Unless you've trained in magic to the absolute limit. He swallowed dryly. He'd had a strange sense of familiarity this whole time. His face paled as he remembered Jiandahoa. Asterisk. She looks just like my aunt. Asterisk. An image of Jiandahoa smiling and waving came to mind. Let's go, little one. It's time for our fun training session. Li Cheon composed himself and asked, So, is this teleportation? Valerie gently pushed the door open, calmly explaining. I might have a lot of money, but not times that times much. She stepped inside triumphantly, saying smugly, more accurately, I used magical and internal energy to connect a tunnel. The house, which was covered in dust from the outside, was suddenly completely different. Come on in. He quickly stepped inside. In stark contrast to the dilapidated exterior, the inside was a clean and tidy sales counter. Li Qian's gaze fell upon the shopkeeper. He looked at the shopkeeper curiously. Asterisk. Not human. Asterisk, he thought. Asterisk. No biological signs. I can only sense magical energy. Asterisk. Valerie, knowing what he was wondering, explained, That's a golem, a machine with a magic core embedded inside. From this point on, this is my workshop. All sorts of strange things are about to appear. She plopped down onto a chair, her tone casual. Want to order a drink first? He put his bag down and ordered. I'll have a cup of hot tea. Valerie quickly snapped her fingers to call for service. All right, I'll have a lemon soda. Li Qian inquired. You can install something like this in a workshop? Valerie replied nonchalantly. I wanted it to feel like a real cafe, but it's such a pain to go out every time. She held the pipe in her hand and took a drag. There are so many things I want to ask. I don't even know where to begin. Li Qian questioned. And why would you think I'd answer? She replied, So stingy. All right then. How about this? I may not look it, but I know quite a lot. Valerie's voice grew serious as she held up 3 fingers. 3 questions. We each get to ask 3, and we answer one at a time, in turns. How about it? The right of 3 questions and answers. Valerie's signature magic was famous. Whenever her curiosity couldn't be satisfied, she would propose a game of exchanging 3 questions and 3 answers. The unique spell created by applying this rule of hers would later become one of the trademarks of the mage named Valerie. Just exchanging questions is boring. Her voice rose. So I'll add a little game using my magic. Hearing this, Li Qian took a sip of tea and thought with admiration. Asterisk, just like the rumors said. Asterisk. He then replied decisively. I refuse. Her eyes widened in surprise. He stated his point clearly. I just met you today. What could I possibly be curious about? She asked again, bewildered. Aren't you curious about my eyes? Li Qian explained further. A moment ago, even though I didn't ask, someone went out of her way to tell me all about them. Nevertheless, he set his teacup down thoughtfully. This game does sound rather interesting, though. Let's set a condition. The winner gets to make 1 request. If so, I'll participate. Valerie repeated. A request? You just said you weren't curious about anything. So what do you plan to request? His face was serious. I can think about that later, he continued. The chance to make a request of a mage who has her own workshop doesn't come around every day. She thoughtfully lifted her wand, looking troubled. This is unpleasant, but fine. The rules are simple. The wand shot out a stream of brilliant red energy that enveloped the entire space. Her face lit up with unconcealed excitement. From now on, We each get 3 questions and 3 answers. Brilliant red lights intertwined, forming a small flame. She explained the rules. The questions could be about anything at all. The same goes for the answers. They can be true or they can be lies. But you have to guess whether the answer given is the truth or a lie. Whoever guesses correctly more often wins, and the loser must answer 3 of the winner's questions in complete detail. She chuckled, easing the tension. Obvious questions, like gender or name, for instance, are forbidden. He immediately asked how they would be able to tell what was true and what was false. She pointed to her head. This is a form of mind magic. It reads the waves of consciousness that emanate from the subconscious. Even if the loser intentionally tries to hide the truth, the magic will compel them to speak it anyway. A bright speck of light condensed from within Valeri's chest, her voice growing solemn. By my title as a mage, I will honestly carry out what has been said, without tricks or deceit. As she finished, the condensed orb of light shattered above their heads. This is a mage's oath. If I break it, I will lose all of my magical power. She placed a hand over her heart to guarantee it. Now, surely, you can trust that I won't play any tricks, can't you? He nodded. Yes, this was exactly what he was waiting for. Valeri snapped her fingers. Then, let's begin. Red orbs of light floated above them. Valeri faced Lechon, the air thick with mystery and pressure. Lechon offered politely. Please, you may ask first, Valeri replied cheerfully. All right, let's start with something easy, shall we? Her eyes flashed a bewitching shade of purple as she gazed dreamily at Lechon and asked, those mystic eyes of yours, what power do they hold? He closed his eyes, thinking, asterisk. She went straight for the one thing I wanted to hide most with her very first question, didn't she? Asterisk. Then he quickly answered, I possess a power similar to yours. The moment he finished, one of the flames above Lechon's head went out. Valeri shot up, stunned. What? What is that supposed to mean? Can I count that as your second question? She sighed in frustration. Fine, whatever. It's your turn to ask. Wasting no time, he posed his question. Why are you so curious about my mystic eyes? She pondered for only a moment before answering decisively. For the thirst for knowledge. Simple curiosity, as a mage. Immediately after, one of her flames went out. Lechon silently noted what a vague answer that was. In this game, however, the content of the answer didn't really matter. What was important was preparing the questions you wanted answered and seeing through your opponent's replies to know if they were true or false. Asterisk. If I win this game, I'll get detailed answers to my questions, and I don't even have to be picky about what I ask now. Asterisk. A satisfied smile crept across Lechon's face. Asterisk. My goal is simply to win, because afterward, I'll have the right to make one request of her. Asterisk. Lechon looked at his opponent and calmly gestured. Let's continue. A moment later, Valeri spoke, her composure regained. All right, second question. Time passed slowly, and soon it was her turn again. Now for my final question. Valeri's gaze grew sharp, as if it could expose anything. You already knew about me. She looked Lechon straight in the eyes and asked directly, just how much do you really know about me? He answered seriously. From the moment I was born until now, I have never once seen or heard anything related to you. Suddenly, Valeri covered her mouth, a smug smile spreading across her face. I've won. She watched Lechon's every expression, her heart filled with glee. He was young, but he was good at keeping a poker face. Still, she could see the faint tremor in his facial muscles. Now it was his turn. It's time for my final question, isn't it? Valeri said nonchalantly. Go on, ask. Hearing that, he suddenly smiled, resting his chin on his hand as he posed the problem. In your opinion, have I already won? Do you think you're going to lose? Valeri sighed, assessing him. That's your final question? You can ask something like that? Lechon remained impassive, simply urging her, just answer. While taking out a makeup compact with one hand, she replied, all right, fine. She then declared confidently, you've lost, because I have won. And yet, the fireball on Valeri's side suddenly exploded, startling her. Valeri looked around, confused, and mumbled, "Was I wrong?" But it was so obvious. Lechon spoke calmly. "Would you like me to explain why?" He then began his composed explanation. The first question, your curiosity about the mystic eyes being due to a thirst for knowledge. That was the truth. But the next one, he pointed out plainly, your second answer. You lied. At these words, Valeri's eyes widened in shock. Lechon just looked at her calmly, thinking to himself, asterisk. The ritual of 3 questions is a type of mind magic, after all. Asterisk. He casually picked up his teacup and added, and your final answer? That also became a lie, because the winner is me. Hearing this, Valeri dejectedly accepted the outcome. I lost. As agreed, I will answer your questions now. She then began to explain calmly. For the first question, I am also a wielder of mystic eyes, so I've always been researching them. However, not only is the research material scarce, but finding someone to collaborate with is anything but easy. When it came to the next issue, Valeri hesitated awkwardly. Lechion let out a sigh and spoke magnanimously. If it's difficult for you to say, you don't have to answer. I have no intention of prying into everything. Innate magic is a personal matter for each individual. Asterisk. It's only natural that she'd hesitate. Asterisk. Hearing his words, Valeri blurted out in surprise. Really? Are you sure that's okay? Lechion made his request casually. Instead, let me ask you for another favor. She raised her hands defensively. Just what kind of favor are you planning to ask me? His brow furrowed instantly, a clear look of disgust on his face. Seeing his expression, Valeri quickly explained, Hey, I was just kidding. Was there any need to scowl like that? Lechion tried to rein in his emotions and explained, No, it's not that. You just suddenly reminded me of someone exactly like you, so I had a strong reaction. So, what will you do? Hearing that, she rubbed her head dejectedly and replied, Fine. It seems I don't really have the option to refuse anymore. Valeri then announced calmly, The game ends here. Then she stood up. In that case, let's go deeper into the workshop. We can discuss the favor you wanted there. As she passed Lechon, Valeri warned him carefully, Don't touch anything. Just follow me. With that, she went ahead to open a door. As she led the way, Valeri announced, This is the heart of my workshop. Lechon looked around, marveling to himself. It was completely different from the coffee shop. Asterisk, this times was a place where a mage truly lived and worked. He then turned and asked curiously, I've heard that mages don't usually let outsiders into their workshops. Is that true? Valeri looked smug. That's right. One accidental touch of a barrier, or a magic circle, and it would be a huge problem, wouldn't it? But I'm talented enough that such things aren't an issue for me. Sit down over here, Lechion replied, feeling a bit helpless. Ah, yes. As he did, she asked with interest. So, what's this favor you wanted? He took out a stone tablet, his tone formal as he made his request. I need you to decipher this stone tablet for me. And, of course, I expect you to keep its contents completely confidential after you've deciphered it. Seeing it, Valeri pulled on a pair of gloves, thinking to herself, asterisk, a stone tablet? Asterisk. Ancient artifacts are a bit complex, but I'm sure I can handle it. Just then, she picked up the stone tablet to examine it when, suddenly, a bolt of purple lightning shot out, striking at Valeri's eyes and interrupting her analysis. Ah! Valeri cried out as she was hit, covering her eyes and struggling to speak. This is an ancient relic. From at least the 3rd or 4th century, if not older, Lechion remarked with admiration, You recognized it instantly, didn't you? Meanwhile, she clutched the tablet, her heart pounding in terror. Unbelievable! An antique this old? It nearly took me out. The image of him and his earlier words flashed through Valeri's mind. The more she replayed it, the angrier she got. For an artifact like this, he could have at least given me a heads up. We're talking millennia here. I almost had to redraw every single formula in my workshop from scratch. Just a moment ago, she was bragging about her skills. A few seconds later, she composed herself and said, Let me take another look. Once again, Valeri's eyes turned purple. As she examined it, she thought to herself, this doesn't feel like something from nearly 2,000 years ago at all. Valeri analyzed the tablet intently. After a moment, she rested her chin on her hand, lost in thought. I can grasp the movements of the moon, the sun, and the workings of the stars, but that's it. Valeri thought helplessly. If it were ancient script or some simple cipher, I would have cracked it instantly. Then she turned to Li Qian with a questioning look. It seems to record Eastern astronomy dates and some simple characters. What exactly is this thing? He answered calmly. It's a map, and also a key. After hearing this, Valeri said, this is probably going to take me some time to decipher. Seeing this, Li Qian spoke up. Then while we wait, may I make my second request? She agreed without a moment's hesitation. Fine. Outside, the sky had turned to dusk, and the last light of day streamed through the glass window. After hearing Li Qian's question, Valeri repeated in astonishment, your second request is for me to tell you about mystic eyes? He confirmed it, adding, and if it could be mutually beneficial, all the better. Then he asked calmly, by the way, do you have a training room in your workshop? Instantly, Valeri's expression became incredibly confident, almost boastful. Well, a mage needs a place to train, doesn't she? Of course. Every workshop has a training area, but mine happens to be a little larger than usual. Li Qian remained silent, thinking to himself, a little humble brag, huh? For a mage's workshop to be this spacious means her power and financial backing are both top tier. Reminds me of someone else. Then he asked nonchalantly, it seems you're quite wealthy. Valeri replied with a puzzled look. You didn't know? I'm from a long line of noble blood, she then said smugly. Anyway, that's your second request. No takebacks. Li Qian corrected her with a sigh. Heavens, shouldn't you say a gentleman's word is his bond? I get it. Valeri paid it no mind. She gathered her power and said, shall we start then? Try opening your mystic eyes. He obediently closed his eyes and activated his mystic eyes. A moment later, Li Qian's eyes snapped open. From within them, a flash of light gleamed. The moment Li Qian opened his eyes, he saw countless illusory circles spinning behind Valeri. Li Qian gasped in shock, his face contorted in pain. He clutched his face and dropped to one knee. Seeing this, Valeri quickly asked, what's wrong? Li Qian explained. Ugh, it's nothing. There are just so many formulas in this room. It's a bit overwhelming. She looked thoughtful, then had a sudden realization. Wait a minute. Don't tell me you can see every single magic circle and formula in this place. Li Qian admitted it as he slowly stood up. Yes, my eyes can read the flow of power, as well as things not normally visible, though it's a little hard to control. Valeri wanted to confirm. First, can you deactivate your mystic eyes? Then she proposed, tell me more about them. Do they give you clairvoyance, or do they see magical energy? Li Qian stated clearly, I don't have clairvoyance, but I can predict an opponent's movements or sense a concealed presence, for example. Valeri looked extremely skeptical. Do you have any idea how absurd that sounds? She pointed at him. If any of that is true, then your eyes aren't some ordinary type of mystic eyes. No mystic eyes in existence can perceive that many things at once. It seems this is going to be a long conversation. Let's head back to the research room first. In the research room, a cup of hot tea sat on the table. Valeri made a point before explaining, before I begin, there's one thing you must understand. Mystic eyes and the mind's eye are two completely different concepts. He affirmed, I'm aware of that. Then she launched into a long explanation. Mystic eyes may seem like they just enhance your vision, but that's not it at all. Even if what the mystic eyes see is manifested through magic, it's ultimately still just an image that a human can perceive. Hearing this, Li Qian scratched his head in embarrassment. I'm sorry, could you explain that a little more simply? Korean is really difficult. Valeri tapped her fingers on the table. What I mean is this. She then had to talk a lot, gesturing with her hands to help him understand. She took a drag from a cigarette, her expression pained by the memory, and that is precisely why mystic eyes are more special than any other ability. I once had an MRI done while my mystic eyes were active, The moment the eyes activated, blood flow to my brain skyrocketed, and my nerves went into overdrive. Lee Chon understood now. So that's why it's so painful when I can't control them, she emphasized. Exactly. You're processing sensations that humans were never meant to have, so you get overloaded, Valeri said thoughtfully. Mystic eyes are just that dangerous of a power. Until now, no mystic eyes have ever possessed a complex combination of abilities. And yet, look at all the things yours can do. Valeri stared at Lee Chon with a piercing gaze. You said those eyes were opened through a ritual from Sungmu? Normally, someone who awakens mystic eyes starts seeing unusual things before or after the age of 5. So, before you went through that ritual, did you ever see anything strange? He lowered his head, searching his memory, and finally had to admit it. There were signs. Yes. Although I was 11 at the time. She pressed on. Has anyone else in your clan ever awakened mystic eyes like yours? He denied it. No. Valeri continued her investigation. Do you understand why I'm so serious about this? Lee Cheon just replied. Yes, she suddenly stated. It's a shame. If you were in a combat situation, I doubt you could control them. Lee Cheon's eyes shifted slightly as if he were considering something, but in the end, he decided to tell the truth. Actually, I've used my mystic eyes in battle countless times. Valeri thought she had misheard him. How is that possible? She shot to her feet, agitated. Just having 2 or 3 functions puts an incredible strain on the brain. You should have died from a cerebral hemorrhage or gone insane a long time ago. And you can still keep it under control while watching all that? Lee Cheon calmly admitted. Yes. Valeri held her head in her hands, completely exasperated. I've never seen an exception like this. A sinister smile bloomed on her lips. It seems we'll need to run a few tests. Valeri's expression made his face pale slightly. Yes. And what exactly are those few things? Thanks to Valeri's proposal, Lee Cheon stayed behind in the training room for a while. In a flash, several days had passed. Valeri was busy deciphering the stone slab until dinner, while he began a training regimen designed to push his mystic eye to its absolute limit. Lee Cheon lay on a flatbed, his limbs restrained, surrounded by bolts of lightning that made him grit his teeth in agony. Finally, the sound of the equipment signaled the end of the measurement. Lee Cheon was dazed, on the verge of passing out. It was bearable at first, but the difficulty was gradually increasing. He remembered what she'd done to test how much direct stimulus he could handle, shoving tangled masses of mana right in front of his face. Her smile at that moment was terrifying. Come on, just a little more, just a little bit more. All Lee Cheon could do was scream internally, "You devil!" Just then, Valeri walked into the room to check on him. How's it going? You all right? He thought to himself. She looks just like a mad scientist. Lee Cheon glanced at the newly released handcuffs. You clearly said my head would overload if I used the mystic eye. She laughed reassuringly. Don't worry, the Magitech machine will automatically stop the moment you hit your overload threshold. He glared at Valeri, who was pretending to look away. This woman is insane. I need to apologize for ever comparing her to my aunt. She tried to justify it. But thanks to this, we're collecting a lot of good data. Its limits and properties are becoming clearer, and the more you use the mystic eye, the more it develops. Lee Cheon couldn't deny she had a point, but she wasn't listening anymore. She turned and walked away, humming. Let's see if you'll be a good little test subject. He realized she was intentionally speaking in French. Valeri looked surprised at what was in front of her. She observed the data display, wondering, what is this? Am I seeing things? I set it to automatically check his status and gradually increase the difficulty. How can his growth rate be this fast? It's not growth. It's more like adaptation. The smile on Valeri's face grew more and more interested, and so it continued for the next few days. Day 1. No, I almost called it an experiment. This is training. Ultimately, it's just the test Lee Cheon requested, not an experiment to satisfy my own curiosity. Even so, since I've gone to the trouble of gathering all this data, I'll save it to a file. Confirm that the mystic eye can easily see one-way mana circuits. Pain begins to appear from 6th tier magic and up, but he can still read 7th tier without too much difficulty. Maybe I'll have to bring back a new CT scanner. Day 3, to test his clairvoyance, I deliberately hid an arcane formula behind a metal plate and told him to read it. The result wasn't clairvoyance, but rather reading the energy radiating from the object. It was just a pencil, and I still don't understand what he was reading or how. After that, I tested him with moving objects. That's when he demonstrated the ability to predict the flow of blood and the movement of muscles. The finite limits of the eye of prediction were also glimpsed, but he can't keep the mystic eye open for more than a couple of hours. If only the durability of his brain and eyes were a little higher. More experiments, more training. By the 8th day, he was continuously shattering records for how fast the difficulty could be raised. I tried secretly cranking up the difficulty to see what would happen, and yet, he still managed to keep up. Even I can't reach that level. I really should have bought that CT scanner sooner. At this point, I'm afraid I'll have to dissect him to see it directly. His mystic eye seems to belong to a completely different system of resolution. Valeri heard a noise and quickly turned her head. "What is it?" Li Qian explained calmly. "The machine just stopped, so I got out." The alarm suddenly started blaring. "Didn't you hear it?" Valeri turned back to her desk and asked in disbelief. "An alarm?" She felt a bit surprised. "But he's already completed all the training phases I prepared. I thought it would take at least 2 more days." He walked over and peeked at the computer screen. "Looks like I've finished everything." Valeri was astonished. What did you say? You speak French?" Li Qian looked at Valeri and explained, "The direct line of the Sungvo clan is required to learn the languages of major nations, so I can use it for daily conversation." Her face suddenly turned bright red. Li Qian let out a hearty laugh as if he didn't mind at all. "All those things you muttered to yourself. You don't need to worry about it. It happens." "I understood everything. I'm not like someone else, you see," Valeri yelled in embarrassment. "You damned little brat!" Li Qian approached from a distance. "Did you call for me?" Valeri, holding her pipe, turned to look at him. "Yes. The preliminary training is over." She ventured an opinion. "Honestly, I'd love to continue the training in the lab, but what you need is practical combat application, right? So, I'm thinking we start the real training now." He seemed to be in full agreement. "I'm always ready." But Valeri suddenly stopped him. "Wait." A magic circle appeared beneath their feet, centered on her. Valeri explained, "I've reinforced the training area's magic circle. It's going to be much more complex than before." She added a word of advice. "You should get out of the habit of closing and reopening your eyes when you activate the mystic eye. Small things, when repeated, become habits. It might be useful for temporary control, but it'll have negative effects later on." He followed her words, frowning as he tried to keep his eyes open. Finally, Li Qian was able to summon the mystic eye. He stared at the room, which was now filled with intricate magic circles. "Even though the training area's magic circle has been enhanced, I only feel a slight headache. A few days ago, I couldn't even control the mystic eye in the middle of dynamic vision." Li Qian observed his surroundings. "But this flow of mana is so complex. It's just like looking at the mana system of a human being. I don't know much about magic, but she is definitely an extraordinary archmage." Seeing him standing still, Valeri asked, "What's wrong?" But Li Qian just answered evasively, "It's nothing." She handed him a circular headband. "Now, I'm going to train you on how to control the mystic eye in a real-world situation. Put this on your head to clearly feel the flow of mana," she requested. Li Qian took it, put it on his head, and asked, "What kind of training will it be?" Valeri just smiled. "We're training the mystic eye, aren't we?" In that case, the method is obvious. Behind Valeri, a flame erupted. She sent it flying, not forgetting to shout a reminder, "You'd better dodge this." Li Qian summoned his sword, cursing under his breath. "Damn it! You're only allowed to use the mystic eye for this." He had to quickly evade the fireball. Li Qian couldn't help but complain. "Shouldn't you have said something like that sooner? Such a mad scientist." I glanced back. I dodged it. If this were my first day in the training room, I never would have been able to avoid that. "It's not over yet," Valeri warned him good-naturedly, as the fireball that missed him changed course and came flying right back. Li Qian's eyes flew open in shock as the fireball suddenly exploded. She clearly wasn't planning on holding back. "Dodge and listen," she said. "I've figured out the nature of your mystic eye. To put it bluntly, your mystic eye is a lot like my own analytical system, just on a higher level." After the explosion, Li Qian was covered in soot, but she was completely unfazed, calmly lighting her pipe. "Your mystic eye doesn't read many things. Like all mystic eyes, it reads only one single thing." The entire room was engulfed in red flames. It saw the objects right in front of him, the flora and fauna, magical energy, intellectual force, all the countless supernatural forces and the complete present of every piece of that information. If I had to give it a name, I'd probably call it the Eye of the Present, an eye that reads every phenomenon existing in this very moment. Valeri directed the spheres to move again. Li Qian backed away, dodging the attack. "That's kind of a terrible name." She completely ignored him and continued, "Your eye is reading the entirety of the present before you, and once you can analyze the present, deducing a logical future becomes a natural consequence. Similarly, you can also deduce the past. I believe there was a rather elegant term for it. Ah, yes, the law of causality." Valeri smiled brightly as a massive explosion erupted behind her, shaking the room. Li Qian managed to stay on his feet. He was a complete mess now. "In any case," she said, "your mystic eye is of such a high order that it's a burden in itself. Even if your control improves, you could still be devoured by it in an instant. So, all of this is for your own good." More fireballs materialized, Valeri shouted. "Ready for another round?" The spheres shot toward him one after another. After the session ended, Li Qian was sitting on the ground, completely covered in soot, and Valeri couldn't resist teasing him. "Did you just crawl out of a coal mine? Hey, open those pretty eyes. Do you have any idea how much work I put into researching that mystic eye of yours? For that, I am grateful," he said. She called out, sounding exasperated. "But listen, your mystic eye was awakened through a specific ritual of the fog. So, was its discovery delayed because it's not a standard mystic eye, or are you simply an exception to the rule?" He chose to remain silent. Valeri didn't press him and stood up. "Either way, I probably can't find the answer on my own. My apologies." Then she gave him a sinister smile. "I guess I might just have to run some detailed scans or cut you open to take a look." Seeing that look on her face, Li Qian was instantly terrified. "It's nothing. I'm sure we'll figure it out someday. I'm not sure what you're planning to cut open, ma'am." Valeri excitedly summoned the fireballs again. "All right then, let's continue the training. By the way, for convenience's sake, I think we should give your mystic eye a proper name, don't you? How about the Eye of Analysis or the Eye of Causality?" A little bland, I guess. He replied sternly, "It doesn't need a name," but she was having none of it. An eye this incredible absolutely must have a name. What about God's Eye, or Solomon's all-seeing eye of God? Or, for an Eastern flair, the Zhuang Jinan? Li Qian was firm. "It's not necessary," but Valeri had already made up her mind. "The Eye of Yama. Sounds cool, doesn't it? You must be having a hell of a time blocking these relentless attacks." At this point, Li Qian was panting with exhaustion. It's been days now, predicting, analyzing, choosing, and focusing. When I use the full power of the mystic eye, my rate of growth is terrifyingly fast. Even so, he couldn't hide the excitement on his face. The phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated. Valeri glanced down and only then realized. "Is it that late already?" She walked over to Li Qian and teased, "Well, at least you don't turn into a lump of charcoal anymore, do you? What a shame. No more solo practice for today. Go get cleaned up and head straight to the research lab." He was confused. "What do you mean?" Valeri winked and announced, "The decoding is finished." On the table were a few books, and more were strewn all across the room. Li Qian asked suspiciously, "I haven't left this place. Why has everything changed so much?" Valeri replied nonchalantly, "This was all just research material. I can throw it all out now." She complained, "Back at the Mage's Tower, I'd just have the senior acolytes handle this. It's so convenient. There isn't a single servant here. How boring. Valeri used her magic to make the books float, and then called out, "Since ancient times, the Korean peninsula has done an excellent job of preserving its records, so decoding the language and script wasn't difficult. It was actually quite interesting. Now, sit down here and take a look at this first." Lee Cheon picked up an object and commented, "The shape of the stone tablet. It looks different than before. A few of the constellations and characters were faded, so I restored them," she explained. "From here on, I'll walk you through it." Valeri took out a document and placed it on the table. She pointed to a picture on it. "Have you ever seen this constellation?" He answered immediately, "No, never." And with that, Valeri laid out two more similar pictures. "I knew it. This is what that constellation looks like today." She pointed to one of them. "The problem is right here. Why did the ancients combine these constellations into one? Take a look below. This was originally a fictional constellation. The order of these stars is the key to decoding it. The camouflage threw me off for a little while, but it's not the lunar orbit, and it's not a star chart. So what in the world is it?" Lee Cheon began to ponder. "I feel like I've seen this somewhere before." He startled, as if a memory had just surfaced. Lee Cheon asked, "Can I try tearing this?" Valeri gave a slight, relieved smile. "No need to tear it. It's right here. This is a map of all the dragon veins on the Korean peninsula. It's not a star chart at all, but a map of the meridian points that span across the land of Korea. On the map, several points were marked and connected by conspicuous black ink." Valeri's voice echoed in the quiet room. "This isn't a star chart. It's a meridian map of Korea." She continued, "In Eastern philosophy, the world is seen as a single living organism. Dragon veins are like the circulatory system in a human body. They're the pathways through which magical energy flows." Lee Cheon stared at the image, stroking his chin thoughtfully. "But this stone tablet was created in the distant past. At that time, they shouldn't have been able to expand their territory this far north," Valeri replied. "That's exactly why this is such a crucial historical document." Her words left Lee Cheon stunned. It's proof that the ancient people expanded their lands all the way to this region. Finally, Valeri gave him some space to investigate on his own. "As for the location, that's as far as my explanation goes. For the rest, you'd be better off reading the decoded text yourself." Lee Cheon stared at the photos she'd given him, silently running through the possibilities. "Is this the incantation for an ancient magic from the Ksung-Mok constellation? The kind of magic that runs on ancient mana. No one really practices it anymore, but I memorized the incantation while I was researching with my aunt. Now, line up the map with that picture of the constellations. If the dragon vein is really an energy system, then maybe." Lai Chan was beginning to feel the energy from it, channeling his own magic according to the incantation. Then, he just had to follow the energy points based on that position. After a few seconds of sensing, Lee Chong couldn't hide his joy. A faint smile appeared as he said, "I found it." He couldn't contain his excitement. Toham Mountain. That's where the tomb of Shung Mok Hyang Zong, the second master, is. A few days later, Valeri was sitting, twirling her magic wand, when she turned to look at him and asked, "What is it? Are you leaving?" With his backpack already on his shoulder, Lee Chon replied without turning around, "Yes, before you go. About that 3-question trial, can you tell me the trick to beating it?" Lai Chan shot back, "Didn't you say you were going to figure it out yourself?" Valeri scowled in annoyance. "Stubborn to the very end. I seriously give up on you." But seeing no other choice, she softened her tone with a word of encouragement. "Be careful. Toa Mountain is a pretty dangerous place," Lee Chan replied. "I know. It may be a spirit mountain, but it's special in more ways than one." Valeri started pointing and lecturing. "You'd better not go anywhere near the historical site. I heard a disciple from the Bulguksa temple went missing recently. You could get tangled up with some spirit or soul and get cursed before you even know what happened. Do you have any idea how terrifying a curse can be? Monsters could even appear." Lee Chan just stared blankly, waiting for her to finish before he spoke up. "Valeri, calm down. Are you actually worried about me right now?" At that, Valeri's face flushed red with embarrassment. What? Li Chan saw the flustered, embarrassed look on her face and cleared his throat. Her embarrassment quickly turned to anger. Worried? Who would ever worry about a rude brat like you? I'm about to go have the time of my life, Li Chan replied. Thank you, Valeri. Well, I'm off. When Valeri saw him wave goodbye, she asked in surprise, Huh? You're really leaving? And then she made a promise. I'll stop by when I'm done with my work. Li Chan waved goodbye, glancing over his shoulder with a promise of his own. Let's get fried chicken together again then. A short while later, Li Chan arrived at Toham Mountain. He wiped the sweat from his face and muttered to himself, It's been almost 2 hours since I entered Toham Mountain. Looking down at the map, Li Chan felt weary. I know this map was made over 1,000 years ago, and the terrain has probably changed, but this is way harder than I thought. He sighed in frustration. It's a bit of a brute force method, but since I've gotten so proficient with my magic eye, I can keep it active for a very long time. It might be hard to find, but Li Chan couldn't just give up. He traced the route on the map, a question forming in his mind. On the path before him were 3 reddish-orange threads, almost like a trail leading him forward. Combining his observation of the world around him with the map, he just kept walking until he saw a swirling, golden-orange vortex. Spotting it, Li Chan silently guessed to himself, could it be? He placed his hand on the nearest stone and felt it. A jolt of excitement went through him. This is the place. A light, sea-blue aura flared up around him. Li Chan stood up and shouted, Balang! The blue light flooded the area, shining brightest in the circle right at his feet. The light clung to the grass and the stones. Then, Li Chan retracted the light and made his assessment. This is the sealed door leading into the tomb. Now I just need to channel my mana in the correct order of the other constellations on the stone slab. Li Chan touched a slab, and blue energy radiated out, surrounding both his body and the stone. He began the opening ritual, starting from the north and moving clockwise. But it wasn't long before Li Chan had a delayed realization. This thing drains a terrifying amount of mana. He pulled his hand away, frustrated. This isn't going to be easy at all. A little while later, as dusk began to fall, Li Chan resolutely placed his hand on the slab for one last try. He muttered, This is the final part. The moment he did, the earth seemed to tremble, making it hard for Li Chan to keep his balance. The stone's internal energy made the world spin as a blinding, sea-blue light erupted from it. Li Chan shielded his face with his hand. What is this all of a sudden? He clutched his backpack to his chest, thinking, how can there be this much raw magical energy? Could the mana of Toham Mountain, which has been accumulating for so long, have been activated by my own magic? The internal energy exploded outward, knocking Li Chan flat on his back. He pushed himself up, holding his backpack, and brushed the dust from his clothes, letting out a sigh of relief. For a second there, I thought I was a goner. Everything around him was pitch black. He couldn't even see his own 5 fingers in front of his face. Li Chan looked around and said to himself, Can't see a thing. I drained my mana to the absolute limit, so I can't even use the magic eye. He dug a flashlight out of his backpack, switched it on, and said, Good thing I can't sense any kind of presence or movement. Shining the flashlight around to get a look at the place, Li Chan was startled when the beam landed on a bronze statue of a soldier with an incredibly fierce expression. Looks like the craftsmanship is pretty high quality. He flinched back. I almost thought I was being attacked. Li Chan took in his surroundings. A place on this scale can't be considered a normal ancient tomb. He aimed the light at a stone stele and began to read. This slab over here says they bought the land from the earth gods to use as a burial site. If other mages saw this, they'd probably foam at the mouth from shock. Shifting the light to another stele, he saw something that looked like Chinese cursive script. The characters, like flying dragons and dancing phoenixes, had a uniquely artistic feel. So what about this one? Li Chan read the inscription aloud. Marshal King Li Hiangshong of the Li clan lived to be 122 years old and rests here. He read on, his eyes widening in surprise at the next line. All who live, and all who are dead, who wish to enter this place, turn back now. A sense of unease and worry crept into Li Chan as he thought, This is a warning. He continued reading. Beyond this point, there is only darkness. He couldn't help but wonder, is there really something inside? Seeing that the ambient energy was relatively stable, Lai Chan told himself, my magic has recovered a little. Let's try using the magic eye. No sooner said than done, he activated his magic eye to scan his surroundings and got absolutely nothing. He pressed a hand to his face. I can't see anything at all. It feels like I just ran headfirst into a giant wall. All I feel is a sharp pain. This has never happened before. He continued his train of thought. In my past life, my elder brother said that he hid this place's location. All records were kept top secret, with the sole exception of the Black Knight. Li Chan wondered, why would he do that? Was it out of guilt for disturbing the eternal sleep of his ancestors? Wait, is he denying it himself? If that's the case, then he should have just hidden the excavation altogether. Lai Chan was deep in thought, which was really not like him. The information was only partially leaked. Just as I started to think it was a deliberate trap, a sudden noise caught my attention. I turned toward the sound and saw flames floating out from nowhere. Two statues with menacing faces were closing in on me. To my horror, I realized, are the guardian statues times moving asterisk? The two statues bellowed at me in anger, you, human, leave this place. I gripped my sword tightly, my mind racing. I've never heard of any guardians being here. Besides, they're not high-level monsters or spirit beasts, so how are they projecting their thoughts? I couldn't understand it. Even my demon eye couldn't see a thing. Are they moving without using any power whatsoever? I immediately dismissed the thought. No, that's impossible. Then, something else caught my eye, a cluster of light, with glowing specks strung together like pearls. I followed it with my eyes, wondering what it was, but I had no time to think. One of the statues lunged at me. My reflexes kicked in and I dodged just in time, stumbling back a few steps. Damn it. If I just had a little more time, I could have figured this out. I dug in my heels, quickly running the calculations in my head. A drawn-out fight is out of the question. If I want to win with the little magic I have left, I have to charge. And with that, I rushed toward the two statues. They warned me again, get out of here. But just as they were about to charge, something held them back. That confirmed my suspicions. Just as I thought, I muttered. Their movements are crude and simplistic. I raised my sword and unleashed the mindless first form, Demon Slash. The two statues let out a pained shriek. I quickly assessed the situation. If I create more distance, I'll actually be at a disadvantage. Knowing this, I had to end this fight as quickly as possible. One statue attacked I couldn't parry in time, so I dodged. When the second one struck, I blocked it with my sword. Given the sheer size difference, you could see how much I struggled to block that physical blow. I used Yama's aura, unleashing red threads of energy that bound the bronze statue. Just as we were locked in combat and I was raising my sword for the finishing blow, both statues suddenly collapsed. Did they run out of magic? I thought to myself. It's impossible to move without it. I looked at them lying on the ground, rolling my wrists to shake off the strain. The fact that I could breathe meant air was still circulating, and the guardian statues were completely unharmed. A moment later, they both shouted again, "Leave this place!" I stared in disbelief, a wave of annoyance washing over me. This is getting complicated. My own magic is still recovering, not nearly enough for another fight. I used my demon eye to get a better look. Still, I thought, I need to be absolutely sure. Focus. And that's when I saw it. Inside their chests were those same specks of light, all linked together, just like the cluster I saw before. A theory instantly clicked into place. Could it be? I drew another sword, thinking, if I'm right about what they are, I'll have to use Black Knight to pierce straight to their core in one shot. When they saw me draw the black sword, the two statues began to speak to each other. The first statue asked, "What is that?" "It's a pitch-black sword." The second one said, "A jet-black sword." Then they both exclaimed, "Hey, that's our friend." And just like that, they were tripping over themselves to apologize to me. Sorry, so sorry. Thanks to my demon eye, I could see right through them, into their true nature. I sized them up internally. Beings that love playing with animals or children and pulling mischievous pranks. They were Fey. I kept the sword pointed at them. We're in the middle of a fight. What kind of game is this? The two statues answered me. That sword is scary. We're sorry. They added, to make up for it, we'll heal you. Instantly, rays of light shot from them into my body. I could feel myself recovering. Then, the two statues spoke up. We thought you were a bad guy, they said. We healed you, so please accept our apology. I asked them. Then why are you here? They shot back, we don't know, and we're not telling. I started to threaten them. You know, I suddenly have the urge to test this blade out, so, care to answer my question nicely? They cried out. You're a scary human! And so, the two statues began their story. We made a pact, for 1,000 years, but it's been much longer than that. Hearing those words, I realized something was off. The Fae are supposed to live in harmony with nature, I thought. I spoke to them, my tone softening. It must have been difficult, guarding this place for so long. Encouraged by my words, the two statues spoke again. Thank you. As long as you're not holding that sword, you're a good person. Say, is that thing times really, times a sword? I pressed on. But who did you make this pact with? It was the one who wields the black sword. Should we tell him? I guess it's okay. His hair and eyes are the same color. You're right. And with that, they spoke in unison. The one we made the pact with is the one who went inside there. We were in so much pain, but they promised that if we guarded this place, they would protect us in return. They both pointed to a tightly sealed door nearby. I asked, protect you? From what? They replied. From the scary thing. The thing that cannot die. So scary. Terribly scary. So, I realized, you attacked me because you thought I was one of times them asterisk. I remembered the mountain keeper saying something similar. My mind was made up. The only thing left to do was to go inside. The two statues told me that if I wanted to enter, I had to prove myself with blood. Only those who have been permitted can pass. I did as they said, using Black Knight to slice open my palm. With blood trickling from the wound, I pressed my hand against the center of the double doors. As the blood seeped into the surface, hidden engravings began to glow brighter than ever. The doors swung open with ease. Inside, there wasn't a single shred of light. It was like staring into a bottomless abyss. I stepped through. All right. Here I go. Meanwhile, in a lab somewhere, Valerie slumped over her desk with a heavy sigh. There's still so much research to do. Why is nothing working? She grumbled, completely fed up. Today's a total wash. I'm just gonna order some fried chicken. She pulled out her phone to place an order, but just then, a detector alarm blared from her computer monitor. Valerie spun around to look at the screen. A detector alert? Looking at the map on the screen, a red dot had appeared in the center of the city. She stared at it, confused. Red means it's a kill type, but there's no way a gate could open in the Yongdu sector. Is the system bugging out? But as she watched, her expression grew more and more serious. Valerie stared intently at the monitor, crying out in disbelief. No way. Are 5 gates opening at the exact same time? She shot up, her fingers flying across the keyboard. Could it be because of that child? But when she checked the other sectors, everything was completely normal, which brought her a wave of relief. No. Wait. The mountain's magical energy was exactly the same as before. She immediately packed her things and left. This was no time to stay calm. Even if Gyeongdu had few civilians, it was still incredibly dangerous. In her haste to leave, Valerie failed to notice that in the very area she'd just checked the one with no unusual signals, a single red dot had just appeared. This dot spread like a virus, multiplying at a terrifying rate. In the blink of an eye, it had nearly covered the entire map. Lai Chon walked on, looking all around him. He had a feeling this wasn't an ordinary cemetery. After walking for a bit, he saw an old, worn-out bookshelf. Li Chon went over to rummage through it and found the very thing he'd come down here for, the Che Hak Yaluk. But even though he needed it, his instincts told him there was something even more incredible nearby. Li Chon's heart pounded with joy as he felt the dark energy pulsating around him. It felt like it was going to leap right out of his chest with excitement. Li Chon stepped forward and felt a strange sensation wash over his body. Still bewildered, he looked ahead and was startled to see a white-haired old man clutching a sword. Lai Chan couldn't tell if this was a hallucination or a real spirit. He could feel an abundant life force coming from the old man. Lai Chan took in his surroundings, his eyes confirming everything. He was shocked by what he saw. The murals on the walls were covered with talismans and golden threads. Li Chan didn't understand why so many seals were necessary. What on earth were they sealing away? He followed the golden threads and discovered a gap. He was horrified to see that many of the threads had been severed. As the threads broke, Lai Chan saw countless streams of dark energy pour out and converge on the old man. Those streams of dark energy then rushed straight towards him. Li Chan had no time to react and was completely surrounded by the dark energy. It slowly began to submerge him. A moment later, Li Chan saw a mirror in what looked like his room. He looked into it and saw a child with melancholic eyes, who looked completely devoid of life. He thought to himself that this must be his past, from a previous life. Li Chan's mind flooded with memories of being beaten and tortured, just for existing in that life. Back then, he had wondered why he had to endure these things, and how he could possibly escape. Lai Chan saw a memory of his family's maid being fired for embezzling the clan's money. At that time, she was talking about what the young master would do without her. A cold voice cut her off. "That is none of your concern." Li Chan thought to himself that embezzlement was the only word for it, and he never saw her again. Just then, the white-haired man looked at Lai Chan, telling him it was all right, that he wouldn't break that easily. At that moment, he was being dragged away, but he still tried to reassure the boy that he'd be back soon after cleaning up the room. But Lai Chan knew he would never come back. At that time, someone told him, "Go now. He will keep this a secret. However, the clan will still look for you." The person said that he would find a new life. As he ran, he thought about how he couldn't protect the maid, couldn't protect his uncle, and had to cast aside even his own name to live like a fugitive. Li Chan asked himself, why is the Li bloodline so wretched? He knew these were the scars from his past life, the weakest part of his subconscious. Li Chan clenched his fists and wondered why he was being shown these things. Even though he had been reborn, this was still an undeniable truth. A past life full of pain, one he had never turned away from. In fact, those very memories formed the will that had kept Lai Chan alive to this day. So that he would never again have what was important to him stolen or lost, he broke free from the vision and saw the creature that had been sealed within the pile of bones. Li Chan's head felt like it was about to split open. He saw visions and heard the old man's words. "We must prepare for the next generation. Seal me away with that thing." The other person immediately tried to stop him. Li Chan was astonished. This sensation, it felt just like when he had used the endless dark energy to read memories. He thought to himself, did I absorb that thing's energy? The old man explained that he was merely an observer who would appear one day. He would carry the thing within him. He said a child, chosen by the Dark Knight, would be born. That child would become their hope. He gave the other person a stone tablet, instructing them to create it and cast it out into the world. A child, following the words on the stone tablet, would find their way here and, he said, would help him escape this burden. As the flashback ended, Li Chan threw up a foul, dark substance. He never imagined it would be this difficult. Lai Chan sat down on the ground, using his sword for support as he panted heavily. What just happened? His hand clutched his left chest, and he could feel something changing. A magic seemed to be spreading throughout Li Chan's body, and he could clearly feel the dark energy, which had once been stagnant in his heart, now spreading evenly throughout his entire being. It made his body significantly larger than before. He slowly opened his palm, and a pitch-black energy radiated from it. The dark aura was even denser than before. Li Chan clenched his fist. What in the world is this? He shot to his feet, his eyes turning toward the figure sitting on the surface of the well over there. This place isn't a tomb. It's a space for a seal. An ancestor waited for a descendant to find this place in the distant future. Could it be that he was waiting for me? Li Chan's hand gripped his sword tightly. Even if one reaches the ultimate realm, can a person truly read a destiny more than 1,000 years into the future? There's something more to this. He slowly straightened his clothes. Now, Li Chon turned seriously toward the elder and said, "I ask for your forgiveness, forefather, for my disrespect in delaying this introduction." He raised his hands in a gesture of deep reverence. "A descendant of the Lai clan pays his respects to our ancestor." Li Chon bowed low and continued to speak. "Though it is far too late, I have found my way here as you designed, forefather. From now on, please allow me to carry that burden." The elder did not speak, but his body slowly faded away, leaving behind only an outer robe. "May the ninth abyss ancestor rest in peace." The robe floated gently toward where the boy was kneeling. As Lai Chan accepted it, he said with a smile, "It's as if you're giving me a gift." "Very well, I accept." An unknown amount of time passed. In this pitch-black, deserted place, Li Chan's footsteps echoed steadily. "We're out! We did it! This is great! Just great!" This voice echoed as his figure walked into the space. "Thanks, my friend. The promise has finally been fulfilled. Can we go now?" Li Chan glanced at the specks of light and nodded. "Yes. You've all done enough. You've worked hard." Hearing this, the specks of light immediately shot through the air. "Thank you. We're all better now. Thanks to you, friend. Let's play again later, okay?" He watched as each speck departed, leaving the space desolate once more. Lai Chan sighed. They left without cleaning up at all. He chuckled helplessly, wondering if he'd be in trouble when he reported this to the clan later. All the spirits have escaped. The place is completely desolate now. Li Chan grabbed his backpack and slung it over his shoulder. They'll figure out what to do on their own. Suddenly, a stream of magical energy gathered in front of him. There definitely wasn't a door there a moment ago. Could this be the way out? Without a second thought, Lai Chan walked straight into the center of that energy stream. He felt like he was falling through an endless void, and in an instant, Lai Chan hit the ground with a painful thud. He sat up, rubbing his head. "Ugh, man, you never really get used to this." Li Chan looked up at the sky and suddenly realized, "Is it already morning?" But he froze. Something felt wrong. Instinctively, Li Chan drew his sword, dropping into a ready stance. He took a small step back. The grass rustled under his feet. Surrounding him in a circle was a group of cloaked figures, their faces obscured, and Lai Chan was trapped right in the middle. He gripped his sword, on high alert. Who are these guys? If it weren't for my instincts, I would have never even noticed them. Suddenly, something shot towards him at incredible speed, making him freeze for a split second. It slammed into a nearby rock, shattering it. Lai Chan reacted instantly, leaping back a good distance. His guard went up even higher. "Who are you?" Asterisk. "What times are you?" They were like an out-of-control mob, with a sickly, pale look to them. Found it. The fragment. Piece by piece. Must peel off the mask. Peel it off. Peel it. This chaotic sound made Li Chon fall silent for a moment. It was a strange voice, like many people speaking at once. What? His eyes widened at the sight before him. That aura. It's clearly the demonic energy of a monster, but their life force, it's distinctly human. They didn't hesitate, leaping forward at once. "The door is open. How can a human be in that place?" One of them was carrying a huge tree trunk and charged right at him. "That thing is a great freedom falseface." Lai Chan gritted his teeth and swung his sword in a sharp arc. Damn it! His blade struck the attacking tree trunk head-on. Seeing the trunk was completely unfazed, Lai Chan was stunned. How the hell did he just swing that thing? There's no way a human could swing something like that. He finally got a closer look at the attacker's face. Murky, grayish-green flesh, pig-like features. A white orc. But looking closer, Lai Chan dismissed that thought. No, it's not an orc. It's a human wearing an orc skin. Why would a human be wearing orc skin? Meanwhile, the creature let out a grating cry and advanced again. Behind the trunk's swing, something glinted as it flew towards him. Li Chan quickly ducked to avoid the immediate attack, while simultaneously swinging his sword up. His reflexes were sharp enough to block a poisoned dart aimed right for him. The poisoned dart was knocked away, and he instantly pinpointed where the shot came from. I don't know what the hell these things are, but this is not the place to fight a large group of them. With that thought, Lai Chan channeled his power directly into his sword, causing the very air around him to vibrate violently. He used his tyrant's steel aura technique, taking advantage of the chaos he'd created. He moved out of that spot in a flash. As he ran, Lai Chan thought, "First things first, I have to find a new location." The sky still wasn't fully bright. In the desolate mountain forest, atop a high cliff, a figure in a white mask stood silently, observing. This person, with black hair and golden eyes, spoke in a chilling voice. "The descendant of Sungmu Hihang came because the tomb's gate has opened." "But what in the world is that thing?" "That damn bastard. How hateful. Oh, you who have attained true freedom, I will help you peel off that final lingering mask." Just then, the entire forest vibrated with a bizarre, echoing sound. The sky was now at the break of dawn. Li Chan cut through a sparse part of the forest, running until he was out of breath. Their numbers. About 30 of them? They're clearly human, but they're using the power of monsters. I can't tell if they're humans who turned into monsters, or the other way around. Luckily, they don't move with any organization. Their paths frequently overlap, and even though they're using human weapons, their movements are clumsy, like rookies who only know how to swarm and attack. As for the rest, I'll just have to capture one alive and find out for myself. In his hand now was a shield, one of the weapons I received as a reward from the sparring match with my sixth sister, the masterpiece-grade Holy Shield of Anlay. The original was a celestial-grade shield. Legend says it was bestowed by a lord upon the second king of Rome, Pompilius. But this one, a replica created by divine command, is rated as a masterpiece. I managed to absorb it while I was in Valeri's workshop. From the opposite side, one of them lunged forward so fast, he vanished in a blur. It leaped high, let out a piercing shriek, and swung down with a killing blow aimed at Li Chan. He readied himself instantly, bringing the shield up to block the attack. His sword hand moved in a flash, severing the creature's arm. It was a reflexive counterattack, drilled into him through training. After cutting off its arm, he followed up with a flurry of strikes, making the creature bleed profusely. The moment Li Chan took one down, the others swarmed him. Lai Chan's gaze turned ice cold. Their attack patterns have shifted. Now they're coordinating in combos. Have they not completely lost their minds after all? His shield began to glow with an unnatural light. But it didn't matter. Li Chan spun in a circle, unleashing powerful waves of light from the shield that sent them flying, while simultaneously swinging his sword as he spun. Naturally, every single one of them was battered and beaten. Streams of blood flowed onto the ground as the remaining ones watched. Lai Chan braced himself for the second wave. "If they won't come to me, then I'll go to them." He shot forward like an arrow, a vast green energy radiating from him. A short while later, in that same forest, Li Chan had easily tied up 3 of them. "I've already broken their arms and legs, so they definitely won't be causing any more trouble." He grew thoughtful as he observed them more closely. Their eyes were cloudy, and the aura they emitted was that of a monster. It doesn't seem to be a case of corruption. Is this some kind of brainwashing or a curse? Li Chan cautiously reached out a hand. "I should try infusing some magical energy into them. See what happens." Suddenly, a sound, as if echoing from a great distance, rang out so deafeningly loud that he had to clap his hands over his ears in discomfort. What is this sound? The horrific sound began to affect the 3 captives who were tied up. The masks on their faces suddenly began to melt, dripping fluid onto their robes. In an instant, they drew upon some extraordinary strength from nowhere and broke free. The ropes snapped completely. Li Chan looked up as a massive shadow fell over him, and for a moment, he was frozen to the spot. The 3 of them seemed to have merged into one, creating an indescribably large body. "What in the world is going on?" Cut to Valeri, hovering high above, her eyes scanning the ground below. "Why is it so quiet? If a gate was created, monsters should be pouring out by now." She scanned one direction, then the other, from her high vantage point. A moment later, Valeri landed gracefully and began to walk slowly down the deserted street. She suddenly stopped, baffled by what she saw, because up ahead, a gate was swirling with energy. But nothing was coming out? A flash of energy zipped past Valeri's eyes. Was this an intentional mana imbalance, created to open a gate for a terrorist attack? There's a limit to insanity, right? She looked around nervously, her heart pounding. But if this was for a terrorist attack, the fact that it's this quiet makes even less sense. Valeri froze again, sensing something different. Wait a minute. What is this? This isn't a normal gate, is it? The pathway. It looks like a teleportation circle. Valeri's expression darkened, her brow furrowed in thought. But, is it just a one-way street to get over here? Just then, another surge of energy shot past her head, making her cry out in sharp pain. Valeri clutched her head, staggering. This isn't magic. It's beyond my understanding. I can't fully decipher it right now. I have to check other locations. With that, she cautiously flew up, circling the street. As she passed over one area, Valeri saw a crowd of people standing around a magic gate. The military is already here? She quickly hid behind a large wall. Should I just charge in and say, I want to inspect the gate? But she quickly dismissed the idea. No, I can't. The fact that I'm in South Korea is still a secret. Master specifically told me not to reveal my identity. So, what in the world is that thing? She couldn't linger any longer and quickly turned away. First, I need to go back and do more research. A short while later, an exhausted Valeri was sprawled out on her sofa. After being so tense, relaxing now is making me starving. I'm craving some fried chicken. Her eyes suddenly locked onto her computer screen. She shot up from the couch. Don't tell me there's another gate? She rushed over to her desk and stared at the computer. What is this? This is a mana frequency I've never seen before. What are these things? Gates are red. Monsters are black. But this is gray. Why does it say unidentified? Her fingers flew across the keyboard. There are a total of 31 unknown mana frequencies. Wait a minute. Could it be? Valeri's eyes suddenly lit up. It's them. These are the ones who either came through the gate or created it. And this theory made her say it out loud. That bastard Lai Chan. He clearly said he was going to Tohumsan Mountain. The yellow dot indicates the owner of the magic eye. After scanning for a moment, Valeri could clearly see a frantic scene unfolding. This is dangerous. Right now, Lai Chan is facing off against that giant beast, and it looks like it's a person who transformed into a monster. He observed the beast, silently assessing it. It looks like a lizard man, but with some differences. It clearly has a monster's body, but its mana flows like a human's. Its tail suddenly whipped out, a terrifyingly powerful attack. Li Chan immediately threw himself back to dodge it. A moment ago, it felt like it was just trying to imitate a monster's fighting style, but now it's moving so naturally, as if it's reclaimed its original body. And on top of that, it fights like a human. But there's some kind of spell restraining my body. Damn it, my mana is being suppressed. Even my sword arm. I can't move it. The moment he let his guard down, it lunged forward and struck him hard. The blow sent Lai Chan flying, smashing him straight into a large nearby tree. The trunk even splintered from the impact. Li Chan gasped for breath. Damn it. A pile of slime was clinging tightly to his feet. When did that slime get there? Is it draining my mana? It must be. An energy absorption skill. Lai Chan clicked his tongue and violently kicked the disgusting mass away. What a pain. The monster just stood there, showing no intention of attacking. It's not rushing in like before. Its intelligence has definitely increased. Fine then. I'll come to you. With that thought, Li Chan's eyes began to glow. A dark aura erupted around him as he charged forward like a god. The technique he was using was the Gale Force Steel Strike. His blade sliced decisively across the creature's body. After landing the blow, Li Chan smirked. I struck it right to the core, but before he could even finish the thought, his eyes went wide with shock. Not only was the monster unharmed, it was swinging its massive tail straight at him. Li Chan saw the gash on its body. It already regenerated? The slime uses energy absorption, the lizard man regenerates, and a banshee's wail suppresses mana. A case like this. I've never heard of anything like it, not in my past life or this one. He gritted his teeth in frustration. I don't care about my mana levels or anything else. Li Chan raised his hand decisively and roared. I'll cut through everything. A mysterious blue energy condensed and shot towards the creature. This is called the triple wave. The monster was stunned as the energy source struck it repeatedly. Right behind the attack, Li Chon leaped forward like a god, a murderous intent gleaming in his eyes. "Let's see you regenerate after I take your head off your shoulders." With those words, Li Chon sliced the monster's head clean off. Its body fell to the ground with a thud. Li Chon suddenly froze, hearing a strange sound. What was that? He whipped around, his face pale. Don't tell me there's still something left of it? But the scene before him was even more bewildering, because something suddenly burst into flames. Hey, what the hell? Seeing it hurtling towards him, Li Chon gritted his teeth. It's about to hit. A moment later, a world-shaking explosion erupted. In the aftermath of the explosion, the ground was cracked and broken. A healed foot landed with a confident stride. "Your heroine has arrived." She appeared like a fairy godmother and said, "Li Chon, I'm here to help. Are you okay?" He was momentarily stunned. "Other than the fact that you almost killed me just now, I'm fine." Li Chon sighed and added, "Couldn't you have landed a little more gently?" Valeri laughed and waved her hand dismissively. "Is that what you say to someone who rushed here, worried about you?" He looked at her suspiciously. "You weren't trying to assassinate me, were you?" she asked innocently. "Well, you're not hurt, are you?" Seeing Valeri turn away and laugh, Li Chon fumed silently. "My dear aunt, I'm so sorry for ever comparing you to this lunatic." She pointed ahead and said, "More importantly, what are those things over there?" Li Chon answered curtly, "Enemies." Hearing that, Valeri was exasperated. "I can see that. They're humans who turned into monsters. What nonsense are you talking about?" He nodded seriously. "It's exactly as I said. Until a moment ago, they were still in human form." Hearing this, she shot back in frustration. "I told you, that's impossible. How could they?" Suddenly, the enemy let out a deafening, ear-splitting sound. Sure enough, the noise sent both of them staggering, clutching their ears in pain. What the hell was that? Valeri herself felt the magic inside her stir. Was my own mana system just shaken? Lion immediately shifted into a combat stance. "We can talk later. Can you capture them alive, Valeri?" She flinched at the question. "Huh? I think so." In that moment, a sharp glint flashed in his eyes. "I need to capture those two alive. When I give the signal, you make your move." Before Valeri could even understand what was happening, she asked, "Wait, why?" But Lion was already ignoring her, charging straight forward. His hand gripped his sword tightly, channeling an extraordinary energy. With an aura capable of grasping even spiritual entities, Lion used his adamant aura of Yama technique, instantly flinging out red cords of energy that wrapped around his opponents. The moment he spun around and gave the word, "Now!" Valeri quickly raised her wand. A brilliant magic circle erupted from its tip, the sixth-tier sealing magic, omnidirectional formation. As she created the seal, she said confidently, "When it comes to dealing with demons, incantations are still the best. Consider it law." As she finished speaking, a terrifying, swirling energy shot continuously from her hand. In that instant, Lion saw that only the slime was left. Even with special abilities, a slime is still just a slime. With that thought, he decisively swung his fist down into the gelatinous mass at his feet. Lion's hand plunged through the goo, grasping a firm, green gem. He then decisively pulled it out of the slimy pile. Looking at it, he let out a short, quiet sigh of relief. Lion handed it over to her and said, "Hold on to this for me." Valeri looked displeased. "Why would you want this thing?" He replied, "Because I'll probably need you to analyze it, Valeri." She let out a breath. "All right, fine, for now. And there's something else." By the time Valeri had recounted everything, the sun had fully risen. "You're saying a spatial gate appeared in the center of Gyeongdu?" "That's right, an artificial one." Valeri looked serious. "But it's not a normal kind of gate. It's more like a passageway." Lion calmly crossed his arms. "So how is that any different from a teleportation circle?" She carefully explained. "A teleportation circle requires preparation at both point A and point B. It's like two people reaching out to shake hands. But this was different. It was an instantaneous, one-way teleportation from point A to point B, and it wasn't done through some other means. It used a spatial gate. Valeri rubbed her chin, her expression incredibly grave. With humanity's current technology. No, that's simply impossible. Valeri stared directly at the monster with its head severed. She continued. While the principle of how a gate itself is generated has been clarified, actually applying that principle is impossible. With humanity's current level of technology, it's simply a technique that cannot be executed. Hearing this, Lion fell into deep thought. If she was that certain, then it probably really was impossible. There are countless powers in this world that can't be explained by logic. Still, to think that even Valeri's analytical eyes couldn't grasp the precise theory was surprising. Valeri rubbed her wand and said, "After I confirmed the gate and was heading back to the workshop, the detector picked up something very strange. That's why I turned back and came straight here." Lion glanced at the monster's corpse. The things the detector picked up were probably these creatures. Valeri was still puzzled. "So what exactly are they?" He answered cautiously and concisely. "Like I said before, they're humans who were turned into monsters." Her face grew more serious than ever. "Hey, what have you been talking about this whole time? If it were some kind of transplant or something similar, I could understand. Are you sure you weren't hit with some kind of illusion magic?" Hearing this, Lion sighed in exasperation. "Do you really think my eyes can't tell the difference? That's why I wanted you to see the ones I just captured for yourself. And while you're at it, please check the corpse of this lizard man too." Valeri sighed. Was he really hit by illusion magic? Resigned, she decided to humor him. "All right, fine. Let me take a look." Valeri's eyes clouded over, taking on an indescribably sharp, cold sensory perception. After examining it with her magic, she said, "This is just a monster. In terms of abilities, it's quite unique, but at the end of the day, it's still a monster. It's not unheard of for monsters to take human form, but this one is just a plain lizard man. Its mana system is also strange, and it has a peculiar ability too." But Lion suddenly cut her off. "However, there were also those in human form who were mixed in with the monsters. Come over here and take a look." The sky was now bright, and the entire forest was bathed in brilliant light. He gently pushed aside some bushes, leading the way for Valeri. "This way." But then Lion froze, startled by something. Before him was just the corpse of an ordinary monster. "Hey, this is just a goblin." As she knelt to observe it, Lion remained stunned. "I'm sure it was in human form when I took it down." As Valeri was using her analysis spell, she suddenly noticed something and looked down at the goblin's feet. Shoes. Why is this thing on a monster's foot? She herself noticed the footprints from when it was moving as a human, and the clothes it was wearing too. You could see the traces that proved it had once been human. Valeri's brows furrowed. Could it be true? She slowly stood up and said grimly, "I'll need to investigate this a bit more. I've collected enough samples, so I'll look into it on my own." Lion asked again, "Do you believe me now?" She scratched her head awkwardly. "It's just, all of these monsters are strange. We have enough evidence. For now, it's best we incinerate all the bodies. You've taken care of all of them?" He lowered his gaze and answered nonchalantly, "Yes. I've dealt with all 30 of them." Valeri was aghast. "What? Wasn't it 31? A moment ago, my detector picked up 31 unidentified mana sources. That jogged his memory. Could that sound from before have been? I didn't see it with my own eyes, but it seems there was one more, and that one must be the person who was using these monster humans at Valeri's workshop." Just then, Lion opened the door and walked in. "Valeri, what are the results?" Valeri gently took off her glasses. "I didn't find much. It's the same as what I saw with my mystic eyes back then." After a moment of silence, he said her name. "Valeri." She replied, "What?" He continued, "You remember that I won our little game of 3 questions, right?" Valeri jumped, slamming her hand on the table. "Of course I remember. What about it?" Lion crossed his arms calmly. "Didn't I tell you it's easy to tell when you're lying?" She pouted. "You're so aggravating." Valeri huffed. "If you knew what I was like back in France, you wouldn't be so quick to argue with me." Yeah, I know." But she persisted. "No, it's true. I was once the famous Rose of the French Magic Academy, you know." That made Lion pause. Rose? I thought they called you the Mad Woman. That's why you urged, I get it, so stop beating around the bush and just tell me. Valeri pressed her lips together, her whole body instantly trembling. Seeing her tremble like that, Li Chon understood. This was about to get complicated. That's why he decided to speak up to calm the situation. How could someone of Valeri's caliber not have found anything? You don't need to stall. I know perfectly well how talented Valeri is. Hearing that, she looked completely taken aback. Huh, Li Chon awkwardly continued. You're the master of the analysis eye. You helped me increase my level of magical power, and you even deciphered the secrets of the stone tablet my ancestors hid. I'm certain you're the only one who could have read it. He said it all in one long breath before realizing, asterisk. Oh, crap. I went on for too long. It sounded like I was reciting a school assignment. Asterisk. Asterisk. She's not annoyed, is she? Asterisk. Suddenly, Valeri pushed herself up to her feet. After his string of compliments, she crossed her arms, full of confidence. Well, of course. There's no such thing as something I can't figure out. Seeing this, Li Chon was pleased. Asterisk. It's that simple. Asterisk. Valeri remained serious. Before I tell you, I have a question. Her face suddenly changed. Those freaks that attacked you this time, they were targeting you from the very beginning, weren't they? Li Chon thought for a moment. I think so. Since I couldn't communicate with them, I can't be sure. But, seeing his sentence trail off, Valeri grew more curious. What did you discover at the place with the stone tablet? Do you know what those people are aiming for? Wait, she just said. Asterisk, they were people? Asterisk. Li Chon, with a calm expression, said, I've gathered a few things, but it's a little difficult to explain everything. I trust you, Valeri, but this is a different matter. As you know, that stone tablet belongs to my family. I can't just reveal its secrets to anyone. This made her fall silent, lost in thought for a long while. He also wondered why she was asking about this. Valeri leaned back in her chair. Remember, what I'm about to tell you is just my own speculation. You can just treat it like you're listening to some fantasy story. A long time ago, there was a great war. This war, also known as the World War, began with a massive invasion of monsters. But as the war escalated, it was no longer a simple fight between humans and monsters. Humans, demi-humans, and monsters. Their interests and losses all converged in one place, turning the world into a sea of blood. It was a bloodthirsty era, and answering the call of the times, countless things that had long been dormant beneath the surface finally revealed themselves. 6 organizations emerged during that time. They were bizarre, shrouded in mystery, but on the other hand, incredibly alluring. Each organization had different locations and forms, and they influenced the world in different ways. Because of this shared strangeness, people grouped them together and called them the 6 Knights. Valeri crossed her legs. They're organizations that are very hard to find in the history books. In fact, the name itself is something my master told me about. Although people group them together, I heard they don't consider each other to be on the same side. Li Chon asked, Are you saying that the things I encountered are one of those organizations you just mentioned? She pressed her lips together and said, Among them, there's an organization called Bayat. The story I heard from my master sounds a lot like what you described. Their ideology is actually quite simple: to escape from reason itself. Valeri rubbed her chin. That humans should live according to their subconscious, or their instincts. Li Chon clicked his tongue. Isn't that the same argument made by scholars and thinkers from that era? She nodded. It would be, if it stopped there. They believe the human form is ultimately just a mask, and if one takes off that mask, one can achieve true freedom. To obtain that freedom, it's said they operated in the form of monsters. This made him let out a surprised, huh. Valeri explained more clearly. They believe that monsters, acting on instinct, are the truest form of any living creature. Hearing this, Li Chon couldn't help but wonder. So, does that mean they were turning people into monsters back then? If there was already a precedent, why did you say it was impossible? In response to his question, she waved her hand dismissively. No. What my master said and what you're saying are different. He said they wore masks or put on skins to look like monsters. There was no mention of humans actually becoming monsters. Valeri took out a cigarette and struck a match. Bio believed their ideology was absolutely correct. They worked tirelessly to spread their ideology and amassed a huge number of followers. They were an extremely powerful organization, to the point where they even went to war with nations. It's still unclear if your enemy is Bayat, but some organization targeted you and caused this incident. Hearing this, Lai Chan remained calm. Yes, I know. The cigarette in her hand glowed, releasing small puffs of white smoke. So what? Valeri asked. What do you plan to do next? To be honest, I'm a little worried. He remained composed, laying out his strategy in a firm voice. I'm going to continue my training journey as planned. If I was going to run back to my family because of some unidentified threat, I never would have left home in the first place. Hearing this, Valeri let out an involuntary sigh, while at the same time, her lips curled into a satisfied smile. She appeared calmer than ever. Yes, I knew that's what you would say. Back in his room, Li Chan was examining the robe hanging in his closet. Looking at it again, this garment wasn't like normal clothing at all. He gently rubbed the fabric and examined it thoughtfully. Asterisk. It's definitely not silk. And it wasn't an ordinary fabric to begin with. Asterisk. And I felt that the first time I wore it. Because of this, Li Chan carefully put on the robe. He slid his arms cleanly into the sleeves and put it on. Li Chan felt very comfortable. As he expected, the size had automatically adjusted to fit him. He walked over to the mirror to take a look. Asterisk. Hey, this is pretty good. The stretch is great, so it's easy to move in. Asterisk. Just then, the door suddenly burst open, and Valeri stormed in, waving her hand cheerfully. Let's get some fried chicken for dinner tonight. As soon as the words left her mouth, she noticed him checking himself out in the mirror. Their eyes met, and the air fell silent for a moment, before Valeri burst into a fit of gleeful laughter. Well, you're at that age, I guess. Checking yourself out in the mirror and doing a little spin. Asterisk. Is this really what being 15 is all about? Asterisk. She tried to hold back her laughter. I asked you to go look at clothes last time, but you said no, didn't you? Valeri suddenly walked over to Lai Chan and screamed in horror. What is that you're wearing? He had no idea what was going on. What's wrong with you? She suddenly grabbed the robe, closely examining the magical lines. Wait, let me see this for a second. When Lai Chan pushed her hand away, Valeri's body suddenly started to tremble. Where did you get this? Don't tell me. You went there just to get this thing? He still didn't understand. Why are you so surprised? You saw it before, she stammered. It was dark then, so I didn't get a good look. Valeri's eyes were fixed on the robe. This has to be celestial silk thread. This pattern is definitely spell work. But I don't feel any magic resistance from it. Lai Chan was still confused. Celestial silk thread? She suddenly lowered her gaze. Don't tell me. You had no idea? It's a type of thread created by a spirit beast that looks like a silkworm, called a celestial silkworm. From what I know, it takes decades of hard work just to produce a single thread, and they used it to make clothing? Li Chan never imagined it would be times valuable. Valeri clicked her tongue. Just valuable? If that thing is made entirely of celestial silkworm thread, it's nothing less than a celestial grade item. This stunned him. Celestial grade? Had Valeri misunderstood something? When I observed it with my magic eye, I didn't sense any special power. She waved her hand dismissively. Of course not. The celestial silkworm thread itself isn't a finished material. Valeri's fist clenched. Celestial silkworm thread is a material that grows with its owner. It's so incredibly rare that spellcasters only use it as a conduit for their spells, yet someone used it to weave a whole robe. This is a monstrous piece of equipment, the likes of which human history will never see again. She pleaded with him. Can I please just try it on once? Li Chan refused. No, but there's so much of it. Valeri looked like a woman possessed. Just one thread? No, 2 threads. Just 2. He actually had to back away from her. Wait a minute. A moment later, Valeri let out a sigh. I can't believe it. It's already claimed an owner. She hugged the robe, ecstatic. It's already sentient. This is insane. Absolutely insane. Li Chan, of course, was not pleased. How long are you going to keep that up? Valeri? Hearing him, she quickly said, right, sorry. I'm done looking. Valeri handed him something and said, Here, read this. When he opened the book, he found information on the celestial silkworm, a spirit beast that feeds on magical energy and grows in a place where yin and yang are balanced. It incubates for 10 years, and after another 20, it forms a cocoon. The thread created by melting that cocoon in a spirit potion called celestial spirit water is the celestial silkworm thread. Celestial silkworm thread is sentient, recognizes its own master, and absorbs magical energy. Even if cut by a blade, it absorbs magic to repair itself. It repels water, and even if burned by fire, it quickly returns to its original state. Li Chan took the robe from her. So, equipment can be conscious? Valerie answered calmly. It's a little different from that, but close enough. Hey, look here, she said, pointing to a pattern on the robe. The most important thing is that this is an item with no limits. Its magic resistance is practically zero. You wouldn't even get that if you cloaked yourself in pure magical energy. Valeri sighed. A third-rate spellcaster could become a first-rate one with this. If I were the owner, I would have begged for a single thread. After hearing all that, Li Chan found himself staring down at the robe. I knew it was special, but I never imagined it was this time special. Valeri asked, What's the robe called? He replied as he put it on, Silver River. The name was written in a white pattern on the inside of the robe. Silver River, as in the Milky Way. There couldn't be a more fitting name. The sword that holds the black of night, Hakda, and the robe that holds the entire Milky Way. They weren't a set, but they fit together like one. Valeri nodded. You've obtained something truly precious. A few days later, in a bright room, a soft voice murmured. This translation is taking way more time than I thought. Li Chan was holding his head in his hands, staring at a stack of documents on the table. They were written in an ancient script. If he gave them to Valeri, she could probably translate them easily. But this was a story tied to his family's secrets. He couldn't let her see it. He gently rubbed the back of his neck. Still, it was thanks to Valeri that he'd gotten these books in the first place. Let's try translating this again. A translated phrase formed in Li Chan's mind. I leave these words for my descendants. In leaving this story of Hakda, I am going against my father's will. This got him thinking. Was this written by the second-generation ancestor, Li Huang Tian? The book continued. I cannot be certain whether this record will be passed down safely to future generations. Reading this, Li Chan turned to another bamboo scroll. The other contents were perfectly intact. Why just these parts? Except for a few specific characters, none of the writing was smudged. Did someone intentionally erase this? Did someone get into the tomb before I did? No, that's impossible. There were no traces of anyone else in the ancestor's tomb. His expression was grim and thoughtful. Besides, the ancestor wrote as if he predicted this would happen. The text was written as if the records might not survive. Li Chan rubbed his chin as he thought further. The explanation about the sword's seal isn't as detailed as I'd hoped. It's only at the level my older brother discovered and made public. Did the ancestor Li Huang Tian really write this? No wonder it only documents up to the third seal. Thinking about it, he let out a sigh. So my brother wasn't hiding anything after all. Li Chan's fingers gently traced over the bamboo scroll. He unconsciously read the words aloud. Hakda is a sword forged by a god. Li Chan froze. Did I read that right? A sword forged by a god. Just then, his phone vibrated. What the hell is this? He quickly pulled it out. The sender's name made Li Chan jump slightly. It was Jin Shu. Why is he messaging me now? The message on the screen read, Has a problem come up? I need to see you for a moment. By now, he had finished packing and was getting ready for his new journey. He went to thank Valeri. Thanks for everything. She puffed out her chest smugly. Of course. Researching the magic eye, deciphering the stone tablet, even the whole thing with the robe. I was the one who told you all about it, wasn't I? Seeing her act like this, he frowned and thought to himself, Here we go again. He sighed. I'll introduce you to some people later. This made her a bit curious. Introduce me to who? He continued. One of them is my aunt. I think you two would get along really well. After saying this, he turned to leave. Well, I'm off. Just as he was about to go, she called out, Wait, wait! She shyly held out a gem. Take this. It's not much. Ah, no. Actually, it's a huge deal. It's a stone I poured my heart and soul into making. I've enchanted it with a spell for safety. I'm not sure how effective it is. It's just a simple ward against evil. But as he accepted the stone, he replied happily, Thank you. I feel like I'm always taking things from you, Valeri. She shook her head, denying it. No, not at all. Actually, I also. Before she could finish, he cut in. What? You also what, Valeri? Are you hiding something from me? She looked away shyly and shook her head. Ah, it's nothing. She thought to herself, I can't possibly tell him. In Lai Shan's thesis on the magic eye, I named it the ultimate Superman and evil magic king's true eye. Recalling that moment, she grew excited. Hee, it's not a crime if you don't get caught, right? He probably doesn't even read those theses anyway. Only the useless magic rejects in the back room read them, right? He let out a sigh and replied, That's a little hard to swallow, but we'll go with that for now. His dismissive attitude infuriated her. She pointed right in his face. I told you I wasn't hiding anything. What do you mean we'll go with that? Then, she got back to the main topic. More importantly, what are you going to do now? He answered. I think I need to head back to Seoul. Hearing this, she held out her hand. All right then, I'll see you around. He smiled back warmly and shook her hand. Thanks again for everything. Scene changed to the outskirts of Seoul. The moment he saw him, Jinsu Jinu greeted him with a weary look on his face. It's been a long time, young master. He eyed Jinu with a scrutinizing gaze and asked, You don't look so good, Jinu replied. It's nothing. Just been a little swamped with work. Then he gestured towards the inside of the office. This way, sir, he continued, a bit sheepishly. I'm a little embarrassed for you to see the place like this, but things are finally starting to fall into place. Looking around, he thought to himself, Asterisk. It's a little small for an office. I thought the investment capital was more than enough, but the morale of the employees seems high. Asterisk. Seeing him standing there in thoughtful observation, Jinu turned back and asked, Are you disappointed, sir? He replied, I was at first, but now I think I understand. Did you start small like this on purpose? Jinsu Jinu nodded and affirmed. Yes, that's right. He brought out 2 cups of tea and continued the story. When you said you needed money, sir, I gave it a lot of thought. I wondered if you were looking for immediate profits, or if you wanted to build an organization with a solid foundation. So, I recruited people who have knowledge and talent, but who still lack real-world experience. My plan is to train them step by step, so that one day they can handle the big deals. We haven't achieved anything major yet, but we're growing slowly and surely. Observing him, the young master thought, Asterisk. Even though I gave him a huge amount of money, it seems he chose to solidify the foundation first. And that's exactly what I was hoping for. Asterisk. The corners of his mouth crept into a satisfied smile. Jinu put a hand to his chest and asked, Did I, perhaps, overstep my authority? He replied immediately, I already told you, didn't I? Just do whatever you think is best. Even if we haven't seen any concrete results yet, just keep going down the path you believe is right. Looking at the man's worried face, he thought to himself, Asterisk. If I praise him for doing a good job, he'll just commit even harder to this direction. It's best to let him reach his full potential without being held back by any meaningless restrictions. Asterisk. While studying a stack of documents, he spoke up. By the way, what is this pile of paperwork? He answered, Those are the papers to legalize the money from the black market and convert it into your personal assets, sir. Because the amount isn't small, this step is mandatory. Please review them and sign for me. He observed the papers for a moment as thoughts began to form in his head. Asterisk. Even if it's been superficially laundered, it's still fundamentally black market money. The National Tax Service isn't staffed by idiots. Asterisk. Asterisk. A newly established company operating with cash flow from an unknown source would definitely be investigated. But if they find out the money comes from me, they won't try to dig any deeper. Asterisk. He continued. So, what you're really trying to do is make me the public face of this company, right? Jin Soo-jinu nodded in confirmation. That's exactly right. I am merely the agent managing your capital, young master. He smiled. So you plan on using my family background? The man replied. You told me to do as I saw fit, sir. So I will use every card I've been dealt. Hearing those words, he let out a soft breath and thought to himself, asterisk. So he's trying to clearly establish our master-servant relationship. Asterisk. Asterisk. This is the chain that binds Jin Soo-jinu, and it's also his pledge of allegiance. Asterisk. Without any hesitation, he signed the papers. All right, let's do it this way. Now, for the main event. You didn't call me here just for this, did you? Jinu's next words startled him slightly. The Kowloon has made its move, sir, he asked, a bit perplexed. So suddenly? Why the Kowloon? Jinu explained. Actually, during the money laundering process, I discovered it had ties to the Kowloon. It seems Byum Cheonsu has received some kind of backing from them. He stroked his chin thoughtfully. Asterisk, Byum Cheonsu has a connection to the Kowloon? Asterisk? Asterisk. That actually makes sense. The Kowloon is a power on par with the Sungmu clan, but unlike the Sungmu, they have no problem getting their hands dirty with illegal business. Asterisk. Jinu continued. Ever since I found out the Kowloon was involved, I've been observing them in secret, but I've just received word that they've mobilized their forces. Thoughts began racing through his mind. Asterisk. They can't make a big scene, though. Asterisk. Asterisk South Korea is the Sungmu clan's territory, so they can't make an open move. Not to mention, the person reportedly handling this is the seventh brother. In that case, their target can only be one person. Asterisk. Asterisk Jin Soo-jinu. Asterisk. The scene changes to that evening. Outside, thunder crashed and lightning flashed, creating a frightening atmosphere. In a hallway somewhere, a man was walking hurriedly. Just as he stopped, a silver-haired man spoke up. You're late, the other replied. I'm late because I had to handle an order from the stronghold. The man's voice made the youth a little fearful. I know for a fact that the stronghold never issued any official orders. The young man replied. It was a commission from the elders, sir, the older man continued. The little punk who used to survive by digging through garbage dumps has certainly grown up. You can barely hold a sword, and now you want to brandish one? The young man replied defiantly. It's because I used to dig through trash that I'm so curious to see what's on top. The old man went on. Look at you, already siding with that pack of elders and playing their political games. Your mouth is getting sharper than your sword play. He then threw a letter, which flew straight at the young man. He caught it and began to examine it. What is this? The older man explained. Well, as your master, I suppose I should help nurture my disciple's ambition. This is a commission from the stronghold. It seems the Council of Elders started something and completely botched it. Unfortunately, it involves the Sungmu clan, so now they want to get a grasp of the situation. I imagine the little brat in charge of this needs a blade to do his dirty work. Do you want to go? The young man thought for a few seconds, then clasped his hands and bowed. Your unworthy disciple, Jiang Han, thanks you for your consideration, master. Looking at the teacup in his hand, the old man warned him, be careful. If you think the Sungmu clan is just some power from an insignificant little country, you'll pay a heavy price. In any case, they're just a bunch of hypocrites who like to act all high and mighty. Having received his orders, the young man's face hardened with determination. He turned and left. Scene change to the South Jilin Secure Area checkpoint in China. Just then, a car approached the checkpoint area. Someone inside the car reached out and handed over a travel pass. Taking the paper, the guard began to inspect it. Asterisk, there's no way these guys are laborers. Asterisk, he thought. The guard gave an order. Everyone out of the car for a moment. I need to check passports and travel permits. A young man stepped out of the car, his voice tinged with irritation. What do you mean, sir? Didn't you meet with us just yesterday? This is Yan. the successor to the Y family, an elder of the Kowloon Fortress. He replied with a smile. We went through a lot of trouble to get here. We clearly met yesterday. You're breaking my heart, boss. As he spoke, he stuffed a wad of cash into the guard's jacket pocket. Is it possible you still don't remember? The moment he took the money, the greedy guard's attitude changed in a flash. Oh, right, I remember now. I had a little too much to drink yesterday. Ha ha. At this, Yang Seo-John's anger flared. Whatever. He slammed the car door shut. This is completely unacceptable. I am the next elder of the great Kowloon Fortress, and I have to travel like times this asterisk. Don't you find that ridiculous? The other man didn't answer. Seeing this, Yang Seo-John's anger grew. Why aren't you saying anything? Aren't you, the executioner, supposed to be the captain of my guard detail? The guard replied, It is to avoid the notice of Second Master Sung Mu, sir. This mission is unofficial. We must constantly avoid being seen. Using this route minimizes the risk of detection by their information network. Hearing his robotic answer, Yang Seo-Gyeon sighed in frustration. You think I asked because I didn't already know that? Deception is one thing, but do we really have to travel in such a filthy, disgusting way? Can't you be a little more resourceful? You're utterly useless. The guard shot him an angry glare before suppressing it and bowing his head. This subordinate's short-sightedness has inconvenienced you, sir. I beg your forgiveness, he continued. And on top of that, they assign me some assassin from a garbage dump as a bodyguard. After this is over, I'm going to have to re-establish the authority of an elder. Kang Han fumed internally. Asterisk. This idiot from the Y family dares to talk about authority and power? Asterisk. Asterisk. Because that pig was running his mouth about the mission at a bar yesterday, it's possible our intel has already been leaked. It was hard enough getting a decent assignment. I can't let a careless mistake screw this up. Asterisk. Asterisk. This is a golden opportunity for me, and I absolutely refuse to miss it. Asterisk. Inside a tavern, a young man let out a satisfied sigh. Hehe. I knew they'd be like this. They're planning to do something that isn't part of their official mission, aren't they? I just hope I don't get caught in the fallout. After finishing his drink, he stood up. Asterisk, hic asterisk. I'm so drunk. Seeing this, the owner asked, Leaving already? He'd returned. Asterisk. It's time to get going. I was told I had to leave around this time to get across the border. Asterisk. The owner wondered to himself, why was the Swallow's Nest's #1 drunkard suddenly being so diligent? After that Bonsu guy died, he got connected with a broker. These days, there was no easier money than in smuggling. Just as he stepped outside, a magic circle suddenly appeared at his feet. He yelped in surprise. What the? A fist suddenly appeared before his face, but he still didn't understand what was happening. The powerful impact sent him sprawling to the ground before he could react. Kang Han approached and grabbed him by the hair. Bak Byeon-cheol, member of the White Bone sect, specializing in human trafficking. With that, he dropped him on the ground and walked inside. That's him. Drag him away. What followed was a series of desperate, blood-curdling screams echoing from the abandoned building. Here, Byeon was being brutally tortured. Kang Han interrogated him. So you're saying that after the White Bone sect disbanded, you all scattered because you were afraid of revenge from the Sung Mu family, is that it? He answered in fear. Yes, that's right. Young Master Lee Jin-hyuk is the 7th in the Sung Mu family. He was about to say more, but Kang Han cut him off. You've already told me that. If you're trying to stall, I'll chop off your other hand. The man stammered. Why? Yes, I'll tell you everything I know. He manages the slush fund as well as the other money accounts. As he was talking, Kang Han kicked him hard in the stomach, causing him to cry out in agony. He asked, Who is that? Byeon replied, Captain Jinsu. It's Captain Jinsu. I really don't know anything else. Please, spare my life. Hearing that name, Kang Han finally paused, thinking to himself, asterisk. This is the 3rd time that name has come up. Asterisk. Asterisk. It's the name written on the mission order. That means if I can just find this guy, the mission is as good as over. Asterisk. Byeon's voice trembled. Now. Please spare me. But just as the words left his mouth, a cold blade sliced across his throat, sending him to the next world. Looking down at the severed head on the floor, Kang Han said sarcastically, "Killed just like an insect." Standing behind him and witnessing everything, Yang Seo-geon praised him. "This is the first time I've been pleased with you, executioner. Next time, let me handle it. I'm quite confident in my own torture skills." He turned back to report. "We've gathered the necessary information. South Korea's security is extremely tight, so if we want to cross the border, we have to move quickly. If we hurry, we can have dinner at a hotel tonight," the man asked in surprise. "A hotel?" With that, he ordered his men away. "Well then, I suppose it can't be helped. I'm heading to the car. You better hurry up." Kang Han nodded sharply. The scene shifts to another location, where Lee Cheon is sitting and reviewing documents. The power that Baek Cheon-soo connected with is from the Council of Elders faction. Jin-soo continued. "Yes, it seems they are offering moderate support while they observe the situation." He went on. "If it were major support, the family would have noticed from the beginning. The Kowloon Fortress is far too fractured to be called a unified power. Although the organization is massive, it began as an alliance of various martial families and sects. So, rather than unifying, they are constantly divided and in opposition, with each one clinging to its own traditions. Among them, you have the Elders faction, comprised of 5 sects and 4 great families, and the Fortress Masters faction, comprised of the forces directly under his command. In terms of overall power, the Council of Elders has the lead, but the overwhelming military strength of the Kowloon Fortress Master is what maintains the balance." After a moment, he remarked, "This report is incredibly detailed. From personal information on key figures in both the Elders and Masters factions to their cooperative relationships and power struggles. How on earth did you investigate their power structure to this degree?" Jin-soo replied confidently, "I have a contact, an information broker in the Swallow's Nest. I purchased the intel there." Lee Cheon thought to himself, asterisk, to be able to sell this level of information means they're an underworld merchant, and there aren't many merchants who handle this high grade of intel. Asterisk. Thinking this, he ventured a guess. Could it be the Black Crow Society? Jin-soo smiled in reply. "You recognized it immediately, sir. It is indeed an organization with influence throughout all of Southeast Asia. The Black Crow Society specializes in information dealing and is recognized for its reliability and intelligence network. Asterisk. If it's info from the Black Crow Society, it can be trusted. Asterisk. Jin-soo continued his report. Next is about the figure behind the Kowloon Fortress who is undertaking this operation. Looking at the name on the paper, he scoffed. Yan? That fool. Outside of his political acumen, he's terrible at everything else. He's coming here? I thought he caused all sorts of scandals and was cast out by the Fortress Masters faction. I guess they're trying to let him earn some achievements." Seeing the look on his face, Jin-soo knew he had to explain. It seemed that guy went off on his own and personally headed to Korea for the mission. He's expected to enter Korea illegally sometime this week. He sighed, guessing, I don't know if that idiot has a brain or not. He'll probably try to cross through some dangerous area. Jin-soo suggested, for now, should I just lay low to buy some time? Because of their status, they can't stay in Korea for long anyway. He immediately shook his head. No need. If you do that, the Kowloon Walled City will just send someone else. I've got a better idea. Jin-soo asked, intrigued. What is it? Well, I'm not sure I can pull it off alone. I'll probably need you to lend me some of your strength. Jin-soo placed a hand on his chest, declaring firmly, if it's something I can do, just say the word. Hearing this, Lee Cheon was thrilled. You mean it? You said it, you know. Seeing his reaction, Jin-soo was a little taken aback. Yes. The scene shifts to the Jin-suno Tronsang Hotel, where Seo John's voice rings out. So? Did that Lee Ji-hak guy let him go? Kang Han replied, yes, that's right. He probably survived by selling information about the night market to outsiders. Seo Jaeon added, this is why we don't work with people whose backgrounds are a mystery. He then tossed a stack of documents to the side. Fine. We just need to capture this guy, and then we can finally get out of this country. Kang Han thought to himself. This guy talks as if he accomplished something when he pushes all the work onto other people. Still, my impression of the Xiongmu Wei family has changed a bit. It's not direct information, but everyone is so tight-lipped. Is the Xiongmu Wei's influence really this great? Just then, the desk phone outside suddenly rang. A man ran to pick it up. What is it? Kang Han walked over and asked, What's going on? The man explained, Sir, someone claiming to be a visitor came looking for you, so I was contacted. He wondered. A visitor? The man continued. Yes, they said you would know them if I mentioned the name Zhongjin Su. Hearing that name, Kang Han was a little startled. Soon after, a meeting was arranged. The two parties were now sitting opposite each other. Accompanying Jin Su was a masked man standing behind him. Looking at Jin Su, Seo-gyeon was a bit puzzled. I can't believe the guy we've been looking for just walked right in here on his own. How did he know we were here? Jin Su replied, I learned of your location from an information broker. He then held a hand to his chest and introduced himself. It's an honor to meet Master Jian of the great Kowloon walled city. As he spoke, he thought to himself, I didn't think he'd be staying in a hotel while on a mission. It's just as the young master said. You really are at the hotel. Seo-gyeon shot back. You know my name? He replied. You are about to become the head of the Wei family. Of course I would know. At that, Seo-gyeon narrowed his eyes. Well, it seems quite a few people have their own little information networks, but to know who I am and still have the audacity to bring a guard here? Jin Su explained, meeting a martial artist from the Kowloon walled city requires a bit of insurance, sir. As you can see, I am just an ordinary person who can't use magic. Seo-gyeon questioned through gritted teeth. Just a crooked merchant from some backwater nation, and you dare to be this arrogant? In any case, you came here on your own. That's good. You're coming back with me to the Kowloon walled city. Now, you're going to explain what happened at the black market. All right, that's enough talk. Seeing him stand up to leave, Jin Su sat in thought for a few seconds, then suddenly spoke up. I'm afraid I can't let that happen, sir. Startled, Seo-gyeon spun back around. What? Jin Su explained. My sincerest apologies, but I have no reason to go with you. Seo-gyeon shouted in a rage. Insolent fool! Did you think I came here to negotiate with you? This isn't an invitation. It's an order. Jin Su remained calm. I didn't come here to negotiate either. I came here purely to make a deal. Seo-gyeon strode forward and slammed his hand on the table. I am the man who will become the next elder of the Kowloon walled city. What gives someone of your station the right to make a deal with me? Jin Su placed a hand on his chest, his voice steady. I know the real reason you came to Korea this time. The Kowloon walled city has no reason to go out of its way to find me. This matter will surely be of no harm to you, Master Jian. Seo-gyeon interrupted through clenched teeth. Shut up. If you won't come willingly, I'll just have to drag you there. He then turned and called out, You, the swordsman. Kang Han, who was behind him, nodded. Yes, sir. He then pointed toward the masked man. He ordered, First, kill that one. The moment the order was given, a sword shot forward toward Li Cheon. Without a moment's hesitation, he drew his own sword to block the attack. Li Cheon thought to himself, He's fast. Witnessing the attack, Seo-gyeon turned and snapped. Who gave you permission to draw your sword so suddenly? You foolish swordsman. Li Cheon thought to himself, This is getting complicated. Seo-gyeon is both arrogant and stupid, so I thought I could easily control him with just a few words. I never imagined he'd be even more pathetic than I thought. Before my regression, I clearly remember his political skills being recognized. More importantly, who the hell is this guy? Judging by the magical energy radiating from him, he couldn't be more than 17 to 19 years old. At most, he reeked of iron, gunpowder, and blood. It's an aura I've never seen before. A sword aura forged into pure killing intent through countless real battles. He tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword. He's strong. On the other side, Kang Han was having his own thoughts. I was going to take his head in a single strike, but he sensed that moment and reacted. He's really strong. The face hidden behind that mask. The voice that's still breaking. He's definitely not older than me. 5 steps. If I let him get any closer than that, I'm not confident I can control the situation. But this room is too cramped. The distance is already less than 5 steps. But it doesn't matter. I just have to complete my mission, like always. Instantly, without a hint of hesitation, he lunged powerfully toward him. Seeing him charge, he began to calculate. Here he comes. Is he going for the heart or the head? If I use my magic eye, I'll blow my cover. I'll have to rely on my sixth sense. The instant he sensed an opening in the attack, he swung his sword and blocked the direct thrust. The two then exchanged a flurry of blows. Looking at his sword work, he assessed that this was no orthodox martial art. His opponent was only aiming for his vital points, weaknesses, where even a single hit would be a critical blow. If this was an assassin's technique, then he naturally had the upper hand in many ways. But if that's all he's got, then victory is mine for the taking. I immediately channeled mana into my sword and shot straight toward my opponent, using my adamant assault technique. Faced with this overwhelmingly powerful attack, Kang Han had no way to evade it. His only choice was to block it head-on. The sheer force of it made it difficult for him to defend. But I didn't give him any time to recover, leaping up and delivering another series of slashes. While blocking the blows, Kang Han realized my body was moving at angles it shouldn't be able to endure. Doesn't this guy care about his own wounds? Then, Kang Han looked at his own sword, which was now covered in countless fractures. If my sword breaks, it's all over. The others won't be able to stop this guy. I have to finish him before my weapon is destroyed. With that thought, he didn't hesitate for a second. He channeled his own mana into his sword, causing it to radiate a brilliant red light. He's using the first form of the Heavenly Slayer blade. Seeing the power pouring out of it, I had to admit from where I stood, the guy's a monster. Where the hell did someone like this even come from? But now's not the time to get hung up on that. Without hesitating, I unleashed the first form of my martial assault, Crimson Devil. The two incredibly powerful attacks crashed directly into each other, sending a violent tremor through the entire area.